the pressure drops as they get higher, and they can measure like 1 torr of pressure, like, and we can see this decrease, and you get video footage from there. So like it's like here's this proposed enclosure, and yet when people go out there and film this enclosure, they go, oh, it's not an enclosure, it's still a globe. So
Well, the point is, like, I've seen amateur rockets go up and seem to come to some random stopping point. Like, but yeah, I mean, the amateur rockets can't go up forever. And then also, like, the government, I was gonna say, like, in terms of implementing control over your actions, then you can't do this. I mean, think about the law enforcement. You can and can't do certain things. And then you already know what they're gonna say about the pressure change. You can't have pressure change without a container. So is Demox still here?
Oh God.
I know he'd be screaming that, but yeah, I mean,
What do you mean you can't have pressure change without a container? That's a new change.
oh, pressure gradient.
Intermediate barriers.
Right.
In other words, you'd have to pass every time you go to a new pressure, you'd have to pass through a barrier. But the thing is, the pressure changes continuously, so you need an infinite number of barriers.
You don't need a barrier to have a pressure change. You can see.
I know. That's my point. I know.
Well, no.
Gravity.
Well, not every single layer, because the density of air would be higher than a vacuum, so it would fall in the flat Earth model. So eventually you'd reach like some vacuum point, but that would all be within a contained system.
So what
Just
is
as you
what
see,
is the
like-
container doing? If we're getting close to vacuous, like the lower and lower the pressure gets, the less and less the container is doing, such that if the pressure reaches zero, the necessity for the container is also zero.
Yeah, it's zero on both sides of the container. Yeah. Take away the container, nothing changes. Container doesn't exist.
Well, you'd lose
the
the whole
containers-
gradient. It would all go out.
Why?
Well,
Go out
it may
well.
be
Because you can
practical.
see pressure gradients within a container.
Right, but that's begging the question, right? That's like
I'm just
it's like
saying,
trying
like,
to
so if
trying to
you-
determine the existence of black swans by pointing at white ones. Everybody's fairly on board with the idea that with a pressure gradient, with the container, you can get a significant pressure differential. The question is whether that container is the physical barrier. The container is necessary.
I mean,
Which means you've got to be looking for black swans. If you keep looking at white swans, you're just deferring the consequent.
right. I see what you're saying, but you know, like the like in a helium tank, for example, like you got the it turns to liquid at the bottom, but then if you were to open it, it'll just kind of fly out. I guess that's kind of the same sense.
yeah, and
Right,
the
but why would
difference
it
with
why would a close to zero pressure fly out? Like the springiness of the gas, how much the molecules bang into one another and then go pinging off in a new direction, is what creates that pressure. If we're getting down to the point that it's very, very rare that molecules are even colliding, where's it going to? Because the container on Earth, most flat earthers end up agreeing with this. Maybe you would too, Taylor. The container on Earth is only needed on a flat Earth. Is only needs the walls, right? It doesn't need a lid. It can keep going up and up and up and up and up, and we know that pressure is going to get lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. The only necessity for the container in flat Earth is to stop the sea level pressure running, tipping out the sides.
So I'll tell you from a biblical stance, like the waters above and the waters below, God separated and divided the waters of the firmament. So there would definitely need to be some sort of container there.
Sure, if there's waters above, but I'm saying if we're just looking at the reality we can both discern, which doesn't include waters above, then the necessity of the container, just for the air pressure argument, it's not necessary, basically, right?
Well,
you don't need a
potentially-
top, you need the walls.
Well, potentially in a lab, right, or any setting where you're dealing with gas, you're going to need full containment, not just like in a cup per se.
Say again?
No, you can
But what
probably,
usage? You can do sodium hexafluoride where it just sits in a tub. You just have a thing like an open fish aquarium, and you can tip this hexafluoride into it, and because it's a heavy gas, it sits at the bottom, and you can make a little boat out of aluminium foil, and it will float on top of the surface of the hexafluoride. Now that is gas. It must have a pressure because it's holding something up, and that thing it's holding up the whole gas isn't contained from the top. It just needs walls. So that's
That's
an
interesting.
evidence that our
How long
container could have an open top.
how long does that remain there? I can look it up. Is it like based on temperature or?
I've got no idea how long it lasts. I'm sure that eventually you'll find that you've got less and less and less in it.
But needless, yeah, great point though. Thank you for sharing that. Interesting.
Because the way the globe gets around needing walls is, imagine you joined one container to the next. Could you take out the wall in the middle? Yes. Okay. So what if you just kept joining them all the way around until they've, wall to wall all the way around the Earth, and the Earth's a sphere and the vectors of down are pulling them in? You don't need the walls. You didn't need the roof initially, and now you don't need the walls. I don't know if that logically made sense. It makes sense in my head, but I didn't describe it very well.
I think you did. So I think it's safe to say you could have full containment, and you could also have a containment without some sort of top lid or top barrier.
Yeah. The argument for containment, that pressure requiring a container doesn't necessitate that container be fully enclosed, just walls, essentially, just a cup.
Yeah, and if you look at the weather maps that show you high pressure, low pressure, high pressure gain, you've just got air between other air without containers along the horizontal axis. So there's nothing really holding in those pressure differences in apart from the other atmosphere that are in pressure or low pressure. So in a sense, the gas is self-contained, like we would say Jupiter.
Yeah, the gas pressure requires containment, I think, is one of the most broken flat Earth arguments, because one of the other crucial problems with it is, unless there's something massive I'm missing about it, it fixes a problem that the globe has that flat Earth doesn't actually have, right? So the problem it's trying to fix is, how do you have gas pressure? But that's only it's a broken question. The question is, how do you have high pressure next to low pressure? And then you go, oh, okay, maybe some barrier is necessary. But if there is no low pressure zone, which is generally what flat Earth believes, right? There's no low pressure zone outside of this contained atmosphere, then we don't need a container to hold it back. Like, it's a problem that fixes the other one. The second is by saying gas pressure requires containment and then adhering to certain definitions to prove that is an argument by definition, which is, an argument from authority. And then, in order to test the proposition that gas pressure requires a containment, all that anybody is left being able to do is make assuming the consequence.
Well, the only thing I hear from flat earthers about needing a container is because it's their refutation. They're denying the existence of gravity, or denying that gases have weight and mass. So they say the only way it can stay here is it has to be held. Well, gravity can hold it. Well, gravity doesn't exist, except we do have this pressure gradient. Oh, yeah, but gases don't even have mass or weight. So, they're just more denial of more things that are observed and well understood.
I've never heard him say mass. Gas doesn't have mass.
Oh God,
I've heard
that is absolutely, it's completely replete with that level of denial.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard it to where the gas has mass, and that's why it falls. That's why you get a pressure gradient, which they say you can only get within a container, because when you open it, the whole gradient just spews out, in a sense.
Just equalize.
Right, exactly.
Well, you said it right there. Gas has mass.
Yeah.
All matter has weight. Got it.
Be so weird. I do find that one where people say that it doesn't have mass is so weird. I'm like,
Well, because they don't
so-
understand the difference between mass and weight. So yeah, they say gas has no weight. Gas has no mass. Therefore, gravity doesn't exist, because that's not containment. We need that dome that you can go up there and tap.
I've
And-
never
and
heard
with
them
that-
say
and with-
gas
and-
have mass. They
Yeah,
might.
Say again?
I've never heard him say that, but okay.
Oh, I've heard it so many times. It's
Oh, I've heard a
disgusting.
lot. Yeah, gas doesn't have mass and it doesn't have weight. And then it'll just be sort of random questions like, what's the weight of helium? And then you go to answer that question and it's just more. But it's 24/7 stuff. It's generally the people in 24/7 are not really looking for a conversation. So I don't think we should judge Taylor by the standards of poor interlocutors.
Speaking of looking for, thank you, well stated.
Yeah, they kind of
Speaking
refuse the concept that 1 cubic meter of air at sea level is almost a kilogram of mass.
Speaking of looking for evidence, do you guys, Eggs, what do you think? Do you think the globe has provided 100% of all available evidence?
Yes.
Or possible, rather?
The
Possible
shape and
evidence?
dimension of the planet is as well known as a billiard ball.
But I was trying to get a specific. Do you think the globe has presented 100% evidence? Thank
To
you.
the same extent that the billiard ball evidence is presented. Yes, we photographed it, we measured it, we tread upon it, we navigate it. Everything about it has been known for centuries.
I don't agree with Shubil there. I think that each person sets for themselves what is their standard for proof, and we will naturally have the bias to want to set up the in favor of our pre-existing beliefs. So I certainly think there's very convincing reasons to think that it's a ball, but I deliberately avoid saying it's been proven.
Yeah, thank you.
For the purposes of which we use the world, and the scales that we are, our boats are, our planes are, the most useful shape to describe it is like a textured oblate spheroid. It's got a bit of water on the surface of that, and the rest of the mass pulls towards the center. And we've measured everything about that. Is there more to measure? Probably, but that gets into the atomic structure. But for our scale, I'm 99% confident with the evidence that the globe has been providing since.
We have a polar orbiting satellite.
If somebody suddenly changed the distance, like the age of the universe, I would be actively unsurprised. I would be like, yeah, I've been waiting for this to happen. I've been talking about it for years. If somebody changed the distance to the sun, I would be quite surprised. I would be like, what? How did we fuck it up that, if they changed it significantly, I'd be really confused and go, how do we mess it up that badly? But I think the strength of the evidence for the case that the Earth is a sphere of the given radius, if they change that radius significantly, and by significantly, I even mean 10, 20, 30 miles, I would be staggered. I would be absolutely astounded. So that's I think the only way I could answer the question, Eden, which is I think that various methods right now are very unlikely to have a big error margin in them.
Again, we have polar orbiting satellites that are currently tracked, orbiting exactly from the North Pole to the South Pole. Yeah.
Okay, so Eggs, let's see if I could be more specific. Let's say, or to everybody, let's say as an investigator, let's say there's Exhibit A, and let's just go through the list. Let's say there's 1 million possible pieces of evidence that someone has to go over, right? And my specific question was, do you think the globe has produced every single possible thing they could provide?
I think that would I would say no, because I would think that would mean I couldn't dream up, which you hear flat earthers do, right? Dream up some new bit of evidence, like paint gravity purple and put it in a jar, and until you've done that, you haven't proven shit. And
then you contrast that. You say 1 million possible pieces of evidence. Well, after the first 1,000, that's enough, because flat Earth has not any.
Okay, so I'm glad you were. I agree with you, Eggs. I don't think it's produced 100%, but yeah, go ahead.
Where would you stack them up next to one another, accepting that flat Earth doesn't have quite the same budget, etc.? What would you say is the comparison between evidence that stacks up? And I want to be super clear: evidence that stacks up in favor of the globe, and then also evidence that stacks up not in favor of the globe, and that totally separate to evidence in favor of the flat Earth versus evidence not in favor of the flat Earth.
Okay, thank you. Great question. Okay, let's say I'll give 10 for the globe and 10 for flat Earth, I would rank the globe maybe at 9, and then flat Earth I would rank at probably like a 7,
Okay.
9 because
when
I think. Oh, go ahead.
You go. No, you go.
Oh, thank you. The one piece of strong evidence for me, anyways, would be an uncut video from Earth to far enough away. Oddly enough, that's not available. But for the flat Earth, it's, I guess, the lack of, let's say, the map that people are looking for, and maybe a more precise physical model, and probably a few other, maybe one other thing I've failed to mention. But I do admit the globe does have a lot of evidence. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And do you think of
we
that?
shared the other day the Atlas 10 launch, but the flat earther ridiculed that evidence beyond belief. So
And do you think, like, I want to go into the flat Earth evidence because I want to separate, like, let's take the Black Swan or any comparable test like the Black Swan that is testing, and even if we were to take the Black Swan as 100% correct, right? So I'm not making a refraction argument. Fine, the Black Swan is absolutely correct. It doesn't prove flat Earth. It doesn't even disprove ball. It necessitates or assumes the existence of a ball in order to say what we're told about the ball is the wrong size. So even if the flat Earth were totally 100% valid evidence, I don't think I could put that in the category of flat Earth. Best I could do is put it in the category of not ball of 3959. So it wouldn't, because that would still leave infinite other radiuses, particularly longer radiuses, and it would still leave other shapes, concave, other, what do you call it? Exotic shapes, I guess, and flat. So it wouldn't be evidence. I wouldn't be able to put that in the evidence of for flat Earth because it doesn't support flat Earth. It attacks the specific globe shape.
I see. Yeah, that's.
I don't even know what the Black Swan is. People mention that. I guess I don't watch as much flat Earth content as other people.
Oh, you're blessedly. Let me see if I can find an original of it. It's made by QE. So here's one in the chat. Yeah, here's the fuller one.
What did he do?
So it's essentially saying from the observer who's standing on the shore, the hump of the water on a ball should be in front of the first oil rig. Because it's not in front of the first oil rig, therefore we cannot be living on a ball. But it's a broken assumption because the flat Earth, hang on, let me give you the full XCF file. That's why that's not working. Maybe this PNG will go. But the problem with it is it says bye-bye ball, but it doesn't. It just disproves, even if it's correct, which it isn't, it would just disprove a ball of 3959. It still assumes a ball. So I've put one of the images in. I don't know if you see it in the chat.
Let me see.
Yeah, thank you.
I got some. Did they do the temperature, by the way, of the water and stuff?
BMSLB in that one, no. He just said you sometimes see this. I think he even mentions it's on warmer days, or maybe I just thought it looked like a warmer day. Or maybe because that's what should happen on warm days, I assumed it.
I got some of my temperature measurements back from my temperature, pressure, and humidity sensors. And I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm gonna have to pull them up, but basically the gradient was higher than the gradient it would need to be in the calculation to have a positive refractive index or refractive coefficient. So I'm still getting more though. I'm still collecting them. I got my sensors outside right now. One of them is like 10 or 12 feet high, and then one of them's near the ground. I'm just trying to get a general gradient value. But Jesse told me I should calibrate them, so I need to like put them in the same spot in like a box somewhere just to make sure they're exactly. Even though they're the same brand, I got them at the same time, both brand new. Like that's still a good idea to make sure they're like calibrated. And yeah, I haven't done that part yet.
And of course, the gradient you're going to need exceeds like 500 or 800 vertical feet.
Mm, I'm just trying to get the gradient near the surface, like 10, 15 feet versus the ground, because most observations are looking at something near the ground. And
Well,
so,
in,
yeah,
in all my observations, I'm looking for something that's 2,000 feet higher.
is it floating in the air?
Yeah, it's the light on top of a radio tower.
Oh,
The
yeah.
line of
So,
sight, the line of sight is typically going from my instrument elevation of 500 feet to the target instrument elevation and target elevation of 2,300 feet.
so radio tower's 2,300 feet tall.
But no, it's a elevation above sea level.
Oh, above sea level. Okay, yeah, yeah. Because like, even the mountaintops can experience the same gradients. So
The
it would
line of
just be like,
sight, in this case, the line of sight is typically over 1,000 feet away from the valley floor.
well, you just have to trace that out and see how much it would matter. I don't know if anybody's done studies on that and how much the line of sight's one refractive index and the other is the other. I don't know. Seems
Yeah,
like
good
Well,
person.
fortunately, it's been figured out in Geodesy such a long time ago that we got a handle on it. You can try to reinvent Geodesy, knock yourself out.
Do you have a study
Rohit's
on
got
that?
a lot of stuff on it.
Yeah, he's talked
Generally,
about it. I've heard him talk about it. I just haven't seen any real data to show that.
yeah, the results seem to generally say if you get above 100 meters, I think it is, it could be feet, then you don't really need to worry too much about refraction. Just treat it as 7/6R, and then you could prove the flat Earth, right? Show that it is nowhere near 7/6R, and you win.
I don't agree with that because even mountaintops, even things above sea level are going to have that same gradient. The gradient's caused by the sun heating up the surface and convection. So therefore, anywhere on the surface, no matter what sea level it is going to have that same effect.
But
They
even
found
look,
There's greater
even
temperature.
snow-capped mountaintops have the same effects.
the document you
So-
presented a while back says, yeah, but when you're dealing with geodetic observations, once you get more than 30 meters above the ground, the surface temperature doesn't matter much. In your document.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't.
Absolutely, it
Well-
still affects stuff high up. But to clarify what I'm saying is it affects stuff still high up, but at a much more predictable rate. So if you just apply 7/6R, so you just treat the Earth's radius as 1/6 larger than it is, then that's the way everything should present. And that's what the globe model is actually claiming. So in order to disprove it, I'm discouraging doing what QE's done, for example, and that is ignore part of the claim, test half of the claim, and then show that the whole claim is false as a basis for that.
For
But I'm saying
the
the whole-
one I referenced, they were mainly looking at things along the surface. But yeah, I've seen other papers that are looking at the refractive index along the surface, make inferences about higher elevations as if those measurements are correct. But you just have to actually measure it to see, because they do make strong claims. Like terrestrial refraction surveying does make strong claims, even though they're kind of getting away from that. They're like, yeah, this is it, and that's just the end all be all. But once you actually start looking at it, from what I see, is not it.
So what do you reckon, Toad? Do you reckon when people go out and do geodetic surveying and apply the spherical assumption at the end, what are your thoughts? That I guess that they've been told to do that and never questioned it?
Hold on. Okay, sorry. So I think that the observation is pretty much correct in that it's 7/6R. Now, is that because things are being refracted down or up is the whole question. It's not whether they're doing something accurate. It's not whether, yes, these can predict where you're going to see stuff. That's all true. But it's whether this effect, whether 7/6R, which is in between the globe and flats, more towards the globe, is that because of refraction or is that because of curvature?
Yeah, the
That's
7/6R, the R is the diameter of
the radius.
Earth. So
Yeah, the
yeah,
radius. Yeah.
Radius.
sorry, the radius. I misspoke. So yeah, it's 2/6 of something we already understand to be curved. So we're comparing two curves, and one is 1/6 or 1/6 different than the other.
Right. But yeah. It's all about the vertical temperature gradient, and as we know, it gets warmer near the surface, but it seems like, you know, all the temperature gradients aren't being accounted for, and it's just like what's causing it. It's not like, I do think it's accurate, like the 0.13 refractive Gaussian coefficient, like that's what we see, but what's that from? That's why I'm trying to measure the raw temperature to see, is it from refraction or is it from curvature?
Yeah, you're right to think so. Like, let's say you've got a frying pan and it's on. You can hold your hand above it 6 feet, but the closer you get to the pan, the hotter it gets. And so when these people are up in the air doing their surveying, the effect of the lower land isn't as much. Is that helpful?
But they're not really flying up in the air. They're standing on the ground.
Yeah, she can't wrap her head around the fact that line of sight, the predominant 95% of the line of sight is nowhere near the ground, and only at the tail ends at the instrument target, only those tail ends, which have this very small percentage, for some reason, she thinks that, there you go.
Well, the observation points is near the ground. That seems like the most important. That's where the lights start curving. So if the lights start curving upwards, and then the line of sight has it as at a more even gradient, then it's still curving upwards. It's just not being curved anymore. Like it's just going to continue on straight. But the original, like where the line of sight, where the object's photon, ray tracing originally started, it started going upwards. And so that's what you're going to see.
Like I said, less than 1% of that line of sight is near the ground.
And you're assuming that.
No.
Like the refractive gradient of the line of sight is going to be like perfectly dead on, like no refractive gradient, no, vertical temperature gradient. You're assuming that, but that's cool. Even with that, I would think where the original photons started off going would kind of carry along that way.
Well, like you said, it's cumulative. So let's look at the whole line and appropriate, the by percentage along that line of sight, what the refraction gradients are. At the instrument, yeah, it can be a little bit high, but only for a few hundred feet, and then it goes into the more normal for the other 99% of the line, and then approaching the target for that last 1%. So use your weighted average. 2% is in higher refraction, and 98% is in the standard refraction. Okay. Use your weighted average.
Yeah, I got you. Is there a ray tracing program we could use to like kind of model this out?
I'm sure you could, or you could just look in geodetic survey books and then get your instruments out there and just see how good the answers are.
I know they're good. I'm not contesting that. Sorry. I'm not contesting that it can give you accurate results. I do believe that. I'm just saying, is it from refraction or is it from curvature? I think the normal temperature gradient would give us refraction that makes things appear shorter at a constant, more constant rate with fluctuations, obviously. But
But there's no denial. It's both. There's curvature of the Earth and refraction. The curvature of the Earth is 3960, and the refraction, the refracted light path is 25,500. So now we have two different radii combined in that line of sight, which returns a 4,760 mile effective refractive radius of Earth.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my own measurements to see if that's true.
Well, my measurements, we could go through those, and that would be a good prepper for you to do your own.
Why do you think you can't target the sun, Taylor? Like if you make like a flat Earth map and you try and pinpoint the sun, like each observer, like if you take like 10 different measurements from 10 different longitudes, they'll all point to a different location. And do you have any reason for why that is, or any thoughts on why that is?
I don't know. I haven't seen that experiment done. I've actually been looking for that. That's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, I can post something in a minute. There's a guy named Joe Slays who makes these cool little animations, and that's one of our proofs is essentially if you take your location, your angle location to the sun where you're at, your latitude, you're able to make it line up that way.
Yeah, 50. We could book it. I'd like to go through it. Thank you.
Yeah, and then that's also a problem with distances too. Like if you can't triangulate distances, you can't make more than 3 points essentially map. Like if you basically let's just say you took like let's say here in Nashville, or not Nashville, New York, Tampa, and maybe Los Angeles, and you triangulated the distance between them. There's going to be a big enough difference using spherical trig instead of regular trig that you can see that. I did it. I did a oh, sorry, it's my old lady stupid cat. But yeah, those are tough ones. That's what flat Earth has to solve. They basically have to solve the distance problem.
Your cat's not stupid, brother.
The cat's fucking stupid, dude. I hate it. It's my buddy's cat.
Okay.
I hate that damn thing.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. That's cool. Who did that experiment?
Well, it's what's the calculation? I mean, you can look at flight times. I got my information from basically flight trackers. It's got all the information you can get in there that you can get the time essentially, and we know the distance. I don't think there's any dispute that we know the distance over land. Like you might dispute over water, but I don't think it's disputed over land. Maybe you do dispute it, or maybe some of y'all do. Because Taylor, I can tell you're smart, seriously, and I'm not trying to, it's all I'm saying. Like, keep questioning, keep looking, and I hope this doesn't come off as being like, I don't know, being a bit of an ass, but like I just say, like a lot of people like ranty, like they got a P900, and they went out and they did basically exactly what he's talking about, like determine like what it's gonna be. And then you can look at it. You can look at it, take photos with the P900, and especially if you can get some curvature, or what looks like curvature, like Jose Joji, the photo that changed him from a flat earther is a picture of what is it? Shit. Whatever the fucking, you have to forgive me, I'm stoned. Whatever they use to basically let ships know they're coming in a lighthouse. Sorry, I'm stoned. A lighthouse. It's a lighthouse. It's blue and white, and you can only see like maybe 3 stripes out of 7, and that's what stopped him from being a flat earther. If you go look, you will find the true shape of the Earth, right? If you got to do something other than talk about it. You got to go check hardcore if you really want to know, which is not that difficult to do. It's difficult, but it can be done. like what's his name? Jesse. He had some he had a bunch of like laser stations where you could measure. I'm trying to get him to lease those out to people. So
I
they
don't
could
know, man. Like for me, as someone who believes the Earth is like round, all this fucking effort. I know it's important to go out and find out for yourself and do these experiments, but it's like I just fall back on the thing where we've known this for like a really long time, and it's kind of not possible to be like a floating snow globe in space. I don't even know. Do we have to buy a P900X for this shit, or go to the beach, or just I don't
Yeah.
know.
I mean,
I'm
look,
in the
if you're
camp
looking
of
for
like
curvature,
fucking common sense kind of
yeah,
camp. I don't
Like,
know.
like when I was first introduced to flat Earth, I went, "Oh, I wonder how they came to that conclusion." Then I thought, "Well, how did the globe come to theirs?" And when I looked at like what 90 degrees versus 0 degrees at the equator meant, I immediately thought, well, Polaris would have to be on the horizon. So how does Polaris be both on the horizon and directly above someone at the North Pole simultaneously? And I thought that was irreconcilable.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's important too to get knowledge. I'm just saying, man, to like fly to Antarctica to film a sun or something, that's just to the extreme. But I guess it has to be done for YouTube. I don't know.
Well, yeah, like if you're unaware of the other pieces of footage that show the 24-hour sun and like how that's possible on a globe, it's like, okay, for years we've thought that there's this Rowbotham sun doing circuits from the Tropic of Capricorn round and round, then around the equator round and round, and then the Tropic of Cancer round and round. You wouldn't think that the sun would basically illuminate all of that outer rim simultaneously, especially if it's like local.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
No need to be so hard on yourself.
When you make a positive claim, you have what's called a burden of proof.
Any ex flat earthers here? I think there's
Yeah, we have a
one
few.
or two.
Hello. The two doctors are.
Get this thing. Seeker. What a great name. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hope you join us on the flat earth again soon.
Well, I was thinking, like in quantum physics, what if everyone lives in their own reality? That means everyone has their own truth.
man, I thought I was stoned. Damn. I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't work. That just sounds like a stoner thought. How's your VR project going? And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to fuck with you. I'm not you better over
That's
this.
okay.
I had to ask.
It's been so long with these hits from the bone.
Oh yes.
How's your
We're
how's your VR project going? That's hilarious.
Well, truth seeker could be speaking truth
what is that?
there. Imagine if it is flat, right? Essentially, there would be people living their own reality. It would be a
Yeah,
false
exactly.
reality in their mind, right? Is truth seeker, is
Yeah.
that what you're thinking?
Well, I was saying, imagine if you lived in a reality where what you believed actually became truth, like you manifested your own reality.
Oh, I see. Yeah, people. I think they try to do that.
So, like, you believe in the flat Earth, so
That's
maybe
some
you
like
live in reality where the Earth actually is flat.
Could it be both
So
shapes at once? If we live in a quantum mechanical world, could it be both shapes at once? Because it can be like dual states simultaneously.
yeah, Schrodinger's Earth. You don't know what shape it is. We open.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, a wave or a particle, bro. Yeah, when you're observing it, it looks flat, right?
Mostly. Yeah.
Right? So it's like, if you're not observing it, then it looks like a sphere.
But does it look stationary?
Only if you're
It,
only if you're looking at it.
I would say at
I don't
nighttime it
think I
doesn't look
can get
stationary
any
with
more
the
dumber
stars.
than that.
Well, no, but if you're looking at the
What?
Earth, if you're looking at the Earth, it's flat, and if you're not looking at the Earth, it's curved. So, what is it like? If you're looking at the particle or looking at the light, it's a particle. If you're not looking at it, it's a wave or something, right?
That's a bit of a misinterpretation. That comes from a really famous YouTube video where it basically says that the measurement is
Are you saying
is
it
like
comes from a YouTube video? Is that what you're saying?
it gets a really popular YouTube science video trying to explain this idea, and they say that when observed, it changes its behavior. But observing just means interacting with it. Like to detect it, you have to observe it. You have to interact with it somehow, right? That's how you measure something. There's some kind of interaction going on. So that's what collapses the wave function, in a sense, or essentially.
Sounds like that dumb thing where it's like if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, it doesn't make a sound.
Uh,
I
yeah.
don't think I can get any more dumber than that.
So
Well, I
what's
mean,
the
observe it.
misinterpretation about the particle versus the wave then? Because I thought that was like a scientific proposition, not like a YouTube video.
Well, I mean, it's just that basically it's not one. It's not one or the other. It has properties of both. So it's not a wave or a particle. It's something that has wave-like
So
properties
it's like
and particle-like
transgender.
properties.
No, it's like a tiny like moving skipping rope inside a bullet. Like it's like a little tiny wave that's like
Yeah, that sounds stupid.
I don't know.
I mean, this shit came from some crazy experimentation back in the day, man. And we've done this for like 100 years.
But yeah, it makes me think of like the Earth, like the idea that like if you're measuring the Earth, it's going to be flat, and if you're measuring the sky, it's going to have curvature.
Well, it
It's like
depends on if
wave.
you do it depends on if you use geodetic or the other type, like planar surveying.
Well, no, but I mean, like when you
What I'm
look at the
told.
Earth, if you look at the Earth, it's going to look flat. You know what I mean? But then when
With your eyes, yeah.
yeah, so when you look at the sky, it's going to have it looks like spherical. So it's like wave or particle kind of thing.
Sure. But you can use it as a reference. I don't know why a lot of people don't want to use the sky as a reference. Like you can use any other thing as a reference. Like I could pick any object on Earth and use it as a reference to triangulate something. Like two points, and then you can use that to triangulate a third with a known angle.
So are you saying the sky's a physical object?
Well, the only thing I've seen light come from is physical, so I would say yes.
Now, how far away are they?
I don't. Well, that would depend. I don't know exactly. You have to look at the specific one, but there's ways to determine it.
Yeah. So how would you use it to measure anything?
I'm sorry. Well,
I said, how would you use the sky to measure anything?
Why not?
Yeah,
You
how if
wouldn't
you don't know
need to
what
look
it
at
is and
sky
how far the lights are?
You just need to know the direction and angle of two light sources. That's all the
So you're just
information you need. How you turn into picking two specific points and their angles with the datum, with the reference datum, right? You're saying that's not just guessing. That's very specific.
Well, if you don't know how far the stars are, what they are, I mean, how can you use those to measure anything? Yeah, that's right.
I don't.
That's the answer.
I'm kind of stoned, so forgive me. I'm sorry. You have to get. There might be a couple of them, so, but I'll give you. I'll give you the right answer. But you don't need to know how far they are away to basically take them and use them as reference points to make a map for Earth. Essentially.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah, so if you've got a train on some train tracks and you're directly in line with the train and it could have a small tiny light on it, you can move that light further away and move your other you can move your device to the right of that, and there'd be an angle from where you're currently looking at to where you're previously looking at. The distance like straight ahead of you wouldn't matter because it still stays straight in front of you, so the distance is a non-factor.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I mean, that's how they do it.
Sounds like a bunch of geniuses.
It's not super complicated, dude. It's somewhat simple trig. But you don't get into spherical trig. That's more complicated, but of course.
Yeah, because the distant object can be like far away, like 2 miles, or really far away, like 6. But it's straight down the barrel of those train tracks, and you just move your device an angle away, and you can just go, oh, that's 5 degrees, or oh, that's 90 degrees, and you can just return your device to that light source, the train at the end of the tracks. It's straight ahead of you, and you go back to your 0 point. How far away that is irrelevant.
For some reason, it's making me think about Einstein's length contraction shit, and I just like that. And that's gonna blow some of their minds. It blows my mind, really. Like, no way in hell. All flat Earth needs basically is somebody to come up with a good enough map. If y'all can come up with a good enough map, yeah, I'm not trying to sound condescending. I just think that's what kind of would be cool to see happen right now.
Well, yeah, if you can provide evidence of gas pressure without containment, I'm sold.
Oh, come on, you will not be.
What do you mean? Oh, come on, dude. What do you mean?
What do you mean? I can tell you. I can give you a reason right now that's true.
No, you can't. No, you think you can because you're limited by your globe understandings. But give me your best shot. What do you got? So what do you got? Gas pressure without containment. Go. What do we got?
Okay. So,
Will you accept a container without a lid?
Oh no! Hold on.
Like what? No, container without a lid doesn't work because if you're going to use a pot on a stove, then you have the containment of the vessel of the pot.
The walls.
If you're going to use the fan, then you have to use the walls of the room. Like, you know, I don't know. Like,
Why? Why
Well, how like
what imparts the pressure? What's making the pressure whenever it's hitting the fan?
well, look at it like this, right? If the wind from the fan, like, then I'm the resistance, right? Because I'm feeling the wind.
Well said.
So that wind, that gas pressure is like measurable because of me, the restriction on the containment on the force of the wind. So it's
Exactly.
only so the wind, the only measurable sense of wind is me being the container that it's pressing up against. That's the only evidence
You're
for
not a
the gas.
container in this
No, no, no,
regard.
no, no. No, the room with the ceiling fan is the container, but and I become the container in reference to air pressure in light of the resistance to the wind, which would indicate that there is containment.
Well, so that's like an assumption. That's what I'm saying. You guys got to go to the assumption route.
Now we're on his assumptions.
Well, I mean, you can't.
I
You
just
can't.
want every so
That's all
okay,
right.
like a fan blowing wind on somewhere is like, you're
It's just
still
demonstrating a
dealing with
principle.
you're still using like an example. Like I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
what's an example that is of
So
gas pressure
let's
without
say
containment?
you've got a portable fan and you're outside and you're blowing the wind into your own face. Is the fan you're holding or your face a container?
Well, no, my face, right, would be the containment that senses the pressure.
But it's basically to show a bigger principle is that the thing that causes gas pressure is gas molecules hitting something. That's why, that's why we can say in the middle of the room right here, there's 14.7 psi because they're colliding with each other and they're creating that much pressure. So that's kind of what the deeper level physics explanation would be. But the fan is a good example to kind of get you there. But I mean, you can say dome and say, well, there's got to be a dome, and that's what I'm saying, where the assumption would have to come from.
Yeah,
I
and,
also
and that's
think
where I was going with the outdoor remote fan. If you think that the fan blowing in your face and your face is a surface, does that mean your face is a container?
Well, yeah, your face is the thing that is the resistance that detects the air pressure.
And that's what I find weird is that I've supposedly got 14.7 pounds of pressure. So, like, what is that? 7-something kilos pressing on
Whatever.
every inch of my body. That's wild.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can easily prove it too with the I mean, there's a couple of classic physics demonstrations where you basically put ice water in a jug, like a large metal jug, and then you dump it out real quick, and then you dip it in like hot boiling water, and it'll like because cold air basically condenses compared to hot air. So it all
Yeah.
sucks in there, and it basically crushes it from the outside. It happens with like rail cars, like big rail cars, like a big pressurized rail car. Like
Yeah.
yeah,
So that's my temperature change. Is that how you do that? Right. So you get really hot air, it pushes out all the pressure, then you seal it up and let it cool, and it will end up with the 14.7 pounds on the inside and far less on the inside, so it crushes the bastard.
well on the outside pushing in.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, the outside air is pushing in.
Yeah,
Because I wondered
exactly.
how they. I was like,
Yeah.
do they just evacuate the air? And I'm like, no, because that would take a lot of effort to evacuate the air.
Yeah, you can evacuate enough of it just through the heat.
That's the trick. I see. That's clever. Okay, you've solved that one for me. Thank you.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool ass physics demonstrations like that. Have you ever seen a cloud chamber that'll let you see like radiation basically?
Yeah, I
Those
don't get those either. How do they work? They
are,
evacuate and then they let water sublimate inside. Is that it?
no, it's alcohol. They basically make an alcohol. So they make an alcohol atmosphere that's basically 99.9%. It's holding 99.9% of the amount of alcohol that it can hold. So it'll condense very easily. Like just running molecule through it will condense it because it's so enriched with alcohol. And
I see.
and
So it's right on the edge of turning into a somewhat solid,
yeah,
and therefore, as something passes through it, it pushes these molecules aside, and so they become temporarily cloud-like.
Yeah, and you have to have a cold base. You have to have like a dry ice base or liquid nitrogen base type thing as well.
I
So
think all we need for pressure is force,
I'm sorry.
isn't it? All we need for pressure is force.
Yeah.
Something to molecules around. Change the direction of a molecule, and you can create pressure.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like you're saying you can take a hypothetical measurement, right? Like if I measured the atmosphere in the room, like right now, there's still the same amount of pressure, but the actual definition is like in the definition is like a hypothetical surface area. It doesn't have to be a real surface area.
That's
But
not what it says in the definition. It doesn't say hypothetical surface area.
yeah, if you go look, it's a generic one. It's in like the formula. It's dA, which is at the end of the integral, which is integrating over area, which is basically the hypothetical surface area. If it
Yeah,
changes,
but in order to have pressure, you have to have something that whatever it is pushing up against. Otherwise, you have no pressure.
So
yeah, I think you need to like what a container does, what a physical container does, which is why it's such a great way to contain high pressure differentials or gases that are, special gases like petroleum. Most of the gas we've got under containment is also like a special gas. And part of the reason the containers work so well is a molecule's traveling towards a certain point and then bounces off, and so you can keep it in one spot. But it seems to me the case that just any force can do that. You can test other forces and they do that. Right, so waving your hands through it or blowing it or heating it up or anything that can move molecules around could, that's all it needs to do, right? Turn them around from going in one direction back the other direction, then you can use that to create a container. Or something
And
that
can you
does
create a
the job of
container
containing.
with some magnets?
Probably, yeah. I think there is stuff done with electrostatics maybe. But you can do it with acceleration. So just driving your car quickly will create a pressure differential at the back window of the car where it's higher pressure. It will always have a vertical gradient in it. So if that's the case, if gas has mass, then forces must be able to accelerate it because that's what force is. They're intertwined like that, right?
Yeah, and similar to like the blow dryer or somebody using like a leaf blower, they can aim that leaf blower upwards and hover like a light kind of ball object in that stream of air.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and it sits there. Surprisingly, it sits there largely regardless of where you point the hairdryer. In that, it will get this spin on it where it kind of will climb it. So you would think when you first do it, you've got to shoot it perfectly up. And the moment you're not perfectly up, the ping pong ball falls out of the stream of air. But I had a go at it. You can just aim it virtually anywhere, and the ball, because it rolls, because if you can think the like sort of the air going under it rolls under it, and that makes it roll up and climb back into the stream, even if it's like not at pretty much at horizontal, but yeah, anyway. Which means you can turn around a molecule. If you can turn around a molecule, then you can create pressure, and you don't need a physical barrier. But you do need containment. I think what we're describing is how you would contain gases. That's the word that's not defined. How would you say? What would you say about this? All of this, Issa? How would you define containment?
Well, I mean, in what paradigm? Do you know what I mean? Because like, it's really like selective paradigm choice. Like, in like, because in the globe Earth, the gravity is what is that like invisible containment, right?
Sure. Yeah, an
So
acceleration downward.
I could see where like if that theory be true, then like that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I just have a hard time with accepting that be true. Like, because like to me, like I was just kind of mulling over this a little bit while you guys were musing, like the idea of wind. Like, let's say like if you have like, that very idea of having like a gas in a container, it's going to bounce off the walls and kind of move through off of like that kinetic energy, maybe of bouncing. You know, like there's like almost like that's why you get the gradient even inside of a tube of gas or something. Like there's going to be motion in there, and like so kind of like to me that kind of like I wonder if wind isn't some kind of, you know, changing of, I mean, it is, right? It's just changing of the air pressure, like barometric pressures.
Yeah,
And so
and
like,
that's why. Sorry,
that's
you
like,
go
you know,
on.
with, I was just saying like, you know, we have evidence of that, let's say within air containers or within, you know, like as we pressurize gas. And I just think like, you know, it makes sense that it can,
We
like
have
that
evidence of
concept continues. So
within
what's up?
You
What
were
is it?
saying we've got evidence of that, of winds within containers. Where would you say we have that evidence of that?
Well, like let's say you had like a pressure gradient with inside of a, you know, inside of like a tank of whatever gas. You know, just the idea that it's in flux constantly, right? Like it's constantly bouncing off of the container.
Sure.
You know, not necessarily. I mean, the gradient. I don't know. You know, they could chase the gradient around, I guess maybe, or you know, I'm just wondering how that actually plays out. Like if in a container does the molecules bouncing around, you know, would that be like, let's say us here on Earth, like our experience of that idea would be potentially wind. You know, like the idea that change in the bouncing off the container is what we call wind.
Yeah, because you could think like a blender. Like when you're turning it on, it doesn't always fly all the way to the top because the particulates have mass, and so even with the blender on, they'll only fly out so far, and that's like a gradient of like how much blended material is the top versus how much blended material is the bottom. That's a gradient of material.
And I think that key to that is then this question that is, if gas pressure requires a container, then you're saying gas pressure equals container. So we need to now show that the gas can't get to zero, because if the gas gets to zero and it is equal to the container, then the container's necessity is at zero too. So we have to put the container, that necessitates that the container is at a finite distance from us, right? So, and the higher it gets, the less it's doing. So we need to pick an altitude at which it's containing something still. Because if there's very, very, very little air, let's say 1,000, let's go 500 kilometers into the sky. If there's very, very little air, and it's very close to 10 to the negative 17 torr, then the necessity for the container is zero, because the bit that it's at and the bit that's next to it are pretty much the same pressure.
Well, then I would ask this, though. Like, I mean, yes, I would agree. Like, if that be the case, how are we detecting where that point is?
I just assume I can tell, you're a biker as well, right? If you ride, particularly if you've got any skin showing, from down near the sea level, you can feel it's soupy. You're driving through soupy air. And as you go up a mountain range, it gets rarer and rarer and rarer, cooler and cooler and cooler, until you are really belting along in quite crisp temperatures. And you notice there's less pressure pressing against you. And so if I notice that I can detect myself a change in pressure, and it's decreasing with altitude, I just going to presume that continues unless I've got some good reason or evidence to think that it might not. And if that pressure is dropping fairly consistently along a curve, let's say, I'll assume that curve continues beyond where I can test it, because that's sort of the most reasonable thing to assume.
Fair point. That's a fair point. You know.
Now wait, so if the pressure gets less as you go up, right? Does that mean gravity also gets less? I'm confused.
I mean, I do think that's what's happening, but I don't think that's why this is happening. The change in gravity is infinitesimally small. What's happening is that I see it like bouncy balls, right? Like air molecules are bouncy balls that have nearly perfectly elastic collisions. So I imagine it like you chuck a whole massive tub of bouncy balls, insanely large tub of bouncy balls, into a room with walls, let's say, and then take a photo 10, 20, 30 seconds later. And I think what you'll see there is something quite similar to what we see with pressure and altitude, which is, it's not that there are no balls at the top of the room, but there's only like one or two. If you happen to snap the photo in the right moment, there's a ball, 40 foot off the ground. Almost all of the balls are down near the surface. Some of them virtually aren't moving except when other balls bounce on top of them. But those balls that bounce on top of them, because it's bouncy ball on bouncy ball, go and go quite high, right? And so you're going to find this random distribution of bouncy balls at any altitude, but of sort of predictable density.
So
That's how
we live in bouncy balls.
Yeah, kind of, if that's the way you want to put it, sure. Yeah, we live in these bouncy
okay.
balls of air around us, and we're going to find more wherever the acceleration is, right? So if you accelerate a car forwards, the bouncy balls are going to fly to the back windscreen. Just intuitively, I get that, and we can detect that with barometers and pressures and sensitive pressures.
And similar with the handheld fan, I'm blowing more of that air from the backside of the fan into my face.
Yeah, pinging bouncy balls off fan blades is perfect. That's why I think it works so well. Yeah. So it seems that BB doesn't get that, but I think you get where I'm going with it, Issa.
Yeah, I think I do. And I think it's a logical, that's a logical, that's a logical argument to the gas pressure. You know what I mean? I can respect that. Actually,
No.
Because you have evidence to believe that there's the gradient. That makes sense. I just think the only issue with that point becomes because you come back to the premise of again, everything that we experience revolving around gas pressure is going to contain have some form of containment necessary to achieve gas pressure. So that's why it's almost I was just saying that's why it's such a premise, you know what I mean, versus because you have evidence, that I will grant that the gradient may be evidence for that continual ending of air pressure. Do you know what I mean? That's a sound point to me.
Yeah,
But just
if you think,
well, I was going to say real quick, there's only evidence in our world. That's still a miraculous claim. You know what I mean? It's an interest, it's possibly a logical consequence, but it's just we have a hard time proving that still because it goes against our direct application in use of gas pressure. That's in my opinion, but go on.
Yeah, so back in the day, they were trying to figure out how to measure air pressure, and they used to use a pool of water with a bit of water in it, and they filled up a big glass tube full up to the top with water, put their finger on top so none escaped, and they put that open end in the water, and what they noticed was like a diving bell, the water inside the tube didn't escape. Now, they tried that again a few years later with this open puddle of mercury, and likewise they filled up a little bit of the mercury saucer, and they got their long tube and they filled that all the way up to the top with mercury and just made sure none escaped as they tipped that open end, and they just held it by clamp, making sure that the bottom of their little plate didn't touch the tube opening. And what they noticed was air pressure was over the surface of that mercury and changing the height of the mercury inside the tube. And they said, oh, that's an interesting thing. Let's try that on a mountain. And so they compared their results up the mountain versus below the mountain, and they noticed that was less stuff pushing down on the mercury as they got higher up.
That's interesting.
It's how much less?
Well, that's about how I think they plot these curves, right? To say it's 14.7 at sea level, but you get vast pressure differentials right around rain and windy times, a high pressure. That is what a high pressure differential is.
Mic check.
G'day.
Okay.
Mike can hear you.
I've been trying to get in on this conversation for 30 minutes, and I just now got my mic to work.
You're like, these people are fucking assholes. I'm trying to say stuff over here.
Well, I just wanted to say something neat about gas pressure real quick. It's not an argument about it for whatever, but in the coal mines in the wintertime, we had what was called winter alert. And every winter we had to hang signs. Inspectors came more. They done more gas checks and everything because as the air cooled off and the pressures changed, it allowed the gases in the coal to come out of the coal at greater intensities. So you was much more likely to hit methane, and for methane to build up in the winter, far more likely than you was in the summer, and you had to take extra steps. And it was all because of the barometric pressure change from winter to summer.
Yeah. So when they did it at sea level, it was about 760 millimeters up the tube, and on Everest it was 230 millimeters. So the difference was like 40 centimeters difference in the tube height of where the mercury went before and after.
Nice, thank you. Oh, that's interesting.
You're welcome.
I hate that all of this shit's already been worked out. Can you imagine living in an age where you were the first one to notice that you could get mercury to tell you the temperature or the pressure? Wild.
Imagine this. Do you remember this back in the day when you were like arguing about? I was talking to a friend about this the other day. Like you're arguing about what actor was in a particular movie without Google.
Yeah, that discussion could go on for weeks pre-internet.
Right. And like you would be like, no, it's James Earl Jones. And you're like, no, it's this guy.
Yeah. And it could be
you could never find out. Like, how the fuck what you're gonna use the Dewey Decimal System to fucking figure it out? Like,
that's one person would think we should work it out, and the other one would incredulously go, "What? You're going to go to a library and look up?" Like, as if anybody would ever check things.
Right. Everyone already knows it's James Earl Jones, And you're like, no, it isn't. You know what I mean? Like, we're so lucky, dude. Like, all that gets, like, think of how, like, actually, in one sense, like, how, like, relaxed we are because we can figure it out. We're like, no, that was discovered in 1969, real quick. Versus, like, argue about it for a couple of weeks. Like, imagine having Discord, but no Google. It'd be just hell on earth.
Yeah, because some of these people were trying to figure out problems. Like when I learnt about what Archimedes' principle was, I went, okay, what's this guy all about? And the tale goes like the king was given some gold, but he wasn't sure if it was real or not. So they compared like real gold to false gold by basically filling a tub full of water, dunking the genuines and stuff, and going, okay, this is how much water flowed over. Then they tried it again with the fool's gold, and a different amount of water flowed over. So it's like, oh, okay, it looks kind of the same, but its density and its volume are slightly different, changing how much overflow comes from genuine gold versus fake gold.
Right. Yeah. Tipping an early set of scales, tipping water out, and then seeing how much water there is. That's clever.
If it was the same size, though, wouldn't it displace the same amount of water?
No, it's a different size. It's the same mass. So if you make sure the mass floats, then Archimedes' principle says that water with the mass equal to how much is pushing down of it will come out. So a larger amount will come out, and then you compare that to its volume, which you find in a nearly identical but slightly different way, where you just drop the rock by itself into the water. And by itself into the water, it will only expel the set volume of the rock, ignoring its mass. Whereas if you get the bucket all the way full up and then balance the rock on a boat that's surface water, then what will spill out is equal to its mass. And so you can compare those two and say, where is the mass, like the density, where is the density higher?
Okay, I knew I was missing something. To put it in a boat first. I see what you're saying.
I may have misspoke with size instead of saying mass, but that's on me.
No, I think you gave it a good one. I just stole your factoid.
It's so interesting how like science or like, you know, the story of like, you know, a king trying to figure out the gold or, you know, like what an interesting story, you know.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
What do you
Like
think
how to
about
come to that. Is it true, do you think? Do you think it's true?
I think almost
Yeah.
everything we think is in some way sort of a sort of storytelling of the event, like the Gell-Mann amnesia effect. Anytime you read a newspaper article about anything that you do know intimately, i.e. you were at that event and you saw what happened, you'll find egregious errors in it. And then the amnesia effect sets in when you pick up the next page of the paper and go, oh, this must be true. They must be right about what's happening in Israel. And what you should do is go, they're all going to be as egregiously wrong. It's just I only know about the ones that I should know about. And so if that's true of modern media today, where you've got photos, the likelihood that we've got a good rendition of a story from 1,000 years ago or 400 years ago is so low. It's going to be some stylized retelling of it.
Yeah, man. History. It's just his story, man.
And yeah, like people might second guess that story and they go, I wonder if I could tell the difference between one piece of gold and another piece of fake gold and try it again.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the results then for themselves. The story could well be false, but whether that's a good test for density, I think is the business.
What do you think about the Chinese ship, Issa? Basically the notion that is the ship the form itself, like if you have a ship for 1,000 years and you replace it one plank at a time versus having the original ship with all the same planks, is the ship, which is the real ship, the one that lasted the test of time or the one that didn't, essentially?
I
You've
would
heard.
have an essentialist view on that one, which is like, because the same is true of a person, right? None of our cells that we were born with are still in our body. Which is, if the ship was constantly in use, like it was always being sailed and plank by plank gets changed, then it's the same ship. But if the ship gets like wrecked and spends, 10 years just sitting on a beach and then somebody decides to fix it up by putting on a bunch of new planks, then it's a kind of reconstructed ship.
Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Well, you could simplify it with like the hammer handle and the head. If you replace the head onto that new stick, are you still using your hammer?
Yeah.
And if you then replace the stick and then put it into the hammerhead you've got, is that still your hammer? And if you recombine your old handle with your old head, which is your hammer now? The one made out of reconstituted parts, or the originals reassembled? At which
Or
point
have you
people
like
go, I don't care. I just want to hammer in some nails. Let's go. it's
that's fun.
How would you define containment when you say gas pressure requires containment? Issa, how would you define what you're saying there?
What was it? Like more how do I define containment?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just think like it's weird to me that like it seems that the definition of gas pressure I was trying to think of how to look this up actually. Like, when did because it's kind of weird how like maybe it's just my academic, I'm not a professional kind of a thing. Like, my understanding of gas pressure was always like the force exerted upon the container, right? And then like at some point in the conversation, it shifted to no, it's the molecules bouncing off of each other. And I'm like,
Yeah.
kind of wondering, like, when did that argument shift, or was it always particles bouncing off each other? Because like, it seems like that argument like entered the fray, like midway flat Earth, not like
Yeah.
it was, or not midway flat Earth, but like, is it like, when did that concept seem to like change or morph into the particles hitting each other, or was it always the particles hitting each other?
Yeah,
It was always
like the palm of your hand. Like that's a surface area that can feel pressure. You can put your finger into it, you can blow on it, and you'll find it kind of pressure on a surface. Now you could be in a container and do that very same thing. So there's like, you can show that you can place pressure on something outside a container and show that you can put pressure within a container. And so like it's mainly, do the molecules hit a surface, not necessarily a container.
Well, I think the surface is the containment, though. The surface is the measure with which you're measuring air pressure. Like your hand is the container in that regards, because it's the thing sensing the pressure.
A container
That's
has
like,
volume, though. You're talking about like the surface of your hand, so that would be two-dimensional.
well, no, but for the purpose of understanding what pressure even, like, in order to sense the pressure, you have to have resistance to the wind.
Yeah.
The resistance to the wind is, for all intents and purposes, the container. Without that resistance, you don't sense any kind of like, it just dissipates.
Well, the feeling dissipates. I don't know if the
No,
whole
the feeling
system would
is right. The feeling is the measurement. The feeling is the measurement. So like that wind as it's blowing, you know what I mean, on your hand. Your hand is essentially the containment that senses the pressure.
And if you are blowing outward and you remove your hand from the way of your breath, does that mean your breath would still be applying pressure somewhere?
Well, I
even
mean,
if your hand wasn't there to sense it?
well, possibly it's the old, like somebody said earlier, the tree in the woods. It's like the like, but the point is, the only way that you're sensing the pressure is by using your hand. Therefore, it's not about the molecules bouncing off each other. It's about the molecules bouncing off the resistance, which is the containment.
Yeah, and for the forest and the trees analogy, like you know you're blowing outwards into thin air, and then you put your detector in the way, and that feels the pressure. So you know you're applying pressure with or without your hand being in the way. It's that
Right.
you only recognize that the pressure's there because you put the resistance in the way.
Right. And that, like, so therefore, like, the fact that we have gas pressure implies resistance, implies containment.
Well, like I said, like that the hand going in front of the blowing force is the detector of the pressure. Like you would still be able to blow outward regardless of whether your hand was in front of you or not. So detected pressure would require a surface area.
I can tell y'all just in your head, you're like, God, these flat earthers are crazy. How could they think this? I can just sense it. It's not a bad thing. I was just saying.
Well, if you're talking about air pressure, you can measure it.
In my mind, I'm just trying to give a valid explanation for what I've come to understand.
Yeah, if you're talking about air pressure too, you can get a mercury barometer. It's like a physical device that you can have in your home, and basically it's very simple. All right, it's got a dish in the bottom with quite a large amount of mercury, and you take a bottle You fill that bottle up with the mercury, and then you empty it into the mercury itself, right? So you're creating a vacuum, and the height of that mercury that it goes up to is the barometric pressure. You're measuring the weight of the atmosphere with the surface of that pressure, right? That's the only thing that could possibly be happening. There's nothing else affecting how high that mercury would go. It's the weight of the atmosphere. So, whenever we talk about some stuff like this, that's like I guess I would call it like base level experimental that you can do fairly easily. And I know that not everybody knows this stuff, and of course, experiments like this, yeah, I understand that people aren't gonna know that, but like this stuff is some of it, like the air pressure, just very, very fundamental. And you're also using an area to measure that, right? If you're using a mercury dish, you're using a surface area. Um, but I don't know. We're not trying to sound snobby, but I can definitely see how it comes off like that. A lot of us, man, it's a bit of a passion because, I mean, if you look at the modern world, it's kind of how we got here. Einstein's Principia, basically the birth of modern engineering. Like, if you want to build stuff like in the modern world, you got to be some kind of engineer, electrical engineer, civil engineer, mechanical engineer. Yeah, and that uses all the Newtonian physics. And that's what makes it so strong in our mind, is that basically it was used to build the modern world. And you're really fundamentally talking about like big G or little g, I guess, or well, little g, but just the other stuff too. Bears weight, pun intended. So it goes pretty deep in my mind. Especially if you're talking about Maxwell too. All his electrical equations. All those are very easily to experimentally verify if you've got a copper coil and a way to measure a magnetic field and your current. And the weird thing was that the speed of light popped out in Maxwell's equations. That's how we got the speed of light. Is that Maxwell came up with basically his equations for how magnetic waves act, in basically current, and that's how we basically found out that light is a form of an EMF, electromagnetic wave. So I mean, there is always a story to it, but the thing is, the story matches up with the modern engineering and the modern engineering principles. So that's what gives it more of a kick than just a typical story.
Yeah, and Maxwell was around in 1864, so we've got to
Yeah,
be pretty impressed that like he was doing this like without internet, without Google, without like a lot of these conveniences that we take for granted today. Very impressive.
Yeah, is it true that Egypt is like, or like the pyramids are at the latitude that is the speed of light or something?
I've never heard that one. I've heard that they have basically eyepieces that you look through that align with Orion's belt, maybe? Something about Orion's belt. I might be wrong about that though. But I do think there's probably quite a bit of lost knowledge. Like, I know Egypt was claimed to have a lot of knowledge, and I definitely think there is lost knowledge in history for sure. Especially like think about what was it, Alexandria, the Library of Alexandria. We lost like basically half the books in the world. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, because when those Egyptians were around like 4000 BC, we're talking about people who were referencing a different star than Ursa Minor, whatever it is, as Polaris.
So here, check this out. So, yes, the latitude of the Great Pyramid of Giza is often cited as being coincidentally similar to the speed of light in meters per second.
What?
The latitude is 29.979245 degrees north, and the speed of light is 299,792,458.
Yeah, meters per second.
So, like, what came first?
That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. I don't know. That's one of the crazier coincidences I've heard.
It's just like 1890s with no fucking Google. Just so happens to be the latitude of the fucking Pyramid of Giza. Okay. Okay.
Think about all the other things that are at that latitude. Like you could say pi 314159. Let's go to latitude 314159 and just find a significant object. Therefore,
well, no, the pyramids are pretty fucking significant, pretty ancient. I mean, like, my point is, what came first, like the latitude of the pyramids of Giza, or
the pyramids came first?
Right. So, like, did this guy just like go on some mystery bullshit? Because there's no way to prove that light travels at that speed.
If you're intelligent enough and you see where society's heading, and let's just say he knows the map is, or that the Earth is a globe, he can one day envision that they'll come up with a system. He would have to kind of envision the system in his head, the full system, which you would think he would have written about. So I don't know.
I know, or the system was put there, and they just had to plug in the bullshit to fucking match the bullshit.
Oh yeah,
I'm saying, I don't know what came first, but I know, like, it's a pretty culty thing. You know what I mean? Egypt and science,
yeah, like the speed of light would have existed because they would have need to see to build the pyramids. So I think the speed of light precedes. Whether the speed of light was measured back then, absolutely not.
Yeah, I forget what's up.
I was gonna say it's a wild coincidence, though, isn't it?
It's one of the wilder ones I've heard for sure. For sure. There was some shit going around that there's like some kind of power source found underneath the pyramids. That was like a new conspiracy that was popping up. It was the hot new conspiracy.
Well, yeah, there's always like some bullshit, but like I think that's the thing is like they throw in like 10 million things of bullshit. Like it's funny. I started thinking like, like even on like Facebook, you see like I always get like the corny flat Earth meme fucking page being like requested, or not requested, but like it's in my feed with some weird flat Earth point. And they try to make flat Earth look retarded everywhere, but it's
really?
like flat Earth just still has a couple kernels of truth that are always going to be problematic for the globe. As much shit as they throw at it and try to make it look all retarded, there's still some,
like if you're just standing on the beach looking out and you go, "Oh, that looks pretty straight," you might take it for like, yeah.
I used to think that too. I used to think, how could anybody think the Earth is flat? I used to think that.
Well, yeah, like just standing on the seashore, watching that flat-ish looking water out in the distance, you go, well, maybe that's kind of flat. But then you go, well, let's maybe investigate further.
Yeah, no, that's the thing though, is that like for so long we were raised up to think the boats are going over the curve over there. And then like it's like honestly, dude, it's like Santa Claus to me. You know what I mean? Like only children think that the fucking boats are going over the curve of the earth over there. That's where it's at for me. Like I'm just like that's like not only is that incongruous with your own fucking globe model, it's logically retarded. The boats going over the curve thing as like some fucking proof of anything. Like I think it's like a childish take on like a scientific phenomena.
Yeah, like the bottoms of the boat the boat being obscured from the bottom up is one of the first pieces of evidence that the ancient Greeks, like Plato, Aristotle, and that were thinking about when they were contemplating the shape of the Earth and discussing
And
it amongst
Aristotle
themselves.
thought worms were self-generating out of mud.
But like
Well, they kind of
if you
are.
were to also see boats floating over the water, though, then you would say, this might be an optical phenomenon.
Well,
Or
I
if you
think
could
it's
see too far one day and not another day, you could say this might be something optical.
yeah, it's like, I think of it like it's a childish answer to, like, because, like, I think the only validity to the globe is the idea that you're mapping the stars to the Earth. That's the strongest argument for the globe, the only strong argument for the globe. And, like, it's a respectable argument for the globe. I would be a glober if this boat's going over the curve of the Earth thing didn't fucking exist.
Yeah, and I think when I was watching the Kyle versus Tony debate, when we're talking about the length of railway lines, like you've got some that are pretty similar length in the north and pretty similar length in the south. So if we're just going to use like the map spanning out from the center, the one that's closer to the center would be the shorter one, and the one further away would be lighter from that angle of degree longitude, the differences between. So for me, that's a strong argument because it's not necessarily from the stars, it's from a central location like the North Pole, and you're casting degree angles from that point. And so if somebody says, the railway tracks are, 5 degrees from left to right here, then the one further down would be longer, but still take up that larger arc segment and wouldn't be the same length in miles. And so, with a bit of thinking, you can consider that the symmetry of the globe means a place that is south has a same length train track as a same northern railway track that goes more or less east to west. And the angles don't have to be from the stars. They can be from a central location like the North Pole on land.
I mean, I can agree with that, yeah. I don't know if, like, but see, we still only measure what's on land by use of the stars in a lot of sense, you know what I mean? A lot of that is still derived from, the positioning of the stars to determine a location on Earth, which, I mean, again, like I said, strongest argument for the globe. But it's like, to me, it's still theoretics. Well, not theoretic. I mean, I guess you're navigating. But, like, I just think it's just incongruent. What's up?
And that's where those surveyors come in. It's just like, I'm going to put my reasonably precision device on one side of a lake, take my other one from the other side, and just measure the angles between position A and position B, and just figure, can I reduce the amount of optical effects as much as I possibly can? Wait for the clearest day with the least temperature ranges. Is the morning more beneficial than the evening? And just think about like the best conditions to do a survey, and like check it twice, check it 3 times, get a friend with a radio on the other side of the lake and go, oh mate, I was expecting 80 to 90 89 to 90 degrees, but it looks like the measurement's 87. So what does that mean?
Well, that, like, it begs the celestial theodolite question then.
Measure the temperature gradients, please.
Well,
see if they would yield.
Like I said,
that wouldn't hurt.
temperature conditions, like whether the morning's better than the night, or
You can
But
just drive a boat along and take measurements.
Well, as you go up in altitude, the temperature drops,
Well, you're talking about
yeah,
shooting across a lake, though.
especially near the water. I mean,
yeah,
sorry,
and
near the ground, But the water, yeah, that's also bad.
Yeah, you have to drive a boat or something. A boat or something across, get some measurements. But it's
yeah, and a midpoint would help too. So if you've got like a buoy halfway between you and the other side, if you're looking far across this body of water, it's like, can I still see the buoy, or did the water rise up and hide it somehow? And if it wasn't a wave, what does that mean for my position?
I kind of feel like that's the next evolution for the flat Earth test. Somebody doing what we're talking about here, but actually getting measurements for the gradient all the way along the humidity and the temperature of where you're going to shoot the laser, which really wouldn't be that difficult to do.
See, you know
Yeah,
what though? It's all retarded. It's all retarded because the thing is, you're going to wind up. We're going to use the information we get from that to prove flat Earth. You're going to use the information to prove a globe.
No,
and,
show
and
one or the
the
other.
cool
Oh,
thing,
fucking yeah, they will. That's exactly what'll happen. Everyone's gonna claim it as a victory. That's exactly what always happens. That's why flat Earth is so fucking like. That's why the biggest part of this, and that's why all the globers involved with this are actually flat earthers. For whatever is the idea that like there's either like this conversation was taken away from us because of a fucking moon landing video from 1960 whatever. And like, this conversation can't be proven. That's the stupidity of the moon landing, is that you literally tried to kill a conversation that's millennia old. Like, no, neither side's gonna prove this shit. That's why it was such a bold, ridiculous move to pretend to land on the fucking moon. Because you tried to end. It's like trying to end a conversation with a lie.
yeah,
Do you call me?
like I have high confidence that they've
You call
built.
me a commie?
Yeah,
No.
that's
I have high confidence that they've built a 2.5 mile long vacuum tube, so we can eliminate like 99.9% of the atmospheric effects using this long tube, and we can definitely compare water levels to like straight line of sight. And I think that would show evidence of like water levels being curved, but the laser line being straight. So we could demonstrate physically that level water isn't straight water.
See, like, but that's like, do you see the lengths you would have to go to try to prove such a fucking ridiculous idea?
But they've built the facility. It's the LIGO like measuring test
Man,
in
curious.
I think Louisiana. Yeah.
I mean, like, I just think it's like they, I don't think that proves. Or I don't think it proves the point. I think it's like again, like all those things. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think they're good enough for like they're just not good enough. The debate's gonna rage for millennia. It's never gonna end, and there is no end to this.
Yeah. Like some people don't care about the debate. They live their normal lives, whether it's a globe or not. They just go, I need to have a job, or I need to do this. I want to provide for my family. I want to have like this, that, and the other in my life. And the globe question doesn't enter their mind. They just use their GPS, they navigate, they vote for the politician that they want or don't want. And, life goes on. And the shape of the earth question may not enter their mind, like, because they just need to get on with other things in their life.
Right, but think of how our society there's almost like a direct connection between the de-evolution of our fucking like intelligence level and the moon landing. Like since the moon landing, right? The intelligence base of like most, and I use it like, let's see, like in a bell curve kind of a context. Like the more people, I think, like people have to be told not to drink motor oil, that kind of a thing. Where I think like it's like in the world where everything was still mysterious, there was like a greater level of intelligence, and now that they've cut half of the conversation out of the equation, where like the direct effect is like retardation, like in a broader spectrum of the bell curve.
Yeah, like with modern technology, and I'm thinking of like the iPad generation. I'm thinking that like a lot of the information is near your fingertips, whereas back in the day you sort of had to go out there and find it yourself. So when you're talking like with your physics professor, and he said like if you let go of this, the pendulum will swing away, but it won't all reach all the way back to you. That was a physical demonstration, but like they may not even care to watch that because you know Bluey's on, and that's the priority, not like I'm looking for information about the world. I'm looking for entertainment.
Oh yeah, well I think people have always. I don't know. I think there was like I was just thinking about this in my head, kind of off a tangent, but like just the idea that that little window of time, like since from the moon landing until like the personal computer, you know what I mean? Like there was like a window of like just complete fucking indoctrination, you know? Like there's like because there was no answer to like like now we have like computers and shit and everyone can go online and look at how fake the moon landing looks and like and pick apart the photos and run them through photo fucking shop detectors and shit. So you see like even the pictures on the NASA websites have been doctored with Photoshop and everything's all fucking bullshit. Like I mean, all of that, it's like a weird little reaction to that window of indoctrination. I know it's on a tangent to what you're talking about, but I just find it interesting that, like, because in one sense, you're right. Like back then, you did have to go search for it, and you did have, like, if you were interested in it, and people had to be smarter and use the Dewey Decimal System to find out if James Earl Jones was really in that movie. But like, the thing is yeah, and you're right too. Like we've got the library. I've always said the Library of Alexandria at your fingertips. You got fucking
But
like
it's shit now.
like the age of information is here. Like that's why like it's like for all the retards that go watching Kim Kardashian music videos or something. There's people out here that are like still trolling for truth.
Yeah, and like the history books, you'd have one nation writing their story and another nation writing theirs, and you could go to war memorials in Japan and just see how they've written on the plaques the story slightly differently than what the Americans would have written on their plaques. Like, it's just an interesting thing that the same events happened, but they're being recorded with a sort of flavor to each side of the story.
Yeah, no doubt. I just think like the flat Earth thing is like so. Like, just to get back to the point of like, there's no proving this. Outside of like some third party political agency. You know what I mean? Like, so like, for those of us who are being honest about the matter, like the Globers who don't really bring in that information, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of Globers that they don't use those arguments, you know what I mean, as proofs, which is respectable from a flat Earth side because you're going to go back to like, I'll always appreciate the Globers that are like, we don't need the space programs. We can prove it because we measured this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Like, that's respectable. Whereas some people are just like, duh, look at this picture. And I just think that debate will always be when it is contained to what we can do ourselves, it's unanswerable. There's always gonna it's either side is it's impossible to prove the position. It's never ending. This is like the coolest conversation in the world.
Yeah,
Because like,
someone somewhere will doubt the evidence that I gathered myself. So it's like, yeah, we got guys who are surveyors who are very confident in how they
oh no,
know.
check it.
How
It's not the
reflection-
hold on. It's not the information that we're doubting that I think flat earthers are doubting. It's not the information. It's the conclusion. Do you know what I mean? It's not the information. It's the fucking conclusion about the observation. So it's got nothing to do with like doubting your measurements. Just put it out there. You know what I mean?
Right, right. So when the
Second that
surveyors
motion.
are saying Yeah, like when the surveyors like are saying like over the distance of 27 miles, only the first like 100 really meters mattered to the heat gradient. Like, what do you do with that information now that they've described it to you?
Well, you have to make sure they're accounting for everything. Temperature, pressure, humidity. They just assume, like in the standard refraction model, like they're not even taking into account the temperature gradients. They're assuming a set temperature, and temperature is actually one of the most important things when it comes to terrestrial refraction. And warmer air underneath colder air would cause things to appear shorter over different distance. And as we see in the lower atmosphere, if you just go look at any atmospheric temperature model, you have warmer air underneath colder air, and they're like, definitely not taking it all into account. Definitely not measuring it. They're assuming 7/6R. I think it should be the other way around, because they say that because of refraction it looks flatter, and so that doesn't make any sense to me, because based on basic atmospheric measurements of the temperature gradients and pressure and humidity, taking all that into account, you should see things look shorter over distance. Is my argument, and
I
so
think I can help you with that. So, do you get the idea of Snell's law is saying that light will bend towards the denser medium?
yeah.
So, where is the denser medium in the vertical column of air?
It depends on the temperature, pressure, and humidity, because you can have a lower density near the surface if it's being heated by convection.
Right. So hot will generally be
Maybe.
high pressure, and high pressure will generally be lower down near
Yeah,
the
lower
Earth's
down.
surface, right? It'll both be like both will be highest, lowest, correct? Temperature and
Yeah,
pressure
so
drop with altitude.
they say the density is higher near the ground, because like the pressure gradient. But actually, in the atmosphere, if you have higher temperatures, that can actually lower the pressure, and this can actually make at the very least near the surface lower, because of the amount of heating from solar radiation and convection.
Why is heat lowering the pressure? To me, every time you heat something, you increase the pressure.
No, because it's going to be expanding. That's in a closed
Yeah,
environment.
eggs. Think of it like a
Closure.
sunny day. Think of it like a sunny day versus a what do you call it? A cloudy day, right?
So
It's gonna be
heat,
less pressure on
heat
a
can
nice day.
actually lower the pressure.
Heat doesn't lower the
What?
pressure, it lowers the density.
Well, I've heard it can lower the pressure as well. Let me double check. Yeah, I'm like
No.
90% sure. In a contained system, it wouldn't change it, but you have the air expanding, and you have less air, since it is expanding in a location, and so that would like
We
lower the
can.
pressure.
Why that then goes against what I said, where pressure and temperature are highest, lowest. In that, if all other things are equal, the temperature will drop as you go up, such that if you get to the tippy top of a sufficiently high mountain, it will always be covered in snow. It will not have an opportunity to be green and cold. And the green, warm. The greenest, warmest lands are closest to zero elevation above mean sea level. So I don't think it really makes sense to say, oh, pressure not necessarily because it's expanding.
In an open system like the atmosphere, higher temperatures generally lead to lower pressure at the surface. And it says when air is heated, it expands and becomes less dense, causing it to rise and reducing the pressure at ground level.
Right. So it rises and the pressure gradient stays pretty much the same, with it being 14.7 at the bottom and decreasing with altitude. Because hot air is going to excite and then erupt out, but it goes straight up, and then other air comes in to fill it. The wind moves towards the high pressure cell.
I thought wind moves towards the low
I'll
pressure.
share this with you. Maybe that'll help.
That's what I thought until like 2 weeks ago as well. I was like, oh, low pressure cell because it's got low pressure.
Yeah, it's pressure.
Either way, it doesn't
sorry,
really matter
maybe
about
I've got
the
back to
what
front.
matters is the
Sorry,
density.
I meant the heat. The heat causes low pressure.
Exactly. So the density is what matters the most with diffraction, and so you have a lower density with higher temperature. That's going to greatly outweigh the pressure gradient, because if the pressure gradient's always the same, the temperature gradient heavily outweighs, like, think about, like, why would we see any sort of, like, skunk bay time-lapse refraction where things move up and down? Because like, if it was just pressure and pressure's consistent, then it would be the same.
Sure. Well, pressure varies with temperature. Where would you say is the greatest pressure? Down near the surface or up high?
I mean, generally pressure is going to increase as you decrease in altitude.
Right. So
But
if
that's a
Snell's
low
law
bearing.
holds true, what that means is light will generally bend towards that lower pressure zone. What I'd
No,
agree
the
with is
temperature is
when
going to
you're
be more important than pressure when it comes to terrestrial refraction. And
why?
I can well, I
It
kind of
directly
just
correlates with pressure. It only indirectly correlates with temperature.
I can give you quotes from papers that talk about it. The temperature is actually the temperature gradient is the most important thing with refraction.
But
Terrestrial
refraction
refraction.
is a function of pressure.
No, it's a function of
Density.
density.
Right.
Yeah, so the vertical temperature gradient
You're
is the
right,
most
actually.
important
Okay.
thing.
So if the greatest pressure is at the bottom, where would we expect the light to bend?
Well, as I just mentioned, the pressure, from my understanding, can be lowered because of high temperatures, but also you're not taking to the whole thing into account. It's like an oversimplification fallacy, because there's more than one thing than just pressure. If it was a very steady, even temperature, then obviously, yeah, light would be bending downward. But that's
Okay.
not
And where's so the
reality.
greatest pressure is found downwards? Where's the greatest temperature found?
Also on the ground, which would
Okay.
kind of oppose the pressure in terms of determinant density.
They're both
Yeah.
pulling the light down though, right? If the greater
No.
temperature is at the surface.
No, greater temperature is going to lower the density. And so while pressure would make like the more dense region at the bottom, the temperature gradient of being warmer at the surface would make, lower the density overall near the surface.
Yeah, I think you might need to redo the work on that.
No, I'm 100% sure.
Right. That's what I think it might be the problem though.
Okay, do you want me to
Because what-
cite you some papers and let you look over it? You can ask you, Bill.
Sure,
if
yeah,
he's,
yeah. Like what I would
intellectually honest.
agree with is if you're looking very close to the surface, right? If the person's viewing height and their target height are close to zero sea level, you'll get all sorts of weird stuff happening, right? You'll get upwards refraction, you'll also have the standard reflection that makes the ball look a bit bigger.
Yeah, the standard thing you see with a hot road, you see that wavy stuff close, but once
Yeah.
you're above that, it's not really happening at all.
And so if you get out of that very turbulent zone and generalize the atmosphere by taking yourself 100 feet or more, let's go 100 meters off the ground, then even though your sight line still goes down to that hazy lower area, it's only cutting through it for a short bit. So any refraction is going to be minimized. And then I think you find a very consistent temperature gradient and pressure gradient and refraction coefficient. And if those things are true, then I think your conclusion that you're 100% on needs reworking.
Okay, look, I'm gonna give you this paper real quick, okay? It talks about how the vertical temperature gradient is the predominant factor. And let's see. And you can just look up yourself how higher temperatures affect density, and you'll
Sure,
come
but
to
what I'm saying is if I just stipulate to both of those, then the question is, does the refraction coefficient bear out what I'm saying? Because for you, it would need to bend light up, right?
Yep.
So does it bend light up if you're above 100 meters?
Well, I'd have to get the vertical temperature gradient at 100 meters and plug that in.
Sure.
Here's another paper. Are you looking in the chat, by the way? Am I putting the right one? I might not even be putting it in the
I'm
right
not
chat.
putting it in the omnipresence text chat.
Oh, darn it. Hold on. Yeah, but if you assume a standard temperature, you're definitely not going to be accounting for reality. And
Well,
look at their
I think you're
equations
going to
on.
find that temperature drops pretty steadily, same as pressure.
I mean, not necessarily, but even with that, if the pressure drops steadily and the temperature increases steadily, then they just counteract each other.
Right, but then the question is, does the refraction coefficient bear that out? Does it show a vertical, does it show a drop or a curve up?
Yep, that's exactly what we need to figure out. And apparently the temperature is much more important than the slight change. The pressure gradient is actually really slight. It's not like some crazy pressure gradient.
100 meters to sea level.
Much less profound than the temperature gradient. The pressure gradient is very minute, very, very easy to overthrow. That's why in temperature like changes you can see such crazy refraction, because the pressure means freaking diddly squat.
Guys got me downloading barometer apps and shit. Fuck.
You're welcome. 1979, right.
It's cool. My buddy used to have like the sea one, like the ship ones on the wall. Those are they're fun, dude. Barometers are
My
pretty
folks
cool,
have
man.
got one of those on their wall.
Did you get my DMX?
Yeah, I'm just sorting it
Yeah, I
out.
prefer when people DM me stuff, like, because then I can like have it and like find it. So I'll just start DMing it to people.
Right, having a little look into that temperature gradient, they're talking about a temperature gradient from the Earth up to like 28 kilometers in the air.
What are you talking about? In that last paper?
Right, so it's talking about terrestrial photogrammetry. So I think that's using photographs, I'm assuming from a satellite.
Yep.
In order to sort of map the Earth and talking about refraction going through it. Pressure, T is the temperature.
And the one that I'm reading briefly is the temperature gradient at places is like 6 degrees per 1,000 meters. So I definitely think this is like an atmospheric gradient from like sea level up until the stratosphere.
I'm also wondering
But
what's the
near the
effect of
surface is
shooting
actually a
pretty much
more
straight
profound
down.
gradient because of the solar radiation heating up the surface. So they're not really accounting for that. And most observations are on the surface looking at other things on the surface, or like, within feet or whatever of the surface, tens of feet. And so there's a really profound gradient near the surface in particular that they're negating. And other people that have actually measured the surface gradient have said that with these temperature gradients, like I can reference you them, with these temperature gradients, you can expect to see a negative refractive coefficient. That's the paper I gave Shibu.
Okay, so that's the bit of working that's more interesting, because I'm not getting how this, as I'm reading it, connects to what you're saying, because this seems just, if it's photogrammetry, shooting straight down from a satellite, obviously there's problems there, but we don't need to go into the satellites
But
thing.
in there it mentions about the vertical temperature gradient.
Isn't that taking
like
that
in that paper?
But what I'm saying is, isn't that 90 degrees from the observation you're talking about?
Yeah, but they're still still considering the temperature, which is why I gave the paper. Because they're
right, but they're looking at it top down, correct? And we're looking at it.
It doesn't matter. They still
horizontally.
reference the temperature gradient in the paper, but it's okay. I'll find
Sure.
another one. Look, I'll give you another one. It's okay. I'm not even sure where the quote came from in the paper, but yeah. So give me 1 second. I'm trying to grab something out of my bag.
Just because this going top down is going to go through every layer.
Yeah.
And I imagine
And so
the
they
math
need to
going
measure.
vertically through every layer is very different through a sight beam that will never go through some of the layers, right? We'll start at a height and get lower and lower and lower.
Gotcha. Yeah, the purpose of it was to look at people who've measured the layers and referenced the layers. And so that is kind of, and then also them mentioning like how the vertical gradient of temperature is the predominant factor in refraction. That's the quote in the paper that I was trying to get you to find, but I'll go and either look for it or give you another one. The one that like
Sure.
directly
Because
quotes.
if it's top down, then I would expect, yeah, sure, temperature could well be different, because even if it's going upwards as a cloud, that's going to have more effect, whereas the pressure is going to be stratified horizontally to that. They're going to be going 90 degrees from one another. So I'm not sure about it. I can't fully tell, but it seems like this might be looking at a different thing to conclude that.
It's just
Because
it's
what it would be saying
looking
is,
at the yeah, it's actually just atmospheric conditions and the temperature gradient in and of itself was the purpose of me giving you the paper, because that's kind of what's
sure,
in discussion. Not many people have went out and just said, okay, let me just measure the gradients like in detail from the ground up. I mean, so it's kind of hard to
exactly.
find that in particular, but yeah, I'll get you one that
Because
does
this would
reference
throw
it.
out 7/6R, right? It would throw out lots of things to do with how we use
7/6
sextants, to how
R.
we do
Yeah, that's been thrown out.
7/6.
Many papers talk about how that's not really accurate and how
Right, so that's perfect. So if you can get me one of those, then I think we're onto something, because what you're saying would overthrow this very simple rule of thumb that we've used for many years. And I
Yep.
would expect that to be in a paper talking specifically about 7/6R as a rule, not sort of backwards rationalizing how it might be affected from a paper about a completely unrelated topic. Because 7/6R is so used in science, I would expect there to be some really big papers, many papers speaking to its destruction.
Yeah, there's definitely some
So that's what the
I
one
don't
to
know in
present, I think.
particular on 7/6R, but that are on terrestrial refraction in particular.
Sure. Because 7/6R says we are on a ball that does have a radius, and if you treat that radius as 1 1/6, you'll get a pretty good measurement. So
Yeah.
if
I know you'll get
refraction
a
is
good
going
measurement.
up, it needs to be going at 6/6 up, right? To give us, or 7/6 up with an R somewhere. And that would be so fundamental science breaking. Wow, light actually refracts upwards. We wouldn't find out about it from some chap talking about satellites.
Yeah,
Well, you don't
because
have to be like rude about it, but yeah, I'll get you some.
No, I didn't mean that to be rude. What I mean
No, he's
is
making a great
paper-
point, actually.
the paper
Eggs is
would be
making a great-
focused on how this speaks to something, not like some guy tangentially talking about something else.
No, I got you, and I'm working on it at the moment. I just began.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
It's okay. I do have a quote. Local weather has a significant effect on vertical temperature gradients that are primarily responsible for atmospheric refractive effects. And the daytime spatial distribution of surface area temperature can be more complex because it is forced by solar irradiance, which depends directly on three-dimensionality of the topography with respect to solar zenith and azimuth angles. I'll get you this paper in the quote that I'm referencing from it.
But what we want to see is that the upward refraction, I think.
Oh, I do have a paper on it talked about that particular, no, well, kind of inadvertently, but it was talking about it was like oceanography from the Navy. It was like the graduate school for oceanography from the Navy, and they were going over like radio waves, which experience like the same refractive effects, but they are more susceptible to some sorts of refraction and less susceptible to others. But generally, the radio waves are going to be bending the same direction as light rays, and it literally had flat Earth. Like it said what direction the rays will be bending on each type of Earth, and it said flat Earth, and it said the rays will be bending upwards, and then they said, like, for the purposes of this course, we're going to be using a flat Earth model, and I have that as well, but give me a second, I'm going to send you this one first.
All right. I'm going to go on listen for a bit. I got to get set up.
When I was looking up, like when they were making the celestial navigation tables, I was thinking, well, there's got to be some math, and the 7/6R like might have been different on the day, where it could have been 8/7 or 6/5. So if they were experiencing different refractive indexes at the time. They could have just gone, I'm going to use chart A because the refraction looks bigger or lesser today, and I'll still be able to navigate. So conveniently, the guys who were doing the navigation didn't have to do as much math as the guys who made the tables.
Yeah, I think that actually this 7/6R, the 0.13 Gaussian refractive coefficient is actually valid. However, I think that we're getting that from backwards, like we're deriving it backwards. Like they're assuming curvature whenever they do their refractive calculations and stuff like that. And yeah. Okay, so hold on. With respect to height. Okay, so here's another one that talks about and I think I sent you eggshells the last one. Yeah. I sent you that one. And it talks about the wave passes through regions of atmospheric boundary layer, which displayed markedly different vertical temperature distributions. And the assumption of a near constant dN over dH, which is like the refractive index coefficient over the height, is not always valid. So they're assuming that is like a constant gradient. But this paper right here, that's actually the paper, one of the first ones I was giving you, was saying that it's not always valid. And I need to source this paper.
Yeah,
Because I think I
so
deleted it once. I put it in the wrong chat and we sent it to you.
I think, yeah, that the pressure is going to vary a lot, the general gist. Because so you're saying that light bends towards the cooler medium while also bending towards the higher pressure zone. Is that right?
So according to the papers I've read, mainly the temperature because the pressure change is so minute. But yeah, theoretically, if you were in like a perfect temperature gradient, like it'd be bending towards the more dense, the pressure that's higher, but it's so minuscule compared to temperature that yeah, it'd be bending towards the colder air.
So to bend up towards.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I found this picture, the ray depiction an Earth's surface. Can you believe that? Look, I'm going to share this one with you. It actually talks about a flat Earth, how it would be bending upwards. Here, maybe I'll put this one in the main chat too. I found this on my own, just researching refraction. It's so funny because it's like, oh, we're going to be using a flat Earth model for the purposes of this course. Okay, here's a screenshot and then the link.
Aha, there is a model.
Yep.
Scientists have got it.
It's your model.
I ain't no scientist.
Can you see that, eggshells, in the main chat?
Let me open it. I got it on my phone now.
And it goes through all the different refractive indexes. Like it goes through all the different temperature and pressure gradients like in the atmosphere, and it's literally covering refraction. However, this is referencing radio waves, but radio waves will bend the same way that the photon will.
I don't see it in the
So you can
text
use
chat.
this for the purpose of, huh?
I don't see it in the text.
Omnipassive text. Is it omnipassive text chat? Is that the right one?
Omnipresence text chat.
Oh man, golly, how do I keep doing that? This is the problem.
Golly.
Yeah, you put in the wrong text chat, Tyler.
Why do y'all have so many different text chats?
That's a good question as well. I'd give that a golly as well. I think it's so.
I think
endearing.
the passive has less traffic, so ironically, it was easy to find. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I put it in there.
Awesome, because I'm about to start making cocktails and stuff, so some people, turn up in 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
This is my first time actually using this source, so I'm proud I got to finally use it.
I love how it says if.
Love how it says if. No, nothing. The word if is banned verboten because QE said something about if, forgetting that the Black Swan proof starts with the word if.
Well, it's like it's a gesture, isn't it? If actual curvature.
The prepositional logic, isn't it called? Like if A, then B, if C, then D. You're testing two propositions.
Don't do the QE thing.
Now, why
Thanks.
would you say if though? Why wouldn't you just say the curvature? That's if you're talking about something
Does that
and
make
you're
more
talking
sense?
about curvature and it is a thing, you would put the curvature.
This is the Naval Postgraduate School Department of Oceanography. Did you look at the picture?
Just a sec. Coming. All right. Yeah, I've seen a picture.
Look at the flat Earth at the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, fun. So it shows it bending up.
If you click on the link, it goes through all the different atmospheric temperature gradients and stuff like that, and they explain like why. Except
So is it
inducting cases.
Except inducting cases. Yeah. So if that's showing that standard what's happening, that it's curving up to the temperature.
That would make things look shorter.
Yeah. And that has a bigger effect than the pressure
Well, this is
itself.
including pressure. This is including everything. This is looking at the way that the rays would curve, and pressure and temperature would play a role in that.
Would you say, like, when you say shorter, would you mean like squashed? Would they look like they've been squashed down?
It would be like I mean, yeah, I guess depending on like the type of like gradient and how profound it have different effects. I think it would give a bottom up disappearance effect, because the more dense like gradients, like you're not going to be able to see there at all, and it's going to be just like compressed. Just like you have things that elongated, because of refraction. It'd be like the opposite of that.
Globe Earth debunked, boys. Boom.
Get up.
No,
We need some funeral music.
If you can show a paper that says light refracts upwards, or light refracts into the colder temperature, and that has a greater effect than the pressure differential.
That stuff's like kind of common knowledge.
Well,
I
I'm
did
not
give
sure
you
it
some
is.
that said
To
that
me,
though.
pressure still equals density, right? You can't have a dense bit of gas without that gas also having pressure. So I don't.
Oh, look at.
I'm not sold on your reasoning.
Oh, you're not sold, eh? All
No,
right.
but
So,
if you found
did
the
you get the
paper,
one that talks
it was-
about how the temperature gradient is the predominant factor? Did I read that one to you? Do you need some more for
Yeah,
that one?
eggs, but playing golf on the moon is totally reasonable.
That's true.
Yeah.
You don't know how
if-
they got that club
if
there.
there's a paper saying light bends up or bends into, is that light, because what we've told about with the what's his name again? Moore's law, is that it? No. Snell's law about light bending towards a more dense medium. I'm just saying pressure equals density. That's what density means, the amount of gas molecules. So what Taylor is saying no, but it's affected by temperature such that it curves towards the cooler medium towards coldness, i.e. bends up. And that temperature, wanting to go towards cool, has a greater effect than
You're scrambling.
Yeah, real quick, just as a thought,
pressure down the bottom. And I'm not convinced that higher density equals lower temperature.
You're scrambling.
Well, I think. Yeah, also, eggs, think of it like this. It makes me think of you guys' argument about gas pressure and containment or whatever. The idea of like that the molecules, they don't necessarily need the ground to be bouncing off of. Maybe.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's just they're just pressing off of each other's. So like that pressure has nothing to do with gravity or the
It's
density.
like the pressure. The pressure gradient is so minuscule that a vertical temperature gradient is really what you need to calculate refraction. And I'm going to share with you another paper right now that says exactly that. Okay. From this equation, it is apparent that the knowledge of the prevailing vertical temperature profile is all that is required for determination of the refractive angle, AB. And I'm going to give you a link.
What do you reckon, eggshells? Would you consider these like proverbial nails in your coffin?
Say again?
Would you
It's okay,
consider
don't
these as supposed
be
nails
too
in the
hard on them.
coffin?
What's the supposed nail in the coffin? If Taylor finds a paper saying light refracts upwards, yeah, that'd be a
I
massive
just
kick in
did.
the teeth of the.
You don't believe the Department of
Yeah, I
Oceanography?
haven't. I'm still cleaning my house. I got guests on their way. I'll definitely take a look at it, but I'm.
You Airbnb in?
He's asking me how I will feel if I've read it and it says that, and I think it'll kick massive dent
No,
into the
eggs will,
globe.
eggs will find a way to twist that onto a globe proof.
Yeah,
I just don't think it'll
he's
play
on the
light
globe
things up.
here.
I think
Don't worry, don't you worry about it.
when
He
I
hasn't
dig in
figured
there,
that out yet. But it's like,
they'll
it's
be
funny,
like,
eggs.
it's true,
It
but I mean,
makes
I'm
you
not
think of
looking.
like,
He's
well,
just got
eggs,
to
it
do a
makes you
bit
think of,
cleaning.
It's like 7 out of the like 8 references are towards the globe, and you've picked the one at the very bottom that says this is how refraction works on flatness, therefore flat Earth is true. I just can't see how that's
Even in the globe. Okay, look, let me give
no,
you
it's
one
just
then.
evidence for it. It's just evidence for it. That's all. And so, like, you know,
what I think it might be is backwards. So my current working suspicion, although I haven't looked into it yet, is that it will say this is what it appears to be doing, but if you treat Earth as flat, then you can treat the radio waves as if they are curving up, and that will give you like a slightly easier to work with result, because you just go, what's my mean sea level, what's the transmitter tower's mean sea level, and I don't need to go, what's the radius of Earth, and how do I 7/6R that? You can just go, I'll treat it as if that's my guess. But you know,
I just sent it to you. This is from
plotting the picture.
This is from a Glober's perspective, and even with their method, even with their calculation, it's saying that you would have a negative refractive index near the surface. Okay. Oh, and I just shared it with you, and I'll put it in the chat. It says, over the day, the sun radiation is being absorbed by the Earth's surface. The warm terrain, in turn, heats up the lowest atmospheric layers, resulting in negative vertical temperature gradients and turbulent motions of air. Negative vertical temperature gradients meaning it gets cold as you go in elevation, up in elevation. Okay, which are known to the geodetic practitioner as image dancing or scintillation. For example, a gradient of negative 0.5 Kelvin per meters derived from practical temperature measurements by Hennies 2006 translates to a local refraction coefficient of negative 2.9. This would be concave. Compared to the Gaussian value of 0.13, which is like the 7/6R, this describes not only a stronger but also a concave curvature of the path of light, i.e., opposite to Earth's curvature. And I put that, it's in your DMs right now with the link. So it talks about how the sun is heating up the surface. These hotter airs are actually resulting in a concave path of light.
right,
and that's
this
exactly
is the
what you
argument,
asked for.
This is the argument Globers use to say that like something is coming above the horizon, like rising above the. No.
Listen, it's weird, but actually light concaving upwards make things appear shorter. I know it's crazy. You're gonna have to look at like a drawing to understand it. Well, I understood it after looking at it, but that's just what it is. Because basically, if you're looking at an object and the light rays are curving up, then where would you have to look to be able to see that object? Like through a tube, you'd have to look like downwards and it appear like lower. That's the only way I can describe it over the, over Discord like that. But
yeah, I mean, posting links privately is interesting, but we're kind of all here, and when it was quite helpful to read your sources when you link them in the Omni passive text. So
okay, I'll do both. Yeah, I meant to. Hold on, let me do both because I like putting them in DMs because they can reference them later and I can reference them later. But let me see. I've already actually posted this one in here, but let's see. I'm posting it right now. Did y'all get the one with the Department of Oceanography talking about the light rays bending upwards on the flat Earth? Yeah, and it's so funny. At the end of it, it says that most of the displays used for this course use a flat Earth assumption. That's the Navy. Can you believe? Anyway, that's side note. Continue.
They're like in those files what have been accessed with FOIA about NASA, how they always assume you're on a flat plane. And there's references to the Navy doing the exactly same.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on this topic, but I've been researching this. I got pressure, temperature, and humidity sensors sitting outside right now, taking measurements. That's not, it's kind of
I was
funny.
down by the sea yesterday, and it was the same day as the day before. You couldn't see more than 50 meters. It was so crazy, and the waves. So the pressure must have been doing something, because the waves. Yesterday it was like the day before, it was dead flat, and the next day you could actually. There was an actual surfer there surfing.
Hold on. Did you see my reference eggshells? It literally said exactly what you asked for.
I think he ran away.
No way. Eggshells never runs away. Did he really?
He did
What?
mention that he was preparing for some guests. So
Yeah, but I wouldn't
Very
run away right
convenient.
after. Okay, whatever.
he said been saying that for the last like 30 minutes. That hang on guys, I'm just cleaning up. Hang on guys, this. So
But he could have
it's been
said
happening.
bye. I would
He'll
say
probably
whenever
come.
I
He'll
was
probably come.
debating with somebody had to leave, I said, "Okay, hold on, I have to leave now. Like I'm leaving."
Nah, if he had guests come over, he's probably like he's probably. Remember, he's a closet flat earther.
Okay, I'm not getting on to him. It's okay. It's good.
You know, he can't.
I
He's not
think
going to
he's
save
going to
his
be
friend.
punching away on AI.
I love
Back with
eggs.
rebuttal.
Eggs
Come
is
back
good.
with rebuttal.
Yeah, eggs is good though.
But
It's good to
was
have
he
that.
here when I read that out though? Exactly what he asked for?
I
Darn
think
it.
it's telling, even when they're talking about if. So you assume you're on a flat Earth to take the measurements or to describe what's happening, and then it's like everything else is if curvature.
Well, you know what gets me is like it's like when you start studying sailing. Like this thing, I love. Great find, Taylor. Like all these maps are going to be used like using the flat Earth model or whatever it is. Like
Yeah.
if you start studying like sailing, you know what I mean? Like it's like every fucking one of them says that like you're going to treat the Earth as though it's flat, and it's only like the anti-flat earthers that come in and say, "No, they don't say that." But it's like if you watch even like every fucking sailing video made after 2015 has the caveat that like, but it's not a proof of the flat Earth, guys. You know, but they always say like, but we're gonna treat the Earth as flat.
He probably went to
I-
get shoe bill.
I've done
No,
two
eggs is good
sailing
money.
courses.
Eggs is busy.
I've done two
Okay.
sailing courses, and it's just plot A to B.
Right. Like,
There's
well, first off, dude, I'm amazed, and this is something just I've always been blown away with, is in plain sailing navigation, they treat 600 nautical miles as flat. So, like, 600 nautical miles isn't just 1 degree of arc. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
they
it's like
tell you.
600 fucking nautical miles is like a lot of degrees of arc. Like, you're not mapping, like, the stars, the idea that the stars conflate with to just abandon the whole notion of curvature to navigate 600 miles. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, they tell you that you can do plane trigonometry and a
Right.
sextant. You need a
But
good side picture.
Ruhif did a whole video like trying to counteract that point. Like Ruhif did like some whole video, and he was like, like what was he like a mile off the calculations? And you figure you're gonna like anyone who actually sails, like you're gonna be checking your shit every
Yeah,
fucking
you don't sail a
right.
big
You don't
long
just get a
distance.
heading and like stick to it kind of a thing. Like
You
I mean, I
would
guess
know.
you could, but like but I mean, like you're gonna check your shit, like and if you were out of like I don't know, 600 miles is a long distance.
It's quite a long drive.
It's 10 degrees. So if you have your own protractor and go from 0 to 10, that's basically like what it is.
Yeah, but when you don't just do one star, say like if you were sailing at night, you wouldn't just take one star. You'd take maybe 3.
Correct. And like every like 15 minutes ago, you check again, and that restarts your next guess for the next 10 degrees. But
Or you could
if you're
use your you could use your element. And
Yeah.
Well, hold on. That's our point is that it's a moot point to say that anyone's calculating for curvature when they're like, or ever did when they were sailing, because like you're so often checking your you know what I mean, like your position of stars. It's weird how it is so
and how
fucking
they,
weird.
the
Well,
math
Anvil said
behind those
yesterday.
tables included that 6/7 radius, and that means the Earth appears like 1/7 larger than it should because of the atmosphere, and that's all within the dip angles.
Well,
What?
look,
Right, but
you
that
said
doesn't explain away 600 nautical miles.
no.
What'd you say? I missed the dip angle thing.
Also, the dip angle thing is so retarded because it's just the height of you off your boat. It's so stupid. Like it's
That's
like
actually
literally
incorrect, because the simplification is like this particular number
Oh, and the
divided by
boat.
the
Is that
height.
what we're gonna?
Yeah, because like if you look at the
Hold on, hold on. Is that
navigation,
your point of contention? Hold on, is that your point of contention with what I just said?
yeah, the height is a different number than that dip angle.
It's so nitpicky, Doug. Yeah, I get it. Like, you know, I'm just saying the height of you off your boat plus the boat. Is that your point of contention? The height
No,
of
the
you.
dip angle isn't the height of the observer. You have a separate number for the height of observer and a separate number for the dip angle. Like you don't say height plus height. You're going
No,
height
no.
plus dip angle below the horizon. That's what the dip angle's for.
Right, but your dip angle is based off of the altitude of the observer off of the ground, right?
Yeah, they include that. But what I was trying to explain is that you know, in basic temperature gradients, you would see drop over distance. Like just that you can predict and model out and say, yeah, this would happen over flat Earth. Either way, you just have to get the temperature gradients to test it. That's what I was just showing them.
Yeah, the dip angle argument too was like so silly to me, anyway. I don't know, but yeah, no, I get it.
Because the
Yeah,
height
Taylor,
of
great find.
This is the
Great
thing.
find.
They would rather argue over the width of a hair to bolster their argument.
But that isn't the same thing. Like you're calling the dip angle the height, and that whole like equation behind like what they did while navigating was using a table of dip angles, multiplying that or dividing it by their like height above the water, and then figuring that out to the star. Like you can't just say the dip angle is the height when it isn't.
If you're measuring or you're taking a star, for instance, does it matter if you're above the water or on the water? Why would you take that angle as anything? You're talking about millions of miles away, and you're talking about the height of someone.
Yeah, the dip angle is for where the star would be.
That's not even going to
above the
register. Imagine that. That's not even going to register. That's why I'm talking about splitting a hair. You're talking about you're splitting a hair.
I think what he's getting into though is so like because I was just looking up like you're talking about the refers to the angle between the Earth's magnetic field lines in a horizontal plane. Like, 'cause, you know, it's a measurement used to describe the direction of the Earth's magnetic field, because that's another definition of the dip angle, in particular to location. Like, but the dip angle, as far as like what I was, because dip angle is also a calculation when you're taking a reading for a sextant in regards to your height off of the boat. So we're kind of arguing past each other depending on what you're arguing about. So what do you mean by dip angle? Because if we're talking about height off the boat, we got this covered already. We just said like it's the height plus the boat. That is the dip angle that you would calculate reading a sextant measurement. But if you're going to talk about like magnetic fields, you know what I mean?
The dip angle is actually a calculation that takes the curvature into consideration.
Right, but when we're hold on, but we were just talking about navigating with the stars, right? So like, the point is that And that, like, if you're going to try to, like, no one's calculating, that's not what you're going to find in the farmers or the the farmers, the almanac, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be about your dip angle that they're referring to is your literal height off the boat, etc., plus the boat. But like, and that's what you have to calculate and then put that into their measurements. Now, if like you're talking about like, I don't know what dip angle are we talking about, because like dip angle regarding magnetic whatever is not something you're going to be concerned with when you're taking a measurement to a
Well,
solid
you know what
using
it
a
is?
sextant.
It's
You
just
can
the
have a
bulk of
dip
the
over a flat
maths.
Earth.
It's
Well,
just the
no,
bulk
but
of the
dip, right?
maths.
Regardless, like
In London, it's 60 degrees, which is a circle. It's going to be, could say it's a circle, and then it will, in Quito, in Ecuador, it's 0. So it's just another. It's because you've got a compass which should be really working on flattening. You have to put a dip angle in because, like, obviously you're going around the curve. It just makes sense in their maths.
Yeah, because
no, it's just two
they're
different
using
uses
real
of it.
measurements with real sailing ships. So the dip angle was this particular number, 0.0293 multiplied by the square root of the height. So no, the height wasn't the angle. It was part of the equation in deriving the angle.
So it's
So what is that in
the degrees
reality? You're talking maths. So what is
equals
the
arctan
actual
of the vertical
measurement?
displacement over the horizontal displacement. So you put in the change in elevation or height that you're changing, and then the horizontal or the horizontal displacement is a distance measured along the horizontal. Sorry, the horizontal. So this would just depend on like how high you are off the ground, right? And this would determine like wouldn't the horizon drop? Isn't that what the argument is?
Well, there's two definitions of the term. So the term can be used in regards to a sextant. It's the height, like you're talking about. In regards to like looking at I'm guessing like looking at like charting a map or something like that. Maybe you'd have to consider a dip angle in regards to your magnetic reading with the compass.
Is this
Yeah,
for celestial navigation?
Yeah, well, both of them kind of could
both
be.
of them.
But like celestial navigation would be more the sextant thing, and kind of what we're getting to is like the idea of the practical use of it and what would be a dip. That's what I was referring to, and like, but when somebody starts using the term dip angle, I mean, I guess you have to really parse out which one you're referring to.
Yeah, this is for sextants. This is for navigation. So when they're talking about the angle, it's equal to a particular number multiplied by the square root of h. That other number isn't the height, so it's including the height, multiplying the square root of that height by a particular number. And I had a look into how they are deriving that number, and it's similar to like the ratio of the radius of Earth to the radius of the refraction. So it all just comes back to circles again. And then after you've like divided the radius by another radius, you get that very small number, 0.02 whatever for that particular star.
Because the maths is geometry. You have to have circles. It's going to be. So look, I don't know this, but I'm guessing in the southern hemisphere it's minus 60. If it's like 60 degrees in London, 0 at the equator, it's got to be minus 60 southern hemisphere, no?
Correct. Yeah. So your positive would be north, the equator would be 0, and south would be negative. You're quite right. So in where I live, it's negative 27 below the equator. You're quite right.
So when you've got your longitude lines, how come it kind of works like latitude lines? So how comes? What's the reason? I know what the reason is, but why wouldn't it work like longitude and have? Because it seems like equal distance. You're 0 at the equator. Then as you go up, you're 60 degrees, and if you go south, you're 60 minus.
For the longitude, the 0 starts at the Greenwich Mean Time. So that would go from the North Pole through Greenwich to the south. And so the positive direction you could say is east, and you'd go plus 10 degrees, plus 20 degrees, plus 180 degrees. Now, you could treat going left as going negative 10 degrees, negative 20. So you'd have 180 degrees of Earth to your left and 180 degrees to your right, or you could continue going right and treat it as a full 360 degrees.
Issa, what did Ruhif say he was out? 10 degrees.
I don't even know. Like not even like a mile, or like he was within 5 miles.
Oh, okay.
Like within like a mile, I think, actually. Because I remember he was surprised it was close. But that was like a straight heading. You know what I mean? Like just one thing.
No one sails like on a curve. You plot A to B, straight line, as the crow flies. That's why you got crow's nest. Do you know that? That's very telling on the old galleon. You had it's called the crow's nest because they would look and they would release a crow for the crow to fly to the nearest land, and it would go from A to B straight.
Or a great circle.
Maybe look into crow's nest. Why it's called the crow's nest. It's a good story. Very interesting.
Yeah, I love all the lore, especially boats and like sailing.
Yeah. Yeah, the crow's nest is the thing where they would release the crow because it would fly to the nearest dry land, and it doesn't. Crows just don't fly in a curve. They're actually flying. I would imagine they have some kind of. I think pigeons are known to have some kind of. They have some sensory thing which is, tapped into their electromagnetism. I can't remember how because you can take a pigeon, take it anywhere, and it will just fly A to B back home. And there is incidents.
You got to train them or something, though. I think they do
you
train.
can even map them because they're tagged, but the map is kind of weird. I think they've adopted that they're on a globe, so now they don't. But you could map them before, and they just fly A to B. They take them to France, and they go boom straight back to the place. And because they're under race conditions, you can't cheat. Because that is when you get the bird. You have to make the recording of them coming home. It's registered.
Morning.
Dawn, do you want to join in the death of the globe?
Everything you said about crows and stuff, and everything Isa said about the miles, can all work on a globe, and a Blake Anvil tried to explain it to you.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? They want to use the flat Earth model, assuming if there's curvature, but we'll use the flat Earth model to take your measurements.
Yeah, but they sent crows out, and when the crow came back, they could tell, oh, that's definitely a curved Earth.
No.
Yeah, you know what I was looking up?
Tell me how they
Stop,
tell me how they did that.
Stop, Schlitzy, stop trying to answer Don's questions.
No, I was going to say, let him explain it, how they did that.
Oh, God.
It's a fake anecdote. I made it up like you did.
I didn't.
Of course you did, or else I wouldn't have made mine up.
Take your skirt off, Dawn, please. You're acting like a girl.
That was awesome, dude. Yeah, wait, hold on. So, I was looking up some shit. Dawn's a cross-dresser. The original stormtrooper. Fucking, like I was looking up Marconi, and like Marconi sent like the, what's interesting is like his patents were all from like Tesla. Tesla tried to sue him, didn't have the money for it, whatever. Anyway, fucking, when they did their test of sending a radio signal, I guess from the U.S. to England, or what was it? Where was that? Yeah, I think that's what it was, right? When they did that, they had no idea of the ionosphere, like, you know what I mean? So they were like sending signals in their heads, I think, across a flat plane.
Yeah, we have in the UK. I remember I used to go on a train and we used to come past something and it was in Chelmsford. Marconi had one of their top officers there. I don't know what the significance is, but I always used to look at the building. The building's like Art Deco, so it's like a 1920s, 1930s building. So it's there from maybe the very start.
Yeah, it was from sent the first radio transmission across the Atlantic Ocean, from Cornwall, England, to St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Did it say where it was from? Say it again.
It was from Poldhu, Cornwall.
Yeah, it's
Poldhu.
How are you spelling it?
Poldhu, Cornwall,
Yeah,
England.
Poulton. Yeah, do you know why? You're basically on as it goes down to Land's End, it's down there, so it makes sense to do the ping from there.
Yeah, but yeah, they
And
had no idea of the ionosphere. Like the
and they're
ionosphere
going
wasn't
towards
even.
America, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
actually to Canada. Well, yeah, to Canada, but
yeah.
America, North America, but like to Canada. Which I didn't know. I didn't know it to Canada. But yeah, it was like, they didn't even know what the ionosphere was when he did that.
Yeah, it's built
It's
in
so funny too. Like,
1895.
it's so funny that there's like. Oh, sorry.
No, it's just
Like
saying that building. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good, brother. I'm sorry. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna make I just find it interesting that they have like, they have this like thing that they shoot radio waves off of in the sky. You know what I mean? But it's like there's no way there's a dome. You know, like they literally shoot fucking rays off of this thing up in the sky.
Yeah, look,
but then insist that it's not some kind of containment or anything.
Yeah, look, his name was William Marconi. Guillermo.
They call it Guillermo.
Yeah. In Spanish, it's Guillermo, for sure. So this is a Italian guy, built 1899, claim to fame, world's first purpose-built radio, manufacturing wireless telegraphy, radio equipment, early experiments and broadcast, and it goes to the BBC, which I think they still do that from the BBC. Yeah. Going back to the crow's nest, let's have a look at the crow's nest. It originates from the Vikings, apparently had caged crows or ravens on board in fog, or when lost, they would release the bird. It would fly directly straight towards land. They would have more than one.
I can't help but to think of like a Monty Python skit. Like being in like, well, how many crows do we have left?
I love the parrot one. Remember the parrot one? He's dead. No, he ain't. He's stunned.
I forget that. It's funny. I forget so many of their bits. But yeah, in the shop.
No, but yesterday I was on here.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. I was on here yesterday, and all the Globers, they're the same. You know, like in the Life of Brian, when they're going to stone someone, and they go, "There's no women here, is there?" And all the women go, "No." Then they go, "No, no, 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 no." And when I said something, that was exactly what it was like. No, 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 no. No, it's crazy. I think the guy, Anvil, was talking to me about, what were you talking to me about yesterday? Stellar Parallax, wasn't it? Oblate Anvil? Or has he disappeared?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just talking about parallax in general. So you can use parallax to stars, you can use parallax to trees. So it's like a added context of like what we're using parallax to describe. In this case, it was stellar parallax, and then
Why did
how
everyone
that.
keep butting in, do you think?
I think I don't know, but our conversation was going well. Had a valid analogy for once, um, you know, and for some reason, some guy thought like, "How old are you?" was a valid comment to make, and I thought that was not helpful.
The guy who'd been drinking, obviously, because he couldn't shut his mouth, could he?
Yeah, and we discussed like his point of view, and what about six of us Globers thought was like he's saying that like somewhere deep inside people believe the globe but are lying, but we were saying no. Instead, like if you were given a whole bunch of information and believed that through that filter, that's just honestly believing the filter. And like 7 out of 8 people, that the same guy you were talking to bring up your age, thought differently than this guy who thought it was appropriate to mention your age and like how much life you've been exposed to. And it happened to Jin as well. So
I loved it,
like,
though. How old did you think I was?
over 20. That's all he could say.
I love it. It's like 40 years less than I am.
So it's a comment that wasn't related to what you've been basing your experience or your thought process on. It was just saying, yeah, he himself would have been given information over the course of his life, and he would have trusted that information, and it just so happened to be true. Where if you've gone and looking to stellar parallax and you had an idea of that, we're trying to figure out whether that had a good foundation or a false foundation. And thankfully this time I gave a good metaphor which helped you made progress. Yeah.
You know, look, I started to think, like, is parallax, you know, like if you hold out your arm and you put your thumb up, yeah, and you close one eye and then you close the other, is that a fair description of what you're trying to describe by parallax?
If you hold out your thumb to like the light bulb in the distance, hold your right eye closed and block the thumb with the light, and then switch eyes, you notice that the thumb's no longer blocking the eye. Exactly.
Yeah. So, but you know you know yourself. See, this is what I don't understand. You say that's how parallel or parallax works, but you know nothing's moved. There's no move. There's no moving. It's just that you're seeing it from a different angle.
Yeah.
So that even to continue to say, oh look, you're seeing it from one angle and I'm seeing it from another, and that's why it appears different. But we know we're looking at the same thing at the same position. It's not about how we see it. It's
hold
how
on.
the position, and it hasn't moved.
Yeah.
Yo, real
So
quick.
when we're talking about parallax, it's like we've taken a photo on the left side of the orbit, close our eyes, open the other eye, the Earth's on the other side, like the right eyes, and the stars no longer lining up with the thumb. So it looks like there's parallax happening with what the
Yeah.
Earth's doing. So
The problem.
it's like the distance between your right eye and your left eye is the movement that your vision changed. You didn't physically move, but what was looking at it moved the distance from your left eye to your right eye.
Go on, Isa.
Well, you know what gets me is like it's like you guys use these things like parallax, which is like an observable thing. Makes sense, totally rational, like concept. But then, like you know, it's just looking up like what is the like you know what star is like the most stellar parallax? You know what I mean? Like and like it's just your guys' proofs for these things to me are just ridiculous. Because while you try to explain the legitimate argument of parallax, it's like, you know, I read this. It's like the star with the highest known stellar parallax is Proxima Centauri, which is the closest star to our sun. Proxima Centauri has a parallax of 768.0665 MAS, milliarc seconds, which is slightly over 3/4 of an arc second, according to eSky. The large parallax indicates that Proxima Centauri is relatively close to us and allows for more precise distance measurements compared to more distant stars. So, like, this, like, you know, it's interesting, like, bringing up the, let's say, the stellar theodolite or whatever it was. Like, everyone was saying that you can't use stellarium because it has an error differential. So like the amount of this parallax that people are reading, like you know, that is supposed to be the most parallax, like isn't even very much.
I said
And
it's
like
like
so, it's
splitting
like it
hair.
could be within the margin of error versus an actually like you know direct proof of stellar parallax. So it's like such a piss poor point, being that this is like the most drastic stellar parallax allegedly that we're measuring when it's actually within the margin of error and might be fucking moot and non-existent.
I think the angle I read was 0.7 arc seconds. So,
Yeah, roughly a
let's
little.
double.
Well, this is actually giving you a little more than that, right? Or 3/4 of an arc second, so 0.7.
Yeah.
What is the margin of error?
Well, that's
We
what
can
I'm just
clearly
saying. What is the
measure.
margin of error? Well, it's like
Well, I'm not
0.3,
saying
like
that. You said it could be within it, but that's just. I mean, we can check what the margin of error is
right, but
and
like
see
this
whether
is
we
the
can.
most parallax that you're ever going to be observing or measuring. The other elements of
For
like the
what?
other, like, well, my point is like it's not a great point. Like, I mean, the stellar parallax. It's just, it's like because it's pretty uniform that the stars are moving across the sky.
Yeah.
To then try to make this measurement about one particular star to prove.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it
And,
is
and
proof for stellar parallax. I just don't know.
yeah,
It's such a minuscule amount.
and stellar parallax comes to like where we are in the galaxy or the solar system, not necessarily describing like the parallax that we can see on Earth, because we'd probably look to the closer planets like Mars and that. So as they come across our sky, they have this retrograde where they start
Yes, true,
going
true.
eastwards and they go backwards a little bit and then they go forwards again and then they go backwards again and then they have this retrograde sort of spiraling motion. So if the stars and all of us are all rotating around the celestial North Pole, how come these planets are doing this retrograde motion? So when they were looking at like parallax to distant stars, they're looking about like how our star relates to other stars, not necessarily how our Earth relates to the solar system. So it's more like on a local level where Earth and the planets are.
Fair enough. Cool. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean that's why the wandering stars, right? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and every night it appears like the stars sort of slowly move within our frame, and you just have to try and figure out, are we in a moving car watching the trees go by, or are we on a racetrack watching the NASCAR go by? And through that stellar parallax, we're able to discover that, yeah, that thing really far away has a similar effect to like what changing our left eye and our right eye change by a small amount.
Are you familiar with the Edwin Hubble quote? About like choosing, based off of the Doppler effect, like if we're moving or if the Earth's moving. He has a quote. Are you familiar with it?
No, I'm not
He's
familiar with it.
He said, in order, this is why it's just so interesting. It's like they made a choice. He goes, in order to avoid the horror of a fixed position, we choose that we are moving. So like there was no like I know you're trying to make it sound as though there's some like definitive understanding. Well, like because stellar parallax, we know that we're moving. But in reality, like even Edwin Hubble admitted, like he chose that we were moving because the alternative was too horrific for him.
Horrific in the sense that it doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, not because of that. Because of the like, I think more
Sure,
like
that's not possible.
I think Manu's right on this one.
I don't know, man. I'd have to think like horrific. I mean that's an interesting thing to consider.
Retarded.
But I
Is
think
what he
like
means.
on its face, like the horror of a fixed position.
Could
I don't think that comports with like a mathematical problem.
It's horrific because it's religiously stupid.
Can we all
it's
agree?
horrific because horrific in the sense that it's like to the modern atheist, it is a religious perspective.
It's
Do you know
nothing to do
We
with
can't like,
atheism.
and in order
The
to avoid the
implication-
horror of a religious perspective, you'd rather be moving.
No, it's
Yeah,
not the
no,
horror of a religious
it's a
perspective.
point of
Consider the
intellectual
implications.
cowardice. That's what I think it is.
No, listen to what I'm telling you. Consider the implications of a stationary Earth, and all the motions of the planetary bodies are perfectly concentric to the sun. So the sun is going around the Earth. All the other planetary bodies are going around the sun. That's only within our solar system. Then how the galaxies move, and the galaxies moving away or towards each other in a more galactic scale. None of that is reasonable to put the Earth at the center.
I've got a question for you, manufacturer, or whatever it is.
Close enough. What's that?
Right. You know when you go out some days and you can't see the stars? There's 0 stars.
Like
you ever seen that?
Day or
When you go out and you don't see the stars?
During the day, that's always the case.
No, I'm not talking about the day. I wouldn't go looking for stars in the day unless I've been taking some acid. So I don't know where you get that from.
Yeah, one of the first celestial lights you might see in the morning or in late afternoon is Venus. That's one of the more earlier reflections of the sun you would see.
Yeah, but you're very limited in the daytime to see any stars. It's going to be like, early evening or, dawn.
Sure.
Or you can see the moon. That's no problem. But I'm talking about at night time, you go out and it doesn't appear cloudy. It's just black. There's no stars. And I think to myself, why is that? Then maybe they start popping out a little bit later, but it's obviously we don't know because I don't know. You just have to assume there's something going on that we don't know that prevents those stars from being seen, and then all of a sudden it starts to become the stars become apparent and you can see them. But I've noticed that a lot of times.
No clouds in like an outback town that's removed from like the city.
No clouds. There's no clouds. I'm talking. I'm in the city. I've seen this in the city. I've seen it in the countryside. I've seen it all over the world. I've seen it on the beaches. I've been in Australia, on the beach in Australia. can't see no stars. All of a sudden, the sky's full of them. You know, and that's my question as well. Sometimes you get the sky is just absolutely everywhere you look is thousands, and then you get another day and there's 1, 2, 3.
Was it actually a question or?
Yeah. So like, what is the
Right.
what?
So my assumption would be that either it was cloudier than you realized, and that's it either clears up, or there's some sort of difference in light pollution than the normal state wherever it is you are. I mean, there's no other mechanism that just the stars are or aren't visible
Well, you
in
don't
the same
know.
condition.
I'm guessing we don't. I'm guessing you know as much as I do. Nothing. I can't explain it.
Not to be rude, but I suspect maybe a little more.
Yeah, I doubt it. But there you go. That's subjective on your behalf, but I appreciate your input.
Sure.
Yeah, just maybe cloudy. Okay.
I think, real quick, I think like
you get those clear days.
Wrote down my answer to something that was very redundant.
I would also say, like, when we're looking around an environment and then suddenly look up, like, it takes our eyes time to adjust to what I'm looking at. So I'm not sure of the time difference of, like, how long you looked at the sky and, like, what sort of environment you in was. Were you like in a car park or the beach? You said like it wasn't near like a town which would have had light pollution just near the coastline kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll give you a pure example. I was in Coffs Harbour in Australia, north of Sydney. Absolutely, I remember the day very well because we were fishing all day and all night, and we were catching the fish and directly putting them on the barbecue and eating them there and then. Like, as soon as we caught something, we just went up to the thing and just cooked it. And I was going, you can't get better than that. And we was catching all different kind of fish, you know.
You just said the Barbie. I've never really heard an Australian say that.
I'm not Australian, but
except for on Outback commercials.
It's usually prawns, but their colloquialism was like throw another shrimp on the barbie. But it's more than likely a prawn because shrimp are like an inch or something. But our prawns, they're like a good 8 inches in length.
Yeah, we had a beach house, which was on it wasn't on the beach. It was called a beach house, but it was 10 yards from the beach. You just walked through a little tree line and you was on the beach. And I said to my mate, I go, how come there's no stars? Going, yeah, it's fucking weird, isn't it? I was going, yeah, it's weird. I remember one night we were saying it was a bit ghostly. I was going, yeah, and then when we come back, there was someone behind us where we were just fishing and not taking any notice. Someone behind us had actually made a fire, and they must have been sitting there and listening to us. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, it was kind of crazy. So as we walked up to the fire, I don't know. I didn't even see the fire, because we were just looking up in the air. But I thought to myself, how comes there no stars? The day was super hot, beautiful day, no clouds. So for someone to say it could be clouds and you didn't notice it, I beg to differ.
Well, by cloudy, hazy, I mean any kind of environmental something.
Anything.
Right.
I thought
you missed the part where I said it could also be some difference in light pollution, perhaps. That's happened to me before. But what the other guy said about your eyes being adjusted to the dark also makes a good amount of sense to me.
Yeah.
What I will say is probably not the stars themselves. That much I think we can be relatively confident about.
So how comes some days you can see the sky is just full, and other days it's just a 1 or 2 or very few? So what's that causing that effect?
That's the exact same
I would
question.
suspect Yeah, like I would suspect that like during the day there wasn't enough like wind to blow away any of the air pollution, and that might affect my visibility. There's a lot of different factors at play.
Well,
I
look,
wasn't
let's
there.
talk
I
about air
wasn't
pollution.
measuring. Yeah.
Let's talk about air pollution. I was in Mexico, yeah, and I went up into the mountains, and I was looking over Mexico City, and you can see that it looks like it's like when you're in Mexico, it's like it's hazy because there is so much pollution, and even when you go out, you can look at it and it looks a bit weird. So I understand that, but it don't prevent you from seeing stars in the sky. How about that?
It can.
It don't prevent you from getting sunburnt neither.
That's definitely true. The sunlight's quite penetrative.
So,
Well, Schlitzy's definitely describing a description only he has.
You
I
have
mean,
no water?
I mean that's not the experience I have, or I
Are
think
you feeling with
almost
free
anybody
water?
else. So it's not like there's going to be some clear, dark night where there aren't stars.
mm-hmm. I forgot you was God. Let's talk about some other places. I think you said that. Did you say you went to Patagonia, or was you just working in Argentina? Gerbert.
I just found a really cool website. Walter Bislin's website. And no Walter, but hold on.
Yeah, like
I was
the
just telling him.
advanced curve calculator. You can put in like how
Yeah,
much
you can
on a day. Yeah.
you can put in the temperature gradient. It'll tell you the refractive coefficient. So I put in the temperature gradients I measured the other day, and the refractive coefficient would be -1, and then it actually gives a visual of what it would look like, and it shows things disappearing bottom up. This is amazing. This
You
is
know that's
Walter
got
Bislin.
there's two of those, right? There's the flat Earth one and the globe one.
Oh.
Yeah. So he one person even used the angles of the sun to the flatness, and the sun angles as animated look so bizarre, especially when you use the I guess dome of vision to say the sun is bouncing off that to you, like it's like yeah, it's just an
Yeah, that's another
interesting
one
model
still.
of like what the stars would do across both that inner dome of your own vision and the hypothetical dome, and you could change the height of it and change how curved it is, and you could play around with it for ages, and then you could change it to basically summer or winter, and then like the entire rim of the disc would be lit up, and then you'd swap it over to December, where in the north it's mainly focused towards the middle, and just swapping it over like from autumn to spring and summer to winter is just like an interesting thing to like see like what the light was doing through this like magical prism. It's like
Yeah, that's the third one altogether. And they have used that as sort of a flat Earth model before, pretty much taken, just ripped off wholesale. But I think what Taylor's talking about is the refractive observation. I think he basically made that for the Black Swan, But if I'm not mistaken, there's both flat Earth and a globe Earth option to see what it would look like on either model.
This is
Yeah,
awesome.
that's right. Right. The side-by-side comparison is available in the advanced curve calculator, where you can set up your observer height, how big the object is, how far it is away, and just compare it. You can place multiple objects, so you can put a 200-foot object a mile away, and then another 200-foot object like 6 miles away, and just see what they look like on the flat half of the perspective grid, and the right hand side taking in all the careful measurements that were turned into math later. Yeah.
Yeah, it is easy to spend hours on that thing.
It's just very clever that like somebody can like put something like sun calc and go, okay, if we put Argentina here and we can have a look at like where the sunset is, use Walter Bislan's and go, okay, yeah, this one seems to be closer to reality where the other one doesn't. But yeah, just seeing someone put so much effort into like programming, reverse engineering the flatness from the globe information.
Who's Walter Bisland, anyway? Is he German? Is he German?
How was that fabulous meal that you're cooking up the other night, Shields? Sound pretty foreign and
It's
delicious.
amazing. I always make amazing food. I always make amazing food.
Where'd you learn that little recipe from?
Just over the years. Just eating in good restaurants, most probably. I've got no shame in asking for the recipe. I think a lot of chefs give it up because they just feel people don't do that so much now.
If you start cooking it at home, we can't sell it to you here.
No, it don't work like that because like usually I'm in a foreign place, you know, and you can make the guy feel amazing. So he's gonna give you the recipe. I've been to a place and they haven't given me the recipe, you know that. Yeah, I think he's German, yeah. My name is Walter Bislam, alias Wabiz. Mein Herr is he's German. While he's doing this interview. Huh?
Spreekst du Deutsch?
No, I don't. I can just read German. Only very basic. And it's his blog, so I'm guessing what he's saying as well. And it's lining up. Yeah, but he's definitely German. Those Germans, they fucking build some good stuff. Coffee time. Good coffee.
2 sugars and milk, Chelsea.
Eden, you keep going on about these 2 times where Globers faked the globe Earth. I wondered if you could admit that flat earthers have faked a flat Earth more than 2 times.
Dawn.
Don't
Are
worry
you
about
Sergeant of the Globe Police?
Yeah, I'm
Sheriff.
one of the flat
He's a
Earth
sheriff.
hall monitors. That's my role. I try to remind you that you're being silly because you forgot quite often, nearly every day.
Shall I tell you the story of the crow's nest? Dawn of the dead.
You understand the crow's nest would work on a globe if Earth was a globe.
Dawn. If
That's
God was
that's
one
all I
of
want
us.
from you, nothing else.
You know, if God was one of us.
You understand the 60 nautical miles treated as flat would work on a globe Earth if Earth's a globe.
God, what did you say, Dawn?
Nothing, mate. I think you imagined it.
No, you said something. I heard you.
No. Oh, you did hear me.
Yeah, I said a piss.
You didn't say something, Dawn. I never heard you say something.
Did you hear me or not?
I was flashing out.
If you're trying to claim you did hear me, but you didn't hear me, I'm not interested.
Oh, okay. Weird. I was in a piss, Dawn. I heard you in the background.
Fuck off, you rude bastard.
I was in the piss.
You are the worst flat earther I've ever met.
What? Says that from the guy who comes from the town with fucking 6-fingered people.
I've seen loads of.
Be honest with you. Do you know what?
I see loads of you every year. You are the worst one.
Listen. All the guys from
Most
Norwich
retarded.
are fucking weird, but you got some fucking lovely birds. How's that? Every time I've been to Norwich, I've always pulled a fucking good-looking girl.
Stop talking about where I live, you weird stalker.
Paradox, Dawn.
He tells everyone he's from Norwich. So how are you doxing anyone?
When I wreck you on Flat Earth, you bring up my personal life and where I live because you're a weirdo.
Your personal life.
So you want to talk about my hometown, and then you have a piss and you don't listen to me. You're just a
Look, I
rude
don't know
idiot.
about
You're a rude
you.
idiot.
I really want to know anything about you. I just know.
How you doing?
You-
G'day.
The biggest town you
Hi.
live in. I know about that. So if I want to talk about Norwich, I'll talk about fucking Norwich. There's no big deal, is it? You don't
Get
live
away with it without being
you
an
don't
idiot.
live there.
Can I ask you
You'll get
something?
it in a second. You'll get it in a second, Chelsea. I mean,
Oh
while
well. Are
Chelsea's
you
talking.
drunk, Terry?
Not yet.
Oh no. You sound it like you're slurring your words, mate.
I'm tired. I've been working all day.
All right then. So you're tired, yeah?
All right, I'll wait.
I'm only, talking about a town. I can talk about fucking London, can't I?
No, I was saying was trying to get in and you didn't hear him.
Sorry.
I just wanted to ask Dawn something, if I may. Do you mind, Dawn?
No, but I'm
It's
a bit
not-
annoyed, so fake conversations might trigger me.
All right, this is not about that subject. Nothing to do with you and where you live, if that's okay.
Yeah, but it might be a small talk fake was conversation, and that's just as bad.
Small talk, fake was.
Yeah.
Oh, but we're all got a level of fakeness about us.
Well,
So
you try and
I just
see how...
I just make it more prevalent than others that try to disguise it. Anyway, I was just checking. You know Walter Bislin. You've heard of him, and you've seen some of the stuff he's on his website, haven't you?
Oh yeah, is he the one that did the level models and the canals?
Oh, that might be Rumpus that you're thinking of.
There's no canals in Walter Bislin. It's just his model.
I don't know about canals, but he does have a page dedicated to gravity, how gravity can work on a flat Earth.
Oh, right. No, I haven't seen that.
No, it's interesting. He's put forward a formula how gravity could actually work on a
So is he
on
a
a
flat
flat
earther,
Earth.
or is he a glober trying to indoctrinate
He's a
flat
glober.
earthers?
No, he's a glober, and he's how do you put it? He's been around for like at least, I reckon, 10 years.
Why is he designing the flat Earth models if he's a glober?
Oh, to show how they don't work.
Right. So what you're saying is he's made a model to show how gravity would work that wouldn't work.
Yes, yes, basically. I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but that's basically what he's done. It's not so ridiculous when you know what he's done. So what he's done is he's put together this formula that makes all these assumptions for the formula to work, and that's how he's come to his formula. There's no.
Is it a bit like, you know, the Vsauce thing where he said gravity would crush the flat Earth into a ball, and you'd have to walk up a hill to the edge.
Right, that's a very old. That's a very old video as well. Yeah, but what he's saying
I
is
wonder
if
if Walton Bislin's hypothesis is the same, probably. It can't work.
I don't know.
Center.
I don't know, but what I think what Vsauce was getting at was if you had enough mass to create the gravity to hold you to the surface of that mass, the amount of mass would be so great that it wouldn't be flat. It would cause itself to collapse into a sphere.
Yes, I'm assuming Bislin would say the same thing.
But what if it's a cylinder?
That's the basic premise of how gravity works, though. So anyone that understood it would say
Nobody thinks it's a disc.
I can rework gravity for flat Earth.
People do think it's
You do think it's a disc?
Nuh-uh.
And it's called the potato rule, by the
But
way.
it's a mystery circle, so we've had to assume it could be a disc.
Huh?
Oh my
Because
god!
you said all
knows it
you
has
said
depth
was
to it.
mystery circle.
Hmm?
So we had to assume, well, maybe it's a disc.
No. Nobody thinks that. Everybody knows it has depth to it.
Exactly. So if all you've got is a mystery circle, other people are going to add to it.
Only you think it's a disc.
No, Dawn, that's not how it works.
It is.
I'm just kidding.
Because
But
you
no,
didn't
like
know.
I don't know. I don't think it's a disc.
What is it then?
I would say it has some depth to it, like based on the biblical. Have y'all seen the Hebrew cosmology, biblical cosmology depiction?
So you're going to say depth, but I don't know how much. That's all you got.
Discs should have depth.
Just saying.
So that's nothing. That's a mystery circle with
Hockey puck.
with some depth.
Or maybe the globe's a mystery circle. Never-ending mysteries and wonderlands.
I mean, that's not what I meant.
I don't know.
Maybe
Maybe.
there's no shape, Dawn.
Oh, it's amorphous. Ooh, I like that. The
Except we
Jello
can use the
argument
globe for all prediction.
doesn't have any repeating geometric pattern that's predictable. Kind of like water. What's the shape of water?
We're claiming an almost perfect sphere.
Oh, that was a horrible movie.
You
I
don't
mean-
understand. Everything has a shape.
Not everything. They have amorphous like jelly, like Jello.
They argue that everything has a shape. It just has to have a shape.
Yeah, you
Not
can't-
everything has a shape.
You can't say I live on this thing. I know all about it, but I don't know its shape. That's so silly.
Well, what shape is a table?
Square with
But I
or
mean, the
round
point that
with legs.
the thing is, though, there's
Round-
so many people that don't believe it's a sphere around this planet, shall we call it, for now, for the purpose of conversation,
Not a planet.
that you could all work together to get an idea of some sort of shape. You could say what it could possibly be, and you could say what it could possibly be not.
Well, let's put it this way. We can rule out the globe and let's find out what it is.
How?
We don't tell you.
I don't think you should rule anything in or out. You should all get together as a team, all of you.
Well, you have to.
Everyone. There's
I'm okay
thousands and
with-
thousands of you.
I'm
And
super
put your
good.
data together.
I'm super
okay
good.
helping you figure
But
out.
we have to dismount everything. We have to take away the
do
globe.
that.
There's no Earth.
Do that. Do
Dismount.
whatever you need to do. Whatever you need to do.
Let's establish
The fact is that you haven't done it in 10 plus years shows that, well, there's something wrong with your idea.
I don't think people have got the funding and the accessibility.
You don't need
No,
that.
I think so.
You don't
I
need that.
don't know. Money makes
Well,
the world go
Otherwise,
round.
you mean to say you can't think of other ways that hundreds and thousands of people all around the globe, when I say that with my tongue in my cheek, can't work out the shape of it.
Well, you've spent billions and zillions of dollars, and you can't even
Doesn't
go
matter.
give us
Why
a
haven't they put a flat earther
Never
in
did
space
that at the
yet?
start. Never did that at the start. That wasn't.
Why
that's not
Why didn't they send the
required.
flat earthers up there with Katy Perry?
You're just using the millions and billions of dollars as an excuse for not having to organize yourselves to do it together.
Have you ever built a map? Have you ever shot anything into space? Have you ever tried to do any of that?
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah. Okay.
What's that
What'd you
got to
do?
do with the price of fish?
No, wait, I want to know what you did. This is interesting.
I didn't do any of that. I was fuck-assing around. Of course, I
you
didn't
weren't
do any of
lying
that.
again.
Okay. Darn it, you got
I
me
wasn't-
excited
no,
because I've
I
been looking
wasn't-
for somebody to help me.
I wasn't lying.
Figure
Yeah,
out some
you're
of these
right.
things like
Because
how
I
to.
told you I was fuck-assing around.
So you
So I
can
wasn't
quickly
lying. You're
lie.
right.
You don't have to have the profanity though. You
Oh,
just don't.
bugger-assing around then. Sorry. This is just what us
There you go.
Aussies do sometimes.
Thank you.
Yes, was. Mind your language, son.
Oh, bloody hell. I was going to say for fuck's sake, but I won't say that.
Oh,
We do have a license for
said it.
that swear word.
I'm not saying it.
boo.
Anyway, this is what happens. You guys get so easily distracted by little things like a rude word that's being said, and you go off track and you don't tackle the actual big problems. All you do is look for excuses like, oh, we don't have millions and zillions of dollars. These are all just petty excuses for you guys not to get
just being
together
silly, I'm
and
sorry.
band Yeah, see, there you go again. He's just being silly. You can't do it. That's my point. You're making my point
We've
for me.
talked about this
Say
so
some
much.
more.
It's just kind of
Talk,
funny. It's
talk
fine.
some more, guys. Talk some more.
You're having a breakdown, Bozzle, chops.
Yeah, you need to lighten up a bit.
Yeah, right.
It's hard for them to be serious, isn't it, Was?
They can't do it, man. This is what makes me laugh.
Oh, don't encourage him, Terrence.
All right, guys, get your head in the game. It's go time. What's up, man?
Let's see. Did you make that coffee for me yet?
Yeah, it's on the boil.
No can do.
Coffee.
No can
I
do.
wish.
Espresso, so I'm not sharing.
That'd be good coffee. I don't want that crappy powder stuff.
Mate.
Or
I've been
was
trying to go to sleep.
I've
but
heard
my husband's distracting me.
Mocha.
the debunk to what
I've been
you
reading
said was
refraction papers.
flat Earth is on a big sphere. That's how they get around that.
I know. I had my tongue in my cheek, I said. Firmly planted. Anyway.
He wants all the smoke.
I do have to go walk the dog soon. So I was just trying to
Go
encourage you guys. I'm just trying to encourage you guys to pull your fingers out and actually
Go and do something
band
useful,
together
walk the dog.
and do something.
How do you know I'm not doing something?
I can see. Well, I haven't seen any evidence of it.
Well, I posted measurements on my Twitter. Yeah,
On Twitter.
I did.
Oh,
I
Have a look
posted
at
measurements on my Twitter.
kind of tempting.
posted measurements on Twitter.
Yeah,
Can't believe you
from my theodolite readings.
Can't believe you think that's a good idea.
Hmm?
Can't believe you think that's like worthy of praise.
I mean, I don't. I'm just saying, like, he just said do something, and I am trying to do stuff. Like, I'm trying to do all kinds of stuff. I have
What measurement?
all this survey equipment I've been hoarding up over the past month to freaking go do this experiment in June. Well, now it is June, so. Don't just assume that people aren't doing it.
What measurement? Was it flat?
Well, it was refraction over a bay, so it was over a body of water, so it was kind of variable, but that's what invoked me to start looking into refraction. Yay!
So what did you measure? The refraction?
What did I measure? What was the target?
Were you measuring Earth or were you measuring the wobbliness of what you see?
Oh, I was measuring an island, and I also measured a
Island.
radio tower and one other thing. I can't remember. I think.
What tools
I
did
think it
you
was a hotel
use?
or something.
Right, you're chatting shit, Taylor.
I
What-
pasted the tools she's using, Was.
I saw that,
Can't
Terry.
measure
No,
an
these are the
island
ones
by
that Globers
looking
told
at
me to
it.
get.
You don't measure islands
What-
by looking at them across the bay. What are you talking about?
Well, I didn't have much of a choice.
What you mean is,
Yeah, I don't
you
have
tried to
nice
fi- you
big
tried
mountain
to
ranges
find-
around me
you
with
tried to
free
find
open air
evidence
just to
that
see
Earth was flat.
infinitesimally far. I don't have that. I'm sorry.
What
You
were the
tried
tools
to-
you used, sweetie?
You
I
didn't
used
post
a
any
Theodolite
measurements.
DE2 Spectra Precision
And
Really?
how did you know how to use that?
because I was taught by the Globers. This
Oh,
was
yeah.
their idea.
Oh
No,
no.
it was not.
Well, originally, well, I got a Theodolite book, like a survey manual. And I also was live streaming it, and Baron from TikTok was showing me all the basic functions and stuff like that. And then I took measurements on live
You
with a
didn't
bunch of
take
Globers
measurements.
watching.
You mean you saw it go blurry up and down a bit? You didn't take measurements.
No, I took measurements. You should go look at them.
Of
They're
what?
very
Of
elaborate. I
what?
did the temperature of the water, the temperature of the air. I did all kind of different things.
Oh, not the Earth. You didn't measure Earth.
What?
You didn't measure Earth to be flat or round.
Well, some of the measurements were in the middle.
Right, I can look at weather reports. I don't need to read your Twitter weather reports, do I?
Well, they're theodolite readings, but that's fine. There's zenith angles, but okay, go ahead. You don't have to.
Okay, and what does the zenith angles prove?
Well, it was meant to prove drop over distance.
And so you're claiming you looked for drop over distance and couldn't find it?
Oh, I did see some drop. It wasn't enough for like the globe, but there was drop over distance in some sort.
There you
but
go. There's
based
proof.
on
All right, so you've actually measured some globe evidence.
okay, so because I say I measured some
Got
drop
proof of
now,
the
you
globe.
believe me?
You got
Did you
proof of
measure
a
any
sphere,
flat?
not
Did
the
you measure
size we
any
think it
flatness?
is, but it is a sphere.
Yeah, wait. So that means that the sphere is bigger.
Right,
Did you
that's what I
measure?
just said. Not the size
Did
we
you
say it
measure
is, but
any
it's a sphere.
flatness?
No, it just means the measurements are very variable over a bay because they it yielded some different results on different days. But that's fine. Like
It's funny
I kind
too
of
how they
expected
aren't
that.
able to maybe come to that conclusion. It seems like they're just jumping to the other conclusions.
Yeah, they'd love for me to say, yeah, I got the glow. I mean, obviously, because they say I was
You
fake,
just
and then when
did.
I say I did measure some drop, they say, oh yeah, well then it must be real. Like,
You
come on
just
now.
did say that. No, I don't care
I
if
know,
it's
but it's
real
just
or
the way
not.
you're acting is funny.
No, you're
Like,
not getting it. I don't care if it's real or not. I don't trust you, so I'm
Totally,
just trying to
Taylor.
hold you to the point of not getting good
you
measurements.
said it
That's
was
all.
all fake, and then I explained my results, and now it's all of
First,
a
you
sudden
said all you
meaningful.
measured was temperature and an island. So I was trying to get you
No,
to say,
I
did
did
you measure
zenith
Earth?
measurements.
And you said, yeah, I measured drop. So well done.
I did the same thing that Barron and Shoebill go out and do. Do you understand?
Oh yeah, the same thing, huh?
Yeah.
Did they train you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, they did. I did talk to Shoebill a lot before I went and did my measurements.
You
He
know,
was
you can
actually kind of
also
kind at that point.
you can also do you can also
Yeah, ask him. I
do
was asking him about Theodolites beforehand. Him, Jesse Patholite, Barron, go ask all of them. Mord one.
Ask him. He's in the chat. Rather
They're the
than you
ones that helped me.
make
They're the
some
ones
crazy
that helped me get the Theodolite.
Would you consider yourself a semi-expert then, when it comes to
No,
using a theodolite?
Oh God.
not necessarily, but
Well, what level would you
um,
put yourself at the operation of the theodolite and understanding its intricacies?
enough to go get measurements.
Right. So would you say you're proficient then?
Does it make you guys triggered that I have a Theodolite and have used it? I'm just
It
curious.
seems like
Would you
Taylor, you have
would you
more
consider
proficiency
yourself?
than a lot of the people here.
Yeah, well, that does not
Yeah, they
that
seem
does not say a lot,
triggered
dude.
about this. I never would have
You're
expected
talking
that.
Definitely says a lot. Thank you, Taylor. Keep up the great work.
I'm not saying don't do it
Great
by
work
any stretch
of
of
getting
the
globe
meaning.
evidence.
Like all of you should be going out and doing stuff like this. But I'm just questioning the proficiency of the knowledge of the instrument she's using and the tools.
No, you're a clown talking about something you don't know about anyway.
Look, dude, I'm a clown, but I don't wear the
You're in the
makeup.
circus.
Okay,
I know.
listen for a second. I'm a clown, but I don't wear the makeup. I'm out there and I'm real. You're a clown with makeup on. You're trying to hide the fact that you're a clown. I'm not.
I don't.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry. That's not angry.
You sound like
I'm being
You do seem
assertive,
angry.
not angry.
you
I'm being
sound like you're
assertive, not angry.
with your hand
Oh
back,
my God, guys, can you all just kiss already? Yeah.
kissing mate.
I'm kissing, man. I'm
I'm
kissing. I've
down
got the tongue neck
Spartacus.
deep.
Look, this
Huh?
is the guy who let's go out together and all do some research together.
Also, Taylor,
good
I think
luck.
easier thing to do might be doing the Foucault's pendulum experiment. You can do that in your house if you have like 2 stories and a stairway, or you have the ability to create a very low friction bearing. I think there's ways of doing that. People have seen people doing it their own themselves.
Yeah, I think the Sagnac effect is real. Definitely.
Well, that shows that the thing we're standing on, the ground, is processing, rotating at the exact rate that the globe model would predict.
How do you make something independent
I don't
of
know
the
about the
thing?
exact rate.
It's called well, wait, that's like, fuck, what is it called? Gyroscope, right? You have low friction, right? You have like a mass, momentum.
This is a whole nother topic that I'm too tired to get into.
Okay.
I've talked about it before on here. The gyroscopes and stuff.
I mean, flat earthers measured it 15 degrees per, what is it, per hour? No, 15 degrees per hour.
You know, the pendulum's not supposed to precess on the equator. Does anybody have any results of that? That'd be kind of like a null result.
Yeah, I think so.
That'd be great if you could find any. I've been looking.
Yeah, I don't know. But we do have measurements everywhere else, and it shows exactly, right? The amount. By the way, you can
I don't
determine
know.
your
I know
you
people
can
who've
determine
worked in
your
them.
latitude, I think, or longitude. I forgot. I think your latitude on the basis of a Foucault's pendulum's precession rate. You can determine that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
it seems
people
to be
who've looked at
different northern
pendulums
to
and they
southern
say they change
hemisphere
a lot.
too, for some reason.
But no, I think the precession is definitely there. Now, what it's caused by would be the question.
Well, it just so happens we measure the kind of rotation, right, or thing that indicates rotation in the exact same way as if there's like a globe of the size we're talking about in a globe model and it's rotating, right? And all the fucking models, right, gravity predict, right? Like that's not a accident,
So,
right?
so why do they invoke arbitrary scalar values for the gyroscope measurements
What do you mean?
and calculations?
Where?
Arbitrary constants and scalar quantities.
Where?
Are you gonna give you the link? Okay, hold on.
Sure. I'm gonna
Give
get
me a
ready
second.
for
I
my
have a
whole
lot of notes.
worldview. Sure. I'm getting ready for my whole worldview being destroyed.
Okay. Okay, here you go. Let's see.
By the way, my electricity is gonna be shut down soon, so for a while, so I might not respond right away.
It's in the
Well, you didn't pay your
evaluation of
bill. You didn't
mathematical
pay your
models
bill.
for gyrocompass behavior,
Yeah, it's better than
error
all
modeling, and
nothing.
application.
Can you DM it to me? Actually,
Yep.
Didn't you pay your electricity bill?
yeah. No, we have a guy here, a tenant, who's an electrician, and he's like, yeah, I'll take a look at your, um, the box where all the fuses are, because apparently the guy who made this originally was fucking made a mess of it.
I DM'd it to you.
Thank you.
2n arbitrary constants. Says, in this work, we should present the Langerhans approach to the formulation of the equations of motion because this method circumvents to some extent the difficulties found in the direct application of Newton's laws of motion. The reasoning behind this is that the Langerhans approach involves scalar quantities, while the Newton's law involves vectorial treatment. And it says the Langerhans equations are in Figure 4.9 and are equations of the motions of the system. They constitute a set of n-order equations for n unknown functions. The general solution to these equations contains 2n arbitrary constants from the analysis of our physical model XYZ.
No, it seems like something that they would do. Uh,
Namely
to deal with
equations. So
the
their
to
physical
deal
model
with
was the
the
equations.
right to deal
Sorry,
with
go
the
ahead.
inaccuracies of the Newtonian sort of model, because there are some, like, because it's not a complete model, like any model, right? And no model is complete. Yeah, because Newtonian physics, while still true, it just not doesn't have the highest resolution, let's say, regarding
I
the
had to
laws of
read this
motion.
whole book essentially to find this. I was reading like a whole book about how they do the math behind it. So nobody gave me these things, by the way. I had to do a lot of reading.
Okay.
Hmm.
Good for you. Good for you. Okay. By the way, I don't see a DM, I think. Wait.
Spartacus, yeah.
It doesn't notify me.
Maybe you have to accept my friend request,
Yeah.
and I can put it in the
Oh, no,
omnipresence
no.
text.
Yeah, I have it. Oh, can you show the link too, or is it in a book? Just a
Oh,
book.
the link not come through?
Yeah, no.
Oh, I might not have a link for this one because it's like the title of a book, and it was like a PDF I had to download. I don't know if I could get a link, but the title of the book is right in the top, and it has like the
I'll
authors and
find
stuff.
it. I'll find it. No problem. Library Genesis. I'll find it, I think.
I found a link.
Thank you.
Possibly.
All right, thanks, Taylor. Stay blessed and take care, everyone.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. Mighty kind.
I've sort of got this schism happening where I keep wishing Discord people to be reasonable and normal and talk about cool things and not be silly flat earthers or racists. And then I remember normal people don't even go on Discord.
I'm sorry if I was being silly earlier.
No, it's not just you, it's everyone.
What do you want to talk about?
No, my ego wants to make you stop pretending Earth's flat. That's what my ego wants.
Oh, stop, You're so weird.
It's okay. At least he's being honest.
Well, yeah, that as well.
Want you to
Who
stop
really
pretending.
cares?
Stop pretending Christianity is true to
I'm
you.
not.
stop pretending Earth's flat.
For being a Joker.
Because lying isn't good for your health, and you might get away with it with your partner, but you can't progress in life with lies.
What the fuck are you going on about, Dawn?
I'm being real.
You're being real. What, keep it, like, in the sense of keep it real?
Yeah, the elites manage to gain from lying, but they don't progress by lying.
Look, that's kind of rich coming from you, someone who believes in the globe, only spoon-fed from some...
But beliefs are not a lie, dude. Beliefs are a choice.
Yeah, so, like, what you're now trying to kind of, I don't know, you're trying to reflect that, how, of your understanding on someone else.
Yeah, a bit. I'm saying, when I say Earth's a globe, I know I'm serious. But when I hear you say Earth's flat, I know you're not serious.
But I'm not saying, you've never heard me say Earth is flat. You've never ever heard that once.
It's a huge issue for me because I know you're all up and...
I only critique the globe because I just know that's nonsense. I'm not laughing. I just think, do you know what it is, right? I just don't, you seem like you're half intelligent. So I can't see where you fall short of understanding that you're not on a crazy ball.
If
with
you
all this
say Earth's
magic.
not a ball, that's the same as you saying I think Earth's flat.
But I never said Earth is flat.
That's why here, because the only other option after a ball is the flat Earth that you heard on YouTube.
That's a fallacy.
There is
That's
no other option. You haven't
all or
even heard of
nothing.
any other
That's all or
options.
nothing, and it's not like that.
You haven't heard. You can't even tell me of another option.
There is. The
Like
other
what?
option is we don't
Like
know,
what?
Dawn.
Like what?
That's simple. We don't know.
What could Earth be?
But why can't you just settle? Why can't you accept that? We don't know.
So how do you know it's not a globe?
Look, your football team lost. Why? The 10 weeks before they won every game, and all of a sudden they play some shit team and they lost. Why? We don't know.
Why are you saying they don't exist if you don't know?
Because we don't know. So you can't say, I'm not as bold as to say, oh, it's this or it's that. I have some beliefs.
Listen clearly, though. Listen clearly. When you say I know it's not a globe, but I don't know what it is, what I hear is I think Earth's flat and I'm going to pretend it definitely is.
No. I know we're not on a spinning ball hurtling through space.
Makes no sense.
That's a positive assertion, Flitzy.
Huh?
That's a positive assertion claim.
Yeah.
You just said you
We
don't
know is
any.
the third option.
Walk out of my door. I walk out of my door. I don't sense no motion. I look up in the stars. I don't see no crazy shit going on.
You've
So
distracted
for me,
from globe to moving globe.
Yeah, I don't look.
You do know. You do know what
I
it
go
is.
with
You
my sense.
definitely don't know.
I go with my sense and my gut feeling. And my gut feeling says, no, you're not on a ball, and there's no proof whatsoever. It's all theorized, and theories are not facts. And you can dress it up how you want. You can believe what you want, and I don't care, to be honest. But when you're trying to tell me this is how it is, then yeah, I got a problem with that.
I don't know is not a third option, though. I don't know is where the other two options live. So it's either ball or flat. Which one is it? We don't know. But it's not ball, flat, or wheel.
You're talking nonsense.
Yeah, no, what he said is perfectly true, and it relates to your whole position.
I love it. I like watching you die on Globe Hill. That's what I like. Maybe I got a fetish about Globers dying on the Globe Hill.
Or you just have bad logic.
This is the only place you have a voice, so you've got attached to pretending Earth's flat.
No, you're the only person saying Earth is flat is you. You're flat, Dawn. and you want everything to be flat around you. You're like you're a ball, and you want everyone to be flat around you. Is that what it is? Are you projecting yourself on other people?
I think at this point, even he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, who are you then? Tell me your
Philosophically speaking?
reason. You got some.
What do you mean? What am I?
You got some like paper you've done where I can look to that and take some notes from it or something.
Bro,
I don't.
every word goes up and down because it's bullshit. I can hear it every single time your word goes up and down in pitch. Every word is a lie separately. It's so
I
hard
do have
to
a
listen
paper
to.
out.
Yeah, unless I talk gay globeness.
Would you like a paper? I do have a paper, actually.
What is
What,
it?
written by you?
If you did
Yes.
What?
Yeah, go on. Share it with me, please.
Cool. As soon as I get back to my phone.
You can DM me if you want. I'll read it. I promise I'll read it.
All right, I'm gonna hold you to it.
Yeah, I'll read it right now. Trust me.
All right. Well, let me get it right now then.
Okay. Thank you.
My hands are all
I
oily.
appreciate your readiness. Unlike Dawn, the manufacturer of nothing. You got a big fat nothing burger, Dawn.
You don't need a paper to know that's the globe. They teach you at age 8.
Yeah, because they do. And you're just a fool enough to believe that shit.
And later in life, you meet flat earthers and
You
you
know,
check.
he just lies, Dawn.
You check, was Earth flat like the flat earthers said? No, it was a globe like they told me at age 8.
Oh my god.
How'd you
You're gonna
check that?
imagine you're in shorts and your black.
Which proves education is good.
How did you
Not-
check that?
How did I check Earth was a globe? I watched lots of videos about all the evidence of how we know. And I believed in it and trusted it. Logical reasoning of the evidence.
Yeah, I'd like for you to take me down that logical reasoning one day.
Yeah, so, well, let's take your measurements. You posted them on Twitter. You found drop over distance, so that means Earth's probably dropping over distance. That would be my
I didn't
logic.
always find drop over distance.
But you did, quite often.
Okay. There's also times where
Right.
I didn't, but yeah.
Was it more
So
than
we should
50%?
conclude that there's some atmospheric conditions happening.
Was it like 6 or 7 times out of 10?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you should
For
know.
one of the locations, it was more flat. For others, it was more globe.
One was flat and more than one was globe. There you go.
Yeah, I did. Well,
Probably a globe.
The fact that you conclude that just shows your lack of like wanting to research it more, because what you should
Oh, I
conclude is
researched
that
it
there's
all
some,
before you came here.
so what you should conclude is that there's some atmospheric effects happening, which they even acknowledge. As you can see with the Skunk Bay time lapse, you can see things change throughout the day.
Which makes
Then you
it
should
look
try
a little bit
to
flat.
then you should try to account for those variables of refraction.
Yeah, so then we look at other signs and we see boats right behind the horizon, sunsets, nighttime.
And we see boats floating in midair. We also see boats floating in midair, so shouldn't we conclude that there's some weird atmospheric effects happening?
Yeah, but that doesn't change the effect of obstruction when it is happening.
No, you would have that same refractive effects happen where it appears to be obstructed.
No,
That's
that
the
doesn't make sense.
Yes, it is. Go look at Walter Bisland's model, and you can see at different temperature gradients what it would look like.
But
You clearly see
Taylor,
obstruction at the bottom over distance.
Here's the thing, though. We don't just use one thing to realize it's a curve. We use several different things, like plane flights, like the things we see, like sunsets, like stars going across our heads, like two different rotations from between the northern and the southern hemisphere. And I could keep going on and on and on. It's not a single thing that makes us think it's a globe. It's everything put together all adds up to a globe every time. You can either take one thing and it'll show a globe, or you can take everything together and show a globe. But with flat Earth, if you take one thing that shows it's flat, it completely contradicts something else that shows it's flat.
You're
Two
talking
flat
about
things won't go together.
you're talking exactly about your model.
I'm talking about why we know it's a globe, not just, but we don't use one thing to think that. The reason we know that is because everything that goes along with it all
Hey,
fits
Cole.
and works together.
Cool. So, you said something about the stars rotating. So if you're in the northern hemisphere looking north, do you know which way the stars rotate?
Don't even try that one. You know it's an issue and you haven't got an explanation yet.
Hold on. Okay, then you answered on.
No. Yeah, okay. I'll just tell you.
Counterclockwise.
It's always east to west, but there's a clockwise rotation, isn't there?
Counterclockwise. And then if you look south from the North Pole, do you know which way it would appear to be rotating if you're still in the North Pole looking south?
Yes, the
It would appear
opposite
to be
way, but still east
Huh?
to west.
No, it would appear to be
clockwise.
rotating clockwise. So now if we're in the southern hemisphere looking north, do you know which way it'd be rotating? Counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise.
And then looking south in the southern hemisphere, it'd be rotating clockwise.
The reason this don't help your claiming is because it's exactly what you would expect to see. Even if you're a little tiny person on a basketball looking at magical stars surrounding
Or
the
if you're under
basketball,
a
it would
dome.
work exactly the same way.
You
You're
don't-
still on a
you don't
sphere. It
understand,
does
Cole.
not help you.
This
Congratulations,
does not
you
help
just
you.
showed
You don't
2 poles.
understand. Whether
Yeah,
you're in the
you're,
north or the south
explained it
hemisphere,
on a
if you're
graph.
it's
looking
not
north,
helping you.
hold
You
on,
don't-
guys. It doesn't
Well, you
matter.
did.
If you're in the north or the south hemisphere looking north, you're gonna see counterclockwise. Looking south, you'll see clockwise in both hemispheres.
Thank you. Evidence of 2 poles.
No, you're in the North Pole looking south, and they appear to be rotating clockwise.
Evidence of 2 poles.
Dude, you're
Where do you think
tripping.
this
Did you even
demonstrates?
hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
We
So
heard
there's two
you.
poles in the North Pole, depending
Yeah.
on which direction you're looking?
You can see
No.
both poles from the North Pole. You can see
Yeah.
both poles
In the
from South
north, it is rotation
See both poles.
counterclockwise around a pole. In
Depending
the
on which
south,
way
it is
you look.
rotation clockwise around another pole, a different pole.
Dude, if you're looking south in the North Pole, you'll get clockwise rotation. If you're looking
can't
north in the
see
North Pole, you'll get
We heard you,
counterclockwise
Taylor.
rotation.
We heard you. You
Same
can't
thing
see
in the
the
South
southern
Pole.
pole from the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, we're south.
It's not
North
me
Pole,
like
Taylor.
You can't see the
you can
center
be
of
on one of the
rotation.
poles and look two different directions and have two different types of
Of
rotation.
course, I've got a car. I know which way the wheels turn, and I know they look opposite to each other. If I go on the other side, there's no
No,
two
they
ways
don't have
about
to look
that.
out. They don't
Yeah,
have to
they
look
do.
opposite to go to the other side. They look
Yeah,
opposite
yeah, they
depending.
do.
Hey, you have to. No, they look opposite depending on which
Yes,
direct. Dude,
dude,
then look it up
do
if you
that.
think I'm
Listen to
lying.
me. You can do the same thing with your automobile.
Dude,
Oh my
listen.
God.
You
Do
can get
that.
clockwise and counterclockwise rotation in the North Pole depending on
Okay.
which way you're
Not
looking.
around two. Not around
Yes,
two
look it
different
up.
poles.
Okay.
No, do that.
Okay, hold
Look
on,
Not
it
hold on,
around
up.
just
two
a minute.
different poles.
Hold on,
You're
just a
wrong.
minute. Hold on. If
And
you're
so-
on one side of a tire, one side of a turning tire, and you're looking at it, it's rotating clockwise. If you go to the other side of that same rotating tire, it's going counterclockwise. But if you look across from your side to the other side will do this. What you're thinking in your head, the Earth is doing, and what you're trying to use as flat Earth proof. The other side is still rotating the same way, but when you look at it from the other side, it appears to be rotating opposite. It's the same concept. You're not. I know I didn't explain that very well, but you're not understanding what you're
No, I'm
trying to
understanding.
explain. No, you're not. You're
No, you're not
misunderstanding what you're trying to explain.
No, I'm not. You can look in. You
And
can look
because
in. You look in the southern direction, North Pole, and you get clockwise rotation. You get clockwise
we heard you,
rotation.
Taylor.
The same thing in the South Pole.
Just like
We
if you
heard
look
you.
across the tire from one side, you see it rotating the same as on the side you're on. If you could look across to it, it rotates, the other side rotates the same as
This
the
would be
side
the
you're on. The
same
Earth,
thing.
the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere have to rotate the same way because they're a ball hooked together. But when you're on the top looking down or looking up, and when you're on the bottom looking down, it appears from what you're looking at as the sky is turning opposite from each other because you're on the ball rotating with it. You're not
You'd
on
have
a
the same
outer
effect under a
visual
dome.
reference looking at it. It's
How
the
can you not
same
see that?
concept.
2 poles. Address it.
Yeah. How can you not see that?
No, he was talking about the way the stars move, and that would be on either
We agree.
model.
But
Right, we agree.
You know, when
2 poles. How do you get 2 poles?
Well, have you
Sure.
heard of the dipole model?
In which direction do I need to
No.
look to see the South Pole?
Taylor, that explains the sun, nothing to do with the stars.
No, it does with stars
You
too.
sent it to me.
You should go watch the presentation.
but
No, you sent it to me. It's nothing to do with the stars.
yeah, but
it doesn't fit with
Taylor,
both of them. The question was a good one.
I can't talk to
Yeah.
5 people, so
but Taylor, the important fact here is that all stars are equidistant. They have always the same position in relation to each other. They have the same distance to each other. They never change the distance to each other. They never change their angle to each other. They are always fixed in relation to each other. And still, we have 2 poles, 2 rotating poles. Depending on where you are, you can't see both at the same time, sure, but there are 2 rotating poles. How can you have that
they
if
are
you're
always
on a flat
fixed.
plane looking up? Please,
Well, I just gave you a
show
model
us how
for
that's
it.
possible.
I just gave you a flat Earth
which
model.
way?
You
I
should
don't
look
know what.
into it.
No, you didn't.
You have
Is
to.
it better
You can show
different
easy
on the
graphics of
dipole
that.
model?
Please explain it very simple. It should be very simple to explain.
But on the dipole model, which way is south?
The dipole is for the sun. It doesn't even show properly the stars.
Well, it's the sky. I mean, I can give that to her, but his
No,
question is a valid.
the
On
sun's
all of those
completely different
flat
to the rotations of the stars.
well, it's still the rotation of the Earth. I mean, there's some differences, but I'm willing to give that to her. The question is, which way is south? Because that's where the whole thing breaks down. That's the contradiction that the other guy was talking about, where one flat thing can be explained, but no 2 flat things can be explained in the same model.
Yeah, there's different types of magnetic poles, like the toroidal magnetic pole, and then they have if you look at the effects of electromagnetohydrodynamics, you can basically see like clockwise rotation of like these basically like rotating sky merions, and also in water around the magnets, and then
Question.
another direction.
Question was, which
Yeah.
direction do we look to see the South Celestial Pole?
Well, that's a good question. I haven't actually seen South Celestial Pole.
So here's a
But
good
do
thing
you
you
have
can
any good
do.
videos of it?
Here's a good thing you can do for a good
Probably.
visual
You
reference.
liar.
Take a fidget spinner and spin it. Hold it over your head and look up at it. It looks like it's spinning one way. Don't flip it over. Just pull it below your eyes and look down at it. It will look like it's spinning the other way, but it's still spinning the same direction, just like the Earth. It
That's
looks
what I
like
was
it
trying to
spins
tell
one way
you.
from the north. It looks like it spins one way from the south, but it still is spinning the same direction, just like the fidget spinner. Same concept.
You can look depending on the direction you look in the
Try
North
it.
Pole.
Try
You
it.
can
Get you a
see
fidget
both.
spinner and try it.
Why
See
are
what
you
you come up.
interrupting me?
Yeah, aren't they flat?
You can see both clockwise and counterclockwise moving stars in one pole, depending on the direction you look. That was the only point I made.
Nope.
That's
Each one
funny.
will be different.
In one pole? No. They're rotating around 2 different poles.
Have you looked into this?
Or one axle, if you like.
Yeah. I literally opened Stellarium when you said it, and I know that when you look south, if you're like let's say you're at like 50 degrees north, and you look south, you'll see a slight rotational, you see a slight edge of a rotation that is clockwise. If you move further south, you'll
Yes,
eventually see the
clockwise.
pole. Yeah, and
So-
eventually you'll see the pole, depending on how far south you go. So you have 2 rotational pole. apparently according to you, over a flat
So
surface. And all the
so
stars
what
are
I
always at
addressed
the
was the
same time
was the
equidistant.
movement and direction of the stars. Now you're addressing the poles, and yeah, I mean, I can't be 100% sure
Same
on the poles.
conversation.
There are, yeah, it's a different conversation. There's a
It's
dipole
not. It's
model,
the same
and I haven't personally seen much of the South Celestial Pole, so
Pathetic
I would
lies.
like to
I
see
live
more
in
about it.
Sydney, Taylor.
But you were perfectly
Disgusting.
capable of.
I'm not saying it doesn't
You were
exist.
perfectly
I just
capable of providing. You were giving the hypotheticals of what we see when we look one direction, when we look another direction. You don't need to have seen it to logically go through the hypothetical.
She has seen it.
It
I
doesn't matter.
haven't.
It was a dodge,
Yeah.
clearly.
Let me go grab the
Druid,
SD card out of the camera.
Manufactorum, Coal, AI. I can't
What?
talk to this many people, but yeah, I'm trying.
You're fine, honey. Go. I'm going to drop out anyway. I'm playing a game right now. I just spoke up for a second, but I'm dropping out anyway. So y'all can continue.
It's clear to me you've got no explanation, which means
Oh, and Dawn. Add Dawn to the list.
you have to skirt right round the major proof for a globe to keep pretending Earth's flat. I've seen many like you do it over the years, over and over and over again.
Well, the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Bible talk about we'll never understand the mysteries of the heavens, and okay with that.
Yeah, do they
I don't think
say,
any
and
of
we
us
should
ever
lie
will.
to each other about it?
I'm not lying. What am I lying
You
about?
are, I can tell.
What did I lie about?
You pretended you'd never heard or seen the South Celestial Pole argument, and now you're pretending
No, I have heard of it.
you've
I
managed to
have heard
rebut
of it. I
it.
just haven't seen it.
Bullshit.
Okay.
Do the Dead Sea
Apparently, it
Scrolls
doesn't even
say
have
that
a
we
star
can't
in the
use our
center.
eyes and our brains?
All right, I found
Does a South Celestial Pole
South
rotate
Celestial
around a
Pole.
star, Dawn?
Yeah, so you're pretending they mean one star now instead of a
I'm just
rotational
curious.
point. So you're lying again.
There you go. I found
No, I'm not
South
pretending. I
Celestial
just
Pole video.
asked you if there is a star they
It's
rotate
easy
around.
to Taylor. It's easy to tell. It's not just me that can tell.
So you're dodging the question, but it's okay.
Check the chat, Taylor.
No, he answered your question. You just didn't understand the answer.
Oh, I did ignore her question because she's ignoring the
Well,
question.
but you did answer the question too. So
Probably. But I'm fine with ignoring her questions if she's ignored the main point.
All right, Taylor, can you see the chat?
No.
No. Are you going to look at the chat for a South Celestial Pole?
I mean, yeah. Well, hold on. Is this the video?
Yep, two videos. One's
Omnipresence text chat?
Yep. One's a star trail, one's a star time lapse.
That's cool. The flat Earth killer.
2 poles. It's a problem.
Have you heard of the dipole model?
No, but what direction do you need to look to see the South Celestial Pole?
What direction do you think?
South? On what model is
Yeah,
south
so
the
on the
same
dipole model,
direction for
there's like
everyone?
Antarctica's like a continent, and then there's still like I think there's still an ice wall around, but Antarctica's essentially a continent.
There is.
Okay. So
Let me
people
try
on
to
the
find a
I think
picture
I
of
know what
it.
you mean,
There's somebody
actually.
who did a presentation on this.
Yeah.
do you go
I
around Antarctica or does Antarctica go around us?
Antarctica's a continent.
I don't
Right.
think it's in the Bible.
Yeah, I understand, Taylor. Antarctica is a continent. Do we go around to Antarctica or does Antarctica go around us?
Yeah, I'm
No, I
not
think I
sure.
know what you
Antarctica is
mean.
an island. I think she's trying to say it's an island.
Yeah.
No, she's
But what's his name?
it's a
Brian Leakey had a video about it.
continent, and she has. I mean, Taylor can answer the question for herself. Do we go around to Antarctica or does Antarctica go around us?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
They've put Antarctica at the bottom, and
here it is.
The edge is now a complete mystery.
You don't know what I mean. You don't know what I mean about go around. What part of my question did you not understand?
They go around. Look in the chat. I posted one of the pictures.
Yeah, I posted as well.
I'm just curious, Taylor. What part of my question was too hard for you to understand?
Well, if you're on a board, it's kind of confusing because you go around what, how, what, where, when. Please state.
Slitsley, do you understand the
No,
question?
obviously not. No, obviously not. I don't
No,
understand.
you
If you're
don't
talking about you're on a ball, I don't understand.
You don't
I don't
understand
understand.
if
No.
I go around an object or if an object goes around me. You don't understand the difference.
You're saying, can we go around the object?
Well, how can you tell? Don't you have to be in a certain?
Well, see, the way I
Assuming
can
this
tell is
model,
if I
you'd
go
go
around
around
an
it.
object, if I go around an object, it'll always appear on the same side as me, no matter
If you was
what.
driving down the street and you crashed into a tree,
Like
did
if
the
I
tree
would
crash into
like if
you, or the
no
tree, or you crashed into
no
the
like
tree?
like if I'm constantly turning left and an object's constantly on my left side, I know I'm going around the object. But if I'm constantly turning left and the object's always on my right side, I know the object's around me.
I think that's a poor analogy, but I get what you're saying.
No, that's
Yeah,
just
so I guess in
a
this
very
model,
simple
you'd go
analogy.
around it.
It's
No,
extremely
exactly
simple.
what I just said. It's a
No,
poor
but-
analogy, but I get what you're saying.
Okay,
Did you
so
hear my answer?
if you're on a racetrack, right?
Oh,
and
on
you
a racetrack,
constantly
yeah.
look left. Yeah. If you're on a racetrack and you constantly look left, you're going around the inner rail. If you look to your right, there's the outer rail.
So an
Well, in
object
this-
could be going
Right.
around you and you turn to watch it or keep it on the same side at the same time. It's not just one or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in this model, you'd be going around Antarctica, but I don't claim to be an expert in this model, nor do I claim to be an expert in the stars and what's happening with the heavens. I don't
You
know.
should.
I don't know why you're talking about
claim to
models.
know.
I'm talking about
You
reality.
need to learn
Taylor.
it.
Yeah. You need to go to
Seriously?
analogy school.
Yeah.
Because your
If you don't
analogies
know
are
this
really
stuff,
bad.
you'll accidentally think Earth might be flat.
I mean, if you think my analogies are pretty bad, that means they're pretty good because you can't answer
No,
the question.
I completely. Well, look, they're not very good, and I still get what you're trying to say, but it makes no sense. Look, you have all these models. They're just fictional theories.
I haven't
and
talked
you're
about a
presenting
model
them as
yet.
facts, and that's not true, is it?
I
It's
haven't
very
talked about any
deceptive.
models. I don't know
It's
why
very
you're talking about models.
deceptive.
I haven't talked about any models yet.
Okay. That you're referencing. So what you're trying to explain is you've got your
I'm
model in your head.
referencing.
No, what you're doing is
I'm
you've got your model in
referencing
your head
the
and you're trying to
reality.
project your model in
No, I'm
layman
referencing
terms, and
reality.
it's still not working out, is it? So,
I'm referencing reality. People sail
Okay.
around Antarctica.
so when you walk outside your house, what motion do you feel? Zero. I wonder why.
Because we don't
I wonder why. Oh, because our ability. Our
So let's
body
go
doesn't
back to
have-
the model. Now
our-
you're going to reference the model, yeah?
Our body doesn't have the ability to recognize that type of movement that
Oh
you're
my God,
referring
you're
to.
fucking. I have no words now. Sorry.
He's absolutely right about that.
Doesn't the Earth have
mine
to
doesn't.
accelerate around the sun?
Yes, accelerate at what rate?
I just asked
Is
you.
it about 1 degree per day?
1 degree.
I was just wondering.
Yeah,
Because I was told that we don't feel Earth
day?
rotating because it's not
I'll
accelerating.
tell you what, Taylor. Start spinning in a circle and just take a whole year to complete the circle, and tell me, how you feel.
Can we measure this acceleration?
Well, yeah. It's called a birthday. So
Is
you
anyone-
just like
We've got any Australians here?
imagine
We've got any
starting a
Australians
circle
here?
on your birthday and just take a whole year, wait for everyone else to come back and celebrate your birthday again, and tell me how much motion you felt.
No, I said, can we measure it on the Earth?
Yeah, it's called a year.
The acceleration rate?
We can calculate.
Yeah, it's called a year.
Yeah, we can observe the motion through stellar parallax, for example.
It's a revolution over time, one revolution over 1 year.
No, they're on about the elliptic or ecliptic orbit, whatever you call it, where it gets slightly faster for a little while.
Yeah, she asked about acceleration, and you gave her period.
Well, yeah, acceleration is change of direction. You don't have to change your velocity.
But I don't know if we can measure it or not. But I would like to know if on this bipolar model, how you fly from Sydney to Santiago.
I'm not sure. You should ask the guy that presented on it in Earth Awakenings.
It's you raise it as a possibility of a model. You're not going to defend it?
Not really.
Yeah,
Okay.
so please don't
blame
next
you.
time. Please just
Taylor,
say,
are you
I
a flat
think
earther?
you've got me there. I don't know what the sky is.
Hip.
Sydney, yes. I'm in Sydney.
Right. You must have had a dinner in the Sydney Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what do you know the exact
the rate?
Yeah. Do you know how much it moves takes one rotation?
I think it's about 2 hours. You get to see the city, both sides, I think, over the course of a dinner. I've been there for a very long time. You're better off Googling that.
So in comparison to Earth, that's not far off the mark, is it?
What? That's heaps
I think
faster.
do you know what? Do you know that measurement of that rotation is almost? I think it's too. I think I'm right in saying this. It's not too far away from Earth's motion. Apparently,
It's fucking several orders of magnitudes wrong.
It's got to be 24 hours, literally. You'd have to stay there all day.
No,
all night.
stop
You're
it.
talking
Stop
about
it.
something
Stop
with
it.
a radius. A radius
Listen,
of what? I don't know.
listen. Don't
30
forget
meters.
the tower
Well,
is smaller,
the-
you imbeciles.
The
So,
radius
right,
doesn't
more
matter.
acceleration,
The amount it takes to do the one rotation is what matters.
Right, look. Can I just ask? Can I just ask
the radius
Ruthie
doesn't matter.
this? Ruthie,
Yeah.
I think that rotation was to be in sort of like a comparison to Earth's motion. I'm pretty sure of that.
It's way off. It'll be at least an order of
No,
magnitude.
don't forget Sydney Tower is small, so you have to like condense down. If we're not talking
which
about
makes more acceleration.
Your Earth is
More.
1,000. I think it's around 900.
800, 900 what?
You don't feel it apparently in your model. If you say what's the comparison of Sydney Tower in conjunction with Earth's rotation, I would imagine that's not going to be too far off. If the Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour,
You were just
I think
told by
Sydney
3
Tower
people.
spins at around 900. I
They're all
guarantee.
telling you it's really far off.
1,000 miles an hour drink.
Again,
You don't feel it. You don't feel it, do you? You don't feel it. You don't feel it.
Miles per hour doesn't matter.
Because
The
everything's
miles per
going
hour
around
doesn't
together at the
matter.
same time.
The miles per hour doesn't matter.
Because it don't. Because
No,
it don't.
because it doesn't.
I say because it don't.
doesn't.
Because it don't. Nothing matters.
It's
We're
What are you
spinning,
talking about?
we're
A
not.
merry-go-round spins around about 10 miles per hour. You feel that. So no, the
Oh, do
speed
you?
doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, look, I tell you what, right? Have you been up to Sydney Tower? You're all quick to say, like, have you been up there? Has anyone been up there? The only person
I
who
haven't
said
been up
they
to
had
Sydney Tower.
was Ruthie. Have you been up there?
No, I haven't. I went
No,
to
you're
the,
talking
I
about
went to
a
the Opera House.
rotating restaurant.
Dawn, have you been up there?
I did go to the Opera House restaurant. That was kind of overrated.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
Are you just talking about a rotating
24
restaurant or
hours,
something?
So I went on there. Had to come off. I wonder why. And I'm walking down the road and my mate's going, why do you keep walking into me? I was going, mate, I still feel fucking sick. I had to actually come off because what? I don't know. 1 minute I'm talking and I wasn't even looking out. I had my back. You know, like you come into the restaurant and you walk down and it's kind of dips down and you can sit with your back against the glass. And if you look over your shoulder, you see the ground.
And what was your acceleration?
Very, very super small.
Mm-hmm.
Ask the guy who's been there yourself.
I had to. I
Really?
didn't even wait for the waiter to bring. I just left him the money on the table. I said, "Take that, mate. I've got to get off this. I'm feeling super sick." I went down in the lift. I actually said, "Like, is there a way you can walk down the stairs? I can't even wait for the lift."
Another fake anecdote from Sletsky.
No, not fake. It's real, Dawn. Just because you ain't been out of your mum's basement.
Oh shit!
What was the rate of your change of direction?
What do you mean rate of change of direction? It just spins around. It goes. I'm sitting on there. It's going. I'm sure it's going clockwise. If I remember rightly, it's going clockwise.
At what rate?
I think it's like almost. It's not. It's kind of 1 hour 70 for a full rotation. I don't know. 1 hour and something. Or 70 minutes. It could be 70 minutes. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, the change of direction is what you feel, though, right?
No, you don't. My friends were thinking I was mad. They're going, why have we got to leave?
You're about to say you don't feel anything after making the argument that you definitely felt something.
Shut up! I had to come off the fucking. I had to come off the tower, you imbecile.
Yeah, because you were having a panic attack.
You're lying idiot.
Oh, fuck off, Dawn. You haven't even fucking been out in fucking Norfolk, you prick.
Is the speed in the tower, or is the direction changing in the tower?
I can't hear you. If you're all talking together, I can't hear you. One at a time, please.
Slitsy, is the speed changing in the tower?
No, it's constant.
It's constant speed, but yet you feel.
I would think so. I don't know. I'm not the fucking guy who fucking sets the thing. I think it's just rotating.
Right. So you're telling me that what you feel is a change in direction, not the speed. Yes.
No.
You said this. You said the speed isn't changing.
Look, you tell me this. Yeah. You go up in a lift. You go up in a lift. You go up in a lift. I'll keep saying it until you stop to listen. You go up in a lift. You speak to the guy, and he sit you down at a table. Yeah. You can have a raised table, or you can have one lower, so your back is against the glass, and you can see. So if you're looking out the window, you can basically see the floor underneath you. Yeah. They're the two tables. So you've got the tables of what are, as you walk in, they're sort of there. Then you walk down in a kind of like it steps down.
40 seconds of useless information. Okay.
Yeah. So you're asking me something, and I'm telling you, make it.
Telling me absolutely useless information.
Oh, shut up, you absolute moron.
None of what you just said has to do with anything we're talking about.
Oh yeah. So what are you asking me then? I don't get what you're asking me. You're asking me, did it change speeds? I don't fucking know. I'm not the fucking guy sitting there pressing the button. So I don't know. But if you're saying, I think it just spins around at a constant speed, and I felt I had the need to come off the thing because and as I'm walking down the road, I'm walking like into my friend, like jaywalking, and he's going, "Why do you keep walking into me?" I'm going, "Mate, my head's spinning. I had to come off the shit."
That's not what jaywalking.
Absolute horseshit, Litzy.
No, what it is, it just proves your fucking understanding of you don't feel motion, and you're fucking lying. Because it's a common thing. The people come off there, and it's a common thing.
How common?
So people do feel the motion. It's like when you're on a train and you go, "Oh, you don't feel motion." Yeah, you fucking cause you know you're moving. That's why some people have to sit facing the way they're going or sit to their back. That's why trains put a picture on the end of the train at the end of the carriage, so you can concentrate on that to stop motion sickness. It's a thing, yeah? Sorry.
Wait, say that again? Say that again? They put what?
Hello?
What do they put at the front of the carriage?
Where the carriage, on the wall at the end of the carriage, there'll be a picture where you can concentrate. So if you get motion sickness, you concentrate on the picture. In the UK they do that, yeah? It's a guaranteed thing. You can go on their website and you can read that.
How does that cure motion sickness?
because it gives you something to concentrate on. Usually the pictures are like purples and pinks because they're the colours that take your mind off motion sickness. As mad as
But
it
if it's
seems,
something
but
you
that's it.
feel, right? If it's something you feel, how does that work?
Well, if you feel, so you don't know what motion sickness is?
I do know
People
what
when they're in
motion
the
sickness
car
is.
traveling, they
They're
get car
looking out of the
sickness.
window. Yeah, it's because you're looking out of the window. If you close all the windows, you probably wouldn't have that effect. Motion sickness, you don't feel the
Oh yeah,
forward
so that's why they put
when it's
something on
accelerating.
the end of the carriage, so you focus on that to stop the motion sickness. And okay,
Yeah, stop you looking out the
okay.
window.
So there's no big deal, is it? It's no big deal.
not
I'm
a-
just saying that is a thing. People feel motion sickness regardless of looking out the window. Whatever.
Listen, he's asking you, how does staring at a picture change the motion of the train?
Because you're not looking out the window, most probably. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm not the fucking person who come up with the idea to stick that on the end of a fucking carriage, yeah? So you're asking me
The only
shit
motion-
about shit I don't know.
No, I'm not asking. I'm telling you. The only motion you feel in a train is side to side when it banks around curves, or the vibration of the tracks of the wheels on the track. You don't feel the forward motion when it's constant. You just don't.
Oh, so you don't get motion sickness on a train, huh?
Is that what you said? From what I just said?
Yeah, I don't understand. Is that what he said?
Do you get motion sickness or you don't?
You
You
do get
do,
motion
because
sickness.
if you look
Oh,
outside,
you do.
got
You
shit.
do. Regardless of how you
Yeah.
get it, do you get it? Yes or no?
Yeah, close your eyes and you won't.
Who gives a fuck how you get it? Is it a
How is the
thing?
whole
Yes
point
or
of
no?
this
Yes, it is. So I don't know what your argument is. I don't know what your point is. What's
We're arguing on the why, on the how we get it. That's exactly the point.
If you close your eyes, you won't get it. It confuses your brain with the motion outside.
The same as, by the way, when you're sitting at the station and you're next to another train, sometimes one of the two trains you're on, or one of the two trains, the one you're on or the other one, will start moving and you can't tell which. That's for the exact same reason.
When I used to drive a standard car and I'd hit a traffic light or whatever, it's just like slowly let off the clutch or the brake or you're in neutral. And it's just like, wait, am I going backwards or are they going forward?
Yes,
Yeah.
I've had that as well. Scares the shit out of me.
My mind's blown.
But if we've settled that, Felicia, you asked me for a paper earlier. Did you? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Never mind.
He's probably fucking drunk at Sydney Tower. That's why he can't stand up.
What's the?
It's ridiculously small.
Wow.
There's one in Seattle as well.
Yeah.
What's the topic?
You know, Windows on the World, the 9/11 restaurant, did that rotate? Or do you just get a window seat?
Fuck bum. Fuck a bum, fuck a bum.
Ladies, my battery died.
So who settled the acceleration thing? I mean, I don't know if we have, but you asked me for a paper earlier. Did you get it? I DM'd it to you. Schlitzie I was talking to.
I don't know what you're fucking on about. Anyway, Ruby.
All right.
What's your name? Refractional. Right. Have you heard people having the motion sickness on the Sydney Tower?
No, it's just fucking not a thing.
That's not true.
I just reckon
That's
you
not
were
true.
drunk.
All right then. I'm glad you said that. So you're saying people don't feel the motion, never felt motion sickness on the Sydney Tower?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well done. Because I went back there the next day and I said, like, I had to come off here the other day because I wanted to book it again. And I said, the guy said, like, oh, there's no booking because you can imagine, he said, like, you just come and you just turn up. There's no need to book unless you're a big party. I said, okay. And the second time I went, I didn't feel it. But the first time, fuck me, I don't know. 100% I had to come off there. And the guy said, yeah,
psychosomatic.
it happens.
Completely psychosomatic.
Maybe you were just slitched the first time.
No, maybe just
Maybe
you're a
you're just
cunt.
trashed.
Maybe you're a cunt. And you're the epitome of that word. I get that. I understand that.
Isn't like cunt for Australians like almost a term of endearment? I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
it is. You silly cunt.
Yeah.
We talk them English, the same as you Americans, but you just seem to like not grasp the pronunciation. Tomato, tomato.
No, I understood you guys pretty well when I was there.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went from Sydney to Noosa Head.
To where?
Noosa Head.
What, in the UK?
No,
it's,
Noosa
Northern
Head
New
is
South
in.
Wales. Oh, Queensland,
There you go.
actually.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm English.
Condolences.
That was
I've
our
been to
honeymoon.
Australia several times, but I don't know everywhere.
Yeah, that was our honeymoon. We went from Sydney to Noosa Head. Road trip.
Man, it's a beautiful country. I'm jealous. That
It was. Very nice.
yeah, I think it's amazing. I only had the privilege of exploring from Melbourne to Queensland, but
Well, that's further than what I went. I started in Sydney, so.
yeah, I just went up the coast. I started in Sydney, went down to Melbourne, went up to Byron Bay.
Yeah, Byron Bay was nice. Brisbane.
Brisbane.
Where else? What was it? Newcastle. Newcastle reminded me of San Diego. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's fair.
Big waves in Newcastle.
Big surfer spot. Like 6 a.m, people were just out there in the water. It's like they were surfing before work or something. I only met like one asshole down there.
Was his name Schlitzy?
Possibly. Yeah, this fucking dickhead wanted to talk about politics while I'm sitting at a bar. I'm like, bro, I'm on my honeymoon. Like, leave me the fuck alone. The best thing, I was in Coffs Harbour and I had a guy, and for sure he lived in the outback, and he's going, I think I know you, mate. And I was going, how the fuck can you know me? It was like the weirdest fucking scenario ever. He actually walked away about maybe 10 times going, I fucking know you. I was going, you don't fucking know me. I've just arrived. I've never been to this fucking place in my life. So they're the weird. Question is, Australians are weird. They're very weird people. Were you more drunk than he was? No, I was actually wanking at the time, yeah? And most probably in your mouth for you to come out with something like that. Do you normally wank it in front of guys that say they know you that you don't think you know? What the fuck are you on about? Yeah, it's weird. What's your point? What's your point? You said you were waking in front of a guy that kept. You said you were waking in front of a guy that said that he kept recognizing you. You're like, dude, let's get to your point, man. Like, I don't recognize you. You got ictus or something? I don't know. Tell me. It's weird. I just want to know why you're waking in front of guys that say that they know you. It's weird, and you don't remember them. So you've never met any weird people in your life, no? I've never met another man while wanking it. I'll tell you that right now. It's never happened ever in my entire life. I'm sure you have. Nope, you look like never met anyone while wanking it. Nope, never met anyone like that. Yeah, someone said that you was wanking him off with your mouth. I mean, I'd be impressed with myself if I could do that. Yeah, you're a cocksucker, so why would that be not hard to understand? I mean, if I could strike my own cock, like, I'd be like, hey guys, look at this talent. I'd go on America's Got Talent. That's never gonna happen. I would go on America's Got Talent. That's never gonna happen. So you're laughing because you know what I'm saying is funny. No, you're a cocksucker. You're trying to hold back. You're trying to hold back the laugh. You're a cocksucker for sure. I mean, I suck on some chicken bones every now and then. So, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Okay. What's your point anyway? Let's find out what your point is. Get to the point. My point is your insults are very funny because you start talking about how you're wanking the person who makes the telling me how you're wanking it in front of a guy that recognizes you, but you don't recognize him. So when you do the attack, and then someone turns around and gives it back to you, you don't like that, no? What attack? You the bully, yeah? You want to be the bully? I don't. You want to be the bully, yeah? You got the bully tactics, yeah? You wanna fucking take the piss out of people, and then you don't like it when they come back at you, maybe even with a better retort. You kind of get what I take. You kind of start. Yeah, well, because you stop talking, and then I start talking, and then you interrupt. You choking on your hamburger? You choking? You choking on the meat? Not currently, no. Oh, okay. I did have a piece of steak go down the wrong pipe last night. Yeah, we're talking English, but I don't understand your English. How about that? I ain't got a clue what you're saying. If you want to put some subtitles up, I'd be happy to read. Unless you can just come out with your point. And I'm still waiting for your point. My point is, how do you meet people while you're jerking off? Because talking to people like you, that's the assimilation I get. You're just a cocksucker. How do I get that? Because you just talk shit. And you're like one of these bullies. You think you can fucking say something. There's a few different ways. You can do what you've been doing for the past few months. Meeting guys in bars, not remembering them later on. Or you can just buy a piece of chicken and suck on the chicken bone And either way, you'll be a cocksucker.
Mate, you are a cocksucker.
Yeah, I'm a cocksucker because I eat chicken. You're a cocksucker because you eat cock.
No. Are you? Where are you? Are you in the playground? Are you in the playground? You even
No, I'm
argue
driving.
like a little boy.
I'm
You
driving to
argue like a
Brooklyn
little
right
boy.
now.
You argue like a little boy.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I
Yeah.
never really. Yeah, I kind of do. You're right about that.
Fucking imbecile.
I mean, my favorite movie was like The Sandlot, and that's all just like a bunch of little boys
Yeah,
like making
whatever.
fun of each
I
other,
don't know what the
arguing.
fuck you're talking about. You can reference whatever you want. I'm never going to understand what you're fucking going on about.
It's a great movie. It's a really great movie.
Yeah. I don't live my life by fucking referencing movies. Sorry.
No, you do it by referencing stories about guys meeting you while you're jerking off and you not remembering them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for your point, which you failed to give me.
My point is, where do you meet these guys while jerking off?
No, before I said that, you was coming out with some bullshit. So what? Do you want to explain your bullshit up to that point? That was what I said after you interjected.
Honestly, I got so lost with all your cock stories
You don't
that I
know
don't
what
remember.
you was fucking saying because you got the fucking
Yeah,
memory of a
I
fucking
got lost with all
goldfish.
your cock stories.
Yeah, you
I've
got the
been
memory
thinking
of a
about.
goldfish. Unless it's referencing globe Earth, then you seem to know everything there is to know. Fucking mad, that isn't it? Kind of crazy shit.
Did you die? Did everyone die?
I just came back under Jesus. What's up?
All right.
I have a question for the flat earthers in here.
Good luck.
How would you guys map the Earth if you guys didn't have Google? Like, what techniques would you use?
if I speak for the flat earthers, they would
Yeah, I'm
first.
speaking to flat earthers. I want flat earthers to answer this.
No, I'll speak for the flat earthers.
Oh, okay. Yeah. How would you map the Earth?
So first, we want a huge grant of millions and billions of dollars.
No. Like, imagine like you existed before Google and stuff, real life. You know, just like what would be the technique before you get the millions of dollars? Just explain the technique so you get the $1 million.
No, that's as far as flat earthers go.
Yeah, get the money and then run.
I think maybe the right answer is we would do it the same as you do it. You did it.
How's that?
We would do it how we did it.
How did we do it?
Suck cock.
You sail around and you look at the stars, then you map it above the Earth that you think is.
I don't
Did you say
understand.
I'd be doing it by sucking cock? Was that the answer? I mean, to each their own, Slitty, but not sure that's going to get you very far.
Oh, come on. Everyone knows your preference.
Yeah. I mean, if you suck a
So
surveyor's
Slitty's-
cock, maybe it'll get you something.
You don't have to hide it. It's so obvious, bro. Hypno.
Saw Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald was on Larry King, like, I don't know, 20 years ago.
Is that
And Larry
kind of
King
a
goes,
joke?
you know.
Or
No, it is a
Norm
joke where Larry King asks him, you know, what's going on? And Norm Macdonald just goes, well, I'm a deeply closeted gay man. And it just confuses the fuck out of Larry King. It's fantastic.
He's not fit to even say anything.
I remember that interview.
Yeah.
You've been on here a few times drunk, and you've referenced that you're gay. Does that mean you're gay?
How much better would Norm Macdonald make the movie Beer League? And if none of you guys have ever seen the movie Beer League with Artie Lang, you're missing out.
We don't live our lives as watching films.
Here we go.
No, you live your life on Discord?
Well, you say that, and you're on there as well, you fucking imbecile.
Yeah, I'm on here.
I'm just a
while driving
retard, though.
to
I'm a
job
retard,
sites.
and I don't understand. I don't know nothing. I'm trying to educate myself.
I work by myself, and I'm on Discord while I'm on job sites or while I'm traveling to a job. You're on here. When?
Why am I on here? Come on, let's hear your analogy of why I'm on here. Why am I
No,
on
I asked you, you're on here, and then the question was when?
No, come on. So why am I on here? Because you're
No,
now
no,
going to
the
tell me
question is-
why
the
I'm
question-
on here.
No,
No,
the
you're going
question
to tell
wasn't
me why I'm on here.
No, the question wasn't why. The question
No, come on, tell me, please.
is when you're on here.
You know everything there is to know. So tell me why I'm on here.
I don't know everything there is to know.
You do.
I'll tell you, Fitzy. You're waiting for a consignment of drugs from Morocco to come over to Spain, and then you're going to post it back to the UK. Because that's your job.
Stop with that. You get me arrested. But it is kind of true. I'm gonna put my hands up to that. I can hear them knocking on the door now. How? What a wonderful guess. I love people with vision.
So you got your millions of dollars. So let's see, what do you do with your millions of dollars now?
Hookers and cocaine.
Sounds about right.
Hookers and cocaine.
I think that was Don who was saying before. What'd you say, Don?
Dawn's saying, when I get out of my mum's basement, I'm gonna like start putting myself about.
Fuck bum.
Let's see, have you ever worn a dress or been in a gay bar?
What the fuck, Dawn?
I went to a gay town once. It was called Norwich.
That's the level we got to.
There's a lot of gay people in Norwich. That's why all the girls, when you go there, you seem to you can't shake them off. I think it's because all guys are gay in Norwich. Just an observation. No born.
Not a bad place for a straight guy to hang out, because if there's only gay guys there, then you got no competition.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
Kind of like.
Do you know what it is? It's even when you go to
kinda like-
Norwich and you just ask for a drink, and then girls go, "You from London? You from?"
We do have a gay
"You
scene
from
in
London?"
Norwich.
Remember
We had
when I told you I thought the girl said she had heart disease, and she was from Heartsease. Imagine that. I was thinking like, fucking hell, why am I talking to you? Have you got heart disease? Fuck about. I only asked you if you're from Norwich, and she went, "Oh, she must have said I'm from Heartsease," and I thought, "Oh, you got heart disease? I got a fucking exit." You know that's true.
I
Dawn,
sort of
because
believe
you
that
know
anecdote.
Heartsease is a place, and I
That's
don't
your
know Heartsease
one
is
true
a place.
anecdote that you've ever told.
Huh? It's funny though, yeah.
That's the only true anecdote you've ever told.
I tell you what,
man,
right?
gay bars are fun.
These two girls, they fucking collared me. I was dipping out, and then I'm sitting down talking to this other birds, and they used to have these fucking big, massive cocktail glasses, where there's maybe I don't know, there's like fucking 10 cocktails in the glass with all sparklers. I'm sitting down talking to these two girls, and they come back and they go, "You were talking to my mate. How comes you've just run off and now you're talking to these sluts?" I was thinking, oh my God, there's going to be a fight in a minute. It was so funny. Norwich, I loved it. I think it was at the nightclub, Tudor Hall. The Tudor Hall. Tudor Hall. Do you remember that, Dawn? Tudor Hall?
No.
There's another one called Pennies as well. Do you remember Pennies? No. You don't remember that? You're only a baby, ain't you?
Why don't you give up on the flat Earth and start studying religion, cults, and conspiracy theories? 'Cause that's what I did.
Should I join your gang?
And it's
Are
good.
you asking me to join your gang?
Yeah, I'll teach you how to be less silly.
Dawn, are you in Australia?
Dawn
No,
wants me.
I'm in UK.
Dawn,
Huh?
Dawn, do you want to meet up? Is that what you want? Do you want to meet up?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying,
Come on,
why don't
come and
you
have a
try
drink.
to?
Come and have a drink with Uncle Marky.
Why don't you try
Come and have
to
a drink
watch
with
cool
Uncle
videos
Marky.
and then express the ideas in them instead of flat Earth?
Come, let's have a drink. I think it'll be funny. I just make you laugh, Dawn. You can even come to my club. How about that? I give you red carpet VIP treatment in my club. You can come there, smoke weed. You can
do all the shit you want to do.
You own a club, Schlitzy?
Yeah. Smoking club. Private smoking club.
Gay bar, gay bar.
You know what? I let gays in because, believe me, they never, do you know what? The thing with gay people, they never fucking moan, they never complain, they're very simple
What the fuck are
people.
you talking about? That's just fucking bullshit right there.
Huh? If I'm telling you something,
Yeah,
I'm telling you for a fucking reason. I'm not telling you because I'm trying to blow smoke up your ass.
okay.
Yeah? So,
If they don't moan, Schlitzy, you're doing it wrong.
yeah, the only time they're going to moan is if you're hanging out the back of them. Innit? The only time they're going to moan is if you're hanging out the back of them. And believe me, they're not going to be moaning because you're pleasuring them. They're going to be going, are you in yet? Come on, fucking get it over for fuck's sake.
Are you in there? Are you telling me that I'm not even gonna go there? Jesus.
Yeah, don't go there. Don't go there.
Yeah.
Oh
You
no,
pillar
I don't want to
biter.
hear fake gay anecdotes. That'll be even worse than a normal fake anecdote.
Come and meet us for a drink, Dawn. I think it'll be funny. Then you can relay to your delayed Gobi friends.
No, you're not understanding this. I don't want to be your friend. I want to teach you to be less silly on Discord.
We don't have to be friends. I'm going to charge you. Don't worry. I'll give
You
you
have to,
VIP.
you're
I'll
not
give
even
you
considering the
VIP.
offer. You're just rejecting and diverting something else.
No. I was going to say
Dawn,
as
you
well.
wanna meet me in Germany for Oktoberfest this year?
Uh,
Nah. Yeah.
I can't afford it. That's why I don't sound really up for it.
Oh, Dawn. I'll pay for your ticket. It's only fucking 50 quid. Do you want to get on a flight?
50 quid to Germany.
No, 50 quid to where I am in Spain. 50 quid. Maybe even less. Get Ryan there.
Shit, you're in Spain? Fuck, I gotta cancel my trip to Spain now.
If you can get me booked in a 100+ drum and bass club, then it would be worth it.
Listen, all my friends are DJs.
Slipsley, where are you in Spain?
I can't tell you. On an island in the Mediterranean. There's only 3. Don't want to dox myself, but it's the smallest one.
Oh, we should talk about all the clubs there, all the roads there.
Listen, Dawn. Where's
Ibiza an island?
Hold on. Listen, Dawn. If you wanted to, if of all the places you wanted to DJ, where would you want to DJ?
I just told you, you'd have to have 100+ people.
There was
is
a
the
lot of
home?
English people in Ibiza.
It's anywhere.
Oh, don't dox me.
Sorry, I'm clipping. Anywhere with 100 people that like drum and bass.
Yeah, but come on, you wanna be DJing in Ibiza, surely. That's where everyone wants to DJ. They want to DJ. You got drum and bass nights.
I didn't like Ibiza. I thought it was just a fucking sort of like Malaga, or it's just another fucking English tourist town. It's not even Spain anymore.
There's nothing English about Ibiza unless you're hanging out in San Antonio, and even that ain't very. Not now. When did you go to Ibiza?
2000. What was it? 2023, 22.
2023.
Yeah.
Where did you stay though? San Antonio.
I don't remember the exact place. We were only there for like 3 days.
3 days, hardly worth going though, no? You might as well be one day.
Well, we did the tomato fest thing, like that big tomato fight outside of Valencia, and then we went to Ibiza.
Yeah, it makes sense. Did you go by the boat or fly?
By the boat.
Yeah. So half your day was traveling. 6 hours, isn't it?
No.
Or
I
maybe
don't think it was.
12. I don't know. You can get the fast one. There's 4 hours.
We went during the sunset, so I mean, it didn't. I don't think it took that long.
Yeah, 6 hours.
unless you got the fast one, which is 4. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think it was probably 4. Maybe if anything, I don't know. I don't
There's a
remember it
fast
being. I don't remember feeling like it took that long.
Yeah, there's a fast one which takes 4 hours, or there's just a standard and that's 6. Sometimes it even stops at Formentera. So go Valencia, Formentera, Ibiza.
Let's see. Question: Are you residents in Spain? Are you always there? Do you come back to London and go there?
Nah.
What do you mean no? Yes, no. As in you go there often, or you always there? You always
I'm
here?
always there.
You sure?
Yeah.
So, did you get your residency yet?
Yeah.
Or citizenship?
Yeah, I've been living there for 11 years.
I just got my citizenship.
Oh, you live in Spain as well?
No, I just got my citizenship for there.
a policia.
Definitely on a gay island.
At that point, you might as well just give him the whatever you got, or you just have to say,
If you ever come to New York, you should check out Cherry Grove on Fire Island. I think you'll like it.
yeah, you're hanging out there often, yeah.
I did when I was younger, because my cousin who's a lesbian, my cousin who's a lesbian convinced me to go there, and that's how I know that when you're a straight man in a gay town, it's easy to pull straight girls.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought about Norwich. It's a gay town with lots of
Yeah, Cherry Grove is a gay town. You'll fit right into it.
pulling all them
Cops
girls.
out, wanking it. Guys will come up to you and be like, "Hey, I remember you," and you'll be like, "I'm just trying to wank it here. Like, leave me alone. I don't remember you." You'll fit right in.
You'll be going like, me gusta, chupa la polla. A mí me gusta. You know? Ask your granddad. He'll tell you what that means.
Unfortunately, both my grandfathers passed away.
Oh, okay. What a shame, hey?
Yeah, I was, you know.
That's what
Listen, we getting old around here, though. I ain't no young chicken and stuff. I'm 42. My grandma ain't gonna be around no more. None of my grandparents. None of my grandparents are not easy, but we miss them. Hey, we getting old around here, y'all.
Ooh.
Yeah, of course I miss them.
Absolutely. I seriously, my grandma was one of the best women I've ever met in my entire life. I've never met anyone like her. And I know everybody may say that about their grandparents, and they're probably right, though, because my grandma was no joke. I'm probably never going to ever amount to how amazing that one was. You know what I'm saying? Just, yeah, holding the household down, running the farms, doing it all. Shit. 8 kids, you know what I mean?
I think that's why I like cooking so much, because it reminds, like, that's like what I remember most with on my mom's side with my grandparents is cooking with them. So
Yeah.
I feel that's why I like cooking so much.
Same here. My grandma used to make the best homemade biscuits from lard and everything you could think of. Let me tell you something. Right, the cake with the chocolate pudding, homemade chocolate pudding on top and stuff. Whew, some beans I can't even tell you about.
My wife gets mad at me when I say the bacon grease for cooking.
Oh,
Like, you don't
bacon
understand.
grease and everything.
That's fucking liquid gold right there.
Yeah. Bacon grease has to go in your green beans. In fact, there's a key. If you've never made homemade popcorn, take like a half a teaspoon of your bacon grease. You ain't gonna think you're gonna taste it, and put it in the butter or your flavored butter for your popcorn, and you'll have the best popcorn you've ever had in your entire life when you pop it. Oh my God. My grandma grew up that way too. It tastes like movie theater popcorn. It tastes nothing like bacon. You will not taste grease. You will not taste bacon. It just ups that level. But yeah, bacon grease goes on in everything savory. But I don't do this anymore. Listen, I'm not even eating bacon hardly anymore. So I do miss my bacon, and it's good to get away from that kind of lifestyle. It's not a healthy one. My grandma, God bless her, but this lard and the bacon grease and everything, my mother grew up with the gravies, right? Made out of the bacon grease. That too, not good for us. This is where we end up with all these problems that I even have nowadays in my life that I'm trying to fix, health issues. No. Good, tastes great. Doesn't mean it's good for you.
Grilled that guy up last night. Delicious.
Hey, has either one of you guys been to Detroit lately? I haven't been in Detroit in since before COVID. Not anything with the COVID, not talking about no medical thing. I'm just saying I haven't been there since then. Does anyone know how bad it is now? Because I'm about to drive through there and have maybe go to a restaurant or something, stop in Detroit. See what's up. That's somewhere I've been
Nah,
there.
never been.
Really?
Nope.
No. Streets weren't clean, nothing. Like cigarettes everywhere, trash in a way, and it was just like, what the hell? Actually, no, I take that back. I drove there during COVID, and everything was shut down. They were writing on the graffiti, what's it called? I can't talk this morning. Everywhere, right? On everything. They're throwing bricks at buildings. I forgot about that. Detroit was pretty destroyed during that time. I drove through it.
Can you buy houses for like $1 or something at some point?
Some places, yes. And in fact, in Flint, Michigan is even better because you're buying a house that's getting lead water to it. So you get it for like nothing. You have to sign a little clause saying you're buying a house with lead. And there could be lead poisoning can lead to and everything else. But yeah, you can buy it for like nothing in certain places, honey. Rightfully so, right? No, would you want to have a house? I don't. All my water's got lead in it. I don't even want to, I just don't. On top of Detroit, do I want to live in Detroit? I have a family in Detroit. No. Alex is up here going, we're going to M&M's restaurant. I ain't never been. Mom's spaghetti, anybody know about?
I'm
We're
a
about to go
stupid
see what
flat
M&M's
earther,
got.
right? And I'm just a loser.
Who played that? That's so funny. Broski. What's it? You said it. I didn't.
When you make a
So
positive
see, was
claim, you
that
have the
you?
burden of proof. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything.
That's Slitsy, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think he could control a soundboard though?
I don't think I can get any more dumber than that.
You're paying $4.50 a gallon for gas.
Who the hell's paying $4.50 a gallon? You're lucky.
What's that? Concave guy, gatekeeper, whatever his name is. That last one. I don't think that was. I think that was what someone just said. Gushki or whatever his name is. I
It
swear.
was you're right. That's that guy. Gatekeeper, whatever.
Gravity,
Oh,
you fucking
yeah.
retard!
Who is that?
Yeah, you took that. There's gravity, you fucking.
Oh shit, dude.
Why are you yelling? I mean,
So many fucking idiots, Steve. I'm gonna come.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah.
It's the world round.
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe card.
Hello, my name is Joby. I'm just hanging out.
Shut up, bitch!
So what are you guys up to? What are you doing? Don't tell me there's no fucking topic here. Come on, come on.
Huh?
Huh?
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe card.
Oh man, it's true. Nobody's talking. Hey, 42, did I see that your new video came out? I guess not.
Come in number 42.
Nope. I guess he got a call at work or something.
You know, I think we need to phone Houston because we have a problem.
Do we? What problem do we have? We lost
Zero
42?
communication. Come in 42, your time is up.
He'll be back. He'll be back. We almost got some excitement from my dog. My dog just came over and I swore she was going to start barking. But she's being good.
I think we need to send a probe out to find number 42.
Oh, I know where he is. I know where he is. He'll talk when he's able to. I was just thinking if he gave me his video, I could post it and we could talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, then what do you want to talk about?
No, I'm joking. That was the song.
I
I'm a
know.
bad singer. I'm a bad
No.
singer.
I know
I
it
can't
was a joke. I was just kidding.
I can't sing to save my life.
It didn't sound bad for one sentence. Now, I don't know if you sing the whole song, maybe we'll tell you that you're bad.
Oh, that'd be like suicidal.
Well, you know, we did have a convo here at one point talking about doing server karaoke. We could
Well,
sign you up for that.
that kind of makes sense. I could get into that because that kind of makes sense.
See? And then you could sing us a whole song.
I could do that.
You could. What song would you sing?
I don't know really. I'm not too sure. I'm kind of undecided.
That's fine. That actually is a much more normal answer than than having a song right on hand if you're not a singer. I would have to find something like really loud and screechy because I also would have to cover the sound of my voice. I am not a singer.
Yeah, I'd have to go with something on the lines of Pink Floyd, where you don't have to be so good singer.
Right? Same
Not
thing.
saying their songs are rubbish by any means, but like I'm sure you could most probably duplicate much easier song, like so you can tell something like that, you know.
Right. No. I 100% get what you're saying. There's just some songs or genres that are easier to not sound as bad at if you're not a singer. So I hear I missed the talk about drinking. Are you guys all drunk now?
No, it's like 12 o'clock. I'm down by the beach,
Oh, nice.
looking at this beautiful flat horizon. I'm just seeing in plainer vision.
I see. I see. You see no curvature whatsoever?
There's a few fat people down here, and they look very curvy. Yeah, for sure. But as far as curving water, I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, that was a funny one. I'll give you extra points for that.
I give you an honest opinion, but it doesn't mean we're on a globe, and there's no reason to believe that we are. But when I look out and I look to my left and I look to my right, it does appear like you could say it comes in a little bit to my left and it comes in a little bit to my right, but it's only because of my vision. But then when you look left and then you look right, you get the same effect as if you're looking straight out. So I think there's optical illusion of the limitation of your vision, and what you see is like highly influenced by your limitation of vision.
That is entirely possible as far as I know, because I saw the curve when I was at a place called Cape Hatteras, which is a barrier island, and it sticks out into the ocean. So like when you look out, there's no land in your vision. It's all water.
Did you touch that?
Huh?
Did you touch the curve?
Did I touch it? No. But then I've had people tell me that I shouldn't have been able to see that.
Yeah. So what does that tell you?
Right. I don't know. I don't know.
It tells optical illusion.
But I know that that is what I in fact saw.
Yeah.
It tells you anything other than a precise measurement is just vibes. But most people just don't
hand on my
vibe.
heart. I'm at the beach right now. I don't think it's going to depict in a picture if I took a picture and posted it, but like it looks like kind of roundish looking. But I know it ain't, because like if you look at one part and then you just go along, it appears like that. So it's impossible that is what we see. It's just the illusion it gives you, which is no big deal.
But for me, I didn't have to look left or right. Like I just looked straight out and I saw a slight curve. Like nothing big, nothing major, but it definitely was curved.
I wish I had my P900 now, because like there's a boat in the distance, and I'm sure with the refraction today, it's gonna do some weird shit. And I thought, do you know what? Yesterday I come down here, I couldn't even see like 50 meters out. It was such a weird day. And like today, you can see like as far as the eye can see. You can see the ships on the horizon. You can see the ships most probably below the horizon. There's a tanker going along, and it looks like I can just see the top of the tanker, but I'm sure if I zoom in, I can see the whole tanker.
So why did you go without your camera, silly?
Because yesterday I couldn't even see 50 meters.
That's
it was
no
such a weird day.
No excuse at all. You should have brought it with you. As a flat earth researcher, it is your responsibility to have that on you at all times because you never know.
That's like Batman telling Robin, always remember to wear your back utility belt.
Well, that's not bad advice.
Yes. Bad on me. I'm going to spank my wrists.
Yes, you should. Shame on you.
Well, I'm not too far away. I only live like 2 minutes from the sea, so maybe I come back and I get my camera.
Yeah, and you know what'll happen? It'll be raining when you come back.
No, or everything's just sailed away. But right now, I've got so many. It would be the perfect time because there's so many like boats on the sea. You got like little yachts. You got tankers in the background. You got like normal. I don't know what kind of ships they are.
They're the kind that float.
On a bad day, you can see France. I suppose it's on a good day for the flat earthers, but on a bad day for the globers. I can see them little Frenchies with the onions hanging around their necks going, ooh la la.
Yeah, there's really no excuse for France. I don't know why we still put up with them. Okay, wait.
They're a big
like
country.
Croissants. Croissants are the only reason for France.
Provence.
Whereabouts are you, Stitzy, that you can see France in?
In Kathmandu. I'm at the top of the mountain, looking out to the sea. I can see for miles. I look at the sun. I know I can see 250 million zillion miles away. I look straight down. I can see the sea.
Joking aside, where are you exactly?
No. I just took some mushrooms. I ain't got a clue.
On the coast, yeah?
I've just taken some mushrooms.
Are you on the coast? Are you at the seaside?
Yeah, but I'm just joking. I can't see France. I can see. I'll tell you where I can see. I can see Valencia. No, not Valencia. I can see Denia very clearly.
Denia?
Yeah. So I'm looking straight out, and I can see Denia.
What country are you in?
But I can't see like buildings. I can only see like there's a like a. I might get, like Gibraltar. You see the Rock of Gibraltar. It kind of reminds me of looking at Gibraltar. It's the same kind of thing in Denia. There's a rock, and you can see that from where I'm sitting. So like a cool 40 degrees. No, it's not 40, but it feels like 40. It's fucking hot. We've come into the heat wave period. We've been warned that it's only going to get hot.
Okay, so I have a question. Are any of you people in servers where you don't go in and fight with other people all day?
Yep. That's a great question, Coco.
Who said yes?
I did. There are game-based ones, yeah, like Star Wars games or something like that. They don't fight with each
Okay,
other. They just play
gameplays?
games.
Okay, I'm gonna disqualify those because technically, depending on the game, you are still fighting with people based on gameplay.
Now we talk about modifying the games and what's coming up and different events and stuff like that.
Okay, so then the truth is games just bore me, so I'm disqualifying it so we don't talk about game servers.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Boomer, you can't still be playing games, can you?
What? That's very presumptive and judgmental. Why?
No,
Yes,
that's a question. It's kind of a question. I said you still can't be playing games.
Well, why? Why? What qualifies me to not be playing games? That's such a vague question.
I don't think there's any qualification necessary. It was just a straightforward question. You could either say, I like playing games because, you know, I like the community, I like the people, I like the intention. That's what I said.
No, you didn't. You said, why are you still playing games? As if I shouldn't be playing games. That's the way you said it.
No,
and that's the way you
I
framed
said,
the question.
I said, you're not still playing games. You are not still playing games. That was a question, even though you
What does
didn't
that mean?
understand it as a question, but it was a question.
What does you are not still playing games? What does still playing games mean? Are you
Okay,
suggesting I'm probably too old?
I need 30 seconds, please. So did my question about being in servers where you don't fight with people really just start a fight?
Yeah.
No, I'm in.
Isn't that weird? You just had to be competitive about it, didn't it? Like, dude, I started. Go up to a tattooist and say, when did you start tattooing? They say, well, I started drawing when I was about 3. So, yeah.
What has that got to do with anything? That's do you know what it is? Globers are the
It's
worst
as relevant
people
as your
to give
question.
analogies. That's my observation.
Holy shit, dude. I'm in a PC building server. We don't fight each other. Just talk about PCs.
Yeah, there you go.
That sounds kind of PC.
Do you mean play a character? Personal computer? Politically correct?
No, computers.
You're really
No.
PCing me off now.
PC building.
You're really PCing me off.
I'm here for the fights, not the friends.
Well, my screen since I'm using the word slits instead of swear words, I've had a slits of a day. It works really well, man. It's the swear jar saving money. So slits off, everybody. You're all a pack of slitzers. So it works really well.
Give me a second. Who just admitted that they're just here for the fights?
I'm only here for the analogies.
not
and
dogs.
Bomar has given me the worst one of today. You take the biscuit, Mr. Bomar.
It's not the dude who talks about bullying people all the time.
So, dogs, are you in any servers where there's no fighting?
Nope, fuck that. That's a God, I want to use a homophobic slur to describe what that would be like, but I'm also pro gay rights, so I can't. I gotta find a better slur.
You really do then, because that's unfortunate to be
I
slurring.
was asking you to come out of the closet. You can say what you need to say.
That is not coming out of the closet. How is deciding
well,
not-
he's kind of like being evasive.
I often think that if I was presented with a man that I found attractive and I wasn't married, then I could possibly, have sex with him. I've got no problem with that. It's a very grown-up thing to acknowledge. I'm just a married man to a straight woman. And together we have a straight marriage.
And there we have it.
But you reckon you'd give a dude a seeing to if it was the right dude on the right day?
I think it'd be more than that. I think it'd have to be an emotional as well as a attraction. So I don't think that I just give a guy a seeing to for fun.
What, like you've been in jail for 60 years and it's like, you only got a week left and you thought, oh, fuck it, why not?
No, more someone that I've gone a few dates with, got an emotional connection to, and then potentially want to take it further. I've got no... there's probably a term for it. I know there's...
come back in on, but I'm like it.
What do you reckon, Eggs?
One of my
No, I
favorite things
reckon you
about
know.
Discord.
I wondered the same thing, and I like kissed a few dudes, and I was like, no, I'm exactly as disgusted by that as I thought I would be. I'm pretty confident I'm straight. You got to
See,
kiss
I've
a
never
dude to
tried
check.
it, so I don't know.
No, you got to kiss a dude to check.
Well, I can't. I've been married basically my entire
Just get a
dating.
hall pass to kiss a dude.
No. My wife isn't like that. She doesn't give hall passes. We don't do
She'll
that in our marriage.
understand. She'll understand your needs.
The
I
dogs
don't
do
have a
too
need
much
to
shadow
kiss a
work,
man.
is what Dawn said. Is Taylor still here? No, Taylor's gone. Oh no, Taylor is still here. She wanted to talk about the thingy.
That gives new meaning to, oh man, I need a man. Oh man.
It's so funny to talk to people who are like so just flippantly homophobic about legitimate like vibes with homosexuality and the legitimacy of it all. It's so funny. They're just like, oh, look, you're admitted to being gay, a thing that a certain percentage of the population is. God bless you.
There was
Bless you,
there was a
Schlitzer.
guy and his wife were having this. Oh, sorry, a guy and his wife were having this discussion. And the girls and the wife says, so you know, if we could meet up with someone and sleep with them, who would be the 3 people that we could do? And the guy says, oh, too bad. And the drunk girl at the bar was Friday night. I think I fucked that joke up actually.
Yeah, you super fucked that up. Stick with the
Thanks,
analogy.
No, you got the gist of it, which is she's like, you're meant to pick the hall pass for people you're never going to sleep with. And he's like, but why would I get a hall pass for people that would never want to fuck me? And then and then he's like, hang on, you're saying your sister would fuck me? Sorry, I had drinks.
You know what I thought was really good was the way Schlitzy had to make a comment on that. He is the great spectator of life who judges everything and knows nothing. It's a wonderful paradoxical life. It must suck to be you and wait for other people to react upon. Could get quite lonely, couldn't it?
Bomar. Bomar. Stop it. Stop with your shizer.
What the hell was that little, I don't know, comedic vignette that we just listened to?
It was gold.
I don't know. I just had a joint, so I can't think straight.
Oh my god. World calling Boomer, come back. All is forgiven. I thought I had to find a coast guard there. I thought some guy was trying to drown his grandmother.
Who's trying to drown their grandmother?
She just fell over. I thought you pushed her, but he actually went to grab her. I just got the end of it. It was quite funny though. That's when you need a camera or a video.
God, I wish that. That's not going to be far away before you can just like capture stuff, even if you didn't have a camera out right then. You just go, oh, catch that. Like
Yeah, he's tried to grab her. She's fell over. It looks like he's actually pushed her down. It's quite funny.
Hey, Eggshells, were you in the floods we had last week, or did that miss you?
Just
see
miss
you
me.
there.
I'm pretty much at Woy Woy, and all around me was orange, but I'm on a sort of steep hill bit. And I was out of town for the floods. I was working in Perth at the time, so. But no, it looked
They were
pretty
saying it
gnarly,
was-
quite close by.
Yeah, they were saying it was like 8 months of rain in half a day or something like that. It was fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, it was a whopping amount of rain.
Oh, that's good. So you didn't lose your house or anything ridiculous like that? That's good to hear, at least.
The only thing, I don't think a flood could take my house given the like how steep the land is, but a fire. You hear about fires in this area, that's what you want to worry about.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, because you did disappear, and I was thinking, you know, whoever you don't hear from, you're thinking, has their internet and then therefore their life been washed away?
Yeah.
Hey, Bomar, what's your feelings of this new movement? What's starting to gain traction?
Which new movement?
Flat Girth.
Wait, say again? Are you saying flat Earth, or did you say something else?
Flat Girth. It's a new
Flat
movement.
Girth. Right. People just
I
not.
think they're trying to rebrand Flat Earth and call it Flat Girth.
Might get some more women involved.
They're making jokes about it already.
I think I've heard someone say "fight the fat girth" before.
Fight the tight shirt, I heard, was a line that somebody pulled on FTFE, Fight the Flat Earth. And after getting hit with that stinger, he went on a diet and lost a chunk of weight.
Yeah, that was Jaren that did that.
Like, power to him. I deliberately have been like storing stories like that over the years because I got obsessed with this type of psychotherapy called provocative therapy. That's essentially some of the gist is like you want to provoke an assertive response in someone, and sometimes just taking the piss out of them really directly in a public forum can do it, and they get recorded. But yeah, it fucking worked. Like, we lost a chunk of weight. He looks way better.
Didn't they have like weird stuff in drug rehabs where that like you'd have these group sessions, and then if you was out of group, someone would say that, "Oh, get on the ground and pretend to be a worm," and it was kind of like because you was always like a bit defensive in your group, it was kind of, you know, the yield to submission.
Yeah, so I've heard ones like that not too far off at Schlitzie where it's like there's a film made about one too that is like a pray away the gay camp, like one of those gay conversion faith-based therapies, and it sounds
Apparently
also
I need one
similar.
of
There's a
those.
whole field of say again.
Apparently I need one of those.
You need a gay conversion therapy because you might be willing to kiss a dude if he played his cards right.
Apparently, yeah.
Well, I don't think you do because their view, which is very interesting, it's one of the reasons, like, almost I will assiduously not be homophobic, is this: the research shows that homophobic men are more likely than not to respond to homosexual pornography. There is a study that shows this. At a really staggering amount too, like way outside of p-values. It's like 1 in a quarter or something like that. Like way more likely.
And is that any kind of surprise?
No. It makes more sense. Like if you go, oh, it's just a phase. It never made sense to me that it's just a phase. I'm like, I haven't gone through a gay phase. Like I've considered it deeply. Like I think everybody does consider it deeply. But I never spent any time like checking out boys in their gym shorts or wondering what it was like to have dudes' hands on me. So I just like, what do you mean it's a phase? But if you were a man who went through a period where you're attracted to and acting on the attraction of people of the same sex and then talked yourself out of that, then indeed it was a phase for you and you worked, you know, pushed yourself through it. So no wonder you think it's a phase. No wonder you think it's a choice, right? You chose. The rest of us
What
didn't.
what period is that? What time frame is
Would it be fair to say all biblical flat earthers are closet gays then?
Or I would say a higher rate than the underlying population. The biblical flat earthers are more likely to be closeted gays because they've got to be in the closet, right? That's the other reason. Obviously, you must be in the closet. You can't both be a biblical flat earther and a gay.
What about fat girthers? If they're not hanging around Uranus,
They bring
they
it
can't hear you.
so
They
much.
can't hear you, Dawn.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, you're coming in real quiet for me.
Oh yeah, I am sorry.
Like you're in the back garden, creeping around in the bushes.
So, Eggs, that type of therapy, aversion therapy, is that what you call it?
Yeah, gay conversion therapy, I think it's called, or faith-based conversion therapy.
Not that, the other one. The one where, you know...
Provocative therapy. Yeah.
Provocative. Yeah. You know the term synchronicities?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a synchronicity. You having said that while I'm on this warpath of bullying people or demeaning people who were just shithouse in society. Yeah, I've never heard that provocative therapy thing before.
Oh,
but it's
you'll
a weird
fucking
synchronicity.
love it. So find this dude. His name's Frank Farrelly. Now, it's kind of difficult to find his stuff, but it is all online. You can find a bunch of interviews he's done with like consenting people who are generally they're there to get coached in his method. So he records the coaching. But he's also done it with like mental patients. He's written a book on it. It's pretty impressive. And the idea is not to just be an asshole, but essentially to be an asshole, but in such a loving and fun and humorous way that the person erupts in laughter and then defends themselves assertively. Because like if somebody goes, sometimes I just don't think I'm worth enough and I can't go for that promotion because sometimes I think I'm shit. What they're expecting and what everybody does is goes, oh, you're not shit. Oh, no, why would you say that? You're fantastic, right? You'll naturally take this oppositional view, which means they stay stuck in that oppositional view and they go, no, I am shit. Let me describe to you the ways I'm shit. And they know their story. So they will bring out examples of them being shit and you'll end up having to agree. And so it ends up being this really unhelpful argument. Whereas the provocative therapy goes, what if I just agreed and went, yeah, you are a bit shit, aren't you? You're probably like one of the worst people at the office. And I just sort of start riffing on it and it's very similar to improv. That you sort of go, you're probably like one of the shittest people that's ever done your job. Like push it to an absurdity or make it intrinsic to them is one of his other methods. So he'd be like, what star sign are you? Which is one of my favorites because I don't believe in star signs. And whatever star sign they say, you go, oh, those people are particularly shit. And they know that it's a joke, but they end up being like, no, fuck you, I'm not that bad. And that's the idea. So you make them defend themselves and say positive things about themselves in this like truthful, congruent manner using humor. Go for it. Sorry, Dawn.
Sorry, I'm having mic issues.
So it's kind of the opposite of the way they de-Scientologize people. Yeah, that thing where they're trying to bring you back from Scientology or bring you back from Flat Earth or something through abuse. So it's the opposite of that. It's kind of it sounds like a coaching technique, you know, like you do with a sportsman. You're no good out there. You're not going to play any good. So fuck you, coach. I am going to play good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sporting techniques, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's very like you do it with dudes and they immediately like, yeah, I totally get what you're doing. And you do it with women and they sort of go, oh, they look at you a bit funny. And then once they go with it, they're like, oh, fuck, this does work. This really does make a difference.
Dawn was
just
telling
described
me that
all
he was
of my
related.
social behaviour, and now it's all positive. So there's a good chance that this is going to ramp up. You've just like 5 different relationships.
It should. I found it at the same stage I was that you are. It should fire you up. But the trick is it should be enjoyable for them, right? So it should be laced with humor and it should be done with love in a way that they know that it's, well, at least this is why I find it to be effective. They know it's done with love and they can't push that aside. They can't ignore it. They can't lie to themselves and say, no, Harry was being an asshole and he hates me. You've got, that needs to be, in my view, a cornerstone, because then all of the horrible things you said that they were in peals of laughter and rolling around laughing at, he must have said for some good reason, and that good reason must be that he thinks I can sort it out myself, and he had no solutions for me. He had no path to like, maybe you should try and find a new job. He never said anything like that. Every time I said, maybe I should find a new job, he said, oh, don't fucking do that. They'll just reject you. They'll just prove to you that you're as worthless as you think you are. And they laugh and they go, okay, no, maybe I could find a job. And then if you do help them, you offer really shit suggestions. Like, so for my mate who's in private security, so he gets sent to parts of the world where he gets shot at. And he was like, maybe I need to find a new job. I was like, you can't. Like, all you've got left to do is OnlyFans, right? So do you think, and he's like, nobody's going to pay for my OnlyFans. I'm like, that's right. You're going to have to do like the weirdest shit to get any followers. You have to just stick so many strange things in your butthole before you're going to get followers. Now, that's a funny thing to say to some guy who's about to go on a contract deployment to protect some fuckwit in Ukraine, right? That's the idea, that it's the love has got to be the core bit. And then the thing that you're saying is just horrendous, that he's going to have to stick things up his butt.
This is perfect. I almost killed an old man the other day.
What the fuck did I just join into, man? What the fuck?
And I was mocking him because he just fucking whinges all the time when he has to do so.
Well, you missed the bit where the guy said
You're so good on those people, dogs. Yeah, you get a whinger.
I join and I get
Yeah.
about putting shit up there.
He's like, oh, it's just taking too long. We'll be here all day. And I'm like, that's because you're just a fucking soft cock, mate. If you're scared of being somewhere all day, then don't get out of bed. And this old guy you've been working for fucking shit himself from laughter. Oh,
Yeah,
God bless.
buckle. You say the truth. You just say that you try it a few times, and you've got to be from that place of love. But you just say the truth in someone's face in the harshest way you imagine, and the whole room erupts with laughter, right? And if it's like, oh, that is how that motherfucker is, then
what the fuck?
It's got this healing. I believe that laughter naturally floods your body with endorphins and what's that cuddle chemical? Oh, what's the cuddle one? Oxytocin, yeah, cuddle chemical. Yeah, but serotonin, all of that. So the idea is that Frank Farrelly describes it, that I agree, is if you can have someone talk about like the worst thing that is currently happening in their life, or a really deeply self-defeating pattern they've got, and they keep finding shit partners or something, but normally every time they have that discussion, they spend their time talking about how shit they are to somebody who tells them they're not shit, and they feel horrible at the end of it. There's no oxytocin, there's no serotonin, there's just this flood of awful, cortisol and sadness and regret. But you have that same conversation with some guy that's like, I think you haven't found the worst partner yet. I think you can find a worse partner. I think you could like dig up a corpse and just start bringing it around with you and saying, this is my new boyfriend. Like, until they're going like, oh, it's not that bad. It's just that I sometimes go for the bad boy or something. And they start rationalizing, they start solving it for themselves because they're being like, well, this guy's just being a fuckwit. Right? He's not helping at all. He's just talking about reanimating corpses and doing like Weekend at Bernie's gags. He's obviously just riffing and not here to help. But because you've got that oxytocin, that serotonin, this eruption, this involuntary of laughter, you're sort of forced to think the old thought with this positive chemicals going through your system. And I think that's something that kind of helps.
I'll just take heroin, man.
That too, yeah. Drug therapy, I think, probably works.
Just fucking pump your like receptors with heroin full, and then you can no longer enjoy anything because you hurt them because it's synthetical, and then you have to increase the dose every time, and then you overdose and die.
Have you heard of Crowley's technique? You put a rubber band on your wrist or a razor blade in your pocket, and then every time you have a bad thought, you ping yourself or cut yourself.
Yeah, I think it's a really clever idea. I think it is a little bit Pavlovian conditioning towards the negative, where I think my goal is somewhat to do, which I'm trying to build an app to do this at the moment, gives you, tags you with reminders of the desired state activities rather than the away from activities, which are the ones you don't want, right? Like, so for mine is babbling a little too much and talking over people. I don't know if you can tell. But like, that's the one I want to spot and not do. But then it's like, well, what do you do in that state? Shut up and listen.
Didn't Crowley die in Hastings?
Yeah.
I believe that people who have problems in their life, they lose a bit. Well, this is not true for everyone, right? So like, don't misunderstand me. But I feel like a lot of people misunderstand the scope of the pain that they're experiencing. Like, they are not realizing how zoomed in they are, right?
and I think it's very beneficial to just pull people out of their like of their of the Zoom, right? Like, no, like you pull them out and like show them the real like world, you know, like the real suffering that is around them and so on, for them to understand, hey, maybe I don't have it actually that bad. Yeah, I'm struggling with something, but it could be way worse. I think this realization is very important within people because they live in like their own bubble where they hyper focus on it. And because we are so isolated these days, people don't realize how minute the problem they actually experiencing is.
Yes. Yeah. There's a theory about this which is essentially suggests that anxiety and depression is due to how easy life is. And as life gets tougher, up to a point, obviously, but as life gets tougher, if you're struggling to eat, right, then just finding food will be such a fulfilling experience. Just you're like, oh, fuck, yes. Oh, my God. Can you imagine, like, you're going to starve to death and you found food, you would just, like, you don't care about 6 months' time. You don't care about investment properties or whether my tax strategy is minimizing or whether I should be minimizing tax.
Will I get the most
correct
ideal
fibers
job
are.
or not?
Exactly. All this other shit. What's the correct margarine to get? There's all this research that shows exactly what you're saying. So having more choice makes you unhappy. Having less choice makes you more happy. What's another one? Oh, fuck, there's loads talking about. So the difference between North and South Korea, where if you talk to North Koreans, even ones who've defected, so they've risked their lives to escape, and you go, are people over there depressed? Like, do they have anxiety?
The people are
They're like,
happier.
no, they're starving. And you're like, yeah, but are they also really sad? And you're like, no, they're mostly just figuring out how to not be starving to death. And you're like, but surely they should be really upset and like struggling to get out of bed. And they're like, if you're starving, you'll get the fuck out of bed. Like, they do not have a description for depression. But South Koreans, same population but separated along a parallel, those people do. They've got sky high levels of depression, but they've got a functioning economy. They've got so much more choice.
Yeah, I think this is a dual
Danny,
problem. One of the issues is, as you stated, like we have a saying in Albanian, which is "Emirat çon pesh," which means the good corrupts you, right? And there's
How
also
do you say that? Say it again.
"Emira te çon pesh."
Emira te çon pesh.
Exactly. That means like the good ruins, the good corrupts. You know, it's
that's good.
Yeah. So the other one is, I believe that it's one fault what you just spoke about. I fully agree with that. But there's also relationships. Relationships are a key fundament of a life. Like, people don't understand where they are on the pyramid. You know, like there's like a needs of pyramid. Like, everybody has seen it.
Yep.
I
Maslow's
believe
hierarchy of needs.
Yeah, I believe relationships are like on the fundament. They are on par with food and water. If you do not have relationships that are healthy, you are basically not eating and not drinking.
Yeah. I think that's true because you can have all of the rest of them covered. Well, you could say that's in esteem, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Respect, status, freedom, recognition, all of those are dependent on other. So is this the true one I've put in, Maslow's hierarchy of needs? So the bottom of physiological: air, food, water, shelter, clothing, reproduction, and sleep. Oh, sorry, you're taking the common one down lower. Like, you'd prefer to be without people than you would prefer to be without shelter.
No, I'm saying
Or the
I
other way
would
around, the
rather
other way.
be. I'm saying that like the physiological one, right? People forget putting in their relationships. They are like, relationships in the West are seen as something to just fly by, you know, like, oh, I just have a new girl. Oh, now I don't anymore, you know? This kind of mentality, treating it as if it were not something fundamental to your psyche, is what causes this pain, right? A lot of these nations which are struggling, they have something going right. They understand that relationships are like very important, and they understand the relationship of how you should in fact be with one person and then be that with that person forever. And they then like maybe even go too far with it, where they like say, hey, you cannot even divorce if he abuses you, and so on and so on, right? But my point is, they understand that family is super key to everything. And I believe we have sold in the West an image that it is not that important, that like a fulfilling relationship is not that deep. Oh yeah, your first breakup. Oh, it's okay. Everybody goes through their first breakup. No, I don't think it's something natural. I believe that people didn't go through breakups back in the day. We do insanely much. And I believe with every single breakup, people become more and more like broken and incapable to function.
Yeah, we used to have really dense, tight social circles. Like, it's really weird. I live on a street that does have them now, and I was like, it's so weird. We all know one another, like to the point that I was out yesterday and my neighbor called me up and goes, "You've left the heat lamps on in your bathroom." And I was like, "Oh, how do I don't lock the door, just go in and turn them off."
Yeah.
But that's like
You're from a
weird
small
80s
place?
shit, right? And generally, like where I just lived right before this, I was in a building that was like 30 stories tall. The last part of my day was getting in an awkward lift ride with my neighbors who I didn't know. We just sit there
Yeah.
silently, not talking to one another until I got out of the floor, sometimes one away from
Yeah,
theirs.
maybe you say hi, like maybe.
Yeah. You've got no reputation with them. There's no like perception of myself that I'm trying to maintain or improve. There's no needs of theirs that I know of that I can meet and help them out and make them happier. It's just total strangers. And I do think that's lacking. Like, even if you've got friends, if they're not all still hanging out with one another, that's fractured. It's not.
Well, actually, though, what you're
Also,
saying
a
here
big
is
component is
in a
shame.
small
No
town,
longer
in a
exists.
small town, everyone nods
Shame
to
has
each other,
been
but in a big town, people don't.
eradicated, right? You could behave like the biggest
boomer.
piece of shit. You can be like the most antisocial retard. Nobody cares. Like you're just a person who just doesn't talk to anyone. Where I am from, because I know the like very contrast. I live in a very big city in Germany, but I'm originally from a small town, you know.
Right.
So I go there every year, like once. So I have kind of been raised to be in a small town, like value wise, but my environment is the complete opposite, you know. And so when I'm there, it is looked down upon whenever an old person walks by and I don't greet the person, you know. It's seen as something negative. If I would do that here in my city, people would look at me strange.
It's so strange in this city to just say hello to an old person.
Yeah, like, and we don't just call old people like old people where I'm from. Any old person is either an uncle or an aunt.
Yeah.
That's how we refer to them.
Same in India, actually. They go, uncle, auntie. Could
Yeah.
say
It's,
Lydia, but
it's
please.
funny, Adrian. You're originally from Albania, yes?
Yeah.
You know what? I have a Albanian friend, and it's funny. You guys,
You always get that
hang
in
on, we
Spain.
have a lot of
Everyone
similarity, like what you said in Iranian culture. Elders have utmost respect. So, as an example, give you a prime example. If you're in the presence of an elder, you do not sit with your leg, all over the floor. You just have to make sure you have a correct posture.
Yeah.
Or you have to listen to your elders. If your elders, you go left, you go left. Doesn't matter. As a sign of respect, like grandfather, grandparents. And also, other thing is you mentioned was you mentioned two, which is exactly like uncle. Like we do the same, as in like it's called my friend's uncle or auntie. I just sort of respect because that's what we teach them. It's quite interesting. You have loads of similar trait, even when you eat food, the way you start, like your elders kind of start first, or you know what I mean. These sort of things. It's very, very similar to us. That's interesting, actually. There's a lot of
Well,
similarity.
if we don't call the woman aunt, we call them mother, like nonne.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you can do both. Like, but the thing is, usually you
Sister?
refer to someone as mother if they are like close to you, like for example, grandmother or grand aunt or some shit like that. But if it's just a random woman on the street, you don't call her that.
When you say aunt, okay, so aunt and uncle. So you got maternal side and paternal side, okay?
Yeah.
Which one do you use as an uncle if you call someone uncle? Do you put it as
We
if
call
it's from your dad's side or from your mother's side?
the maternal one.
Paternal one, okay. Interesting. We call it paternal one usually. So we always like in French we call it amu, A-M-O-O. That's how you write it. That's how you read it.
Yeah.
Amu.
And that's what we say. Amu. Yeah.
But we also have words that don't really exist in English. Like we have a word called butts for men and loke for a woman. This just means like elderly. Like it really has no translation. It could be like, I guess, grandma, like loka, but you don't refer to your grandma as loka. You don't. So like it just means old woman that is close to you. But actual grandmother means jusha. So it's not that. It's like a different word. I don't know how to explain it. Well, and what I'm saying is the contrast is like so extreme, right? Like there's like some stuff that goes too extreme over there, right? Like in like more conservative nations. But it's just so extreme where the West has went, man. Like we went so far and beyond of like any social expectations and behaviors and so on. It's just like you can be an OnlyFans slut and not talk to anyone and do whatever the fuck you want. You can be a man who cheats all his life and you continue in existing. Like nothing changes. No repercussion. You can be a literal fucking the most immoral person. As long as you don't break the law, nobody cares.
But is that immoral? Like that to me, there's no morality in that. My morality is, and this is an interesting one that Jonathan Haidt said, which is the more people are from cities, the more likely they will have a harm principle. Where I would go, I don't see anybody except the girl herself being harmed by having an OnlyFans account, so I don't consider that immoral. Whereas, like, if she had kids and the kids, was reflecting on them at school, then I go, well, it's harming somebody, so now I consider that to be an issue.
No, I believe there is harm, but the way that like the
What is the
new
harm?
age, well, the way that the new age like perspective on it is, they see everything from their own. They have this mentality that you don't owe anyone anything, right? I believe you as a part of society owe to the society. And if you don't contribute or even contribute negatively, such as promoting like prostitution in any way, shape or form, you are harming the society. If you promote drugs, you are harming society. If you promote all of these things, you are
See, I
harming.
like drugs. I mean, I don't like paying for it. I don't pay for sex, but I mean, I like drugs and sex. Why do you get to decide those things are immoral?
Because I look, as you said, at the societies that are more happy, right? And I realize the key aspects of them, and I want them to extrapolate to every society. So there's as little mentally ill woman and as little mentally ill man.
Yo, real quick, I was just gonna say it's the individual versus the collective. And there's a balance between individualism and collectivism. And a lot of these people, they're short-sighted. They're only focusing on themselves. It's very self-centered, and you don't see the harm that's
Who does,
actually
the
being done.
individualist or the collectivist?
The ones that promote this type of behavior that don't see any harm being done, they're only focusing on the individual, not the collective, right? But if you were to focus on the collective, you would see the harm being done to the. You would see the harm being done to the collective. And it might not manifest right away, like punching somebody in the face, right? Like direct harm. But there's indirect, you could say there's still direct, but there's still harm being done to the collective that might not manifest right away, but it'll manifest down the line.
Let's test it then. Let's say we've got a woman and the only thing she's doing is OnlyFans. So she's got no kids. There's nobody we're finding direct harm from. But it sounds like your case is that could still harm the collective, i.e. everybody else, by her showing her bits online for a subscription fee. What is that harm?
Sir. Well, this is what I'm trying to say. There's plenty of case studies from even agnostic historians and just sociologists that have studied, human behavior in different societies in history and how that ultimately contributes to the society. There's constructive behavior that's harmonious to the society, righteous living, and then there's destructive behavior that's detrimental to the society.
Yeah, but that's begging the question, right? If it's detrimental to the society, you've already answered the question. The question is, how do I decide what's detrimental? Because I can find like the Romans were wild on their sex, really fucking wild on their sex.
Sorry, I'll have to leave. Can I just get one word? I will have to leave.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So you look at the behaviors that are causing people to be mentally ill, right? For example, the woman having sexual partners is a very strong correlator with mental illness. Also with not being able to go into long-lasting relationships anymore. Same with men. You look at all the factors that are, when it comes to, on average, producing better outcomes, and then you enforce these, bro. It's really that simple.
That's just correlation.
Yeah,
It doesn't
we
mean
come
it doesn't
across
mean it's
problems.
causation. Everything is changing. Like average lifespan is changing at the moment. Incomes are changing at the moment. The economy is changing at the moment. To say something is changing at the same rate that everything else is changing, therefore it's this one other thing causing it. So there could be other effects, but I would like to see a clear line from a girl taking off her kit, because there are like temple prostitutes date back thousands of years. We have stelae or steel or whatever you pronounce it, etchings talking about the prices and the negotiation principles for temple prostitutes from the cultures that is the Jewish tradition grew out of. So the idea that women are selling themselves for a fee is as old as money, I think.
Because you asked me, how do I know that it's immoral? How do we know that's immoral?
Yeah,
it's
how do you decide it's
computational.
bad?
It requires logic and reason. You don't necessarily need the scientific method to acquire knowledge. Like, because when you say, oh well, causation, correlation doesn't mean causation, right? You're right. But with stuff like this, it's not like you're not doing a scientific experiment with an independent variable, and you know what I mean? Like,
so how do you reason? How do you
human behavior and nature and history? And well, hold on. If you look at the case studies, there's plenty of case studies with peer reviewed, like all that, and you'll find out that there's certain type of behavior that's computationally destructive. Right? It's
how do you work out what that is
and because it's destructive, it would be considered immoral. Not because of some human construct or human ethics. No, computationally, it's been shown to be destructive overall.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Show me how you do that computation. What factors do you put in? So you say women bearing themselves, which was common, the temple prostitutes used to stand there naked, right? Or generally there are many stories through many, many ancient traditions where women bear themselves, sometimes when they're angry, but regularly also for cash. How do we compute whether that is destructive to that culture or to the collective outside of that culture as well?
So all you would need is to provide one example of why it's destructive. And a lot of this behavior, there's multiple reasons why it's destructive. But one example, like, you know, if people became nudists, for example, you know, you can make the case for why do we have to wear clothes? What's the big deal? We're animals. We should be running around naked. All I would have to demonstrate is a correlation, not necessarily, because this stuff can't be like, you know, definitively with 100%
I don't know if you want to go down that route.
Well, hold on, dude. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of nudist colonies that are very peaceful. I can't remember the last time a murder.
He's not making that case, though.
I understand it. It's just one random example, dude. All right, I pulled it out of the.
So let's stick with this one. Let's compute, because you're saying you can compute the harm on society. So I don't think we need to go to a different hypothetical about nudists, because I kind of agree with flat earthers are silly in that. I don't think you meant it to, but it kind of confuses the issue. Where if you're saying I can compute the moral valence of any action and tell you whether it's good or not, let's do that computation with a single girl who is not going to ever have any kids, deciding to take her kid off for cash subscriptions. Show me that is. Show me how you do that computation. I want to know what factor is this, what factor is that, what number is this, what do I multiply it by, how do I what does the other side of the equal sign look like? Show me that computation, because I don't think it exists. I think you'll make it up.
No, it's not. Yeah, like with science, you're not gonna get 100% definitive proof, right? That's not how science works, and that's not how historiography works either, right? So if that's what you're looking for, you're asking for an unreasonable request.
No, I just want to know how you ballpark it, how you guess at it, what are the factors you're considering for how that damages society. Because I could see that you could say it might lead to, the more prevalent that activity, it might lead to the breakdown of marital unions, where some guy's getting so much from the Instagram girls he follows that he's taking that money away from his wife and his children and sending it to random e-girls. And that costs his family in terms of his attention and his cash, right? That's the kind of argument I want you to make. Like, show me how this is worse.
Yeah, I don't. So, unfortunately, I drive a truck for a living, so I can't pull up the case studies. But if you look up,
Not case studies. I want
Google
your guess on
or
it.
ask Chat. Yeah, so it has to do with like the debaucherous behavior, right? Depravity. What does that do, right? And this includes like, sexual freedom, sexual liberation, promiscuity, careless sex. All this stuff leads to depravity, ultimately leading to the degradation of society. How? The nuclear family. Right? The most important part of society is the family, believe it or not. It's the smallest unit of government, according to Aristotle. The smallest unit of government is the nuclear family. If you can interrupt the nuclear family, if you can destroy that, you will start tearing away society from the ground up.
And I think that you could make a good case on that front. I think that it's just a bit of a long bow to get if this random girl who's not married and isn't having kids, if a man sending her $5.95 a week or a day, or fuck, I don't know how much it is, breaks down that family union such that there are none, such that society collapses. And I just,
can I
even
put in
by,
my 2
by
cents?
bits, I don't see much of it. I kind of get the same feeling. Yeah, go on. Sorry, Oblate. I get the same feeling as you, but I can't reason there, so I don't.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand how you would put metrics on this. Like, it sounds a little bit unrealistic to be able to put numbers and metrics on such type of.
I'm not asking for numbers or metrics. I'm asking just for a mechanism, like a descriptive, imagined mechanism that leads from OnlyFans girls to the destruction of the family unit.
My mechanism would be the other side of the story, where there are younger men paying for a virtual relationship instead of having genuine relationships with their girls in their immediate area. So the way they interact with girls would be more on a payment and stimulation basis more than a social reciprocal kind of thing.
Yeah.
Actually, I have actually something to add to this that's actually quite interesting. I believe in Sweden, they're actually thinking about putting a legislation that they're banned OnlyFans and direct cam girl sexual services. And I'm not saying that I'm agreeing with them. I'm just framing this in the framework of legality and morality. According to them, and their reasoning behind it, is because it entices sex work and it entices human trafficking, in the sense that these women are being pressured by clients to, how shall we say this, without going into adult touch. It entices women to commit sexual services, and it entices human trafficking, and it entices women that are vulnerable.
Yeah, I think that could happen.
And that's but again, I'm not defending this. I'm just explaining the legal framework that's being discussed right now in Sweden, and I think in other European countries as well, to ban it entirely. Because in Sweden and many other European countries, prostitution is illegal.
And that's I think I agree with all of that. And I feel the same way about prostitution, where I'm like, I do think there is a harm, but if we take out the harm principle, what Jonathan Haidt's work had about individual versus collectivist morality is actually super interesting. Let me share this quickly, which is if you go from Mumbai, like India, where I lived, which is a massive metropolis city, insane numbers of people there, 30 million people or something living in Mumbai, to the countryside out of Mumbai, just by 50 minutes drive, versus LA and 50 minutes inland from LA, you find that Mumbai and LA are more similar to one another, and the two rural areas are more similar to one another, where you find the more rural you are, the more likely you are conservative and collectivist in terms of morality, with this gross question about chickens. Whereas if you're more metropolitan, you're more likely to have an individualist view of morality, such that he could even help identify it by getting people to smell gross stuff. And you find that conservative people have a greater disgust mechanism.
You know,
They're
with
more
that being said,
disgusted by things.
you know, some other people that I talked to on here that, you know, libertarians or like those anarchist types, sovereign types, as long as you're not harming anybody, what's it to you?
Yep.
No, it's none of your business what somebody's doing behind closed doors, or even in a society where there's no, ideally they don't want a hierarchy at all, right? But if there was any type of enforcement, the enforcement would only be there for rules against harming other individuals.
Yeah, harm, injury, or loss, right? And it's the
Harm,
idea that
injury, or loss.
sovereign citizens have about those are the only true laws, natural laws.
See, that's very short-sighted. It has very little wisdom in that ideology. Because have you ever heard of the butterfly effect?
Yeah, the idea that.
Go ahead. No, you go.
Oh, the idea that like the way a butterfly beat its wings could potentially lead to a tornado, like a tropical cyclone somewhere else in the world.
Right.
Like, given enough time,
it's hyperbolic.
Every tiny effect will be huge.
But every action has an opposite and equal reaction, and the flapping of a butterfly's wings causes a ripple in the fabric of space and time. Right. Poetically, I'm saying, and that ripple will permeate and propagate through society. Right? You might not see it right away, and the negative aspects of that ripple, you might not see it right away. It might not manifest right away, like OnlyFans. But if it has negative intentions, right, there's gonna be negative reactions. And like, for example, with the OnlyFans, like, yeah, I don't know how your father thinks about it, or your uncle, or your family, or your little brother, or your older brother. It's not about having an immediate family, right? What's your mom think about it? What's your grandma think about it? Does it hurt what about their feelings about it, right? And then you'll start realizing, like, if you really stop being so self-centered, you're hurting people, dude. Whether you realize it or not, you are harming people.
And I would say,
look,
like,
I think
if you've got some skills as a man or a woman and you resort to OnlyFans, your skill becomes like revealing your skin or getting more members. Rather, like you've got more potential and more skills than that for yourself. So I feel that you won't reach your greatest potential if you. Sure, it might be a temporary phase, but I think, you know, you can say, you know, I could really go to amplifying my skill set, not just using an easy skill, which is revealing myself.
Yeah, and I think those are, to me, stronger arguments, which it's like golden handcuffs, right? If anybody's ever had a job where like the job kills your soul, you hate it, but it pays you so well that every time you look at another option, you realize you'd be taking this blinding pay cut that you just could never go from living like you do now to living like you would have to on that, to follow your dreams, that you just stay doing something you hate. And OnlyFans, by reports I've seen from, you know, like people on those talk thingies on my Instagram feed, they can be making just insane amounts of money. But again, we're back to a individual, a harm principle, where the thing that Jonathan Haidt said about this was that generally if you challenge a collectivist person as to why something is immoral, they will try to find harm, but they might struggle. And that's, I think, you're agreeing to essentially, Lion, which is I might not be able to find it, but I think it does some harm to the collective psyche that there are people out there being cam girls. And I think I kind of agree.
Just to interject with a theory that maps onto this discussion of what we should do about social problems and something that may potentially harm parts of society. We tend to think of this correlation of, say, happiness within a group of people, if they're married, just as an example, as something that we can extend out to everyone. But realistically, when we have a moral thing that we try to impose on society, it'll only work for, say, a majority and not the entirety. So you need to always have carve-outs for the externalities, the standard deviations, the people that aren't part of that majority. So when we're talking about OnlyFans, there are a group of people who will not be able to get anywhere near the amount of money, may even end up in really bad situations because their sole skill is to be attractive to men. And there's a group of men who don't have any chance of getting a woman. Just mathematically, they're not going to get a long-standing marriage. They may be that standard deviation away from the norm that they just can't do it. But they have money and they want to pay the OnlyFans people. So it's one thing to say maybe we shouldn't have OnlyFans because it's harming society, when what we should actually be saying is that we should find ways to deal with the externalities of OnlyFans so it doesn't harm wider society and it's useful for the people that need it to work.
See, I wouldn't ever propose getting rid of it, but use it as a symptom of a larger condition. Sorry, go ahead.
I got an interesting variable. Say this lady on OnlyFans does have a kid, and she can't find a job, but she needs to feed her kid.
Yeah.
What's the greater harm? Her being on OnlyFans and feeding the kid, or her not being on OnlyFans and the kid, like, you know, not like starving to death, but like dealing with hunger problems while at school and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I agree. I think that it gets murky. I'm not making a moral pronouncement at any stage. I'm not proposing get rid of OnlyFans because that would involve saying to individuals, myself included, you can't show people your God-given birthday suit if there is a risk that they might shine their graces upon you for doing so, right? I think that I should be free to send photos of whatever parts of my body I thought was going to make a girl smile at me or agree to go on a date or shit. If girls were sending cash, I'd send a couple of flexi photos and see if I got any cash. And I think I should be free to do that. It doesn't mean that I think it's a symptom of a healthy society that people are so poor that they're in the kind of situation you're describing, where they're like, I guess I just got to, you know, do stuff on cam so that I can feed my son when I know that when he gets to that age in school, somebody eventually is going to find my OnlyFans and show it to him, and he's going to be that kid whose mum's on OnlyFans.
Surprisingly, I actually agree with like not creating legislation banning this type of stuff. I don't think legislation will fix anything. It's something that has to start at home, individually, in every family. These morals have to be instilled, right? It can't just be. It can't be socially acceptable. I don't think you're gonna get that with legislation necessarily. If anything, it might have a worse effect. Dude. People will just start doing it on the ground.
Yeah, 100% agree. Like, and it isn't socially acceptable, right? It's kind of weird if you meet somebody and like, I've got an OnlyFans. You're like, okay, who hurt you?
I don't know. Like, what's the difference between like an OnlyFans and, for example, like running a teen pageant, like our president? Who knows? What's the difference?
I find teen pageants pretty creepy, so I don't want to be mistaken for talking in favor of them. I find those pretty.
I mean, no, I think it's
weird
creepy too, especially if like the guy says that he runs the pageant, says he goes into the backstage to watch the girls change. I think that's really creepy.
Oh, you're talking Trump now.
I mean, it's a difference between a couple guys in the backstage versus millions and millions of guys watching close-ups of your private parts. You know what I'm saying? Like, these girls are zooming in on their crotches and their assholes and stuff. Like, it's not the same, dude.
Still think he's selling a bit of a self. I had a dude tell me that if I was willing to fuck him, he would put me in ramp shows. He's like, have you considered walking the catwalk? And I was like, yeah, hell yeah, it sounds like fun. And he's like, well, do you want to come and visit my apartment? I was like, no, not really, thanks. He's like, okay, up to you.
Not tonight, Abdullah.
Like, can I go on the catwalk without the sex?
Yeah, I was basically like, is that a prerequisite? And he was straight up like, yes. I'm telling you, it is a quid pro quo. I almost felt like following up, like, who gets to be the man?
The life of a Bollywood stud man.
Stud man.
Egg's been holding it down this morning. Everybody else has been quiet.
I do appreciate I end up dominating, but I'm like, yeah.
Now you're holding it down.
Stop.
Well, we've had some bizarre admissions, that's for sure.
I got touched up. Have I told anybody my Me Too story? I did a stand-up routine about it, but I had I was doing a shoot and I got told I was going to be playing, and I fucking deserved it too, because I was finally got the good-looking guy role because I've been just smashing whole chickens and going to the gym every day. And then I got to be, they were like, oh, we want this idea of like you're a Bondi lifeguard and it's called Melbourne to Mumbai in 15 minutes. The idea is you're a lifeguard and you get off a train, but it's a Mumbai local train and you've got a surfboard and you're like, oh, this isn't the beach, because they were advertising the IPL because the cricket, you know, the Aussie cricket stars were playing over there. So they're like, yep, you're going to be dressed like the Baywatch people. I'm like, cool, okay, got it. So I turn up at the shoot. I go down and meet this dude, and he's this twinky little gay man. And he's like, okay, I need to shave your chest. I'm like, okay, right. And he's like, just like, I got to take my shirt off. And then he's just running like a chin razor, you know, a disposable little Bic razor, just over my chest hairs, but like way unnecessarily close to me. And I was like, I can get most of this stuff. You can just get the bits I miss. He's like, no, I must do it. But like standing really creepily close and staring up into my eyes. And like the whole time just like pushing the conversation towards like, do you like girls? And do you have a girlfriend? You must go out to the club sometimes. And like trying to have all this chat until eventually he's got to rub fake tan on me all over my body. And he's like continuing all this thing until he starts rubbing up my leg. And then he's like getting above my knee. I'm like, okay, you should be stopping soon because I'm going to be wearing board shorts. And he's like rubbing higher and rubbing higher. I'm like, dude, I think I'm wearing shorts. He's like, oh, you haven't seen the shorts? They're very short. And he's rubbing higher and he's rubbing higher until he's like grazing my dick, deliberately, clearly deliberately using the back of his knuckles on like, so his hands on one leg. So he's using the back of his knuckles to graze back and forth against my bits until I'm like, dude, like the shorts clearly aren't that high. But after he kept going for a little bit, oh, look, I might have got a little bit of a chub. And then he looked really pleased with himself and like tugged at my elastic band, like snapped it, didn't like pull it open. Well, like pulled it open all the way, but instantly let go to like snap it and look at my somewhat, you know, smiling fella and like grins up at me and like to give this look of like, oh, not so straight, are you? And looked really pleased with himself. Like, and I just left the room, put on these shorts that are fucking down to my knees.
Did you just say that?
Yeah, and he totally just molested me. Dude just makeup dude just molested me because he could.
He just had his way with you.
Yep, 100%. And I was explicitly asking him to stop. I was explicitly asking him to stop. Like, must have been 15 times. I was like, dude, I think that's high enough. No, please stop. That was my Me Too.
He just froze up in
little channel, Gay Globe Memoirs.
Nah, I mean, I can relate, dude, but it's not as bad as that, dude. But when I was in 5th grade, no, at the end of 5th grade, there was this kid who's dead now. He ended up dying of an overdose. Maybe an overdose, maybe suicide. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But anyways, yeah, so we were doing, we were sitting and the teacher paired us up for whatever reason to do some classwork. This kid sat next to me, unexpectedly started rubbing my leg, like trying to get close to my crotch. I flipped out. I don't remember what I did, but I like pushed him, some shit, caused a little commotion. The teacher was like, what's going on? I didn't really tell the teacher what happened. I just kept it to myself, but the kid, he knew what was up because he like tried rubbing my leg. So this guy was already like leaning that way in 5th grade. You know what I'm saying?
If he's doing that in 5th grade, that makes me think he's been touched. Kids aren't really sexual in 5th grade, are they? Was I only weird? I only got there in like,
I don't know, dude.
how old is 5th grade? Isn't that like a 12-year-old, 13-year-old? No.
And then
10 or 11.
10 or 11. Yeah,
11.
that kid's been touched. I don't know any. Am I just weird? I didn't know any kids doing anything vaguely sexual at that age.
It's most likely he learned that from something happening to him.
Yeah, because I've heard that a lot with because I know a bunch of people that like look after kids, they're foster parents, and that's one of the signs to watch out for is they do something weirdly sexual to you.
Yep.
And you go, it just shouldn't be the behavior. If it starts happening in a 16-year-old, like fine, okay, hormones are running amok. They're shooting and missing sometimes, but they shouldn't be shooting if they're that young.
Right. And then the second time, and the only time this has ever happened to me, I don't really have any other examples besides guys sending me shit on Facebook Messenger and shit. Other than that, I don't really, yeah. But the second time I was at a party, you know, I was probably like 20-something years old, I don't know. And I'm chilling, having a good time. There's a couple gay dudes there, whatever. You know, we're having fun, and all of a sudden this gay dude, like, he made like, I don't know, he went in for the kill, and he licked my neck. Like, he literally licked my neck. Black dude. I was in complete disgust. I didn't know how to react. I didn't know whether to punch him, because then that'd be a gay bash. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a big problem. I had to just
punch him.
I just, you know, I took it, but I was pissed off. I let him know I was pissed off, and I just, you know, I ended up leaving right after that. But dude, I felt disgusted. Like, I felt violated that day, like, really bad. Like, I was.
He went in.
I don't get too bothered by
or
it.
did he land it?
Now he went in, and then he just licked my neck, like from the top, from the bottom up.
See, I just use it to go, that's probably how chicks feel, right? Like, because you've got to just lean in. You just got to go for it. Otherwise, you're never going to get a kiss with a girl. Which means sometimes you're going to end up like, you know, having somebody dodge a kiss, or you're a little bit drunk or something. I just use that to be like, that's what it's like for chicks. Gross. But also terrifying. But I wasn't terrified in my situation. I was like, this guy's tiny. How big was the dude who licked your neck?
He's about my size. He was drunk, and I know he's openly gay. You know, he's got a boyfriend. Actually, I think his boyfriend was there.
I think the real test is like, what does it feel like if somebody massive does that? Like if a guy where you're like, if I said no, he could say yes. And that would be a good match for what the...
Okay, what the F is going on, bro? What's going on in here? Did I walk into the wrong server or what?
So one time I was at this nightclub, right, and this really good it comes walking up to me with a really nice suit. It had like white lined pockets, and she goes, "Oh, you're looking pretty cute. My friend wants to ask you out." And I said, "Oh, what's she like?" And she says, "No, it's just one of those two dudes over there." I said, "I'd rather you, but thanks, but no thanks."
See, that's nice. That's a nice way of going about it.
Well, one time I was walking in the gay village, and I mean, really, guys.
Were you? Tell us about it, SE. We believe you. Clip it.
Yeah.
Well, one of the places we started is... Hang on. We only got you at the end there. That was Ned, wasn't it?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep, I can, but it still doesn't sound great.
Coco, have you ever been at the back of a train or a bus and a girl's touched your leg or something? That's what we want to hear about.
Nah.
Is this any better?
It is.
Yes.
I was going to say I was in Canada once, and a guy that sounded like Yogi Bear tried to kiss me.
Is he smarter than your average bear?
Sorry, yeah.
Hey, boo boo. Would I like you to pick up my picnic
Where in
basket?
Canada were you?
Montreal, of course. Talking about SE, bro. And this,
Oh my
this is a joke.
God.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not having gay dudes hit on you, maybe you're just not good looking.
I think I had some robbers try to rob me because they most probably thought I was gay.
Or rich, or had stuff worth stealing, I think, generally.
Well, yeah, but I think they thought I was gay because I had this like flowery like little bag. I'll be honest with you, when I thought about it, I thought, yeah, it just looked like maybe I was gay.
Okay.
But it's ended badly for them.
Hey, you know, on
because,
your
because you were gay,
Yeah.
or because you weren't.
I'll be honest.
you know,
with
on
you.
your
I'll be honest with you. Like, I at the peripheral of my eye, when there was this thing happened, at the corner of my eye, I saw his mate, and I kept thinking he was trying to punch me. I thought, fucking hell, mate, he's so far away. He's like gay. And then when I'd finished what was happening, and I actually concentrated and looking at the guy had such a big fucking knife. Now I realise what he was like trying to swipe at me. It was fucking insane.
So you're telling me that your gaydar is like on point?
I don't know about that. I just think I was
You
in
know
a
who's like
kind of
the best?
area. Affluent
You know
area.
You know who the best people at telling who someone else is gay is?
Yeah.
Gay
Not that
people.
I was actually indicating that.
No, but like gay people are really good at telling if someone else is gay, like from like really far away too.
Oh really? Oh really?
Yeah. So
Gay people got a better gaydar.
Okay.
Easily.
you might be gay.
That's amazing.
You might be gay.
He might know
be
you
gay.
better than you know you.
You might be gay. Coming up with that analogy. What a crazy thing.
You might
What's
both
that
be
like?
gay.
Calling the pot, calling the kettle black?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It could be one guy calling his boyfriend gay.
I don't know. It's fucking crazy.
you know what you were saying about your Indian guy there before eggs? Apparently, there's a guy in India who does, you know, you read tea leaves? Well, he reads breasts. He hangs around the tourist area saying to women, would you like me to read your breasts? And apparently,
easily
some
believe that.
people give him the money. So that's very un-gay, isn't it? You got to admire his tenacity.
So I love the enthusiasm and optimism that has an Indian man, just on the internet or in person. Just that's such a good racket, and it's worked for him. What a legend! 2 consenting adults. What's the harm? That's how we got here. We were talking about morality and whether morality is collectivist or individualist, and how conservative people have generally more collectivist views, which is like if something's bad or wrong, it's always bad or wrong, even if somebody's not being directly identifiably harmed.
Yeah. So is he a breast oil or snake oil salesman?
I love it. Breast oil. I might sell it with a free application. I will apply this breast oil to breasts and buttocks.
It's very therapeutic for me.
Colostrum, dude.
And work on the boners also if you wish. After you've done your breast and buttock massage, you can use it on your own boner.
Okay, who passed out the gay pills today?
No, that wasn't
you,
gay.
wasn't it?
I was talking about reading breasts. That's very ungay if you're male.
So what have you brought for us today, SE? What topics do you have?
I mean, there's lots of stuff we can talk about. I just saw a video of one woman in Germany saying how she thinks that Europe is too far gone to save. That's what I woke up to today.
Yeah. I think it could be true, but I also think that people have said that at every single stage throughout human history and the collapse of empires.
Yeah, Socrates said that with the state of the youth today, the world is surely doomed and will not last more than 5 generations. But that was Socrates.
Right? Exactly. That's a great example. Yeah. He thought it was going to ruin back then, and the Greek Empire, or whatever you'd call it, lasted for a few, arguably still exists today.
Yeah, remnants of, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in
Socrates was right.
Well, in what
He's right
state?
about
Look at Greece now; it's a nothing country, right? Mostly for tourism, and Italy, same thing. Two great empires. What are they now? They're like tourist spots, really.
Yeah, but I think they live on in terms of like most of our scientific, a lot of our scientific wording is Greek. You know, a lot of our ideas about how to govern are from like Roman and Greek origins. I don't think that people. I think that I if I were an ancient Greek and I found out that Greek after you guys doesn't so much become a backwater, but it doesn't remain at the forefront of civilization, but it benefits from all of these stuff. The people are really healthy, and the ideas that you guys spoke of in this room goes on to become a really core principle of every country around the world in the future. Maybe.
I mean, just the fact that we still talk about like Greek philosophers and Greek scientists, I mean, kind of a feat of its own.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, would any of us be remembered in like 2,500 years' time? Yeah.
That guy Darth Dawkins might be.
Well, it's not necessarily. It's a thing of with Europe, right? It will survive, but what flavor will it be in? Right. That's the thing. Like, will there still be French people? Will there still be English? Will there still be an English? Will you still be able to get haggis in England? Right. This is what I'm talking about. Culture change.
I think there'll be something known as like the Darth Dawkins effect in psychology.
And what will be the Darth Dawkins effect?
It enables you to win at arguments, but does absolutely nothing else for you. That's the Darth Dawkins effect. You can say to yourself, I just won that argument, and I feel good about myself.
Yeah, it will be. It'll be interesting. The old butterfly beats its wings. Will Darth Dawkins be one of those butterflies that he's talked about? Geez, I hope not. That's the dizzying heights of where. What is it called? Debate? Is it time? Anyway.
Yeah, like I never heard of him before. I listened to like 2 debates, and it's like presuppose this, presuppose that. Therefore, you just base on axioms that are basically tautologies. So, and then like I don't have a personal problem with that. And if you propose the other way, you don't have a problem with axioms either. Therefore, I don't know what the argument really was. It just seemed like
Lion.
thing.
Oh no. Lion sometimes does the pre-sub thing.
Yeah, what debate are you referencing? Recent? I haven't heard the guy talk in a while, but I know who that is.
The best debates are the ones done by stand-up comics that are made to be comedically funny, where there's no real objective other than let's make jokes and make everyone laugh, because debates are boring when you really look at them.
But yeah, I'm a fan of the precept argument. And the tag one.
Yeah, you're suffering from the Darth Dawkins effect.
No, I didn't get it from him though. I got it through my own reasoning.
It doesn't matter. It's just been identified as the Darth Dawkins effect.
Man, I'm not that active in the politics server, but there's a lot of it's common amongst believers, right? The precept argument. It's that either basically, long story short, like you have to understand that everybody has a presuppositional premise that they start their worldview from. That's basically the argument without getting too deep into it.
Like normal people.
But there's that presupposition of the Christian God is something that can't be justified, which is why it fails in the face of substitution with even something as atheistic pantheism.
No, it can be justified.
I know that you're going to say that it can be justified, and I know that you're going to say that the justification is personal revelation, but that once again falls in the face of basically every other possible religion, or even a naturalistic worldview. You can still substitute something there as long as assert that it works. There's nothing that even prevents you from, say, making a bowl of petunias the ultimate thing and making it a part of a quaternary structure. There's really no way to justify one over the other, and if you're going to bring up your normal thing of trying to justify a circular argument with a circular argument, we're really not going to get very far.
Well, no, you're already framing the argument incoherently, right? So there is justification. It's just that, hold on. It's just that the justification might not be persuasive for you, right? It's still a sound, logical argument with a logical syllogism. Yes, it's not begging.
Really not. It requires special pleading at least.
At least I'll give you that. It requires special pleading. But when you compare, right, the options, it's the most reasonable, rational option. So if it's either infinite regression, it's either contingently when you break it down, right? You either have infinite regression or special pleading. That's what you end up with.
So we can examine the properties of the proposed God and the validity of the scriptures that come with that God, and try to come to a conclusion based upon those things, though, because we're basically going to have to agree that there's going to be equal evidence in that way for any sort of God structure that you want to put in, and even pantheism and atheistic pantheisms, and even naturalism technically. So it's equivalent. So it's equivalent in either way, and just stating that my circle is virtuous doesn't actually mean that your circle is virtuous. So we come back to how do we piece apart which is right? We'd have to go into an evidentialist viewpoint, and you would have to basically just agree that your evidence must be true because it's true, and not be able to examine it. It comes down to one will have evidence and one will have to reject all evidence.
No, that's not the case at all. There's different types of evidences. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's different types of justification for your belief, right? So if you look up a comprehensive list of justification, right, you're going to find out that there's way more than what you probably thought there was. And I brought this up before, right? There's theological justification, epistemological justification, legal justification, historiographical justification. Like there's all types of like methodology for justification. Some of that, like theological justification for you, you're going to hand wave dismiss that. You're like, I can't trust that, right? So it's not that there isn't justification. It's just that the justification is not going to be persuasive enough. But like if you go into like
also hand wave dismiss it.
Go ahead.
You also hand wave dismiss theological justification.
I don't need to use theological justification to defend the syllogism.
But the thing is, you hand wave it away.
Yeah, because what's to stop me from saying that the actual triune God? What's to stop me from saying that the actual triune God is not but Diva, Vishnu, and Brahma, and combined as one, the Trimurti is the source of all things which is coherent of the natural world, which is the Brahman. Does that not better fit the argument for presuppositionalism than anything else?
I get what you're saying, but where we start off from, right, is just
don't tell me where you start off from. Explain to me why the Trimurti
I'm gonna explain it to
valid.
you, dude. Just give me a second, bro, because now you're not. That's a different argument, right? Because first we decide, well, is it God or non-God, right? And then once we decide, well, yes, God is the most reasonable position, then we move on to what God is that, right? That's a whole nother argument.
For the sake of this argument, let's just assume the God worldview. How do you differentiate and justify the Christian God as a triune entity outside of space and time, and that it can't be anything else?
Well, first, so to defend the Christian God, you have to compare all the religions, the most common ones, right? and see which one's more coherent, right? And which one has the most evidence. And I would point to the Christian God, having the most evidence because of the Shroud of Turin. We have forensic evidence of the resurrection and the testimonies of the apostles and the disciples. We have historical evidence, witnesses that witnessed him come back from the dead. Now that might not be persuasive enough for you, but it's there.
You can also just create a new religion if you want to. There's nothing that's logically wrong with that. So you don't have to look at just the existing religions. You have to look at all possible gods, not just the existing ones.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
And if you want to talk about evidence, then you run into a big problem because what are you going to accept for evidence? Because it sounds like we're going to have an issue once again to where you're going to assume that everything in the Bible is literally true except for what is explicitly metaphorical, which means that you're going to have to take on an incredibly young Earth. It means you're going to have to take on a global flood. It means that you're going to have to take on a set of miracles that have never been reported in a way that would be satisfactory. And you're going to have to argue that that's true, and you're not going to be able to provide what's going to be sufficient justification to be convincing, or you're just going to have to assert it is what it is because the scriptures for the God that I presuppose to be true are.
No, that's not the case at all. I already told you. I have forensic evidence of the resurrection, dude. The Shroud of Turin and the facial cloth. So you had two independent burial cloths, one that went around his head and one that went around his body. We have forensic evidence of the resurrection of Jesus Christ, bro. That exists. Now, if that's not persuasive enough for you, I'm sorry, dude. I can't help you.
Except that you're appealing to a piece of evidence that it is not believed to be remotely what you're claiming it to be. The Shroud of Turin is not in any way, shape, or form, except by people that refuse to accept otherwise, accepted to be not more than a medieval forgery.
No, that's not the case. You're poisoning
the
well.
Case.
It's not a medieval forgery, dude.
It's an examination. It's an examination of the data that's available, and the only way that you can, everything that's ever been done in such a way that's rigorous testing of the Shroud, comes to the conclusion that it is not remotely old enough to be from the time of Christ.
That's bullshit. You're lying. You're lying, dude. You're straight up lying, dude.
What does the forensic science say about the Shroud of Turin?
So if you go look up the Shroud of Turin research project, they concluded that it's a legitimate cloth from the time of Jesus, dude. Now there's anomalies that were done, right? There's anomalous tests that showed the cloth to be around the 11th century because the shroud has been in a fire, right? It's been repaired. And that's going to throw off any carbon dating that's going to throw it off, dude. We know when carbon dating is done, you have to assume that there hasn't been any contamination. That means no ash from a volcanic eruption like Pompeii.
So it hasn't been dated
no carbon
to the correct
from a fire.
time? So it should have been dated to like 930 years ago or whatever, right?
The Shroud Research organization actually is the one that's considered to be the fringe material, and the other that's coming up with the anomalies, and not the other way around. Unfortunately, I'm at work and I've got to get going. I'll talk to you about this later when I've got greater data that I can throw at you.
Okay.
But
I still don't get even.
It sounds to me like you're saying the forensic science doesn't agree with what you're saying the Shroud of Turin is.
It sounded like you were giving excuses as to why radio dating doesn't time it as to when it should be for you. Isn't that what you're saying? Mr. Go line.
Yeah, so no, that was the one test that was anomalous, right? It didn't fit everything else that they discovered about the shroud, including the what's it called? Dude, I can't think right now, man. Just give me a sec while I pull this stuff up. I just pulled over. I'm about to get gas. But I got it in my gallery. Give me a sec.
So because I think you'll still have this problem where one of the traditions of like it is completely in keeping with, it's not in any of their stories, but it's completely in keeping with Indian tradition that Krishna could have been a incarnation of Krishna and lived in the Middle East, because there's nothing like their gods regularly do that. One of the things in the Hindu tradition is that the gods sometimes take over a person or come down and appear as a person or an animal or a, you know, shape-shifting thing. And given the similarity with what Jesus taught and the Buddha's 7 noble truths, there is many Hindus hold it to just be quite probable that Jesus was a incarnation of one of their gods, and that would make all of the death and the resurrection completely possible. It could mean the whole Bible is true to the word, and Yahweh is not the one true God.
So this is the thing: all the major religions all accept Jesus Christ as some type of either prophet, mystic, or prominent human being, right? Ascended master. So whether it's the Buddhists or the Hindus, the Muslims, they all point to Christ as some type of either necromancer, a special boy, right? A special boy. With that being said, right, what did Jesus say he was, right? What did he say he was? And if he really died and came back from the dead, that's huge, right? That justifies our faith in him, right? Because he wasn't just any other character that came before him or after him. They all died and never came back from the dead. This is the one guy that came back from the dead. We should probably listen to what he said.
So that would be true if I took his story to be true about resurrecting from the dead, and I took everybody else's story of resurrecting from the dead and decided it was not true, including Matthew from the Bible, who describes other people as popping out of the grave at the same time, right, that we've talked about before. So we've got Lazarus, we've got many people in many traditions, people popping back out of the ground or reanimating is a staple through every tradition on earth. And your statement only holds up if we look at that one from the Bible and question almost all of the rest of them.
Yeah, we only have one that actually came back from the dead after being dead for 4 days.
Is the evidence for that very strong?
And he came back to
strong.
Well, this is the thing. We have plenty of writings, testimonies that aren't going to be persuasive for you guys, right? But we have.
Are they good though? Let's discuss their strengths, because my understanding is the Bible is the trustworthiness of the narratives. Matthew's story about people breaking out of the graves is hugely suspect, right? It's a very suspect narrative. But what we can say is about the rest of the narratives, they cohere roughly up until they get to the time of his death, such that they don't usually tell stories that contradict one another. Many times they retell the same story in a way that is only a very slight variation. When it gets to the death and the resurrection, they now go in vastly different directions. They now describe the same event in mutually exclusive ways.
You're not going to ever, the historical evidence, the historiography is never going to be persuasive enough for you guys. That's fine. That's why I'm trying to point to the forensic evidence, right? Which is the best that we have. The best empirical evidence that we have, right? That's going to be hopefully persuasive enough. If this is not persuasive enough, nothing will be besides a physical manifestation himself in your bedroom, right? Other than that, the historical evidence will never be persuasive enough for you. But if you look at the Shroud of Turin, the STURP summary conclusion after evaluating the Shroud for like 30 years, they said, quote, "We can conclude for now that the shroud of image is that of a real human form of a scourged crucified man. It is not the product of an artist. The bloodstains are composed of hemoglobin and also give a positive test for serum albumin. The image is an ongoing mystery, and until further chemical studies are made, perhaps by this group of scientists or perhaps by some scientists in the future, the problem remains unsolved." Now,
sure. So does that tell us, because it could be that Jesus was a real person and was a special boy, but wasn't the special boy and didn't reanimate. So let's assume all of those things are true, right? So Jesus is a special boy, he is crucified, does not resurrect. How do we know whether this shroud would tell us whether he resurrected in reality, not just in the stories, like there are many stories of many other people resurrecting?
That's why the Shroud of Turin is truly incredible, dude. It has the photo negative of Jesus Christ It has
How
3D
do we know that?
a holographic image of his entire body, front, back, top, and bottom.
How do we confirm that it's his body and not Gerald who was buried next to him?
So because if you read the Gospels account, right, it's in line with the shroud of Turin, right? So this man was wearing a crown of thorns. It looks like he had a spear on his side. He had the lashes. He had the part of his beard ripped out. He had basically it's all in there. Like forensically, like if you were to study the account and then study the shroud, you'd find parallels across the board.
Sure, I think you would find parallels if you were looking for them, but I've looked at the shroud and it doesn't look like much. I see the faces once they're pointed out to me, but they look like pareidolia. So how would I know that Gerald, who was buried next to him? My point is, you're never going to have anybody to compare it to, right? You're trying to say, is this Jesus?
It's the only shroud in history like that. There's no other shroud that exists like this one.
So let's say it is Jesus,
and it just happens to match a Jewish man from Israel, dude. So like, hold on, just to give you some an idea of the people who studied the shroud, right, in the research project. You had John P. Jackson, physicist. You had Eric J. Jumper, thermodynamicist. You had Robert Mautern, radiographic expert. John Heller, biophysicist. Samuel Pellicori, optical physicist, thermochemist, biochemist. There's a whole list of individuals that studied the shroud for years, dude. Right, analyzing it, doing all types of studies on it. Some became believers, right, after studying the shroud of Turin, bro. And
the question still stands. Right. Let's say we accept that it's Jesus's shroud. What about that should lead us to be confident that he reanimated? Because the stories, as I said, diverge, and it sounds like you agree to that. The stories do diverge greatly.
The way that the image was imprinted onto the shroud, Jesus would have had to been hovering, levitating from the rock surface, and light would have had to have been radiating outwards in all direct. Hold on, light. His whole body would have had to have been glowing, pushing out gamma rays. I forget all the radiation, but basically the type of radiation that's imprinted on the cloth can only come from something from outer space, dude. Like something like
radiation,
like a burst.
Equal God. He could be radiation. Fine. Why would that? I don't understand how that leads to him being God.
Hold on. It says here.
How did they determine it took radiation to do that as well?
Hold on. Radioactive? The physicist that studied the cloth, the way that the cloth, there's like it's radioactively burnt onto the cloth, also imprinting a photo negative of his whole body, dude. And it has 3D holographic data that they were able to pull out of it. So hold on.
I want to put the high res. I want to put the high res in the chat.
Hold on, dude. Let me finish. Let me just finish this. Blood projected outward and hold on, bro. This is from the STIR project. Blood projected outward and lifted cleanly away from the body. Blood intersected with falling cloth. Blood on cloth before the image formation. So the blood was already on the cloth when the image was formed because the light radiated through the blood. No body decomposition.
I'm putting the image of it in the chat. I've put it at 1105. That should be a fairly sizable 1200 pixels across the shroud.
Let me just finish this. Let me just finish this, dude.
Yeah, it looks
Hold on, dude. Let me just finish this. It says collimated radiation perpendicular to the body. Body suspended between upper and lower cloth. Monochromatic color on entire shroud. Cloth to body distance correlation. These things were pulled out of the cloth.
So,
yeah, I posted.
The question is, could you make them fit? If you were looking for a body, could you make random patterns fit? That's the question we need to ask, right? And even if you showed that this was a shroud, a burial shroud, how would you confirm it was Jesus's? And how did you confirm that the only possible way that this particular cloth, of which I have no other samples to compare, was damaged in this particular gamma radiation way that it couldn't have been through some other method? Right? Is the suggestion that it is radioactive, i.e. sets off a Geiger counter? Or just that's the way it looks like these images ended up there? Because I think it's the latter.
Not radiation like that. When I say radiation, electromagnetic radiation, like light.
A light.
Right? Not radioactive
Well,
like plutonium stuff. No, not
so
like that.
light falls on it and it can do that, which is not. So you went from special, where it's gamma radiation emanating from a non, to light. Yeah, light's everywhere. So any corpse could be there and light could go in or come out. We're not going to be able to say over all of that time with all of the stuff that's gone into that dye, right? The sebum from the skin and the blood and that we know that's what it's going to look like if the Lord and Savior, the one event that has never happened before or since, happens on that day. We know that it's going to look like a photo negative in gamma rays.
What says here? You got to listen to the physicists that study the cloth, bro. Right? So I'm getting this from them. You have a 3-dimensional hologram on the cloth, dude. 1/40 billionth of a second duration. That's how long the light apparently it took to burn the cloth. 2 to 5 billion watts of power, particle radiation of subatomic level, neutron, gamma, beta, X-ray, infrared, ultraviolet light. Particle radiation increases level of carbon content. Particle radiation enriches brightness of red blood color. Light source came from body itself, not reflected light. This is what's known from the cloth itself. It's still a mystery. Nobody knows how this was made. Nobody can replicate this, even today, the 2025 technology.
Clarifying question. You said something about a wattage of power over some brief period of time.
Yeah.
How did they know it wasn't longer time and less wattage?
I don't know. You would have to ask the experts, dude.
No, so why didn't it burn the whole cloth?
It was 1 billionth. It says it was 1/40 billionth of a
That's just
second.
guesswork, isn't it? Right? Unless he's got samples of this and has subjected it to that and got wound back time, so he was subjecting the same cloth as it was thousands of years ago to a billionth of a second. How could he know that? Like, so he's got a shroud in front of him. He's probably got a rough guess at what plant matter it's made out of, right? Spun cotton is probable. But what breeds there were thousands of years ago are probably sufficiently different, and we don't know how he made it. And this guy's going, I know exactly, down to the nanosecond pretty much, how hot it was hit with what kind of radiation for what kind of duration, despite the fact I'm going to go out here and suggest he's not even able to cut off bits of this to do that test. And even if he did, he's got a now much degraded cloth that's going to be, I suspect, far more fragile to shoot with radiation. Why do you have confidence in his number on that? If you're not sure about the shape of the Earth, why are you so confident in this scientist?
It also sounds like what he's trying to do is say, like, okay, if it is this age, what would have to happen for it to be this age? And that's how he's getting, like, his answer.
Yeah, which you can just then end up Texas sharpshooting your way into saying, yeah, the Messiah lay here. Because look at it. I keep putting images in the chat. It looks more like an owl than a person, where it takes images from this. And it's clearly also, this is the other thing about it that's so obvious to me that the shroud ignores, is it says it can see faces. Here's the face. I'll post it in the chat and it'll make sense to you. But what you can clearly see is the whole shroud has been folded like 4 times, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vertical folds and 1, 2, 3 horizontal folds in it. So any image is going to be in some way doubled from the other side. So you're going to get many bits of symmetricality through it, which is far easier to do pareidolia with once you've got a symmetrical image, because any dollop on this side now gets matched with an equidistant dollop on that side, and that's great for looking like eyes. But it looks like an owl. It looks like anything that is symmetrical about its center axis. And so the claim that we know that this is Jesus and he emanated out of here in a radiation burst, rather than, oh, it's possible that was a human's face, you know, that was at that time, when we know it got folded. Look at all of the patterns and tell me that hasn't been folded down the central axis that is in the middle of Jesus's face. His face is a left to right copy. And it clearly is. You know that's the case. That is definitely
they've done other analysis on the shrouds, trying to date it with X-rays. There's a peer-reviewed journal that was published regarding the X-ray analysis done by Italian scientists of the Shroud of Turin using X-ray technology proves that the famous cloth dates back to 2,000 years, contrary to the medieval origin suggested by the disputed 1988 carbon-14 analysis.
Lion.
And we already are. If you're going to be intellectually honest, right? This is the only thing holding the cloth back is the carbon analysis. Everything else dates around, the first century Jerusalem. Even it has granite dust on it. It has pollen on it. It has the correct textile threading, interweaving that they would have been doing at that time by the aristocratic Jews. Now, with that being said, the extra analysis, if you study the peer-reviewed journal, it was a very unique way of dating the cloth. It dates back to 2,000 years, bro.
Right.
Now, I'm not an expert.
drawing the lines.
I'll post the journal here. Right.
May I? Because as far as I know, you post like some independent source, but if for recently you're out miking. But Lion, can you show like some independent analysis of this? Because as far as I know, there's the Shroud of Turin, right? The Catholic Church never allowed any independent scientist to actually analyze this. They only released. They only released like they got some scientists who already gave them like results that they would agree with the conclusion that it's Jesus, right? But there's been a lot of pushback against this, right? And I can show you many right scientific analysis on this, at least from what they have there, right?
Right. So I'm trying to explain it to you. The only test that came back anomalous was the carbon dating, and it's where it's all you're putting all your eggs in one basket, and it's the carbon analysis. But we know, if you're going to be intellectually honest, anybody that knows anything about carbon analysis, you have to assume that the material, the specimen that's being tested, wasn't contaminated by ash, either volcanic ash or fire. And we know objectively that the shroud not only was around at the time of Pompeii's eruption, but it was also in a fire. It was in a fire, and it was repaired. So that being said, you can't use any carbon analysis. It has to be thrown out. It's going to be unreliable for these reasons. You guys keep bringing up the carbon dating.
How come
I want to bring up the symmetricality.
How come we can use carbon analysis to see if something is from the time of the Vesuvius eruption?
Touche.
What you mean?
We are able to tell if something is from the time of the Vesuvius eruption using carbon dating. How do you explain that?
Because it would require calibration. It would require that you guys take into account the carbon buildup, which is you have to estimate how much carbon was built up in the specimen. It would be a guessing game. You'd have to correct for that.
So therefore, you're dating it back to Jesus' time is wrong as well. So you're saying one's wrong, but the one you like is right, and none of them are right according to you, dude. You're actually swimming up your ass.
No, I'm not, bro. You're not listening, dude. When they did the carbon analysis of the shroud, they didn't. Not only did they not account for the extra carbon from the eruption and from the fire, they tested a part of the cloth that was repaired. Right, it was repaired. So it's like they were eager to destroy any validity to the cloth, literally.
Can I on a different point than the carbon dating, because I feel I've done a reasonably okay quick analysis here that I've posted in the chat with the Jesus face circled. And this is the bit claiming that's Jesus's face in the shroud. And I'm going to call nonsense on that, because I'm going to say that middle of the red 3 horizontal lines is a line along which the shroud is roughly symmetrical. So along that whole line, you can see patterns repeated top and bottom in a very symmetrical way. The missing triangles of cloth, which are not rendered very well there, but they're on either side of it, paired triangles, top and bottom either side, and all of the other smudgy patterns are copied top to bottom, left and right. As a result, that cannot be a face. That is not possible that is a face.
It's toast.
All you can say it could be is one side of a face that is fortunately copied over to the other side.
Where are you posting this? Because, dude, I mean, not that I like appealing to the authorities or the consensus, but dude, there's a 3D
it's just
hologram,
my analysis.
bro.
I want you to look at.
It has depth, right? The data
I just want you to look. The main charge of this is, if it is horizontal, if it is vertical, sorry, if it is mirror image along that middle line I've drawn, then it doesn't make sense to call this a face, because the fact that it has two eyes and a matching mouth and everything is something you will just automatically get when you make patterns by folding along the center line. That's not what a face is. A face is without a fold along the center line. I still ended up with something like a face, where the eyes are evenly spaced and evenly sized. So if the shroud is roughly perfectly symmetrical along that middle line that I've drawn, then you can't really call this a face. It's not. It doesn't seem logical to do that. It looks like you've got lots of smudges all up and down this cloth. What's the full length of the cloth? Why is his face in the middle of it? It's going to barely wrap around the top of his head. And his legs are going to be hanging out.
Eggs. You have a surface level understanding of the cloth. I suggest that you read up a little bit on it. Really,
is it symmetrical about that middle line? That's the question, right?
So
I've drawn those three lines.
Dude, the cloth is like it's like 16 feet long, right? It covered front and back. It went across the front and back of his body over his head, right?
Okay. So is it symmetrical around that middle line?
It's not even symmetrical though.
Dude, I don't know where you're. I don't know where you're
around that middle
I don't even know where you're posting. I can't see.
Omnipresent sec chat, the same place we always do.
Also, the guy also kind of brought up an interesting point. I mean, people say they see the face of Jesus in a piece of toast. Like, what did Jesus do there?
Yeah, see, this is the problem. That's such an ignorant statement, because if you compare the cloth, dude, it's not just like some pareidolia, dude, like you're trying to say. It's not what it is at all. Not at all.
Is it possible?
Not even close.
Is it symmetrical?
So
is it symmetrical around
you're not even looking at the. You're not even looking at the photo negative. You have to. It's the photo negative that comes to life.
I feel it's a simple yes or no question, and then
So,
we can.
I'm trying to explain.
In the photo, let me ask you this: in the photo negative, is it symmetrical around the center of a horizontal line?
I don't know why that would even matter. I don't know why that would even matter, but I've been posting I've been posting an Omni passive text chat. So I posted the journal regarding the X-ray analysis that was done in a screenshot from the journal, and this is the most recent analysis.
Well,
if you go, hold on. If you go to it, it says the degree of natural aging of the cellulose that constitutes the linen of the investigated sample obtained by X-ray analysis showed that the TS fabric is much older than the 7th centuries proposed by the 1988 radiocarbon dating. And it goes in how they were able to, go ahead.
If I'm at line, thank you. I love you, man. Here's the thing. First of all, what the guy what he posted, the lines drawn there don't even seem to be like equal, right? The second row seems to be definitely smaller than the third one. But anyway, I have read a little bit on this, refreshing my memory, and apparently there were scientists actually who took samples, 32 samples, and their consensus was that there was no blood there. It was dye. It was red dye, right? There was no blood there.
That's not true at all. You're lying, bro. You're lying. Why are you lying?
The consensus also showed that it was like. The consensus also showed that it wasn't 2,000 years. It was like made in the 1500s or something.
Let's say,
dude, you guys are just catching up, dude. I already told you guys the only anomalous testing, right, was the carbon dating, right? The carbon dating showed that it was a medieval forgery. Everything else that was done to the cloth showed that it was not a forgery. It's still a mystery. And I already explained to you why the carbon dating is a problem, right? So I'm bringing up new evidence, the X-ray analysis, that debunks the carbon dating that you guys are putting all your faith in. Is one of many tests. No, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So according to the STIRP project, it says no inorganic pigments present, no substances manually applied to the cloth, no artistic substance detected like paint, no binders, cementing fibers. no brush strokes, no stains, dyes, or artificial medium. It's not false, dude. It's not false. Okay, okay. There was one. No, there was one. Out of all the researchers, there was one researcher that put. He put a hypothesis that the blood might have been pigment because of iron oxide.
No, you got it the opposite.
It was one out of all of them. It was one of them
You
because
got
of
it the
iron
other way
oxide.
around. You got it the other way around. There was one scientist who insisted that there was in fact no dyes. All of the rest of them, right? They actually concluded that yes, this is all of this dyes like oxide, not nitrous oxide, something, right? Whatever, right? I forget what he call it, right? There's no blood there. It's only one of the dyes.
Let's be charitable to Lion, and so we can move on the conversation and say that is indeed the shroud. That is indeed the shroud that somebody who was named Jesus was crucified by the Romans because he claims to be the king of all Jews, right? That is a shroud that covered his body. Now, how do we tie that Jesus to the Son of God miracle performing Jesus?
I mean, that's the other thing, of course. Yeah, I mean,
What are you kidding me, bro? It's the only shroud in existence like it. It depicts a man crucified and scourged, and it has a photo negative of his entire body, basically a supernatural phenomena that occurred 2,000 years ago, bro. Imprinting the resurrection. What are you talking about?
You were saying it's supernatural. You were saying it's supernatural. Maybe they're natural processes, but with somebody who's very much a human, who never had superpowers, but was also somebody who was a rabbi preaching like radical version of Judaism at the time, and then proclaiming himself to be the liberator of Jews because the Jews were suppressed by the Romans at the time. Could have been crucified for his crimes and then wrapped in that shroud. Why is that the Son of God Jesus and not just Jesus, the radical rabbi who preached like freedom and independence for Judea?
Because this man is whoever this man was. For him to imprint this image on the cloth, his whole body would have had to been glowing like the sun.
No, it could have
and
been
levitating
anything.
and levitating because the way that the image was imprinted on the cloth, it's not like it was imprinted with him laying down on the cloth, because if he was laying down with his buttocks down, the buttocks would have been flattened out, right? Sort of like you put your cheek. So hold on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Wait a second, bro. Wait a second. So you know when you put your cheek on the windowsill and it flattens, his buttocks would have been flattened. It should have been printed in the cloth. This image was of a levitating man. That's why.
So they could have put him on metal frames that hold his neck and legs and arms and waist, right? And he would perceive to be levitating, but he's not, right?
Lion, are we able to accurately measure the sun's radiation?
What the fuck?
Well, he's saying that like it matches the sun. So I'm just curious, has he accepted the scientific evidence that we measure the sun's radiation?
I'm not talking, dude. I was explaining an analogy, right? Because he shone like the sun, like he was bright, not literally like the sun, like whatever spectral analysis you're referencing.
Okay,
can I just go back to, because I feel like I feel like I made a strong case, and I feel like you just swerved it a bit, Lion. The case I made is that if that shroud is symmetrical, then it doesn't make sense to say that it is impressive that something looks like a face, or that's the imprint of a face, and therefore I can see a skull of thorns out of it. If that face appears due to an effect of folding cloth such that when it gets stained, it will have symmetrical stains. And I'm making the case that you can use the pattern of the stains to detect how that cloth was folded.
No, you can't.
So let me start with a sequence of questions. Do you agree there are other stains on this cloth aside from the face?
His whole body's on there, dude. It's not just blood stains, dude. It's a photo negative. I'm trying to explain to you.
So there are other stains on this cloth. Would you agree those other stains on this cloth appear to be laid out symmetrically around the grid lines I've drawn on it that are in the chat at 26 minutes past the hour? Can you see why I've chosen to put those lines there and not somewhere else?
I don't really got time to be like I'm at a truck stop, dude. I can't be. Plus, I already looked at the image. All I seen was a grid pattern
Sure.
of red lines.
But
That's
what
all I
I'm
really
saying is I've drawn lines there that I think you can very convincingly go, yeah, it looks like those lines. I think they're a minimum. I think the number of lines I would need to get this pattern is actually close to double that. And then I could get a really nice thing where all of the triangles line up and the dots are actually, yeah, you definitely can do that because the tips of the triangle should be aligned. You know, anyway, if it's the case that that face is on a fold in the fabric, then there's no reason to think that's a face, right?
Yeah,
because
yeah, but
what's
it's
impressive
not
about thinking I've seen a face and
it's
therefore
not
I've
a
seen a
fold
crown
in
of
the
thorns.
fabric. The photo negative
So
is
I'm
not.
saying it is. I'm saying it. The whole rest of the stains on the entire rest of the cloth are roughly very close to symmetrical, bang down the line in the middle of Jesus's face.
Ooh, what are the chances of that, huh?
Which just says this is an artifact of what happens when you fold cloth. It doesn't make sense to say this is a face unless that face is somewhere off a fold line. It's half as impressive if it's half a face. It's not even that because pareidolia is easy to get even if it doesn't involve a fold. But when it does, it's super easy to get pareidolia. You just need, of all of the different blobs anywhere on this cloth or anywhere off any old cloth that happened to get dug up, you'll find a face. I bet you could find other faces in this same bit of cloth. Put them into other places. It's pareidolia to say this thing that's along a fold line in the fabric, a clearly discernible fold line, is a face and I can tell that it's got a crown of thorns.
Dude, what you're pointing out is laughable, dude. If you actually
really
analyze, yeah, yes.
What's laughable about it? Do you get what I'm saying about fold lines? Am I the first person to
I get it. It's like the toast. It's like the toast analogy. It's laughable, dude. This is not that at all. It has nothing to do with pareidolia.
Is it
bro.
down?
It's legit.
Is it symmetrical? So is it symmetrical along the
yes,
middle line?
It's very precise, dude. Like we're talking about the type of imprint on the cloth. We're talking about like the depth. They know the exact depth of the radiation, how far it penetrated into the linen fibers. And if you read the reports, right, the study analysis, they know the exact depth of the radiation, how far it penetrated. It's uniform through the whole cloth, and they know it's perpendicular to the body, right? So they know how the light
But they haven't even detected a fold in the cloth.
How do they know how much of the
that's
parent
not how
material there was?
how the light was imprinted on the cloth. I'm trying to explain to you. If it was a fold, it would have thrown it all off.
Right,
How do
and
they
there's
know how
clearly
much of the parent
symmetricality.
material there was?
How else could you get symmetricality in a cloth? Like, let's go about it this way. Let's say I folded up a flat bed sheet, right? Not a fitted sheet, a flat bed sheet, and then I dipped one corner in some ink, and I got that whole corner soggy. Would you agree that when I unfolded that bed sheet, I would end up with these self-repeating patterns around certain axes, around the fold line, where that was? Do you get that in principle? So if I got any bit of cloth and I
I
folded it up,
understand where you're coming from,
left,
dude, but
right,
that's
left, right, fold. And
that's not a valid hypothesis or rebuttal, because if you were to actually look at the cloth and the information that's being presented, just watch one video on the cloth, bro. You're gonna be surprised.
You to address it.
What I'm trying to explain to you,
Surely you've
like,
seen
there's-
this symmetricality I'm talking
the
about.
data on the cloth is literally a 3D hologram, because the body was imprinted in the cloth with depth, and it's very precise. So like where the nose is versus where the cheek is, there's a difference there, right? Laterally, there's a difference there in depth. The cloth was able to preserve the depthness of Jesus's face, the contouring of his head, the topographical contouring of his head and his nose, and the way that it's imprinted is very precise, like 3D imaging. In modern times we use lasers. In modern times we use lasers to like scan an object for 3D printing. Just like that, it's like as Jesus was 3D scanned. That type of information is imprinted on the cloth and preserved. It's not some fucking paint stains and like what you're saying it is, dude.
Well,
okay.
I
I'm
saw
going to narrow it down to
4D
one
screen master
line.
today.
Is it symmetrical around the one line I've drawn on it? Can you see a self-repeating pattern above and below the line on that one line I've drawn there?
Yes.
Bro, I can't, dude. I
It
can't look right now. I'm driving.
clearly has.
But that's irrelevant, dude. That's irrelevant.
No, it's absolutely relevant because that line goes straight through Jesus' nose.
And what? So what?
So if
You're
you've
saying that
got
the
a
cloth isn't
pattern-
symmetrical?
The cloth is massively symmetrical, right around Jesus' face, which is a turbocharger for pareidolia.
No, dude. Anybody with a Polaroid can go right now and take a photo of it, and you're gonna see Jesus' face in your image, bro.
I think you could find Jesus' face in here 4 times.
You
went
can.
looking.
It's hard to see right there, right? But when you take a
yeah,
photo
that-
negative, you can actually use your iPhone. People have done it with their iPhones because there's a setting you can put on your iPhone where it inverts the image, the polarity, and you can see Jesus' face, dude. Clearly, it's not
I'm saying
pareidolia, bro. His whole body.
Symmetricality does make things look like faces. And if it's symmetrical about that line, that makes it far less likely that's an actual face than if you had, let's say you still had this symmetrical patterns hither and thither, but because you didn't happen to line, because think about how precisely you got Jesus' face dead in the middle of this shroud when it's going to be tucked in all around him, right? They swaddled them in this cloth and they've so perfectly got it that it happens years later that you've folded it along these lines, right? There's probably 16 folds clearly visible in this garment. And it just happened that the way you first wrapped him up lined up perfectly with the way you later folded the cloth. What are the odds?
Yeah, his
obviously
hands.
there are stains from folding this cloth and leaving it folded.
Dude,
So
you're not. You're just
The
not being
hands,
receptive,
the hands
bro.
are not perfectly symmetrical. The legs aren't perfectly symmetrical. Maybe you guys can look at that and get somewhere.
So this is the image right here of this is a photo negative, dude. How is that pareidolia, dude? Are you serious? That's pareidolia, bro. Come on, man.
Sure.
Be like, if you're gonna
But
argue with me,
also-
bro, if you're gonna debate, like, and be intellectually honest, dude, that's not pareidolia, bro. That's a photo negative, a 3D hologram of Jesus Christ, dude.
Everything
Sure,
looks-
somewhat
But
enhanced, though.
you
That
cannot
one's a bit
prove that's
dissimilar.
him, though. That's the point.
All right.
It
You
is.
can't prove it's him, dude. All right.
I mean,
There's
how?
nothing to compare it to.
You're not suggesting that's not an image of a face, are you, Eggs?
Yeah, I'm saying that it's not a very convincing image of a face.
I'm not saying Jesus, but you're saying that's pareidolia? That's not clearly an image of a face?
Yeah, it's
No,
not.
I'm saying that if you look in the clouds enough, particularly like this is not just looking in the clouds, right? What I'm saying is get out a mirror and look along the mirror such that you can mirror the cloud along a specific axis, and you will find things that look far more like faces in random noise.
Come on, bro.
If you mirror it straight down the nose. So it would be impressive and look like a face if this wasn't on a fold in the fabric, but I feel like I've made a very strong case that Lion hasn't been able to address. He hasn't attacked it. He hasn't shown it's false. That
Let's
this is
not forget.
bang on the central fold of the whole garment, such that the entire garment is symmetrical along that line. There are bikinis on the left and bikinis on the right, and the bikinis on the left match the shape and size of the bikinis on the left.
Let's not
And
forget
That may be
that
true,
we
but you say
humans.
that's pareidolia.
I don't understand your argument, Eggs. Like I'm troubling. Yeah, it's troubling.
Jesus'
to me. I
face,
don't know.
Jesus's face is symmetrical along a line through which the entire garment is symmetrical. That makes the symmetricality, the impressivenesses of Jesus' face far lower, far less impressive.
Let's not
because of
forget that we humans, we have a subconscious phenomena where we try to assert faces where there is no faces, right? Because we have like a very, very accurate way of telling emotions from other people, like due to evolution, right? Like we can tell from like 30 meters away by you just moving your eyes slightly that you just changed your emotions, which is very, very important for social interactions, right? So I'm going to show you guys an example. Every kid knows this. You show them a car like this and they're going to say it looks angry because we humanize everything. Faces are everywhere for us.
Not in the case of the linen, man. If you guys can't see a face there, then
I
you
can see
got
the
issues.
face.
Like, seriously.
I can certainly see the face. I'm
Oh, I
saying
see
the
a face on
entire
the
His
garment.
whole body, dude. It's a photo negative of his whole body, 3D hologram, dude. It ain't what
Well-
you're saying it is, dude, at all.
Well, if it's symmetrical around that point, that implies the garment was folded along that line, right? And had effects that went through. And I'm not finished yet because that's only the first bit, but I've said that a bunch of times. What I'm saying now is it is incredibly unlikely that when I swaddled Jesus in a death cloth versus when I later gave it a folds around which the rest of it is rotted and has identical symmetrical damage. What that means is they happen to get it just bang on right, exactly right in the center, was where Jesus' face originally was, such that when the whole thing got this copying process by being folded later on, which it couldn't have been folded on Jesus' body, right? You fold the cloth to turn it into a tiny little rectangle. It happened to line up perfectly. That seems to me improbable. That seems to me like this cannot be Jesus' face. Right? It can't be the case that people, when swaddling a body, happen to get it dead on a line that didn't exist in the fabric yet, was the halfway point in it, in the as yet unfolded cloth. I don't know. It doesn't seem to me to make sense.
Yeah, I don't see your argument at all. Like, it doesn't make. It's like, it's almost like you're reaching. You're no, because I'm trying to explain to you that the whole image, right? It's a 3D hologram that preserves that. It preserved the depth of the body, right? Very precisely. They've analyzed this at the microscopic scale. They've analyzed it. They know the exact penetration of the radiation, how far deep into the cloth, and it's uniform with depth, right? It's not just like some folded image. Like, you're grasping at straws, bro. That's why I'm not entertaining the argument. It just doesn't make any sense for me. It's like a retarded argument.
The whole argument is that it's symmetrical around the axis that is centered on Jesus's face. And that's improbable to get right first time around and reduces the meaningfulness of anything that is centered on that, right? A face wouldn't necessarily be centered on a line that I haven't folded in the garment yet. And a face that's outside of that axis, that central axis along which things are getting mirrored, is therefore an impressive preservation of a face, because it's managed to get something symmetrical where no symmetricality exists, in the middle of one of the squares. But if it's on one of the lines, the edges along which things are being folded, as the whole thing clearly is a copy top and bottom of that line, then to say this is a 3D copy of Jesus and they know exactly the depth sounds to me like some people went hunting and found what they were looking for, which was proof that it was the Shroud of Turin. But it doesn't convince me. It's not. If you're not able to see the point I'm making about this line.
No, I don't. You're saying there's a line down the middle of the cloth, and somehow that, like, I really don't. Dude, I'm struggling. I don't understand what you're saying. It doesn't make any sense.
Saying if you drew a line from straight down the middle of Jesus' face, it is that line along which the whole shroud is symmetrical. So there are these bikinis, these rotted sections that are absent in the shroud.
Yeah.
And they are bikini shaped, and those bikinis mirror one another, top and bottom of that line. So there's this line going through the whole thing. It goes right through the middle of Jesus' face, where everything above and below it, equidistant from it, is perfectly mirrored in a way that would be impossible unless it was folded.
The reason that looks like that is because it was on a fire.
At which point it was folded when it was in the fire, I presume.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. If you're talking about like the missing pieces on the side, like the blotches, that's the damage from the fire. And it was repaired.
So one corner
the shroud
got
was
burnt. That
repaired.
makes sense. Yeah. So a corner of this folded cloth got burnt. I can easily believe that. But that's the point I'm making. We can clearly see the way where this has been folded, because every other mark in the whole shroud, every stain, everything that's the base fold, I would say. That's the very first fold they did, was along that line. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been folded, no doubt. I mean, I'm not denying that it's been folded. But when he was buried with the shroud, it was over his entire body. Right? It was like 16 feet long. It just went around his head, down his back to his feet.
It's impressive confidence in the position.
So you have a photo negative of the front and back of his entire body, imprinted onto the cloth. A holographic image of his entire body. It can't be replicated today. Cannot be reproduced. They've tried. It's bewildering to the scientists that study the cloth how this shroud was even created. If it is a hoax, they don't know how they would have been able to hoax this 2,000 years ago, or even in the Middle Ages. I have no idea.
I don't think it's a hoax. I just think that there's people who have found something like seeing a face in along a fold line, just making it fit with a pre-existing, deeply held conviction.
And there's also a face cloth that's not being showed here. The face cloth of Oviedo, and when you overlay it on top of the shot of Turin, it's a direct match, and it also has a photo negative on it, or some type of imprinting on it. Not entirely sure. Millions of Jews were buried, dude. The Israelites were buried in the same fashion. None of their cloths have a photo negative, a holographic photo negative of their. This is the only one in existence.
Do you think there are other claimed to be equally miraculous events in other traditions? That Hindus have their miraculous events, Buddhists have theirs, Muslims have theirs.
So even before Jesus Christ, right, there was already this idea of a virgin with child, right, going back to Tammuz, right, and Horus, and Osiris, or Osiris, Tammuz, and Isis, actually. So this idea of the Trinity with the virgin birth has been around for a long time, and even the resurrected birth. But in my opinion, these are all counterfeit.
That's what they think about your one. They have their own shrouds and holy places and miraculous events. I mean, Hinduism's got a great one because you're not required to treat it all as true. You can be as believey as you want as a Hindu, and you're still a Hindu. So there's no like you don't have to sort of come out to your family as being an atheist. They're like, oh yeah, your uncle's the same way, isn't he? Oh yeah, I don't think any of that. Everybody still gets on with one another. It's much more inclusive. But I think you'd be surprised. I think if you looked into the other traditions, you would find they had. In some cases, I think it would be improbable that you could look up too many traditions before you found they had some way better stories, just probabilistically speaking.
But don't they point to Jesus? All of them, basically, besides the Jews, they all point to Jesus as like a mystic, an ascended master, a prophet, right? A sent one from God. They all basically do. They just don't believe in the biblical
Hinduism
account.
does. I don't think Hinduism does. Like what I was saying before is there are Hindus who think that, but the Hindu sacred texts were pretty much in their current form before Jesus turned up.
Right. But same thing with
They're the oldest
right?
religion in the world. They're like 10,000 years, so like 11,000 years old religion. Like we have records of it. The Hindu specifically. It's immensely old.
Thinking like the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita and I'm fucked on all of that, but which is pretty much all of the canonical stories about them.
Yeah, I don't deny that. But there's also been a lot of evolution in that over the years, right?
We don't believe in evolution.
Evolution? You mean when the bad ideas die out under pressure?
But did you say you don't deny that it's 10,000 years old?
No, I don't think it's that old, but I'm saying that Hinduism is very old. But I'm pretty sure that originally they were monotheistic, contrary to popular belief, and then became
Kind of like
no, they weren't. They weren't.
Kind of how like the New Testament evolves the Old Testament.
They weren't monotheistic. They're the three main gods mentioned: Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu.
Vishnu.
There were always the three. Always the three: the destroyer of the universe, the creator of the universe, and I forgot the.
Nah, but if you really look into it, bro, like I don't have all the stuff in front of me, dude. But there's been people that have researched Hinduism in ancient
Lion,
times.
I'm gonna give you a little secret about me, but I used to go through many religions because once I thought that I need to have a religion. So I went through many of them, read a ton of secret texts. I'm telling you.
I know a reasonable amount about Hinduism
Yeah,
too.
but you got Brahma and Krishna, right? Who's Krishna? Christos. Who's that? Who's Krishna?
Krishna is the son of. Oh my God, I'm gonna get all the
Krishna's
families
like the
wrong. He's
spiritual
one of the
element of their shit.
He's the son of the Almighty.
Listen, this is
Shiva's son. Is he?
Clearly, no one is an expert in that religion. So let's put that to the side and put on our arrogant faces and battle arrogant heads. That's what it is. Go, tell us what Krishna is, Lion. Krishna,
I believe Krishna
the son
is.
of.
I believe Krishna is the twisted version of Christ, and Brahma is the Father. Brahma is Brahma is the one true God, the creator of all things, right? But in Hinduism, it's been
that's not what Brahma is. Right.
Okay. So if I pull up a source,
Krishna.
what are you gonna?
He's considered the 8th avatar of Vishnu. So Vishnu, all of the other demigods are versions of Vishnu. But Vishnu has like a poppy come out of his tummy, and on that is Brahma, and then out of that comes somebody else. But Krishna is the 8th one that he.
Oh, it sounds like you may have read eggs. It's been twisted. It's been twisted, right? So 2025. If you look it up, it's gonna give you a different idea of the Godhead versus 3,000 years ago.
Nobody in
just
here
like the
knows
Talmud.
the true Godhead. Let me break down everyone's arrogance real quick. Not a single fucking soul in here knows the true Godhead. None of you have talked to him. None of you have seen him. You may close your eyes and pray to it. None of you guys know who the real Godhead is. You may have a clue. You may have a feeling. You may have faith. None of you fucking know. Okay, now that I've broken your fucking arrogance, please continue. Go on.
Thanks.
Nice. I love getting yelled at in the early afternoon.
Gatekeeper, that was
reinvigorating.
This is some antichrist belligerence you have going on.
Sorry, you gotta let it out.
Yeah, I was right. Shiva the destroyer, Brahma the creator, and Vishnu the preserver.
Like we can all disagree with the idea of a God, right? I'm a Christian. I wake up 4 out of 7 days in the week thinking, "What the fuck am I doing here?" Like this baseless skepticism you employ. Like it's some breakthrough high IQ positioning.
You don't know the true Godhead. You close your eyes and you imagine.
Okay, you're talking.
You don't know the true Godhead.
You have an
that's my claim.
antichrist mind.
Not a single person in here knows the true Godhead.
You're not passionate enough to find the truth, dumbass.
Yeah, that's what you think, dumbass.
What is going on right now?
So don't let Concave get you. Yeah, it's just the way he is, bro. It's glory.
Don't let the truth get to you. None of you know the true Godhead. You don't know which one it is. You don't know if it's this one, that one, all of them, you, me, no one. None of you know.
What about none of them?
You're a human being. You were born, and in your short life here, you have your belief systems. You've been convinced of it with evidence, but none of you actually fucking know. Carry on. Cry about it, bud. Q-Tar 420 especially doesn't know. Go on.
He's allowed to express himself. It's all right. Thanks. Don't worry.
I got a question. I have a question for Zoidberg. You seem like you know what you're talking about.
No, I don't.
Jagannath. Oh, okay. Well, you seem to know.
I'm not an expert on anything. Please, I said
Sorry,
my
I know it seemed like I was yelling to get over, but what's a godhead? Does anybody know what the fuck that is?
Well, I just have a quick question. I just am curious if besides the Hindu trinity of whatever, Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, do you know about Jagannath? And if you were going to try to say that there was an older monotheistic religion in Hinduism, would Jagannath be that maybe?
Tell us about it, bro.
Jagannath is well, he's worshipped on altars. He looks like a smiley face. But he's kind of like brown colored. Have you seen that, Zoidberg?
Maybe my memory is not the best when I was like searching for spirituality. Maybe.
All right.
I have to read again. If you want me to read Lush, I'll read. But
I'll look it up. I just thought maybe.
I'm putting an image of what I think you're talking about in the chat. He's like this black and white and red faced, weird kind of character. Here's another version of him.
God. He's the story, because I used to hang around the Krishna temples, you know, and the devotees would tell me that that's Jagannath, and he's like the old god that came before the other ones.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense if that's a version of Vishnu, who's the creator. But all of the others are avatars of Vishnu.
Oh yeah, it is the Krishna guys that share his face, so that makes sense.
And a lot of them are in the Hindu tradition. A lot of them can be represented in a whole bunch of different ways. Where I'm like, sometimes like, how's that one Krishna? Doesn't Krishna have Shiva? You know, where he's meant to have a snake around his neck and a trident, and then sometimes he just looks like a weird Lego man. They're very
I think
wide,
was a
big tent.
Also, a big fish at one point.
Hey Zoidberg, you are bisexual, right?
Yeah.
Used to be. Is it true or is it not true that LGBTQ has a higher abuse rates than straight relationships?
And a high suicide rate.
Specifically, lesbian relationships.
Specifically lesbian.
So when you say straight, like gay relationships between two men are the safest relationships. The relationships that you're talking about are probably between two women, but I think the statistics have changed.
Also bisexual.
That's a very old
Can I
stat.
ask why you're asking
Also,
that? What is
also
this talk?
bisexual.
I'm out of here. I'm leaving.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do anything the fuck else.
Also bisexual, right? They also have higher bisexual. That's why I said LGBTQ, because I guess you can take the G out of it.
That stats, Daps and Ardian is very old, so I would advise, especially Daps, because he has an academic training.
Is there more recent
to not use that one anymore? I don't know if it's a more recent one, but like in academia, like very old statistics and very old studies are usually like handled very carefully, especially if they're like fallen out of reverence. Yeah.
So Zoidberg,
that's not
a lot
very
has changed.
It would depend, Zoidberg. So it depends on the so the perceived difference. So if we're saying that the differences between the rates of abuse are due to culture, then yes, you would say that like you'd want to reevaluate. But assuming that there would be a massive shift between 2010 and now is pretty unreasonable.
I'm not saying it's a massive shift. I'm not saying you should not use it. I'm saying you should handle it carefully. Like I don't think that study has to be contextualized within the current time frame. Given we have 2 wars going and a COVID pandemic, which are massive like material changes in our universe, which result then in like massive like behavioral changes. Maybe the numbers are worse, by the way. I'm just saying.
Could be.
Yeah. I mean,
the newest one I'm seeing is 2014. Let me just see if I can get something sooner.
maybe we can see a trend.
Have you used consensus, by the way? Perhaps you should use consensus.
Oh yeah, I've seen it, bro. All of these AIs are so goddamn cringe. Remember?
No, consensus is really good. What do you mean?
No,
Like,
but
use
listen,
it for work.
I agree. That's my point. That's why it's cringe. Remember when we used to argue and I had that shit all registered in my head? These people don't need that anymore. They don't need to read anything, bro. You can argue with the biggest idiot that exists, and he just hops on fucking AI for 2 seconds and fucking has it all. This is
Consensus searches within scientific journals, essentially approved scientific journals, which is really good.
I agree it is. That's my problem, man. Like, it's good. You can have an idiot fucking start arguing with you, and it's good.
And they'll win.
Yeah, that's my fucking point, man. Yeah.
So this is like ChatGPT. I can ask it a science question, and it'll give me an answer based on the research.
No. This
Not just
searches
that, it's
in
way
studies. This searches in studies, Daps.
Yes,
Literal
yes.
studies.
It
And then
filters
it
for
refers to the studies.
methodology. It filters, like, you can ask it everything. It's like crazy good.
Okay.
You don't even need to bother reading through the. Remember when you had to read through the fucking
It
whole stuff?
summarizes and then give consensus. It gives you links. I'll send it to you.
If it
What's
gives
the
me
app called?
links, then I can look
I'll
at the
send it
links.
to you.
Consensus.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Here, I'll see it.
Remember, Devs, when you had to read through the whole goddamn fucking thing, and you would have to find where the methodology is, and then like fucking read all of the fucking gibberish.
That took me 2 seconds, bro. You just scroll down in methodology.
Yeah, but you have to read through all the gibberish in there.
It's kind of intuitive when you've seen it before and you know what the fuck they're talking about. You can skip most of it. You can just look at the.
Well, that's if you know what they are talking about. But then, like, let's start talking about like hypertrophy or some shit like that. They start like shit you have to like understand, you know.
Well, yeah, but I'll never understand that is the issue. So I'm wasting my time.
Point. Yeah, but I do. I waste my time on it, and I used to. And now, like, you just have fucking AI just feeding it all into your mouth.
Like, if I'm arguing with somebody about hypertrophy and I don't know shit about hypertrophy, I'm wasting my time.
You can revisit the quantum experiment for the bomb disarmament quantum experiment arguing with consensus, by the way.
Remember when Google first came out, though? It made everything more efficient for research purposes. It just popped right up. I feel like AI is a better version of Google, really. Like,
I mean,
it accelerates research, but it also doesn't help you critically think, right? You're lazy. If you're lazy intellectual,
No, you just get the information quicker, but you still have to critically think.
It's not lazy.
Disseminating the information. Yeah, deciphering the information, parsing it. Yeah.
I don't.
It doesn't teach you how to think, though. It just teaches you what to think. Because people.
No. It doesn't teach you what to think. It gives you the information. You have to think for yourself.
You have to think for yourself. Yeah, this is the same. It's just like a fucking summarized study. Like, that's it.
But it doesn't help you actually learn how to do critical analysis, right? Like actually critically think. Man. Instead, it just gives you the information, and a lot of people just kind of believe the information right away. They think that AI is going to be correct.
That's like saying studies make you not think critical.
I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Because a study has a conclusion. Therefore, like, you should not read studies because they don't teach you to be critical. Like, that's the conclusion. Yeah.
But we were born in an era without it. We were taught how to critically think. The children now, they heavily rely on AI for everything. They don't learn how to critically think. You do. You already know that. You already have that skill.
No, man.
I'll be smarter than kids, okay? I will dominate them in the debates.
Zoomers, just look into the propaganda being fed to them. They fucking disavow it all. Like, Zoomers have like cracked the code. They have internet and they have everything.
They're the worst generation, by the way. Gen Alpha and Zoomers are the worst generation when it comes to tech savviness. Like, they cannot install shit on their computers. They don't know how to deal with hardware. Apparently, they need somebody to like help them build a PC. Right? Basic stuff, basic tech stuff. They like struggle with it. Like,
you're telling me Zoomers struggle on PCs?
No, Zoomers struggle with technology. They can use technology very well, but they struggle with it.
Yeah. I'm talking about using it. I don't give a fuck about building it. I watched the fucking YouTube tutorial.
Ardian, if I get you right now and I give you a components for a computer, you would build a computer.
I have built my own PC with.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
By watching a tutorial, I didn't know shit.
Most people in your age range cannot do that. They pay somebody else to do that.
I didn't know either, Zoidberg, and then I watched a YouTube tutorial.
Yeah, but they don't do that. They don't watch a YouTube tutorial. Apparently, at least statistics show.
It's super simple, man. Really.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Red
The most complicated part of building the PC is like first making sure that everything like works aligned, right? Like with voltage and so on, like these hidden things, but they were not a problem. And then the other one is connecting the cables to the main motherboard. That was like these 6 cables with like these small pins. That was the only problematic thing. Everything else was like self-explanatory.
They struggle with it. That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, because bro, like Zoomers have become more brown and black. That's my fucking hypothesis here. So
That's
there's less
crazy.
white people. Therefore, because white people have higher
Because
IQ,
everything today is plug and play.
the IQ is decreasing within the American young people due to the fact that brown people are increasing. Prove me wrong.
No. The American IQ is going down because they're American. Americans are naturally like Hans.
I think this is what we call trolling.
No, absolutely not.
We don't
No,
read
no,
Americans.
I'm not. I
black,
swear
or
to
Asian.
God, I know it sounds troll, but I'm not. I bet there's truth to it.
Oh yeah, and laughing definitely helps.
I'm saying it's why are Swedish people shrinking, Zoidberg? Tell me. Why is the
Why does everything come down to racial impurity with you?
Man, I just made the claim. Like, there's a problem you presented. There was that IQ is decreasing, and I just gave the cause, what I believe to be the cause. And then you guys are mad at me.
You think racial impurity is the reason why Americans are getting dumber?
The Mexicans that have crossed the borders, they have like 15 points lower IQ than America. And they're not sending the best over there either. Yeah, they probably decrease your IQ in totality, of course.
Who are these people being controlled by that they're being sent places?
By Zoidberg, I believe.
Adrian, you think that the darker they are, the dumber they are? Is that what you think?
No, like they're being sent here by who? They're being sent here by who?
It's a strong correlator.
By me, I'm sending them.
You're sending them?
According to studies, the melanin amount in your skin is a strong correlator with your IQ.
You need to chill out, dude. I wouldn't talk like that publicly, bro. Honestly,
it's a fact.
You might get banned, dude.
I'm
not gonna ban you, but I'm just saying.
I can show you the study. There's nothing.
You keep talking like this, you might end up getting banned, dude. I'm just letting you know.
I mean, if math is racist, then go ahead ban me. But I believe math is math and facts are facts.
Yeah, but you're also doing correlation versus causation. So
I didn't say causation. I said correlation, which is exactly what the study said.
We all
There's
know
black folk
that
in here, dude.
the Chinese will dominate. The Chinese will dominate America in a few decades. This is a good thing. The Chinese Communist Party promotes good governance.
I don't think so, man. I kind of don't want to be under the CCP, man.
What?
They like. Would you want to be in Myanmar right now, Uyghur? I don't think you do.
I said the CCP. Okay.
I didn't understand what you said. The what? The PPT? You said the Chinese Communist Party, no? Am I wrong? Yeah, well, do you, like, I doubt you would support them if you were in Myanmar right now, or Uyghur. Or
yeah. Like, if I had a preference, I would have preferred them to go back to Mao instead of, like, this eternal Dengism, but I prefer anything else over the neoliberal world order.
Is IQ actually dropping though?
Yeah, it is.
By how much?
And also low IQ people have more children than high IQ people, which is a phenomenon that has occurred within recent times. Prior, it used to be the high IQ people. High IQ people used to have more children. Now it's the low IQs.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily. That wouldn't necessarily result in IQs dropping, depending on how you control for heritability and such. But how much is it dropped by?
Oh, I don't know. Zoidberg was talking about IQ dropping. Not me. I gave my hypothesis.
I was. Shut the fuck.
He clearly has a problem with it, and I just gave my hypothesis.
What if people are just
Zoidberg here is a proud defender of the Chinese Communist Party. I've seen his room.
Nice one.
He has a bust of Mao. He has a bust of Deng. He has a bust of Xi. In fact, he even has a bust of the funny like lasagna.
We need to become authoritarian in the West and then defeat China. If we don't defeat them now, they will separate us, divide us, and conquer.
Okay.
Once they conquer, won't we just become authoritarian?
No, we will become their bitch. It's time to turn them into our bitch.
Under an authoritarian regime. So all we have to do is wait a while.
I support Trump's tariffs. We need to bring back production to America and the West.
Wait. The tariffs just aren't going to work. Like,
I mean, that's your opinion. A lot of people's opinion. They're going off the retarded media. It's not going to work.
No.
My theory is it won't work.
Trump is a socialist. Anyone who disagrees with me is wrong.
Hold on. I would say that the tariffs would have worked if this was like the 80s or 90s, right? When China was still developing its manufacturing, right? But China now has like the ability to like invest their own like funding into industrialization of other countries for their own benefit. The rest of the world would have to tariff China. And,
all we did was take their buyer market. They still have a buyer market. We just removed the U.S. as one. That's it. Very simple.
Well, the problem is the problem is China doesn't play under capitalist rules, and they are proving how socialism is in fact, or planned economy is better. And Trump realized that, and he sold it to the Trump tards, which are like hell yeah, whatever the fuck Trump says. He sold them actual socialist policies, and I support that. Trump is
That's
a
totally
socialist.
wrong.
He pulled out of Yemen. He pulled out.
You've been listening to the anti-Trumpers. Do you think you got a little leg to stand on?
No, I don't have a little leg. I have
Not
a
socialist,
big leg.
dude. It's wild
It
to
is.
say.
It is. It's definitely.
Go ahead, expand on that. I'd like to hear that.
It is planned economy
Yeah,
through the
I don't
max.
understand how it's socialism either.
Well, didn't you guys say that when you tax people more, it's socialism? Don't you guys say that all the time?
Well, really dumb Americans say that. Like,
I feel
generally,
like that's
like,
majority.
oh yeah, like, well, Americans are dumb. Like, this is a known fact. Like,
That's
Americans are fat, disgusting hot.
Producing and owning all means of production, including being heavily not reliant upon other nations, is a very, very strong socialist tendency.
The same people that voted for Trump were voting for whoever the fuck was told to them to vote the previous elections. He's just tricked all the idiots. If you look at the psyop like it's a bad psyop or a good psyop, that's the better question.
Okay, we're not going to talk about psyops right now. It's annoying
It's
and
not,
boring.
Did you hear the whole sentence I said? It's nothing to do with just talking about psyops.
Yeah, but I just don't want to like.
Okay, you're one guy. You see how many people are in here? There's a lot of people in here.
I have an
Are you the mod?
It's just
I have an autocount in this room right now. I'm 2 people.
I mean, if you don't want to have meta topic, that's fine. You guys can run the loop on retardedness.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't listen in. I don't know. Just
look, man. I support Trump because he's supporting very, very idealistic socialist views in which production should be all within your own. Like, I agree. So, like, you know, all the commies when he said that, like, they did backflips in America, right?
They did not.
They did.
Also, that's not what he's doing. Ultimately.
the commies are doing
The problem with
backflips in
tariffs
America.
isn't- Yeah,
You get a free DMOC.
that's not what they're actually. They might have worked if they were targeted or had any sort of sensibility behind them. But anyone with like a meme coin of his can get an audience with him and get an exception, which is a direct attack on the American producers in the first place. Even if that weren't the case, had he not been as corrupt as he is, had he done the whole wide blanket tariff thing like he was claiming he would do and attempted to do and did for a while, even that wouldn't have brought manufacturing back to the U.S. Not the way he said it would return to the US.
Definitely it would. Of course it would. Why wouldn't it?
You're just not set up that way anymore.
It would bring it, of course, back. You would just have to spend more money.
Like, too much more money. It's like an unfathomable. Nobody's going to pay $15,000 for an iPhone.
How long do you think it would take?
How long do you think it would take to be able to build the manufacturing infrastructure to compete with China?
That's the whole point. Like eventually, initially, the prices will cause products to be insanely expensive, and then down the line, the production will be taken over by America, and it will be cheaper than the imported stuff, but it will be still more expensive than the initial imports.
Which is why, if you actually were serious about this, you would go to Congress to pass legislation to give incentives to build manufacturing back here. You wouldn't just do sweeping fucking illegal fucking shit to get your shit done.
Like Biden did. Under Trump, he in fact created and greenlighted a gigafactory for semiconductors to be built in America.
That was Biden.
No,
Yeah,
that's
That was Biden.
Trump. That was
Biden. No, that was Biden. If you read the executive order, it literally says under the CHIPS Act legislation, which was passed by Biden.
It was put in place by Trump fully. You also probably you believe that Biden pulled out of Afghanistan. Like that's probably what you believe too. I'm sorry, man.
I mean, he was the president that was in charge during the pullout of Afghanistan. It was Trump's shitty deal to release like 6,000 Taliban prisoners as part of the Doha Agreement, which was part of the Afghanistan pullout. So
man, all this democracy.
Joe Biden just took over the plans from Trump when it comes to the semiconductors and when it comes to Afghanistan.
Trump had no plan when it came to semiconductors.
Look at the past 20 years. This country has gone to shit. Meanwhile, Dubai and places have erected from the fucking sand. Maybe we should copy some of their systems.
I wouldn't. Dubai is kind of insane.
Dubai is stepping.
I'm not being literal for the low IQ ones. I'm suggesting it's a suggestion.
Bro, Dubai's whole point with like fucking buildings being built from nowhere is because they know their system doesn't work forever, so they're trying to like get like tourists in there.
Yeah, it's why Dubai invests so much abroad as well as in their own infrastructure.
You don't want to be Dubai, man. You don't.
Right.
Yeah,
Like
so for the ladies and gentlemen, you have to be very specific in this conversation. Allegories and references don't work with this crowd. You got to be very specific, kind of like you're talking to an AI and you're engineering the fucking bot with these guys.
Why do you yell like that? Like, what's your problem?
I'm speaking a different language that you don't understand, bud. Don't worry about it.
No, you're speaking at a tone that is unnecessary.
I'm speaking a language you don't understand. I'm not speaking bot.
Oh, why are
you just yelling?
Calm down.
Who calmed? Man, just like calm down, bro. Who raged you this much?
No, you guys are over here debating Trump and Biden, left versus right. This fucking miserable division. Look at the guys in the sand across the world. Look what they've erected in 20 years. This guy wants to a gigafactory. Yeah, good for you. Yeah. Look what these guys have done.
They have built fucking hotels, man. What is more important, you fucking idiot? That is just
you're a bot, but
what do you rather want? What do you rather want?
Your question does not compute, bud. Carry on with your conversation. You're a bot.
Your brain is not computing, man.
We built logos, so I mean,
Dubai is like, what is it? How do you say? A short-term stuff. Like the best way to make it long-term is to make their oil never run out, which we know is finite.
I'm just curious, what's more impressive, building like a really tall building or building a building that can detect gravitational waves?
Building the smallest semiconductors that are like, you cannot even fathom how small they're. Like, the human brain doesn't understand like how small these fucking things are. We're talking about nanometers. And this guy believes because they made the hotel that is like a couple more floors than the average hotel and doesn't even have fucking plumbing. You need like fucking shit trucks to collect the shit from the area. Is like
you sound like shit. You sound like shit.
Don't resort to insults. Yeah?
Well, I just did.
Not nice, little bro. Not nice. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, can I tee off? Can I tee off on Gatekeeper real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Gatekeeper, what's your deal, bro?
your boring fucking divided conversations, your miserable low IQ conversations, typically ending with division, where it's one low IQ fucking retard in the right and one low IQ fucking retard on the left. You've got your low IQ gate-kept fucking arguments. You can't see the bigger picture, and you're fucking divided. You guys sit there and argue about dumb shit, but the actual betterment of humans and living a good life is not part of the equation.
And tell us the
So go on and no, you're a fucking bot. Go talk to your bot fucking peers.
Okay.
I'm not
Libertarianism is the way.
That's the average thing. With this many people, that's something you're going to deal with. Right? You see me join and leave. I haven't really committed to this server.
Stay divided.
Because I know you're going to be dealing with what you just said.
Stay divided. Support
Unite us, man. Unite us.
You're going to have a gradient of smart and dumb.
Support billionaires. They love you.
That's a lefty thing to say, man. Now you just promoted leftism.
Vote left. Vote right.
No, guys, don't engage on some topic. You just talked about why he's engaging the way he is. I'm just letting him know. A lot of people feel that way. A lot of people feel. Can you shut the fuck up while I'm talking?
Do you want me to shut you up? Do you want me to shut you up? Do you want me to shut you up?
No, that's a mod, bro. It's okay.
All right.
You're a mod. It's okay. Keep going.
Now, relax. Please don't tone police everybody, including Glory. You can have your opinion. Stop with the meta tone policing. Please proceed.
I just want to relate to you, Gate. Just saying.
Can you not tell us, man, how to unite us? Can you give us the uniting solution? Who should we vote for?
Well, we all have to have positive.
Vote left.
Give a fuck.
Vote right.
So your prescription is what? Don't vote, or you're a sheep.
Yeah.
Vote left.
I don't get
Wouldn't
it.
be the first.
Are you just gonna repeat yourself like a fucking
vote
idiot?
right?
Will you eventually answer the point again?
Alright, this is getting repetitive, man.
He keeps asking the question.
You made your point.
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute. Don't fucking bring me up. Go on.
I will bring you up.
Fuck.
I'm talking to you, and I want you to say something else.
You see, Zoidberg? It's them.
Come on, guys. Go one at a time, guys.
Ardian, if he does not want you to participate, just leave it, man.
Okay, well, I'm asking you a question, and he can if he chooses to participate, if he wants to. Can you stop repeating just vote left, vote right, and instead engage with my question?
He obviously doesn't want to, so
yeah, he's never here to actually engage on these topics. He's here to morally grandstand and say that we're all bad.
Irrelevant again. You were baiting him into a conversation.
No. I am morally above you by not stooping down to your vote left, vote right, vote right game. Okay.
Please mute him.
When you don't fall for division and rise above it, you are above it. Okay.
Yeah,
you don't just feel that way.
Can we get the mute on this guy? This guy's clearly.
Yeah, why am I getting auto muted for engaging with him? And no one's
my voice triggers the fuck out of you. I know it. I know it. Let me go on mute.
Don't
bring me up because I'll trigger you.
All right, you guys are giving me a headache. Calm down. Hello. One at a time.
Clearly, Gatekeeper's been giving the mods a hand job.
Why was not given anything to anybody? We can control the conversation. It's enough. If Glory continues to pursue this conversation line, he will be muted. That's all.
Yeah, I was going to say back to your point earlier, Ardian, about the China thing. I thought they were going to be. I was just looking at their predicted birth rate. By the way, I won't die on the hill of many of these data sets and statistics. I think most of it is fucking shite, quite frankly. But stuff like birth rates, I think that's pretty good because, you get a birth certificate, you get hospitals keep records and such. But
I think we're all dealing with the trauma of being psyop. We should be talking about that.
I ain't quite finished, lad. Settle down. The China's birth rate predicted.
Hold my beer.
Dude, chill.
Please.
Oh my God!
Who's doing?
What the fuck? Yeah, but China's birth rate predicted for 2025 is 0.9, so it's well below replacement rate.
Is it really?
Yeah. So, I'd have expected as much though, if they introduced the one-child policy. That's going to have ramifications because that's all they talked about like 20 odd years ago. So.
Jeez.
Right now, they're going to be in a real pickle when it comes to a sort of aging population. And
I don't disagree with you.
So populations shrink and grow all the time throughout history.
Yeah,
we have evidence for that.
That's true. They got rid of that, and they introduced a 2-child, I think, and then they did a 3, and then they just got rid of the whole thing now.
I won't disagree with you with that being a problem, but at the same time, I believe they had too many jobs and too little jobs and too many people. And on top of that, they also, like when it comes to China, they have now built like complete dark factories where like they don't even have light on in their factories. It's all automated. I saw the other day, like I forgot what brand it was, Huawei, I believe, who had like complete automated mining sites, like the trucks, everything completely automated. It seems to me that they are going to get fucked by what you just said, but they are puffering it. They're like softening the fucking. They're putting a cushion in the push.
Not only that, there's been a mass exodus since the pandemic, and the latest population statistics are showing way lower numbers than anybody ever realized. Like, I see numbers between 708 million people instead of 1.4 billion.
Well, China clearly like made the Wuhan virus to kill their whole population, right?
That's
I'm not saying that they killed their. I'm not saying.
Oh, by the way,
I'm not,
you cannot. We cannot talk about that.
That is an absurd thing to say.
I'm not saying that they all died. I'm saying that they all left. A lot of the people left.
Well, I'm saying that like they are solving the issues when it comes to overpopulation, low birth rates. I mean, sorry. They're just, they're saluting it.
So wait, if it's not a big deal that populations rise and fall, then why has the falling population been used as an excuse for why we need to import millions of immigrants? If it's not a big deal.
We didn't have automation, and we still don't. Like the West is so far behind when it comes to automation to China. And the reason for that is because of capitalism. We don't invest. We always only chase capital gains, right? It's every money makes the world in the West. Money does not make the world in China. The fucking house market collapsed. They didn't give a shit. Nothing changed. Everybody was like, oh my god, they will fucking die. They're gonna like eat each other soon. Nothing happened. They didn't ditch out these fucking shit pieces of companies.
Isn't automation tend to be cheaper?
Yeah.
So then why would, if it's based on capital gains and profit, why wouldn't we have automation here?
It's more beneficial to exploit your worker than it is to build a high investment because it costs a lot to invest into automation.
Yeah, but you said it's more a higher profit. So I'm confused.
Yeah, but you cannot justify such a high hurdle of entry point within the capitalistic world. The people will not bother, right? Like you can create economies of scale, but you will have to invest a shit ton first into it. And these investments, capitalist nations don't like doing that. They just don't. They rather fucking follow the private sector.
I mean, there are tons of examples of private capital taking on really long-term investments. Like, it literally happens all of the time.
Be a communist. Be a capitalist.
Like, the idea that private capital isn't willing to do something that is going to take, 20 years to have a return on investment is just, like, completely unaware thinking of how capital actually flows. Because they do that literally all of the time. Like that's what all of VC is companies investing, like billions of dollars into startups and companies and industries that there's no hope of them making money in the next like 15 years. But they think that there's a potential for there to be like a 10x in, 20, 25 years.
China's very good at saving face. And they're acting like they're untouched right now, that they're at the top of the world, and they're really not. They're suffering heavily. Since January, there's state-owned enterprises that haven't got paid since January. Still, there's nationwide protests going on. There's revolts. There's all, dude. They're hurting right now. There's people that are famished straight down in China. We don't have that stuff going on in America, dude.
We had the nationwide protest. We do have children going hungry. Republicans are trying to take away, food benefits and SNAP benefits. So just give it some time, and maybe we'll
Not to
get
the same
China's,
extent. Not for the same reasons.
Maybe we'll get to China's level if Trump has his way.
I heard there was 300,000 fentanyl deaths last year alone in the States.
It's the Chinese. That's why they're selling that shit over here.
Exactly. Yeah, it's payback from the opium war. You guys have no idea what's happening in the world right now, man.
I mean, if it's
world,
payback, if it's operating like this.
Rude to interrupt people in mid-sentence.
Sure.
Thanks. The whole world is conspiring against America right now. The whole world, guys, because of your stupid president.
If it is payback for the opium wars, it should be the UK, not the United States.
Well, you're an extension. The United States is an extension of what China sees as the 100 years of shame, where you raped, pillaged, and destroyed their country. This is called payback right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is a common thing for the U.S. to get blamed on things that, other countries did, because the U.S. is currently the thing in power. Like, it's really common in, like, Brazilians are in, like, esports, as an example. They're perfectly fine with making fun of, like, mass tragedies. And that, like, if you're an American, they're, like, perfectly fine with sending you a bunch of 9/11 memes. And they'll do that even if you're British. Because, if a British person does something wrong, it's blamed on, American stuff.
Yeah, if you see the TikTok feeds, right? In China, it's all about, education and this and that. And the feeds that they have here is about woke movements and all this crap. Bro, they are literally attacking us in every which way. And the funny thing is, we gave them our industry. They must think we're fools, man. We literally gave them our industry, our enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Who's our enemy?
China, apparently.
China.
No, China is a great ally to the working people of the world.
It's a great ally to rich people. Hold on.
Look, man, we literally gave them our industry. Literally.
So you think, like, going after the schools is, like, a thing that China would do?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They go after not only the schools, they go after industry. They send their people here. They learn, and then they go back, and they do exactly what we teach them here. They're out industry. They're out maneuvering us in every single field, bro.
Oh, our schools are better?
You have no schools. The average American kid can't even name the vice president, bro. You are literally the dumbest society on earth.
Wait, I don't understand. We have no schools, but they send their kids here to learn from the best schools?
I mean, it's not necessarily because they're the best schools. It's because there's a lot of prestige to, like, a few.
No. Let's get this straight, right? You have good universities, top in the world. It's your public school system that sucks.
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not for me. Maybe for other parts of the country, but Long Island has very good public school system.
No, bro. Our kids, I'll put Canada in there too, right? Our kids are amongst the dumbest people on earth, bro. You ask them simple questions, what's the capital of this? What? They're dumb, bro. We are producing dumb, stupid individuals. Yeah.
I mean, one of the high schools, it's a few miles, it's like 20 miles away from me, but it's like rated #1 in the country.
You haven't seen.
So you live in the area where the public schooling is the least bad.
People questions. You haven't seen that? We are stupid, bro. Americans and well, mostly Americans, they have no clue what's happening beyond their
Immediately
borders.
switch to mostly Americans.
Well, it is mostly American, to be honest. We're dumb too in Canada, but Americans, like, they have the cherry on top, bro.
Daps, do you consider yourself dumb?
If I consider myself dumb, well, in some things, yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, but that's like everybody. I'm not an expert in astrophysics.
Have you seen what I'm talking about when they stop random kids in states and ask them questions? Have you seen any of that stuff? Like,
Yeah, but that's like, isn't that just memes essentially? Like, just they capture like woefully unprepared people, or they like edit the videos.
Yeah, like if you were gonna post a short or a video and you asked like 100 people, which would you post? The people that are just answering it correctly, or the fucking morons?
Yeah, I'm not gonna take
the morons for.
They
I'm not post the morons for views, right? Like that's the point.
Yeah, I'm not going to take content as proof or anything, but you can just look at the reading levels and like actual test scores, and they're so dramatically down.
I get this. I get Bulgaria, right? And like Bulgaria has 98 or 99 literacy rates, right? And yet the per capita Bulgarians being in world famous universities, or per capita Bulgarians being great authors or literature masters, right? Doesn't seem to reflect the literacy rates, right?
I mean, yeah.
I know it's a very bad indicator. Like the heuristic I'm using is very bad
indicator. Yeah.
But it seems to me that literacy levels don't always guarantee in terms of. That's why I'm making this point, because I think the heuristic also espoused as the opposite for that. When you said like reading comprehension, doesn't always like mean that your country is going to be less advanced in certain subjects, right, or more advanced in subjects.
Well, I mean, advances.
That's how it is.
Yeah, I mean, advances is purely just based on like the top 1%, and it has nothing to do with the median going lower. Because if there's a certain population that still has like a really good education, they're still getting everything done, you're still going to get the same level of advancement. But the problem is that has nothing to do with whether or not the median student is reading at a grade level that's not, 4 or 5 grades behind.
The sooner we realize the problem, the better and faster we can fix it, right? The fact of the matter is, we have sold out everything. Our industry has sold us down the river. It's as simple as that. Manufacturing all got sold down the river. Your politicians have sold you out. It's that simple. And the sooner you realize it, the better.
And what's your solution to this?
The solution is simple. You have to get rid of the lobbyists that are running the show, that are making your politicians vote a certain way. That's the only solution, and that's the only solution that doesn't involve violence.
Be careful, ST. You are close to getting to communism, Montreal. Careful.
I disagree, Montreal. I would like to actually talk about just, I think, the genetic makeup of the American people when you look at it. I think a majority of Americans have at least Mexican with them, which is usually tied to like Aztecs and shit. Now, what they used to do to gain more knowledge was eat their fallen warrior tribes that they would conquer. Right, so I think we need to start consuming the flesh of the foreign exchange students that we get in. That's why we're actually going to open up borders. We're going to get more immigrants in, more smart kids. We eat their smart children, right? We get smarter.
Yeah,
that's the old warrior code, right?
No, so there's actually some cooking right there, right? and that the demographics and populations have changed so much that you need to change the school system to be what is good for those Aztec populations, because like Aztec origin students are like the majority of students in a lot of places. So in those schools that have Aztec majority populations, that's where you do human sacrifice to like help them assimilate in.
Okay. I think it's fair. We're handling the immigration issue. I think we're still allowing immigrants in, so liberals are happy, right? And we gain their knowledge. They're not going back to their home countries and building their wealth off of our backs, right? Like, I think this is a net positive as a whole.
Yep. We're bringing in those South African farmers, and we're actually going to take some of the land away from like the Americans so they can farm it, just like they did back home. Great.
So comedy is the answer. Comedy, like just make fun of the issue. Yeah, that'll work.
It's so funny how like 50 people get people so ass mad, but then like, you know, millions and millions of people, nah, it's not a big deal. The craziest thing, right, is simultaneously saying that we need to import 1 billion immigrants because Americans aren't willing to work for cheap, and then also saying that we need to double the minimum wage. Like, these are two entirely contradictory positions. You cannot hold them at the same time.
The problem is the exception, Yaski. The problem is that they're allowed because they're white, right? They're not. There's no egalitarian notion about everybody who's a refugee from like persecution or genocide is allowed. No, it's only the whites, because it's a racist dog whistle. Obviously, that's the problem. Not that we're like not allowed. No, don't want refugees of any color. Any color is welcome, right?
Yeah, no. The point that I'm making is on refugee or immigrants in general. Just of the idea that the argument used for why we need to import 1 billion immigrants is because Americans aren't willing to do these jobs for cheap. And then simultaneously, the same person who says that will also say that we need to double the minimum wage.
Well,
like, these positions cannot exist together.
Someone that says that is an idiot, because the reason why we need immigrants is because our unemployment is at like 3%, which is very, very low.
I mean, unemployment is a fake number, and that should be like the first thing that you learn whenever you look into these things.
Well, plus, Yaz, you're being really disingenuous.
There's multiple different unemployment numbers. So to call them fake doesn't really make sense, because it doesn't make sense to include the population from, say, like 0 to 15 in the people that are employable.
No. The problem with the standard unemployment number is that people who have been unemployed for a certain amount of time no longer count. So people that are like entirely disenfranchised by the system and just have kind of completely given up, they're no longer counted in the unemployment numbers.
And that is correct.
Others do take that into account.
But you seem to also be discounting a wide swath of jobs that Americans just cannot take, such as the seasonal jobs, the landscapers that come over for the summer. No American could afford to have a seasonal job and still afford a family, food, healthcare, a home. So you do need immigrants for farming and those kind of jobs, but you're also kind of being disingenuous about what you said about the low-paying jobs. It's a cycle. If the wages were raised on those low-paying jobs, then Americans could take those jobs and afford to feed themselves and get health care, and then we would not need the immigrants for them. But as long as we are unwilling to raise wages in the way that they should have been raised over the last 30, 40 years, we are going to need immigrants because Americans cannot afford to live on those wages.
Yeah, so if raising wages is a good thing, then why would we do something? Why would we do something that depresses wages, which is increase the supply of labor? Like, increasing the supply of labor decreases wages.
Because the wages are not being raised. So right here, right now, people need people who can work for those lower wages because wages have not been raised.
So if wages aren't being raised, why would you do something that decreases wages? Because
Can you just-
increasing labor
Oh my
decreases
God,
wages.
Can you
I
just
don't
agree
know
with her
why
that wages
you're
haven't
like
been raised? Can
brick
you just agree
wall.
with her on that before we move forward?
Yeah, and immigration is a big part of it. It's a big reason why they haven't been raised.
And
Because
again,
you
if that
increase the labor market.
That is 100% not true.
as soon as unemployment goes below a certain number.
What's up, Black?
Observation stored.
What'd you say, silly?
That you would automatically see every single time unemployment got very low, you would see like dramatic wage increases, but that's not the case.
Again, unemployment is a fake number because it doesn't count people that have been out of the labor market for a certain amount of time.
True, but that has nothing to do with talking about the wages. So stop diverting.
Again, I don't understand what you mean. It's a fake number. Like that doesn't make sense to me.
I just explained why it's a fake number. You can have.
No, you
you can
explained why
have.
the number might
Yeah.
be like inaccurate or is not the best number to go by. But there's multiple unemployment numbers, so calling it fake doesn't really make sense.
So you could have 20% of working aged, able-bodied people not in the labor market, and the unemployment rate will still be 3%.
You don't think we have other unemployment numbers?
So what is the unemployment number that actually reflects how many working aged, able-bodied people are unemployed? I've seen the stat for the UK, but I haven't seen the stat for the US.
But again, like I just calling them fake numbers doesn't make sense to me.
Because 3% is useless without the context of understanding that, if people haven't been able to get a job for like 3 years, or it's there's other reasons that make them not get jobs other than their willingness to work for 3 years, then they're no longer counted in the unemployment number. And if there's a large amount of people that are like that, then all of a sudden, like, the number is more meaningless because it doesn't have the context of the actual issue that it's trying to look at.
Yeah, but it seems like you do have the context.
The problem is that 3% number.
Take most of that into consideration.
The problem is that 3% number could be, okay, 3% of able-bodied people are unemployed, or it could mean that 20% of able-bodied people are unemployed. So because the number doesn't actually have that context, like, it could either be, 3%, it's really good, or, it's actually 20%, it's really bad.
Okay, let me just say, do you think we should include people like over the age of 70 and under the age of 15 in unemployment numbers?
As I just said, it has nothing to do with people that are, like, unable to work. It is able-bodied people who have been out of the labor market for a certain point. So people of a particular age, they don't have any disabilities, they can work, but they are not in the labor market, and they're not counted as unemployed because they haven't been in the labor market for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, like a 70-year-old able-bodied person. Should
Yeah,
they
I'm
be
not saying a
included?
70-year-old. I'm not saying a 70-year-old.
I am. I'm asking you if a 70-year-old able-bodied person should be included in the unemployment.
Yeah, no, a 70-year-old is past retirement age, so obviously not.
Okay, so retirement age is important. That age is important. Now, I would kind of agree with you that, like, if there is a population that is able-bodied that's not unemployed, that hasn't been unemployed for a certain amount of time, yeah, I see a problem with not including them. I do see a problem with that, but I don't see why we can't account for that.
We do account for that.
You can account for that, but the number that is called unemployment rate doesn't account for that, and it shouldn't be called unemployment rate. It should be called recent unemployment rate, because once you're unemployed for long enough, you no longer count.
Well, isn't that like
Someone's
sort of
gonna
baked
rename
into?
these things
Isn't that
to
sort of
be-
baked into like which unemployment number you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about the unemployment number that you quoted, and an unemployment number that's called the unemployment number.
There is no single number called the unemployment number. And nobody's going to rename all of these things to be so wordy. There's the U3, the U4, the U6. The U6 does include discouraged workers. It does include people that are underemployed as well.
I'm also saying in
Most
April of
people quote
2025,
U3
unemployment was
as the
also
wonky,
4.2. Yeah. So the qualification for being called unemployed, right, is those who are jobless, actively seeking work within the last 4 weeks, and available for work.
Which one is that?
That is the number that the Bureau of Labor Statistics provides.
Nope. So they provide several numbers. There's the U3. Typically, it's just the U3 and the U6. Everything in between, people don't seem to care about as much. Are you using the U3 or the U6 to include those things?
I mean, just
I'm looking into it.
Why can we not? Sorry,
Yeah,
just real quick, to progress the conversation. Why can we not engage with what the thesis posed as, in the sense of increased immigration will increase influx of people who will diminish wages, and if we close the borders and therefore limit immigration, we would increase wages? I think that's a better topic than this, because now you guys are going to argue which unemployment statistic to use and which is the correct to use, when there's a broader point that does not hinge specifically on that thing.
Yeah, specifically on the U3 versus U6. U6 is the one that counts underemployed and discouraged workers. But neither of those, wait, what does discouraged workers even mean? Okay, yeah, but you continue.
I was just saying that there's a point to clarifying this a little bit. I mean, if the argument was the labor decreases wages, like increased labor decreases wages, and we have enough unemployment or not enough unemployment to satisfy American workers, then which statistic we use would be a part of that argument, I think. It was a bit of a side thing. I think it is important to clarify. But I guess we could ask hypothetically, what would that number be? Like, if we had the perfect stat, like, what would you expect that number to be?
Yeah, so discouraged workers. So they use the U6 number, which is the one that, counts people who are employed part-time, people that are, it has more people included, and discouraged workers. So instead of people that have looked for a job in the last 4 weeks, which is what the traditional unemployment number is, which is highly specific, it's people who have looked for a job in the past 12 months. So as soon as you, as an able-bodied man, have not looked for a job in the past 12 months, you're no longer counted in any unemployment figure.
And that's a problem?
Yeah, because able-bodied people who are perfectly capable of working, who have not looked for a job in the past year, should still count for the unemployment number.
So if they haven't looked for a job in the past year, I mean, are they really part of the labor market? Like,
is it possible that they're working an off-the-books job?
I mean, there's going to be a proportion that are, but there's also going to be, that's not going to be a super significant number. It's not going to be, 100% of them.
Let me rephrase my question. Do you think there's any reasons why we shouldn't include those people?
I mean, it can be useful to have the numbers without that. The problem is that...
Why?
Because it's of the idea that, if you're not looking for a job, then, you shouldn't even count for the labor market because, you're not even trying.
May I ask a quick question?
Could it be because that they did find a job
after they're done with the
books, or could it be that maybe they even died? I mean, how do you keep track of do we track the death records and everything like that? Because the census is only done every 10 years. So how are we constantly updating the population? I mean, we have to use the best methods we have. So if someone hasn't been working looking for work for the past year, maybe they're dead.
Or maybe they just want to be a stay-at-home parent. Do you think that women who stay at home, who quit their job and stay at home with kids should be counted?
So quickly, the Bureau of Labor Statistics does their surveys monthly. They collect data monthly. So the idea that like, oh, they might be dead, like that's irrelevant. And no, a stay-at-home parent is employed.
Wait, they're collecting like the death rate? Like they're collecting like who's died and all that information?
No, they're collecting all of their data.
What he's saying.
Yeah, no. So they collect data. You obviously cannot look at every single family and every single person because that would be unrealistic. No surveying ever does that. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they have like a certain number, like 60,000, of like households that they survey to gain their unemployment numbers, and they do that monthly. So they get monthly statistics on unemployment that is an extrapolation of a smaller data set.
What do you mean stay-at-home parents are employed?
I mean, for all intents and purposes, you can consider them having a job.
But they're not counted in the labor board.
Consider that?
Wait, are they counted as having a job, or are they just not counted?
They're just not counted. Stay-at-home parents are not counted.
Yeah, that's two different things. Counted as having a job and not counted at all is two completely different things.
Yeah, I mean, since this is based on surveys, it'd be really easy to just say, oh, hey, are you a stay-at-home parent and, you know, have a source of income that allows you to live? Great, you're not accounted in the unemployment number.
If you're a stay-at-home parent, you don't have your own income. You're dependent on somebody else's income. So then you're now with the people that you said haven't looked for a job in 12 months.
That's exactly what I said, is that it's a survey. It's really easy to say, hey, are you a stay-at-home parent that is relying on somebody else's income? Okay, you don't count. Versus, you know, are you a 30-year-old guy living in your parents' basement on OmniTalk Discord server and haven't worked a job in 3 years?
Guy.
True. Okay, you count for the unemployment statistic, even though you haven't looked for a job in the past 2 years. Because a big reason why people give up isn't like the big reasons why people exit the labor market are things that absolutely can be fixed. Is that idea of like, you know, there not being real opportunities, there not being any sort of advancement, because like if the only job that you can get is some like super horrible like fast food job, like it makes sense why most people would just tap out and just leave the market entirely.
Exactly, because wages have not kept up with the economy.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a big reason for that.
And it's not immigrants. I just posted it in the text chat and in the side chat. It's not immigrants.
We
Immigrants
use on the text
are
chat.
Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Not
So
the reason.
what is the cause for basic economic laws to somehow be violated in this one case, to where when you increase the supply of something, it doesn't lower the demand of it?
Well, most economists who study this have, in fact, taken this back to trickle-down economics that happened in the early 80s. Funds started going more towards paying for CEOs and for stock payouts and things like that. And because they told us that if we let rich people and companies run everything, they would get more money and they would use that money to pay higher wages for their employees and hire more employees. And that turned out to be not true. They took that money and used it instead to pay higher salaries for the upper echelons and to pay out their stockholders.
It says there's a lot of
Is this
stagnation
trickle
since the
down thing?
19...
Sorry.
says there's been a lot of stagnation since the 1970s. You know what else happened in the 1970s? Dramatically increased immigration. You know who wants dramatically increased immigration? The exact corporate structure and large corporations that you hate, because they want large amounts of immigration because it lowers the wages that they have to pay out.
No, they're already paying lower wages to women and minorities. So they don't need the immigrants to help with that.
I mean, wouldn't you want to have more minorities? Because if you have more minorities, then you have Mario going against Julio instead of Julio going against John.
You do realize if you don't have like a unemployment number that's like good, like in other words, if it's too low, that makes it almost impossible for businesses to start up because they can't find employees looking to work.
Yeah, there's no talent to hire, right?
Yeah, but what's the incentive to go to work?
More money.
Yeah, money is gay.
Well, I mean, make it straight then.
You know who
So what is
that?
the incentive for going to work? Because money is not an incentive to go to work.
Sure it is.
So money is incentive.
Eating, living, drinking water.
Yeah, those things don't require money. So just because you want to be lazy.
I don't know. I like to travel. That requires money.
No, that requires your legs.
No, it requires money.
Do you travel to Japan by legs?
No, you probably could if you wanted to.
No, you couldn't.
Yeah, but
Japan's an island.
Yeah, you probably could.
Japan's an island.
I'm sure there's a boat that goes there, and I'm sure you could get on the boat with your legs.
But you have to pay for the boat.
Most boats, require money. I don't know what.
Well, if you know what money actually is, you can just get it.
Yeah, so like.
Well, I mean, I know what money is, but I don't have any.
The boat without the money.
I don't think you know what money is.
I must not know what money is.
You're Canadian. That's impossible.
I do know what money is.
So how do you get the boat without the money?
You don't need the money because the boat's already there.
Somebody has to drive the boat, and somebody is checking on what comes in and out of the boat. And people don't like stowaways on their boats.
And what does that do with money?
It's really easy.
What is money?
If you give somebody money, they let you on the boat, and they don't kick you off and give you to the authorities when you get off the boat because you're a stowaway trying to hitch a free ride.
I would take him seriously.
Yeah. So anyways, if there is no cause or no correlation between increased immigration and stagnated wages, then why is it exactly at the 1970s when wages started to stagnate that immigration numbers just dramatically skyrocketed?
No one's saying there's no correlation, but it's a little more complicated than that.
Wait, if your income numbers, if the rate started to stagnate, how would that cause the immigration? The immigration would have to occur first.
It'd be the other way around.
I mean, I feel like you said that the wages started to stagnate and then we saw an increase in immigration, which doesn't really make sense.
Immigration increased and therefore wages stagnated.
Yeah. Both of these happened at the same time. Wages were going up, and then at the same time the wages started to stagnate, there were a ton of immigrants coming in to the country.
Okay, so
well, if it happened at the same time, then the immigration didn't cause it.
How long do you think it would take to have an effect?
I'm just saying, if it happened at the same time, then the immigration isn't the cause.
How long do you think it would take to have an effect? If you import 1 million people in a year, how long would it take for that to stagnate wages?
I don't know.
1 million people.
That's what's happening in the UK right now. They're taking in 1 million people per year.
Canada, you mean?
And they're a much smaller country than us.
Canada's taking in more than 1 million. Or
Hold on,
I don't know.
I have to do the whole. The UK takes a lot of intra-European immigration. Poland,
No, true.
The Italians.
That's
Obviously,
not true.
Those are better. Those are better ones.
In the past 4 or 5 years, the numbers of non-EU immigrants has gone up dramatically.
Can you show me the stats though?
Yeah. I can pull it up real quick.
Okay, European versus non-EU, EU versus non-EU immigration in the United Kingdom. Let's go.
They're mainly getting what
I'm
Arabs
posting it
now.
right
They
now.
used to. I think they used to get primarily whites, but now they're getting Well, I guess if you consider Arabs whites, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so before 2018, they were primarily getting their immigration from EU, of net migration. And now, since about 2020, it's been exponentially non-EU immigrants.
All right, so let's get this clear. So how many of you think you would just die if money disappeared?
As in fiat or like all currencies?
Whatever you think is in your head that makes you live. Do you think that would just kill you if it disappeared?
No, but a lot of people would die.
You think so? Why would they die? Because the money disappeared?
Yeah, because
Yes.
the system would no
They
longer
cannot buy
function.
shit.
Yes, and until they adjusted, they would die.
They cannot buy shit.
They cannot buy shit.
Yeah, but
Yeah, people only live. People.
If all money disappeared, the entire economic structure would be upheaved. I think the adequate question would be, if you suddenly had no money, how long would it take you to die? I think that would be more.
I mean, I would live forever. Life doesn't require money.
Are you a vampire? God damn.
I mean, so think about.
So if you look around, right, there's food everywhere. You just are too lazy to go get it yourself.
So I live in Phoenix, right?
Too
I live in
lazy
Phoenix,
to get
right?
it yourself. I don't think that's accurate. Actually, I don't think that's how that works at all.
So Phoenix is a city of like 6 million people. It's a desert. Food does not grow here. Also, if there's no AC, people just die. Like it's getting to the point to where it's like over 100 degrees.
If there's no food in the desert, move out of the fucking desert.
Yeah. So if money goes away, like the majority of people in Phoenix just die.
I mean, not really, because there's food being brought to Phoenix. Now, do you think money makes that food get there?
Yes.
Yeah,
No,
primarily,
you
yeah.
do.
Absolutely.
So people do.
100%.
Right. So before money existed, right, people existed because people made up money. Would you agree?
Look, we can agree to the concept that money is a made-up construct or whatever, but I can't get over the fact that you did agree to the fact that someone with no money in this current system would make it just fine, but they're just too lazy, and that's the reason why they failed. Like, I think that's
not
everyone's
quite how
trying
that
to
works at
figure
all.
out
Yeah,
right
they
now.
are too lazy. So
No,
so
they're doing
you're
other
given
things for
certain
money, asshole.
capacities, right? So you have a body and you have a brain. Most people don't use either of those to get what they need in life.
They literally do. Everyone literally does that to acquire money so that they
Listen.
can feed themselves. You're fucking
Right.
stupid.
Going to work at 7-Eleven to get money to then pay 7-Eleven so you can live isn't living.
No,
And yet they live.
No, so wait, very simply put, before we had money, we used things that were poor proxies for money. Like, you have grains.
Actually,
and I
no,
have
they
apples.
didn't. Because money was invented for the trade of slaves.
If you have one thing and I have another, we want to trade it. So
listen, if I have access to food, I don't need your food.
Yes, but you want other things.
No, what things do you want? Socks? Make them.
What?
It's really inefficient. It's really inefficient to
You
make
see how the
everything
only thing you
yourself.
can do is laugh. It's
You're
inefficient,
busy
really.
hunting.
So
When are you
actually,
making the
you
socks?
could do everything yourself if you didn't have a job and you didn't have to go work for money. You could just do it
No,
yourself.
I couldn't
It's
do
real simple,
everything
actually.
myself. I could hunt myself, but then I would
Well,
have
I mean,
a lot of
so if
food
you wanna
and
limit
none of the other
yourself-
stuff.
Yeah, you can limit yourself. That's up to you.
I
right?
can
if you want to
limit
limit your own
myself?
abilities, right?
Do you know how much time the average person spent during hunter-gatherer societies just hunting food?
So I can be very productive doing my one thing. My one thing I'm very good at. I make a lot of good, valuable things. But other people like I don't know as much about making baskets, right? And it would take me a long time to learn how to make baskets, and it would be very inefficient for me to do that. But I know how to like make roof for a house, and make roof for a house that doesn't leak. And so I can do much more productivity that way, and then I can use my productivity from there to buy basket from basket making people.
Those are my people. We make baskets.
Yeah, it's division of labor, which is just the most efficient way to sort of process things. Instead of having everybody have to do everything themselves, which is very inefficient, you delegate. So one person does one thing, another person does another thing. But then you run into the problem of these people have different
Did you
goods.
just say no to delegation?
No, I said now hold on. Now in this society, right? What
I
are
10 hours of my day fishing? I don't have time to like grow bread or bake bread or fucking do all those other things to make a fish sandwich. So I trade my fish.
Why would you need to make a fish sandwich?
I trade my fish.
Motherfucker, what?
Bread so I can make a fish sandwich.
Oh, I see. So you think bread is food? Okay. See, there's typically the mistake.
Bread isn't food. Oh my god. Only hot takes today.
Oh my God. See, I find that when people bring in God and Jesus, it's a topic that they just can't handle.
You keep dodging from one thing to another.
You said bread is not food.
Correct.
You believe this?
Okay. So back specifically on it. What do you disagree with about delegation being a good thing?
Delegation of tasks. So that's the thing. So what are most people doing these days as far as like tasks to like provide for others and the progression of society?
There are a lot of fake jobs.
We're exactly talking about
How are they fake jobs? Wait, how are they fake jobs?
Yeah, most jobs are useless, right? So all the employees at Walmart is useless. All the employees for Amazon, what are they doing?
They're assisting people, keeping inventory, and making sure that people have access to the goods that they need at any given moment.
They're shuffling around junk.
Shuffling around junk. Why do people voluntarily spend their hard-earned money on what you described as junk?
Hard-earned money. I mean, I used to do a lot of that hard-earned money when I worked for Dell, sitting on my ass eating Starbucks.
Yeah, you probably did.
It was real hard.
I mean,
yeah, it can be.
You always could have just worked for yourself.
What?
You always could have gone into business for yourself if you didn't like it.
You could have fished for 10 hours a day.
So what I realized is all that working for someone else making money is pointless. I'm not doing anything for myself.
You're not getting you traded your time.
Are you a narco-primitivist?
I don't know what you're trying to label me as.
It doesn't matter. He doesn't believe in bread. He doesn't think bread is a thing.
No, but the point is that you're okay with living at a certain living standard, but not everybody else is. And it's unrealistic to expect for other people. Yeah.
So what do you want, a castle?
No, I want more than just fish. That would be a start.
Well, if you want a castle, go build it.
What's wrong with fish?
Go build it.
Let's say
nothing wrong with fish.
Let's say I'm a 19-year-old girl who is disabled from the waist down. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
Sounds like a personal
fucking skill issue. Just die.
Skill issue, yeah.
Have you considered death?
Yeah, I mean, before Christianity, you'd just be infanticided. Like you would have just been left to die as a child.
Well, yeah, because you would have been a burden. You can't fish for 10 hours a day.
Sure, but even
actually, if I was building way down, all I'd have time for
you can sit down on a boat and fish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say before Christianity? So Christianity promotes weakness. That makes sense.
Christianity got rid of infanticide, yes. And I am personally not pro-infanticide. I think infanticide is a bad thing.
It's Darwinism, if you think about it.
Running away to another topic. While I'm building my castle, what am I supposed to eat?
I mean, there's cows everywhere. What are you talking about?
Whose cows? My cows?
When am I supposed to slaughter the cows and cook them? And how am I supposed to keep the meat that I don't eat so I can eat it later?
So you only got to kill one cow. It probably lasts you a year in salt.
In salt.
Okay.
And
so I'm eating dried cow.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
So
where
do we
am I
have to
getting
mine
the
this salt
salt?
myself?
Yep, gotta go to those salt mines.
Watch a coastline.
Live near a coastline. So if I don't live near a coastline, travel until I get to a coastline. If I die, that's just El Bozo, right?
Yeah, so only coastal
All this while you're
civilizations
building
are
a
allowed to
castle, by
exist.
the way.
Oh no, I didn't. Did I say only coastal? I mean, you can certainly pack up some salt and bring it inland.
Where? From what? What? What do you mean?
Salt was very expensive to make back in the day.
Not to mention
Yeah,
time consuming.
So think about all of the time that is spent just on securing food for this cow when I live, 300 miles inland. How much of that time, even if like we're going back to the castle building example, I could have just paid somebody to do that, and now I get to build the castle and have all of my time spent building the castle. Or I could, pay somebody to build the castle for me, pay a team of people to build the castle for me, because they're not going to live in the castle. But if I give them money, then they'll help me do it. And now all of a sudden,
And that's why we live in the world we live in.
Because we delegated tasks.
Yeah, if I were
We
to
delegated tasks. That was the downfall of humanity. If you think about it, specialization.
I gotta ask, what bread is not real because wheat is not real? I believe wheat is not real, but like,
Look, if you can't figure it out, I'm definitely not going to explain it to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a
Yeah, I
basic
mean, I
nutrition.
figured it
It's just
out,
a
so I
basic
don't
nutrition
care.
argument.
Wait, no, hold on. If he's saying Wonder Bread isn't real, I agree with you. But like traditional breads made by like ancient peoples definitely were nutritious and were definitely.
Look, I'm not here to convince you. If you want to believe that, that's fine.
No, that is a fact. I don't care how you feel.
Whatever you say.
Well,
keep it clean from flies and pestilence and like maggots.
Obviously,
yeah. I mean, it's just understand that is his view. That bread is never good. Sourdough,
No, I'm
bad.
not saying that. I'm saying like back in the day, like when you're out in the open and you first discover doing things, like it would be a little more dirt in there, a little more dust, a little more air involved, a little more other shit like nature.
Sure,
right?
of course, yeah.
Yeah, and then you get a bakery.
Then you roast it and you kill most of the bacteria.
Fine. Yeah.
Also, the fucking wheat was not so finely ground. The nutritional quality of it was largely maintained at the time. So bread was actually, it was nutritious at the time.
Oh yeah, they've done a lot of things too. Stale bread really isn't stale bread depending on when you get it. So like if you get stale hardened bread before it gets like moldy, that's just bread pudding. Add water, bake it. That's what they did.
Bread and put it in the oven, and then bread's not stale anymore.
Yeah, I used to work at a place where it was all you can eat, and they would take all the bread, all the biscuits, all the stuff, break them all up, everything that was good, nothing hard, nothing too hard, nothing too crazy, right? Not too crazy, and then break it all up, put it in a bowl, soak the water, the mix, the milk, the stuff, the sugar, and then bake it up, bread pudding.
The beer they used to drink back in medieval times and prior to that was not at all the same thing as we drink now.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think it was more nutritious back then as well, the beer, but like it probably didn't taste very good.
It probably tasted disgusting. I don't know what nutritious, but they only drank it because of the fermentation process would kill bacteria.
Yeah.
They couldn't drink regular
also had a lot of
Yeah,
calories.
I mean
in it.
that's just in general a thing, is that fermentation, it was super commonplace in pretty much every aspect of like more traditional living. Whereas in the past, 50, 70 years in America, like the average American on an American diet will never eat anything that's fermented, except for like sliced Kraft singles.
Huh.
They actually
the way,
link
just
tea
real quick.
and coffee to like the Enlightenment period, because instead of drinking alcohol to sterilize the water, we just boiled it.
So, guys, I know this is an excellent topic and it's not a problem at all. I just have to remind everybody, no medical misinformation. That nobody's guilty of anything right now. I'm not saying that, obviously. The topic is perfect. I'm just saying, let's not go into medical misinformation areas. Thank you.
This room
Look at
literally
something
has
else.
the worst moderation in the world. Like, dude, it's ridiculous to even make that. So weird.
No, I'm just preemptively saying, no, Dabs did not, nobody broke the rules. I'm just saying preemptively, we should not go into
Like,
that.
I'm just gonna regulate the conversation here real quick and make sure it doesn't go in this direction. Yeah, we got it, dude.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. Thank you, Dora. It's fine.
Let's
Debs, please don't break the US.
But yeah, so going back to
You
the
can't
castle
stop
thing.
me.
Going back to the castle thing.
I can.
If I were to make the castle in this way to where I'm not having sort of like division of labor and using money, it's going to take me several generations to have a castle. Like I will never
Maybe
be
a
able to
very
live
small
in that
castle you can build, like a very small one.
Yeah.
Like a castle for ants, you could do it.
Yeah, but an actual proper castle that I can defend and like, you know, have a moat. I will never be able to have the castle in this situation. But if I pay people money, I could probably have the castle in like, 5 years.
I can hook you up with a guy. He has a castle. His name is Obi-Wan.
Now,
Oh, no,
do you think
not
it'd be
that guy.
okay if after you made the castle, someone had just killed you and took it?
But I have a castle and it has a moat, so good luck.
And
I mean, you could just pretend to be your friend and get in. I mean, it's not hard to backstab people.
I have no friends.
That sounds like a skill issue. Might not be
This
hard
is
to
why I
backstab you.
specialize in being a thieving, murdering psychopath in these times where like everybody's just building their own castles, and I just want a castle. I don't want to build a castle. I'll just steal somebody else's castle.
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, this guy over here, right? He has all this money and he paid these people to build this castle. And, I live in a fucking shack, right? I mean, but I have the skill where I can pretend to be his friend and I can kill him.
See, I'm highly
That's
xenophobic. I'm highly xenophobic to outsiders, so I will never trust you. Just by default.
Also,
which is this
It doesn't matter. I'll get you anyways. It doesn't matter about you.
That's
I
crazy.
will always
Well,
get
unless you
you.
have
That's how it
unless you have a
works.
trebuchet, you're not gonna get them. So that if you have to build a castle, would that be like a Byzantine style castle or a Levant style castle, Crusader style, or like a Norman
Look,
tower?
I can prove that your castle won't protect you because no one lives in castles anymore because they're all dead.
No, castles exist.
Wow,
People live in castles. What do you mean?
That's kind of what time does, by the way.
Built down into the bedrock.
Castles exist now. People live in them. There's a.
In fact, I am currently living in a castle with your mom and your wife.
Castles have escape routes.
Wait, you're living with my mom? Holy shit! Good luck with that.
Castles
I
have escape
needed luck.
routes and dungeons. Castles have escape routes underneath a cave. They're into the bedrock, into the cave, into the mountain. Usually a real good one, and it has like an escape route if you can get to it. Yeah, anything you put yourself into, like a container, it can either protect you for a certain amount, or they can destroy the container with you in it, or can go in the container and destroy you. Yeah.
Speaking of containers. Oh yeah, gas. I was going.
Trojan horseman.
True. Well,
Did you
would
know
you say
that the stairs in castles go left way? They wrap around the left way and go up
Again.
because you can use the sword with your right hand if you're defending from top to bottom.
Ooh.
Aryan, I have a question for you. Have you
What is
heard
a castle?
of the?
Can you put a castle in a bucket?
Please, Red Tape, give me a second, okay? Setting it up. So Aryan, have you heard of the secret military operation that Ukraine conducted and destroyed the last remnants of the USSR bombers that Russia is using to bomb Ukraine with long-range missiles? Have you heard of that? It happened recently.
Montreal is not here, man. It's not going to be that interesting.
It's
but
40 planes destroyed. That's crazy.
This is gay shit.
I thought a rocket was a long-range missile. A rocket's supposed to be able to orbit the Earth, so there isn't a spot a rocket couldn't hit or a missile.
No, it's a different thing, though.
No, yeah, but
different
really,
than-
seriously, are you guys about to start talking about what's on the fucking television? Seriously?
Yeah, listen,
I'm talking about what is on
if I make
Reddit.
a rocket, it's not going to be a
Oh,
rocket.
even better on Reddit.
It's
I'm
going
a
to
Reddit
go where I
bot and
want
you're
it
muted.
to, and it's going to hit my target, so it won't never stop. It'll go around the Earth 3 times, hit any target I want.
What is this guy yapping
That's
on about?
slow.
Look, man, I just think we're.
What happened with the
technology.
castles?
Can I?
I don't know.
They were
Castle is a rocket.
built on
I
sand.
like where you guys were going with that.
A castle is a rocket?
Man,
Nice one.
Castles.
What the fuck? Hello?
Castles. Let's go back to castles.
Anyways,
Yes, I can put a castle in a
they
bucket.
didn't destroy
Stand in water.
all of the planes, right? They destroyed around about 30-something% of the Soviet bombers, and the Russians don't have the ability to rebuild them anymore. They have admitted this.
Are
long
you
ago.
over there?
They've admitted
Yeah,
this is
it.
gay.
Taken apart the
Man,
broken.
We have
I
the
love
footage
it.
from the
I
drone,
love
by
it
the
when
way.
fucking people tell
Can I
me,
buy
"Are you
one
over
from the
there?
salvage
Are you
yard?
over
Some of
there?"
the thousands of planes that are salvaged. Can I get
Can
one
you
for
stop
$10?
talking,
Yeah,
man?
it
Can I get a
really is
salvage
weird how
Russian
people's
plane?
talked about.
Calm down.
They talk about the internet like it's real.
Calm down. You on
Can I
Hey,
get
video?
a
look, I read
salvage
something,
Russian
guys.
plane? Stop telling me to
Calm
calm down. I want
down.
one of your
Calm
planes.
down. Calm down, man. Calm
You
down.
won't sell me a
Take a
plane?
breather. Take a breather.
I mean, it was just
cheaper?
it was just a diversion
Can
from
I-
the original conversation anyway.
Which
I
was
mean,
castles.
I wasn't done. This guy just starts yapping about how the internet is fake and so on.
when did castles become obsolete?
They are not, right? So
I mean, people
again,
still live in castles.
No, when Zoidberg. Wait, what? When do they become obsolete? No one uses castles anymore.
Yeah, why?
is it possible for you guys to get the word out?
Yeah, because all the kings were killed.
No, that's not true. Don't be a dumb white boy.
Where are they?
Hey,
Where are they? Show me a king. The best you got is Donald Trump.
No, royal families still exist. Like royal bloodlines are
royal
still absolutely a thing that
families.
exists.
No, a king. Not the royal family. A king. Show me a king in a castle.
Okay, man. Nobody cares about this shit, bro. What the
I'm
fuck?
pretty sure the official residence of the King of Sweden is a castle.
Bro, who gives a shit, man? What the fuck?
Well, if you don't care, you can go away.
No, man.
Bye.
I'll just rather talk about the thing that you
You'd rather be gay, right?
You
You'd rather
have
be gay.
You have the choice to
Who is
swallow
this
my
really
and I will just continue on speaking, right?
I'm
So
just gonna
Zuckerberg,
mute
to
this
answer
guy.
your question,
So you know,
what is interesting is they didn't use rockets. What they did is they had like trucks in which they put in the containers drones, small drones, like the one hobby drones, and they used those to drive into the proximity of the targets. And then what they ended up doing is just like release like tons of fucking small drones, like 20, 30 per truck. And the people were already long gone. It's actually kind of insane, man. The footage
You have a
coming
lot
out
of
of
friends, don't you?
Oof.
I think most of us wanted to stay on castles.
It's okay, man.
Yeah.
You can stay in one.
but
Yeah, but
okay,
Ardian is king. Ardian, let's see your castle.
irrelevant.
No, it's just like
King of my
I don't
castle.
think anybody wants to talk about Ukraine right now.
Zoidberg asked me a question. I didn't just pull
I
this
did
up.
ask
Yeah,
you
but
a
who
question.
cares?
It's
Who
fine,
cares
it's
about
fine, it's
Zoidberg?
Okay,
Zoidberg is gay.
I don't know why you're
Castle-
fucking like bitching
Well,
so
I'm
hard
not gay.
about it,
Yeah,
man.
I'm bi.
Are you gonna cry?
You guys are the
Oh
only
no, I'm
one
just saying I'm
bitching,
bi.
man.
I'm not gay.
But
You
yeah,
want
no.
to
So
follow my
so
stream?
to answer Red Free's question, here is King Frederick of
Richard.
Denmark, and here's the castle that he's living in. Here's
By
a
the way,
king.
is
Here's a
red
castle.
tape, not red
Boom.
tree. It's just
But castles became irrelevant. Castles became irrelevant.
Wait, now,
like in the,
do you think he
17th
built that
century.
castle?
Hold on,
He
hold
did
on.
not.
I can't hear this guy, dude. Was that matter of fact?
Do you think he built that castle?
He did not.
He didn't. Yeah. He just kind of found it.
I mean, inherited it, found it. You know.
Yeah, so the
At some
makers
point-
of it no longer live there. But some guy who claims to be king does.
I mean, yeah, if it's a
Yeah, like a
300-year-old
usurper.
castle, they're all going to be dead.
So
Yeah, it's like a
so
1,000-year-old
basically it was
castle.
like so
Jesus
basically it
claims
was
to be
like what I
king.
said, right? Where I saw a guy with a castle, so I decided to get rid of him and took the castle for myself.
Yeah, that's some
Dog,
of the
why
level.
are you being so aggressive about this?
Jesus claims to be king. Does he not have the right to inherit the earth?
Hold on, guy. I'm
Even
curious.
if Jesus did not build it.
What's this logic, man?
Hold on, I'm trying to get to something very specific, right?
What
When
a
did
beautiful
castles
man
become
living.
irrelevant? When
The
did they become
17th century.
obsolete?
The 17th century.
Why? What happened then? Because I've heard different
Artillery.
ideas. I'm just curious.
Artillery.
Artillery. That's what I heard. Is
yeah,
it, is
I mean
it
that would
because
be
of the
that'd be the
cannonball?
common. Yeah, that'd be the common
Yes.
mainstream thing is artillery, like that being the reason. But also
Unless
for
there
this
were more-
castle,
Oh, sorry,
also
go ahead.
for this castle, the same bloodline that the current king lives in is the same bloodline that made the castle. So there was no usurping, there was no taking over. It is passed down from one generation to another, which is as
So
you
it's
would
claimed
expect.
by what? Wikipedia.
Oh God, man! Like if you're gonna doubt everything, there's
Oh
no
God, here we go again. God or Jesus when a topic comes up that you just can't handle.
No,
Every
no,
time.
There's no point in
every
debating
time you
if
guys do it
you're-
every single
Who is this
time.
fucking bitch talking in the background all the
Hey,
time? Was
hey,
it
hey.
I'm just-
Demon.
Free
I'm just
retard?
turning
Is it
down,
you?
man. Like there's
There he
generally
is.
no
There's another
point if like,
triggered one.
you're going to doubt all of
Man,
human history.
you need to calm down, man. Really. You're just
Don't
bitching
project,
and moaning,
man.
man. You're just bitching and moaning every time when someone speaks.
He doesn't have to match
That's
your
what you're
energy.
doing
He has
right
his own
now.
energy.
Yeah, because I'm complaining about you
Don't
complaining over
project.
everyone.
Don't project.
Cutie, nobody's projecting. Calm your tits, please.
You're
Turn down
crying
the
about him.
estrogen.
You're
Listen,
crying
I'm
about
not
him having a
homosexual.
meltdown.
Hold on. I'm not homosexual,
Just talk
okay?
over everyone, man. Every single person
Don't
who
give me pet
speaks,
names.
you interrupt
Would
them.
you like to be homosexual?
I can make
But
you homosexual rent free.
Lion.
Hey,
There's like
what's up?
3 things that I could think of that made castles irrelevant. They were too expensive to build. They were expensive to maintain, and they weren't as efficient. Different designs and fortifications that came out, like star forts. Star forts were much more efficient in dealing with what's the term? Artillery, sieges, etc. Use the space more effectively.
Thanks. Yeah. I'm wondering, PB, you have a problem with collectivism?
Fuck no, why would I?
Collectivism? What the fuck is that?
Collectivism.
He's like you,
Yeah.
man. You gotta be more concise.
Like it being interdependent on a society.
That's not even collectivism. That's just
Yeah,
Wait,
it really is not
so
I know.
So hold on.
my
So you mean the
goodness, you guys
society
always-
that? So you mean the society that Cain, the line of Cain, created?
What?
What I'm trying to tell you, right? Not to get into the Bible,
Say it.
but
We're
do you
not.
have a problem with being interdependent on society? You know, treating society as a collective entity.
A collective entity. So basically, a bunch of sheep.
so. If you have a wife and she picks berries, are you subservient to your wife and therefore should kill her?
If she raises
My
your
wife
children,
doesn't pick berries.
if she raises your babies, when are you dependent on her?
Does your wife provide you with anything that you don't get yourself?
Yeah,
Okay, so
she doesn't
you're
fuck
asking
him, doesn't
me
give
if
him
I should
food.
be subservient to a creation of the line of Cain.
Bro, Debs,
No,
he's just
bro, not
basically
at all.
saying his wife
Don't bring
does
the
not
Bible
Yes.
into this, dude.
Not
Hold
even
on. What I'm trying to
Dude,
tell you is that
look.
you seem to hold on. You seem to have a problem with delegating work. You think like
With
you
the
shouldn't be
what?
interdependent. You
The
delegating
delegation
work.
of work?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is what I asked before, right? So in today's society, what are most people doing as far as work goes? They're just shuffling around junk. They're not actually doing anything for society.
Fine.
No,
I don't want to. I'm just talking about
working
very
in tech,
specific
if that's what
terms.
you mean. No.
Like
Debs, can I ask you for a favor?
Yeah, what do you mean?
the smallest unit of a government is the family. Smallest unit of government, right? Within the family, you're gonna delegate work, right?
What
Or no?
work?
Any type of work. We're talking abstract.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be specific.
So that's why I ask. It's
Okay.
specific. What work?
Well, he just mentioned your wife picking berries, dude, while you cut wood.
Bro, mowing the lawn, changing the tires, bringing the trash out, bro. There's like fucking shit ton of things. Like, do you like exist? Do you like have a family?
You mean all those slavery things? Because that's what it is. So when you do all that stuff, you're a part of a society which is slavery, which is from the line of Cain. It's really not difficult to figure out if you actually think about it.
So
right?
what do you do?
Homeowners
So
association,
you the non-slave,
where
what
you
do you
live,
do?
a bunch of
So you the
what?
non-slave, what do you do?
The non-slave.
Yeah, you're the non-slave. We're the slaves. Tell us, man. Enlighten us.
He's telling us you interrupted him.
Correct, I did so. Tell me, man.
Yeah.
What do you do?
But here's the thing. I can't tell you what you're unwilling to
Because
learn.
you don't do anything.
You're spiraling.
See,
bud.
there you go. That's why.
You're spiraling.
You're just a homeless retard. Like,
There's the demon.
Adrian,
Alright.
chill out, dude. I'm trying to have a conversation, not a dumpster fire.
I am being very chill, bro. And the guy.
You're not, dude. You're not contributing anything.
How am I on the internet
Lion,
if I'm homeless?
Lion, listen, you don't need to tone police me, Lion. This guy's being extremely discharitable to you. You asked him for like tasks within a family, and he says to you, "What tasks?" Come on, man.
I know. But let it.
Like, and
let
then
him
you
talk,
want to
though.
like
Let
go
him
on my dick for telling him that he's being a fucking idiot.
Oh,
Really?
I'm not hopping in any dicks today.
Well, then there you go. Let's not do
Oh, come
that,
on!
and
Like,
then
there's no.
let's
no need
not
to
let's
talk
not do
about
all of that, and let's just tell
Are we
this
done
guy
with the
that he's being
personal
a slave.
attacks? Can we get back to like a discussion?
Well, tell us, man.
Or do you wanna
We
keep
are the
personally
slaves,
attacking?
as you said. You personally attack
Well,
all
yeah.
of us.
I mean,
so tell us,
it's
man.
about
You're
you.
the
So
non-slave.
here's the way reality works, right? So reality is right in front of your face, right? You
I don't
just
know that.
choose whether or not you're going to look at it.
Okay, now tell us, man. Mister.
For him
Mister,
to
I'm
say
so
people
smart.
are slaves doesn't
What
mean
does your
that-
woman do for you, rent-free retard? What does your woman do for you?
Are you concerned about my personal life? Or do you want to know about reality?
I'm asking you a question in reality. What does your woman do for you?
That's not what we're talking about.
I am putting you here currently in a chokehold, and I'm going to let you know from the beginning. This is a trap. If you answer and you continue answering the way you did so far, you will be exposed for being.
He's putting down his trap card, essentially.
Well,
I'm telling
so
you.
I know that you
What
think
does
that
your
your
woman do for
words
you? You don't have to
actually
engage
have
him.
meaning. Yeah, I'm telling him. So
words
he
do
thinks
have
his
meaning,
words have meaning, but yours
do have
don't.
meaning, yeah, words
Your
do have
words
meaning.
do not have
No,
meaning.
not yours. Yours are.
I
what,
live in
like
a world
shit.
where words are just nice sounds
Like a
that
frog.
resonate in my skull.
Well,
like, I don't know what you guys
I
mean.
refer
You
to
guys
the
are like
dic- I refer
highly
to the Oxford.
sophisticated. I don't care about the sophistication.
If you don't understand any of the words I'm using, I can refer you to the Oxford Dictionary. They define them. So now back to the question. Your woman, what does she do for you? No answer. She doesn't give you a blowjob. She doesn't cook for you. She doesn't do anything. Damn, that's crazy. This guy is just a fucking like pay pig, basically. His wife just exists and he pays for her. You're
Okay,
not
so
you're not
are
the
you done with the
slave.
personal attacks and you want to get back to an actual
You are the
discussion?
slave.
We don't have to.
What?
We don't have to listen to
You
argument
are the
with the
slave,
demons
man.
right
You're
now.
the one who is owned by
Red,
your
keep
wife.
keep going with your
She
point. You were
doesn't
talking
do
about a
anything
point,
for you, man.
and then Aryan
Your wife
spiraled.
does
There's
nothing
no
for
way
you.
to because he
Your
thinks
wife
he's
does
Yeah, we
winning,
need
so
a
he's just gonna keep
moderator on
talking,
Aryan.
see?
He's spiraling
So-
on personal
Yeah,
attacks
your
now.
wife does nothing for you, man. Like you actually get
Oh, there
enslaved
we
by
go.
her. You pay for
Ladies
her.
and gentlemen, pay attention to the
Listen.
demons right here.
Well, I'm
You pay for
gonna
her,
let you
and she
in
does
on a little
nothing
secret,
for
okay?
you, man. Nothing.
So-
she doesn't cook
so
for
when you
doesn't
say
clean for you,
words,
doesn't do
right,
sexual favors,
and the
you're just
person
a cock.
doesn't
Are you
cry
projecting, bro?
like
or-
you,
I don't have a
you're
wife.
not doing
I cannot
anything.
project. Sorry, man. Nice try. Next try. Again, man. I
Yeah,
asked you a
he's
simple question.
lonely.
I will ask you
lonely.
again. I will show the whole room the silence once again that you will produce. What does your woman do for you?
Again, we're here to talk about reality, not your fantasies.
Nothing.
Yeah.
What do you do for your woman? What do
I
you
don't,
do
I don't
for
really
your woman?
discuss my personal life because this isn't a
Hey,
place to discuss
Rams,
that
just stop
stuff. So if
engaging
you
me.
want to
You
talk
don't
about
have a
personal stuff,
personal
right?
life. You're a cock.
Damn,
Okay.
Aryan,
You are
bud,
a
feel better,
professional
bud.
The best you can do is just say
Now
stuff. It's like-
rage. Go ahead. Rage, you fucking
and I know
slave
why.
boy.
Because you can't handle reality.
Yeah, you're
'Cause
the
you're
one who
gay.
doesn't want to engage in it. You cannot elaborate it because you're so ashamed of your real life. I asked
quit
you a
projecting,
question,
shut up long
and
enough.
all you can do is go silent and tell me, "Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't want to bring my personal life
Like,
in
you're
here."
worse
You
than
are
a woman.
ashamed because your wife
All right,
owns
since you guys want to
You know,
engage, I'm
the
gonna go
other
on
way
mute.
around.
You know what my wife
It is
doesn't
what it
do
is.
Your
for me?
wife
Doesn't
owns
talk
you.
back.
You are a absolute pay pig. You're a beta male. You are the worst of the worst. No, you're not a beta. You're a gamma.
Oh, I don't have a job. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's Omega, you
I bet,
mean?
I bet
You
you,
are
do that,
Omega.
don't you? You got a job, don't you?
Of course I do.
Loser.
I
You're a
have my-
fucking loser.
So, what
What
do
a
you
cock.
do for your woman?
Now it's
Look,
now you're
I don't give away secrets.
What do you do for your woman, man? You want to know about my personal life? I just told
I'm not
you.
here to talk about
and now
myself.
it's your turn. Tell me
I'm
what
only here
do
to
you
rap
do for
about
your
you.
woman? Because you just asked me for my personal life. Will
I
you
don't have to
elaborate
answer
on
you.
yours? Or are you too ashamed
No,
of
'cause
your own personal
have to.
life?
No,
You
because I don't have to.
absolute
Because you're
pig.
nobody.
Look
That's
at
why.
you. Your beard, ugly.
Because you're lonely.
You,
That's
ugly.
why you're
Your
here.
woman doesn't want you. You just pay for her. She doesn't even blow you. Come on, let's be honest here.
And
When's the last time
you and your energy and your state is worse than
Why is
all of
this
that
other guy not
combined,
crying?
bud.
Is he-
Feel
Hey,
yeah.
you really don't have
Convo
to
can
stand up for me.
No, we don't
I
have to
mean,
talk about him. He's muted.
He's doing a good job.
All right, what were you talking about before he spiraled? You were on a good conversation.
I don't know. What were we talking about? Castles, money.
Something about yeah.
Some gay spaceship.
How you're now a loser if you have a job?
Yeah, you are a loser if you have a job. You're a loser.
Hold on. Look, I get Ardian was like very abrasive, but what Prove Me Wrong is doing is just as abrasive. He's just saying, "Oh, you're a liar," or "You're this." If you have a job, you're a loser.
No,
if you're married, you're a loser. Like, come on.
I am married. If you're married, you're not a loser. But if you have a job, you are.
They're both shit-flinging. If you mute one, we should mute the other two.
What's going on in here?
Now, actually, so here's the difference, though. I'm making a general statement about having a job. Ardian was attacking me personally.
Yep.
See the difference? So if you want to jump on the hill of having a job and being a loser, that's your fault.
So wait, so what happened? What happened in here?
Nothing. It's a shit show.
Ardian can't handle the truth.
Long
We should
story
have Jack
short, they were
Nicholson in
having
here.
some convo. Ardian spiraled, started attacking him personally. Then he didn't care, and
Oh no, that's not what happened at all. Ardian started freaking out because this one guy came in, rent free or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he just
yeah, that's me.
was coming in really aggressively, tried to derail constantly.
No, that's not true. And coming in aggressive isn't against the rules.
First of all, that's Glory.
He didn't come in aggressively against anyone.
He was incredibly disruptive.
Hey, I'm speaking, man.
Okay.
He didn't. I'm passively listening while working. He didn't come in aggressively against anyone. He came aggressively, like talking about this idea and stuff. And then Ardian gets triggered somehow and starts attacking him personally, like obviously personally. Like he gets told you're attacking him personally. He's like, yeah, I don't care, and doubles down on it. That's what happened, and that's why
he started accusing everybody of being like a loser or a liar. When we were having a conversation for castles, we're talking about like,
if you want to jump on that hill, right, of
in
being a
ancient
loser.
times, and oh my god, man. Sure.
Okay.
I'm serious. If you want to jump on the hill of being a loser for having a job just because I say so, that's your fault, not mine.
That's fine, bro. Live your life the way you want to.
All right, I'm gonna talk to him.
Thanks. So.
Yo, BB, you still there? What's your name, Rent Free?
Yeah, Rent Free retard.
Rent Free,
right?
BB.
Your name was
so
Jesse.
are you a libertarian anarchist? Are you one of them types?
I don't do labels. I am who I am.
Well, describe yourself. What's your philosophy on society and government?
Yeah, kill or be killed.
Kill or be killed. So, completely self-dependent, right? No interdependency whatsoever.
Who else is going to help you?
So, like, kind of like a lone wolf nomad, just you, your wife, and your immediate family, right? Your kids. No village.
Who's helping you now?
I'm sorry, Lion, to interrupt, but like he doesn't do labels, but he calls people with jobs losers. I'm just a little confused.
Bro, whatever, man. Who cares? This is his own opinion. I'm trying to pick at his brain.
It seems like he's labeling people, though.
Whatever. He has that right to express himself, dude. It's fine. It's not.
Listen, don't die on that hill. Okay, don't die on the hill. Just because I throw the sword out there doesn't mean you have to stab yourself with it. Slow down, silly.
So ideally, what would you want in your life? Probably what you're living right now, right?
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? So what do you expect from a man in today's society? You would expect him to just take his family out of Babylon, out of society, off-grid, no social security card, no birth certificate, right? No license, completely off-grid?
Look, I don't expect anything from anyone.
All right, no, I'm saying like in an ideal scenario, how would you want a man to live?
That's not for me to say. If you can't figure it out, if men can't figure it out, I'm not here to tell you.
I'm trying to have a good faith conversation with you, bro. Just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I know you are, but that's not why I'm here.
Did you build the computer you're working on now?
Yeah, why are you using a phone that somebody else built? Why are you using an internet connection that somebody else built?
Yeah, go collect those
Am I supposed to not?
I mean,
am I supposed to deny the tools that are being presented to me?
Wait,
You call people losers for.
How'd you get the phone or computer that you're using?
What do you mean with money?
How'd you get the money?
People gave it to me.
For doing what?
You don't listen. You don't have to incriminate yourself on the witness stand. It's all good.
It's fine.
No, I mean, like, we're not. If any illegal activity is implied, we'll not have a conversation of it.
People gave you money because like you were standing on the corner, or people gave you money because like you did something for them.
What does it matter?
I'm just asking a question. I don't know. It seems to matter to you because you won't answer the question.
Did you work for
Maybe
the money?
he inherited it.
Possibly.
He's selling some dope for it.
I'd call that a job.
No, don't say that word. That means you're a loser. What are you doing?
Maybe it's the oldest profession in the world.
I think that for people to reach their ultimate potential, they need to work as a collective, like a beehive or an ant farm, right? We need to work together, and we need to be interdependent to reach our highest potential. You can't do it on your own. Possible.
And what does that look like? A bunch of people working for Amazon?
It doesn't have to be 25, right now, what we see in America, but I'm just saying, hypothetical scenario. You have to work together, bro. Harmony. To reach your ultimate potential.
Yeah, working together doing what?
Building the Tower of Babel so we can reach God, for example.
Right.
Why not?
So basically, what you got to keep doing society to keep society going.
It's a natural impulse for human beings to form societies, dude. Whether it's a family, a tribe, colony, a state.
Just think of it
Care
as
about society. Why are you else talking here?
Doing what? And then the thinking ended there. No one actually thought, not that we have to, but no one actually considered. And if anyone did, what would happen was the next person would immediately try to counter anything they fucking said. So rather than engage supporting thought, new thought, we shut it down, and we ask a question, and we've been trained out of trauma, whether ourselves or seeing others get fucked, to not think, to not say anything. So it is what it is. And then most of us, if we do want to say something, our minds are bounded by the fucking past, what people did in the past.
Do you spell
I'm
forest?
sorry your
Do you
dad
spell
beat you, but I
forestry
don't think it
with?
has anything to do with this. Like,
Do you spell
gotta get a job,
forestry?
bud.
Okay. I was gonna ask the Anglos here. Do you spell forestry with 1 R or 2 R's? 1 R, right?
My guess is 1.
Are we bored with this guy yet? Are we done? Like, I'm like partially pretty sure he's like a troll. He could also not be, but also I don't care. I wanna ask the real questions.
I swear that should not be the dog question.
No, if you have real
I doubt your
questions,
questions are real.
I have a real.
it's remember, he doesn't think. Yeah, he doesn't think bread is real. So, like, your questions probably are not real either.
No, I think my question's real enough. So, Now, I need you guys to actually roll with me on this, all right? I know you might think this is super hypothetical, but I want you to actually think about this. All right? Would you rather your mom be a little bit of a hoe or your dad be a little bit of a slut?
My dad.
Your dad. Okay, now why your dad?
Yeah, just like I thought. Real deep questions.
Because if my dad is out here getting bitches, right, he can teach me as his young man, his young boy, how to get bitches as well, right? But if my mom's a hoe, the kids are just gonna make fun of me.
I don't understand that. If your mom's a hoe, couldn't she tell you like what makes her a hoe and like what guys she's attracted to, which would make you get all
No.
the hoes?
No, hoes are not hoes because they're super fucking cunning or intelligent. They're just hoes.
No, but she could be like, yeah, hoes are attracted to this. These are the guys who I fuck with, you know? And if you
No.
be like this, then hoes will be attracted to you.
No.
Hoes don't gotta do shit except spread their legs. That's the difference. Guys gotta work for their dogs.
That's exactly right. Hoes just have to spread their legs. So they're the ones that are choosing, right? They choose who they spread their legs for. So his mom, being a hoe, would be able to be able to tell him, hey, listen, I just spread my legs, like I'll just spread my legs, but like I spread my legs for these type of guys because I'm a hoe.
Would you rather your mother bring in a new man every 6 months, like he's living in the house for about 6 months, then out, like this repeated cycle for 18 years? Or would you rather your dad bring home like a one night stand, like at least once a week? And it's like she definitely stays the night and has breakfast, and it's really awkward.
And is my mom still around? Like, what's happening?
Mom's still around. Mom is actually like, okay, so in this hypothetical, both parents are still like trying to parent, but they're just irresponsible with their interpersonal relationships, right?
That just seems ridiculous, though. Like that once a week, just like my mom doesn't give a fuck. That's a little bit weird.
Gives you hoes.
No, they're divorced.
What if she gives you like some hoe friends to have fun with?
If they're divorced, that makes sense, right? It's if my mom isn't there and the fucking one night stand isn't just like fucking eating the breakfast that she makes every fucking morning, then it's like less weird.
I don't know, because I feel like with the 6 months intervals, guys, like you can at least potentially form bonds with some of these guys, right? Like
That's
your
not
little
good,
child,
though.
and he plays bass and you play bass. Yeah, but at least you are making bonds. Whereas like this once a
No,
week.
that's worse than a bond.
hookup
Wait, no,
thing.
that's not. There's no positive there. I'm sorry. You making a bond with a guy who's gonna leave in 6 months is just like abuse, emotional abuse.
Okay. So the issue is that it's agreed that both are bad, but in my head, I feel like the other one's worse because you're kind of teaching him at a young age, like, hey, women are disposable in a way. Like you just like once a week a new
Well,
girl,
they
like
are, though.
that's a crazy rotation.
Well,
So
you can
this
say
is gonna
you're
sound.
teaching him that women have disposable income and he can like sweep women so they buy him shit.
No,
Instead of women being disposable, they just have disposable income.
people are disposable in terms of relationships unless they're married to you, right? For the most part.
I would definitely sweeten up to a rich woman. To be fair, like I need that switch too. God damn it! Sorry, Dan.
So I feel like my son is gonna know. I mean, he should know that people are in fact disposable unless you commit to them, right? And if you're not committing to them, like I don't know why we need to put up this facade as if people aren't disposable if you're not committing to them. So like I don't even think necessarily that is harming the boy.
So wait, you think your friends are just disposable?
My friends are just disposable. Are we talking about like relationships, or as in like romantic relationships, or just friendly relationships?
Well, you said that unless you're committed to a person, like in a marriage,
In a
then they're
romantic
disposable.
sense, yes. In a romantic sense, yes.
In a romantic sense.
I guess the friend sense would be then like as a best friend. So then would you view like a friend that you would say you well liked, talk to them frequently, but like you've just never been that close to them to get to a level of like best friend status. Would you say that person is still disposable in a way?
Are friends disposable? No, I don't think they. Well, in reality, yes, but in practicality, no. So, like, it's objectively true.
Isn't reality practical? Like, I think you had that.
No, no,
mixed up.
There's actually no such thing as friends.
There's no such thing as reality.
Yeah, so reality is a thing that the individual perceives. So from my reality, like on the ground here, no, they're not disposable. But are they objectively not disposable? No, they're objectively disposable. There's billions of human beings that you could be friends with. The idea that you need specifically this one, even though you feel like you do, and it definitely feels that way, it's probably not accurate.
But in practicality, they're not.
I'm trying to disentangle what you perceive as a human being on the ground versus what is objectively true in reality. In reality, they're disposable. In practice, on the ground, no.
I don't understand. How is what's happening on the ground not part of reality?
Because Dabs is thinking that in his mind, essentially, like the emotions that he has, right, are incomprehensible to other people. So justifying said emotions or rationale for himself is the most important part. Other people or other moral agents are excluded because they're simply not in his mind. Assume that's the situation.
Yeah, I understand what he's trying to say. I think he's just saying ideally they're disposable, but
No,
in
not
practicality
ideally.
they're not.
So it's like saying, I have like, let's say, this is going to sound very strange, but like, let's say I have a pet rock. So I have a pet rock. Is the rock disposable? Objectively, yes.
Well, Dwayne Johnson is definitely not disposable.
So the rock is disposable. There are billions of rocks. What?
Never mind.
There are an infinite supply of rocks that could replace this rock. It is objectively disposable. There's no, but the indisposable part are the emotional connections I have to particularly this rock. So even though objectively it's just a rock, like practically for me on the ground it's not. It's more than just a rock.
Yeah, your higher emotional attachment to it equals like the harder it will be to be disposable. But the same thing goes for relationships, right? Like obviously there are people that you will come across in your life that you probably will date and you'll be like, yeah, I can kind of feel this won't work out. Like there are times like that, right? But I feel like there are plenty of instances where like people in a way are blindsided by the detachment that other people have while also having strong emotional bonds. I think also people can like go have highs and lows. They can have strong emotional bonds and then shit withers away. I don't think that makes that relationship like disposable in a way. Like that relationship still had value. Like I don't know.
Well, most relationships meant to fill some kind of like emotional hole. And then I think there was a movie that said something about you shouldn't let your emotions guide your judgment. So there seems to be a problem there.
Hey, I like what the guy was saying too. Like that rock, your pet rock. Even though there's billions of rocks out there, there's no rock like
that one is
rock,
mine.
Right? That's my rock,
this is
and
my
that rock
yeah.
could have unique signatures that makes it one of a kind, right? Just like a fingerprint, or even people that we've met in our lives. Like, yeah, there's billions of people on the earth, but you're not gonna find that person out there.
But really, how useful is the rock?
You probably will. People are not that different, actually. If I like, okay, so if I wanted to find a woman very, very like the woman that I had previously, let's say she died in a car accident, if I looked hard enough, I could probably find one.
Yeah, one like her.
Yeah, but like,
Like
what's the difference?
similarities, but you're not gonna find that same person, dude.
No, but like
With the same mannerisms, the same everything. Nah.
no, you can find that.
Like you can have a type. Like Kanye West got a type, right? Brunette, big tits. But you're not gonna find the same girl, bro.
Or the same rock compared to the same girl.
But like, I mean, why don't we look at things as like just tools, utility? They have like utility value attached to them. Positive utility value, obvious for you because like it's from your perspective. But I mean, that's essentially what humans are. It's all transactional and it's all utility. In the end of the day, the emotions that these people create you, like the emotions, for example, my wife or my daughter created me, right? I mean, there's strictly like tools, right? I get essentially deep down, satisfying like some desire to be loved or desire to other people to be gentle to me or something like this, right? You can look at it from that perspective. Like a lot of people feel like kind of like repulsion from that view, but I mean I don't think it's incorrect. Pretty solid.
Well, wait, what's a desire to be loved? What, seeking attention?
Yeah.
Sure.
Is that a problem?
So is that love or just attention?
It can be both.
Both.
Be both.
Is it?
By loving someone, you're showing them unique attention. Yeah, it feels good.
Love can just be a mental process that just again serves utility for you. It makes you feel good, therefore it makes you be more productive, generate more utility, it satisfies some primordial need. Doesn't matter. It's all like positive utility for you from your perspective. In the end of the day, everything is positive utility. Everything's transactional. Everything's positive utility. I mean, I am a cold calculating machine, so I kind of think like that.
Attention is currency.
Kinda.
That's
In
why
the modern
Facebook
era,
is
yeah.
free, right? But Facebook requires that we give it attention. A lot of these apps, that's their currency that they thrive on is our attention.
Yeah, like not more so than now. Yeah, it's been that way for a long time. Attention was always currency, but at this point, it's literally clout equals everything that you could ever want.
It be what it be.
This is why you get those motherfuckers who go to other countries and like are like fucking pranksters and like get arrested.
Wait, isn't clout just another word for like the amount of attention you get?
Yeah, it approximates that.
And
yeah,
from
pretty
who,
much.
by the way? And from who? Clout entails like you get attention from people who also have clout and are powerful, and are capable and have money and like are can influence a lot of other people and are important.
So you mean getting attention from a bunch of basement dwellers isn't clout?
No, not that. I mean, it still could be cloud, but it's low efficiency cloud. When people say cloud, they mean high efficiency cloud. I want to attract the attention of Donald Trump because I can benefit from cloud from Donald Trump.
4chan means something. Are you kidding me? There's a lot of fucking people with clout, like legitimate power on 4chan. If you get clout on 4chan, like you have a tremendous amount of power.
Some hole on the internet.
Huh?
Some guy named like QAnon. Like, geez.
There are federal agents and government employees on 4chan. I don't know if you know this, but like there are so many people that are very.
They hang out in holes.
Oh, you mean like 4chan as a whole, like a shithole? Gotcha.
Like Elon
just
is
a
in the
hole.
K-hole. Like K-hole. Like Elon. Just
Elon is on 4chan. Elon
4chan
cannot be on 4chan. He's lame. Like his memes are terrible. Like he's not on 4chan.
Dude, 4chan and Discord
he's
like
on
the
9gag
underbelly.
or some shit.
It's the underbelly of the beast.
I mean, the amount of Lion, you probably wouldn't like it on 4chan because people there hate your god actively, actually.
But yeah, 4chan's like the belly button of the beast.
Do you think like the devil created the internet line?
I think the devil created 4chan.
I think it was definitely it was
Question.
it was
Okay,
inspired. Go ahead.
So you have a choice. You can either be president of the United States or king of the
That's
beggars.
inviting you. King of the beggars.
Give me a sec.
King of the beggars.
Yeah, king of the beggars.
King of the beggars or president of the United States. I'd choose the president.
You'd rather be Trump than fucking Jesus?
No, he didn't say it had to be Trump.
Yeah, you're Trump now.
No, he didn't say it had to be Trump. He just said I'd just be
Just
president.
accept it. You get to fuck your daughter. It is what it is.
I don't think it's not. Dude.
I wouldn't say I get to fuck my daughter if I was Trump. I just get to think. I just like get to jerk off to my daughter if I was Trump.
You think he doesn't get to fuck his daughter? Come on.
Guys, topic. Please, topic. Please, spare me. Like,
what is a
I'm
woman?
still young. I don't want to. Sure. Better topic. I agree.
Human can birth other people.
Human that dresses and acts like a woman in the society they exist and whatever the society defines as a woman. Performs the social roles of a woman. That is a woman.
So if I dress up in a dress, I become a woman?
So if you dress up in a dress and you eat like a woman and you fart like a woman and you shit like a woman and you fuck like a woman and you behave like a woman and wear women's clothing and speak the way they speak and walk the way they talk, you would be a woman. Yes.
No.
Is that a woman?
Yes. That is a woman.
If you literally do everything that a woman does, you're a woman.
Correct. Yeah. But why is that scandalous? I just so weird.
You XX chromosomes, dude.
I don't agree with that.
Yep. That's what
I've been lied to, Lion, so I don't trust the chromosomes.
Chromosomes are gay.
I
And
get
they
my
lie to you.
definition from Tu Wong Fu. Thanks for everything. That's where I get my
Crazy.
definition.
Well, in any case, Fumentru, did you say?
I can play Varuna or Serene.
That's crazy.
Oh,
I'm
Citrine.
playing. There's a Citrine. There's a defense. Citrine.
Got it.
I'm playing Mesa because mirror defense and survival, and both of them are really good at stationary protecting an area. Okay. Anyways, boys, any more topics that we want to discuss? Or?
Women bad?
You guys killed the chat.
As
That's what
if.
happened.
As if. Telling me anything new.
I mean, I'll ask a question that I didn't get an answer to before. If
on.
Google didn't exist, how would you measure the Earth for flat earthers? To answer that question.
Okay.
Like what methods would you use?
Did you say if what didn't exist?
Google didn't exist, the modern technology. Just imagine you were back in like the 1500s. What method would you use to like measure land and the continents and Earth? What methods?
Well, the question is, what would ever lead me to think that the Earth is what? Doing anything than what I see it to be doing?
So you search for evidence to that agrees with what you already think instead of letting the evidence dictate what you think.
No, I just said I see something, and why am I going to go and like not question what I see?
Well, I don't understand what you're questioning. The measurements haven't been made yet. Like you're the one that gets to come up with your own method to measure the Earth. What would you do?
Do you want to wait for?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So like, why would I ever like think to like measure what I'm standing on? Why?
Oh, because someone will pay you to do it.
Yeah, but again,
Oh,
why?
I'm on Naramon.
Relevant. What method would you use to do it?
Well, it is relevant because some guys just come along now and he says he's going to give me some money, which is gay, to now measure the Earth, and I'm like, why? See, I'm putting myself in the position of being a caveman. Okay.
The why doesn't matter anymore. The fact is, you are going to do it. What method would you use to do it?
Well, no, that's the thing, right? So if there isn't a good reason, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
You
but
understand?
the thing is, by hypothetical, you're already doing it. So what method would you use to do it?
Well, I wouldn't, because no one has ever convinced me that the Earth needs to be measured. So I wouldn't just measure the Earth. I would just be living here.
So did
Okay, so
See, the only reason.
he doesn't have an answer. All right, so Renfree doesn't have an answer. Does anyone else have an answer?
Well, you're just trying to do hypotheticals, and hypotheticals are silly.
Yeah, so Renfree, you don't have an answer. So does anyone else have an answer?
For what?
Silliness.
What methods you would use to measure the Earth?
You can't measure the Earth. You can measure your immediate surroundings up close and personal. The only way you measure shit is empirically. You don't measure by not being there or not touching or not going from point A to point B to actually physically prove that attribute, write it down and state the function of it and the attribute of it. Anything else is just looky-loo. I don't think you can.
Blah, blah,
I don't think you
blah.
can get the entirety. Yeah, cool
So,
story, retard.
You don't. So you can't think of any methods?
No, you
Dima?
can't. You're the one asking,
No,
right?
I can think of methods.
You can think of how to measure the whole Earth. How right now?
Yes.
And then prove it. Then we want you to prove it.
I've already done
That's
that
the hard
before.
part, proving what you're talking about.
No, I'm not.
But the real question is why are you measuring the Earth? To what?
Who knows?
For what purpose?
Sounds weird.
Just curious. Just out of curiosity.
How do you know
Really?
you can't? How do you know Earth's not inside your own brain? For those
But that's
people
the
who are
thing.
solid and can't prove anything. Like what
All
I'm
right,
saying,
so-
some people's idea of what you're trying to
What I've
ask them
gotten so
isn't
far
even a thing in
is-
existence. When you dream, what are you measuring in your dream? What land are you measuring? Can you
so what
measure
I've
the
gotten
land
so
in your dream?
far
Stop. Measure the land in
is-
your dream.
So what I've gotten so
Wonder
far
how
is
far
why
the
would I do it? And the other one is, can you measure your head? I don't know. That was
No,
weird.
your dream.
Anyone else wanna-
No, in your
anyone else
dream,
wanna talk
weirdo,
about
can you
this?
measure the sun and the dirt you're flying over? The stuff you're in, like the car you're in a dream, can you measure it? Measure it.
Yeah. So,
So this is the thing,
Oh, I
right?
think
So
you
here,
should know,
so
though.
here it is, right? So check this out. So
No, I'm
so
serious.
you
Like,
live
you
in
can't
a
measure
place.
nothing in your dream.
Okay, so you live in a place, right, where someone has told you about your reality. So now you're compelled to have a conversation with people about that because you can't figure it out
What's
for
the
yourself.
reality? Who is
I
the
don't know
arbiter
why
of what
this
the fuck
causes
reality
me
is?
to
Definitely not
spiral
you.
out.
You
It's
are
a very
not the
basic
arbiter of
question.
reality, buddy boy.
What
Not at all.
method would
You're
you
one
use to
flake of
measure the
fucking
Earth?
grain of
And
nothingness.
it's
Come on,
just
dude.
causing you guys to just spiral out. It's a very
Yeah, let's
simple
keep acting like you're the arbiter of fucking everything, God. Yeah, we know. You call it out. You see it. God. You're asking nonsensical fucking questions. The entirety of this thing hasn't been, not even measured by the military. They don't even know. What do you think
So
space
the
is? Space is the leftover part of your brain that they haven't fucking taken over and programmed yet. That's empty space. And then that way and that way.
The nonsensical question is what method you would use to measure the Earth.
With what ship would you use?
So you would use a
how-
ship.
how
That's
you doing
interesting.
it on foot?
Oh, that's interesting. So why would you choose to use a ship, DMOC?
I don't know, because your dumb ass can't go walk in Alaska barefooted, naked. You won't live, you'll die. So you won't be measuring nothing then, will you, Earth measurer? Then go walk through the motherfucking Death Valley with no food, naked. You won't measure too long, will you?
I'm sick of you people fucking
How
measuring
are you
things,
measuring the Earth?
man.
Don't you need a lot of material that you don't have?
Why do people walk?
Yeah, cool story. The military ain't done it yet. So how are you gonna?
Renfree can do
Hello?
it. He told it earlier.
We have a boat.
And no, I wouldn't use a ship. That was a joke.
Oh, what would you use?
Your ship ain't gonna work in Alaska either, or Antarctica,
Okay,
or wherever
so
you
what
go.
would-
It runs out of fuel. When you run out of
so
fuel,
what-
you're done, son.
Okay, so what
Too
would
bad.
you use? Okay, so what
You
would
don't.
you
You
use?
can't. You're just being stupid.
You can't measure the Earth.
Yeah, if you can live there, if you can stand there and inhabit that part and freely stand there with me, wherever you're measuring to, we can measure to that area. Anything you can't get to or go to freely, you cannot measure. How about the thickness of Earth while you're talking, stupid? How do you guarantee to measure the thickness of Earth? That's what I want to know. All this crazy ass question shit. How do you measure the globe thickness and prove it, 7 Mile boy?
All right,
You get a drill and watch a movie.
Go watch a movie. Go watch a
two
movie. How
people's
you measure Earth.
responses so far is
Yeah, that movie called Core. It was good.
Yeah, called Go
why,
Watch a
why,
Stupid Movie.
why would I do it and you can't do it? Does anyone else?
I mean,
wanna step
that's
up
why I
to the
believe
plate?
space, because I saw Sandra Bullock fall to Earth.
Does anyone else want to?
That's in your brain. Space only
Does
exists in
anyone
your head.
else want to step up to the plate?
That way only exists in your brain until you get there.
Hey, look, man, you can't tell me NASA lies to me.
Does
Nobody knows
anyone
what
else
you're
want to step
talking
up
about.
to
You
the
haven't
plate?
measured the Earth yet to show us. I thought you knew already. Seems like all these
Yeah,
guys that know how to
we
do
have
it and have an
measured the
easy
Earth.
way haven't came up and told us step 1 yet. Or step 2.
Oh,
They keep asking dumb questions. So it's a
Yeah,
dumb
we have done
question
it.
how you measure it?
We have done it.
You measure Earth by dumb questions? Okay. You're getting
Well,
real
like I mean, when you say we, like you mean humans, right? Dima, do you mean humans?
He doesn't know what he means.
So, like,
Measure
'cause
your
if you're gonna
mind.
say like,
You can't
if
even
you're gonna
measure
say
the
like,
horizon.
if you're gonna ask me like, how did we measure the Earth? You would have to like
He
tell
can't
me
even
like which
measure the horizon.
you would have to tell me like which specific time period in human history you're talking about, because the method would change throughout history.
No one's measured the whole Earth. That's why none of them had it all made out right. That's why they get lost. That's why nobody knows where they're going. That's what it's called exploring. If you measured Earth, there would be no exploring, would there? It would already be mapped out, measured, already explored.
So, anyone else want to try to step up to the plate?
Yeah,
With Denmark, no thank you. I'd rather fucking shove my head in my fucking gasket.
You can't even get the distance to your horizon left to right, dude. That's a better question. Who can guarantee how far we see left to right? Top to bottom?
That's kind of a weird thing to
You
say.
can't do the Earth. You can't even do your horizon. Slow down a little bit. Let's do one at a time.
I'm a little confused. Like, you're saying that we can't get a horizon measurement, and at the same time, you're saying you debunk our horizon measurements. That's
No,
kind of a silly
you
thing
don't
to
have
say. It's
there
like a
is
very
no
silly thing to
horizon
say.
measurement.
So what do
Looking
you
that
just?
way is not a
So what?
measurement.
Okay, so
Looking
what do
that
you
way
just?
is not a measurement.
Okay, so what are you disproving when you say we see too far?
How far is your key? No, I want your fucking key legend that proved that the horizon.
What are you
exists left to right.
saying when you
Who
say
has
we see
measured the
too far?
horizon? Give me the
Are
key
you not?
legend.
Are you not trying to
Front to
disprove
back,
a horizon
left to
measurement?
right. There is no key legend. The only truth is you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have the key legend for left to right distance. Show me how much 24,000 is left to right. Real quick.
So
What's
does
that gonna
anyone
be?
else, just like any on the flat earther side, want to try to step up to the plate, or do
Talking
you
about
just want to
measuring
hear
Earth and you guys
DMOC
don't even know what distance
and
is like.
free retards
You have
continue to
no clue
spiral
what
out?
a distance is, star searcher. Twinkly light distances of ball gas, planet stuff, human robot, asteroids. All of it's the same but different.
Just, I guess we're just gonna listen to DMOC spiral out.
No, we're listening to you retards not know distances.
I don't even
Do any of
understand
you
why they
fucking
unmuted him.
genealogy
He's not even funny
mathematicians-
at this point.
Do any of you surveying boys know
Like,
any distance?
I don't really understand why they unmuted him. Like they're obviously muting him for a reason.
No
And
nothing
then
now.
God
They're
knows
trying to
why they're
mute
unmuting him.
Why are you muting what you can't
He's been
handle?
saying the same thing weeks over. Like
Yeah,
it's not
what
even
is
funny
it?
at
And
this
you
point.
have an answer to have you.
He's not particularly entertaining either.
I think it's funny that the other brothers just wrote him on. Yeah, keep going. But why? Not even the brothers.
Did you say you're surprised other flat earthers what don't cheer him on?
No, they do cheer him on, saying that he's a huge body.
What?
Talking about pockets. Same with Jim.
You guys have to start a conversation if you request mute DMOC to be muted.
I'm fine either way.
Jimmy was only temporarily muted because he was
spiraling out.
Don't, or at least I don't try to mute for more than 10 seconds. 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
Are you alive?
No.
Where are you?
Dead zones. More
What?
the strike, I'm dead.
Oh.
By the angel.
Can you hear my mic? Shit.
Oh. I don't think we have to. Do we have to revive you? No, we don't. We could just finish the mission, right?
Yeah, but three mortis strikes an hour.
Oh. So if it won't help if we angel?
3 minutes each. Yeah, if you kill the angel.
Okay.
My trick does my mic not that shit.
Right, man.
I didn't think that question would be like that chaotic, but damn.
You're back?
There's a lot of new work being done in the field of quantum related to gravity, things like emergent gravity, which I have no idea about. Are you guys keeping up with your own model?
Gravity is not real.
You're talking about quantum gravity, and quantum gravity is something people are researching because they don't know how to apply the forces of gravity in the quantum realm. Yet, at least. The mathematical equations or representations are incompatible so far. But it seems that string theory creates compatibility between gravity and the quantum world. That's why people usually explore a lot string theory. String theory itself has low predictive value, but it manages to consolidate standard. What is it called? Standard.
My question was specified latest findings and quantum emergent gravity.
Yes, that is literally quantum gravity. The thing I'm talking about, Glory. Yes, correct. Because of string theory, now we can apply gravitational forces to the quantum world. Literally responding to
about emergent
I'm
gravity?
not a physicist, man.
You don't have to be a physicist. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
I have zero understanding, man. I just read like
but you were just telling us about it, though.
Scientific
What were you
reports.
telling us about?
No, I was just
What were you just telling us
contextualizing
about?
what that is.
But you don't know anything about it. You're not a physicist, according to you.
Correct. I'm not a physicist. That's why I'm not giving you an opinion if it's good, bad, or worse than what we have
But
so far.
you don't know anything about it, though. That's what I'm trying to. Because I interrupted you and you just saying shit not related to what I said. So
okay, then I apologize.
You don't have to apologize. It says you don't have to be the bad guy here. We're just having a conversation.
Gate breaker. What method would you use to measure the Earth?
Look, man, it's a really boring question.
Maybe it
Then
is.
why do you keep like involving yourself in the question?
Well, I'm just letting you know so you can like stop.
I'm okay.
Oh, so you're silly.
Yes, I can be. I have been known to be silly from time to time. Yes.
Oh, so your name is just a projection. Got it.
No, because flat earthers are just all flat earthers are just like really silly.
I mean, I just proved that you were and I'm not.
No, you have not done that.
Measure tangent points. We can measure polka dots on the ground to the sky that don't exist anywhere. Invisible lines. We'll use invisible lines to measure where we're going, right? How do we measure it?
I mean, you can call them invisible if you want.
No, just how do you guarantee the distance of what you're seeing? No light refracting liars, nothing like that. Just water in front of you, land, whatever, from you to that. How do you guarantee left to right, the farthest amount you can see as a human, and front to back? How do you guys guarantee that? The distance you're seeing?
Well, that's the question on the table. What method do you use? That's the question on the table.
Jesus.
Any suggestions, Dima?
I don't know, man. I'm a big fan of the human penis.
Yeah, I wonder if this is what it's like to be a comedian who tells a joke and no one laughs.
Oh, you would know because you've never had a sense of humor. Good for Brain's mission. Get me the fuck out of here.
Well, when the government or B-ball or somebody from the government pulls on the coat of his older buddies and says, "Back it up, please. The true one, left to right, that you can prove militarily," and then nobody will have it because the distance left to right will be farther or bigger than what the even globe is. Just imagine your left and right view could have 93 million miles. Then how big would your globe be?
D-Mock, when you say we see too far, How are you determining what that distance is?
How can you prove it's not 93 million miles left to right? That burden's on you boys. 93 million mile readers of the sun being far away, but the moon and sun are still smaller than our horizon. Ever thought of being ever.
That wasn't my question. My question was, when you say we see too far, how do you know we're seeing too far? How do you know what the distance is? Ryan, when you say we see too far, how do you know what the distance is? Concaver, when you say we see too far, I don't even know. Like, I guess, wait. According to you, we see too short? I don't even know what that would be.
It's inconclusive, dude. Nobody knows.
Yeah, the question is, how do you know what the actual distance is? Like, well,
We
what
don't.
do you
That's the point. We don't make
then how do
definitive claims where the sun is.
Then how do you know we're seeing too far?
We're
If
not
you don't know
making
what the
definitive
distance
claims where the sun is. You guys are saying it's 93 million
No, I'm
miles away.
talking about the horizon. When you say we see too far on the horizon, I don't understand how you know what the distance is.
Oh, I mean, because you can falsify the radius of the globe.
I don't understand how you know what the distance is of the object you're seeing. Like, how are you determining that distance?
Well, we use it's called the internal critique. So we use your dimensions that you gave us and the distances, and then we falsify your model. So things that should be completely obscured by the horizon are using your data.
Make the measurement to falsify it.
No, we can't make a measurement. We're making observations.
And you can't falsify it if you can't measure it.
Yeah, so
no, we could do it. We could do it. We could do it. We could do it. I'm trying to talk, bro. Fuck, dude.
Just let me
Wait the
ask my
fuck
question.
up, dude. I'm still talking, dude. I'm answering this question. So
I know
it's known as second order measurements, first and second order measurements. First order measurements are done physically, like a tape ruler, right? You measure from one place to the other. And then second order measurements, what you guys do with theodolites and total stations and shit like that, and sextants, right? Surveying methods. That's still a measurement. Fuck face.
How do you know the radius isn't the correct thing and the measurements are wrong?
Wait, how do I know what? What are you talking about?
You're saying if we can't determine the measurements, that means the radius is wrong. But how do you know the radius isn't the correct one, but the thing that we're saying we're seeing too far, that measurement is the wrong measurement? We actually are seeing the correct way. It's just
no. It's called an internal critique, right? You know what internal critique is? So if I put myself in your shoes, right, and I go off your dimensions, your distances, I'm trying to figure out. Well, let me see if this is correct, right? So according to your, if you're in Lake Michigan and you're on the shore and you're seeing across the shore and you can see the base of Toronto, right? That should be that whole horizon shouldn't be visible. Should be completely obscured.
Right. So maybe the measurement to that city is the wrong measurement, but the radius is just the correct one.
The measure. What do you mean the measure? I'm going off your dimensions, your distances. So if it's 60 miles across, right? If it's 60 miles across, according to your worldview, it's 60 miles across.
Right. I'm saying it's not actually 60 miles. Maybe that measurement, maybe that number you're getting, 60 miles, is the wrong number.
Okay, maybe it is, but there's other ways to.
So the radius would be correct, and your measurement of 60 miles is wrong. and we
You could
see
travel. You could
exactly the right
travel
thing.
that. You could test that. See if the distance
Right.
is correct. Right.
Yes,
and
that's
then
what I'm asking.
and then
That's
do
what
the
I'm asking. Yes,
experiment.
that's exactly what I'm asking you. How do you measure distances? What's the correct method? That's the question on the table. Now you're getting it.
Well, I already told you. There's first order measurements where you physically measure the distance like a tape measure, right? You just pull it out there, but that's not pragmatic. It's not practical, right? You would have to travel either by, by plane, which would be ideal. You're not dealing with waves. You're not dealing with curves, streets and stuff. You just go from one place to the other, dead reckoning.
Okay, so
And
you're
even-
saying that
and even then
60
you would have to
miles that you're quoting is an inaccurate measurement then? If we can't measure it accurately?
This is all hypothetical anyways, bro. But let's just say that the distances were correct in your model, right? That across the lake you had measured the correct distance. So we already know we're dealing with a variable of 60 miles. If you're at the shore and you go across 60 miles and you do the earth curve calculations, 8 miles, 60 miles, it's like a couple thousand feet, like 12,000. It's like 1,500 feet or some shit like that. Last time I remember looking into it.
What's 1,600 feet?
The curves. It's like over 1,000 feet of curvature at 60 miles.
Is that the drop or the sagittal?
Drop.
How are we measuring the drop?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you. What?
How are we measuring the drop? If that's the drop we're trying to test.
We're not. It's based off your globe projection, right? The radius of the Earth, 3959.
So is that not what we're trying to verify, the drop?
No, we're trying to falsify it, right? So if we can see the shore, right, across the lake and the city skyline, those buildings should be completely obscured by 1,000 feet of curvature.
That's not drop then. You're talking about sagittal.
Well, you guys always do this. We get lost in obscurities. No, it would be 1,000 feet from the observer, right, of drop.
Right. So drop is not the same as sagittal. You're talking about how high the bulge should be to block the shore, not the drop. So those are two different things. It's not obscurities. These are important.
I'm talking about the drop.
So how high should the sagittal be if the drop is 1,000 some feet?
The thing is, bro, that's irrelevant, right? If we do a chord length from the observer to the shore, if you went right through, it'd be 1,000 feet drop, dude.
Right. It is important, and I'll tell you why. 1,000 foot drop is certainly not something you would expect to be resolved by refraction, but that sagittal of very much less than 1,000 might just be something that could get resolved by refraction, which if you're doing an internal critique, you should take into consideration. Otherwise, you're trying to disprove a straw man.
No, you're just trying to. This is your tactic, you guys. You guys pull up obscurities.
I'm keeping you honest. It's not a tactic.
It's
You're
not about
trying to disprove a straw man.
You're muddying the waters, bro. It's irrelevant. It's logically irrelevant. Okay, so you got the hump in between you. You got the hump in between you and the city skyline. So what, dude? Either way, it's a 1,000 foot drop, dude.
No, not either way. No. Those are two different things.
Okay, there's a hump and then there's a drop. I'm talking about the drop, and you want to talk about the hump. You're acting like bringing up the hump is going to solve this equation. No, it's not.
The hump is what's blocking your view of the shore.
Yeah, theoretically, but it's not even. It's not blocking it at all.
What if we got the radius wrong and it's just a much bigger sphere? Like that would explain why we can still see some of it.
Honestly, I don't know if that quite cuts it. I mean, the fact is we can sometimes see it, we sometimes don't. We all agree that the Earth isn't like breathing, right? It's not expanding and contraction. So there's some sort of visual phenomenon that's happening there. I think that's easily explained, and it is part of the globe model. To just hand wave that away is doing an internal critique of a straw man. You can do that if you want, but don't expect anyone to be convinced by it.
The other day, you guys were saying, "Oh, there's a 200-foot sand dune," and the guy he's not actually on the shore. He's on a 200-foot sand dune.
I wasn't here for that.
And, yeah, I mean, I got videos of a guy literally showing he's on the shore. You can see the shoreline. You see the water coming up to his feet. He filmed down his feet, and then he moved the camera up, and he pointed across the lake, and you could see Canada, dude. You could see the shore of Canada in the city skyline, and not granted, you couldn't see the very bottom of the base of the buildings, but you could see the buildings, dude.
But
most of
You know, I know this is a lie, because Canada is not a real place.
If you couldn't see the bottom, you couldn't see the shore.
Sounds like the Earth is in the way.
Sounds like.
No, yeah, but it should have been completely obscured, though.
According to whom?
According to the radius of the globe, dude. Geometry. It should be geometrically impossible to see. Now, you guys always try to ad hoc shit. Oh, well, no, there's some. If you actually include standard refraction, and if you actually include the observer height,
why
and you try to
wouldn't we include
finesse
those
it.
Why would we not?
You can include. You act like we haven't included that. We have included that. It should be geometrically impossible, even with standard refraction.
Why do you keep saying geometrically impossible? I don't understand that.
Because we're dealing with geometry, Brainiac.
But that doesn't include refraction.
No, refraction is supposed to help you guys, right? Because when things are supposed to be obscured and they're not, you guys try to include standard refraction to make them loom up a little bit, just enough so that you can maybe see it. But sometimes it's such a distance that standard refraction would not help your case.
That's not how it works. No, that's not how it works.
It is how it works. Come on, man. Obviously.
No, it's not, bro.
So the way that it works is that refraction can be calculated. If you see when you say I see too far and you have no information about the refractive conditions, okay, then we see too far isn't especially meaningful. If you do have the information about the refractive conditions and we see too far, then it is meaningful. But, tell me how often that happens.
Okay, but the point is, though, that you guys need refraction to resolve this geometrically impossibility.
No.
Exactly.
No, but the problem is you're talking about geometric this and that, and you're using apparent observations, which includes optics, which includes atmosphere. You're measuring the wrong thing. If you're talking about geometry, you're not measuring the geometry. You're measuring the apparent location of these things.
I know, but we're dealing with geometric radiuses and diameters of the Earth, right? So we can falsify that. You can falsify it with observations. Now you can always invoke refraction, right? Causing things to look higher than they normally would be. Reasons why you can see further than would be geometrically possible on a globe. These things. Why are you acting like this isn't a thing?
Hang on.
Methodology.
Wait, Mike. What are the geometric limits of a flat Earth for how far you can see?
It would be the same.
What? How?
Ironically, it would be the same as what we see right now in reality.
How?
What do you mean, how?
How is it geometrically the same?
It's not that it's exactly the same, but there are limits to our vision, and that's how you guys were able to come up with the radius, is because of your limit of sight. Right?
If the Earth is flat and I'm standing on Mount Everest, what are my geometric limitations for how far I can see?
It's not about an actual geometric limitation, as in like the ground. It's not what I'm saying here. I'm talking about there's limits in optics. There's limits in optics.
You know the geometric limitations for how far you can see on a sphere, right? Because you say we see too far. So you do know there are geometric limitations, and you've been able to compute them. Just tell me how you would compute the geometric limitations for how far you would see on a flat Earth if you're standing on Mount Everest.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you that there isn't necessarily a geometric limitation. It has to do with optics. There's an optical limitation.
Oh, very good. So can we talk about the optical limitations of what we can see on the sphere instead of the geometric ones? Can we just talk about the optical ones, please?
Well, hold on, because like we can invoke geometry when it comes to the eyeball and the lens and the retina and the way that light focuses and the focal point.
Can we invoke geometry to disprove the flat Earth?
Like we can.
Can we invoke geometry to disprove the flat Earth?
Dude, can I talk, dude, for a second without you interrupting me? Or are you going to continue to do this?
Yeah, I'm going to continue.
I get frustrated. I get frustrated
because it's very annoying.
You're asking me questions after questions.
It's very annoying.
Hey, flat earthers are silly. Let Lion finish, okay?
All right, my bad.
Yeah, so in the eyeball, right, there's a retina and a lens, and the way that light interacts with that lens and the way that the focal point, right, all that is relevant, right? So if you want to talk about geometry of that sense, then yes, there'd be geometric limitations to the focal point of the eye, right? How much you can focus, how far you can see. That's all. Go ahead.
Why is that not ad hoc?
So you are allowed to use optics added to the geometry, and Gilbert isn't.
No, you would have to definitely consider it in your model.
Yeah, but the question is, why are we not allowed to?
I didn't say you weren't allowed to. No, I never said that.
You did say it was ad hoc.
You should consider it, actually, instead of disregarding perspective and optics. You shouldn't consider perspective and optics when you do your observations with your sextants and your theodolites and your total stations. Absolutely.
Lion, I think you're so right. Honestly, Omni newly convinced me to become a flat earther, and I think you're so right. I can't believe I missed it before.
I don't expect you guys.
Can we just go back to, like, if you're able to compute the geometric limitations on a sphere, why you can't commit to the fact that there would be no geometric limitations on a flat Earth? I mean, just say it. Like, you know it's true.
No, in theory, right? In your hypothetical scenario, you would expect in your limited wisdom, you would expect to see infinitely on a flat Earth. That's not the case. Right? That might be good in theory and hypothetically in your mind. If you exclude all the variables of perspective and optics, then yes, you would see infinitely. You would see the Great Pyramid of Giza from New York. But in reality, even on a flat Earth, that's impossible because of perspective and optics.
How are you? I'm so right, guys. Come on, get with the program.
So if you're standing on Mount Everest, the sun, is it closer to you or farther than Taj Mahal?
I don't know where the sun is, dude. No idea where the sun is. I can't tell you which.
We don't even know what the sun is, guys.
I can see
Come
the
on,
sun from on Mount Everest, but I can't see the Taj Mahal. So which one is closer?
Yeah, but you have to understand with
look up in the sky, you see the sun.
With the higher that something is, right? The later it's going to be obscured by the horizon.
Atmosphere.
And how is it obscured by the horizon? Yeah, that's confusing to me now.
There's a lot of atmosphere. The Taj Mahal is near the ground, obviously. Come on.
So the higher something is in the sky, right? You can walk away from it and not have it become obscured as something that's closer to the ground, right? Something that's shorter is going to be obscured quicker than something that's taller.
How come I can't see it at night and the sun? Because it's so high. So how is it possible that I can't see it at night?
Well, hold on. first you have to understand perspective and the viewing angle, right? The observer viewing angle.
I don't understand.
But when it comes,
I don't understand perspective that you're.
I know you don't, and that's why it's very important to become acquainted.
Explain it to me now. Yeah.
I'm trying to, but you're asking me a lot, and you have to unpack it. It's a lot, right? So you should be acquainted with perspective and optics because it's huge. You can't disregard it. So when it comes to when you're asking me how come you can't see the sun at night, that's easily explainable and justified with regular things like you got light attenuation, light diffusion, you got refraction. Understand?
Yeah, but we understand all of that.
Yeah, bear in mind it goes away a bit at a time. It doesn't go away in its entirety. So that's standard perspective. The bottom half goes, and that's just if you can draw that on a piece of paper with straight lines, and you can get the sun to disappear, half the sun to disappear, can't you?
So
I'm not convinced by this beautiful approach. It's so amazing.
My confusion line though is if you get to invoke all those things to explain why the geometric limitations of the flat Earth are not what we see, why can't we use any of it?
Yes, you can use it. Use it every day.
Why do you complain when we use it?
I don't complain when you use it. What I'm saying is that when go ahead.
It kind of sounds like you do, because every single time when we explain the distances that we see with refraction, you say, "Well, you're just invoking refraction."
What I'm talking about is when you see things that should be impossible using the globe radius, right? You guys invoke refraction.
Again, there you go. Just using only geometry. Like, but why are you only using geometry? I don't understand.
Refraction doesn't use refraction to ride the sun. So why can't we use refraction
to make things appear? This is the problem, because refraction doesn't work to make things appear above the horizon. That's not how refraction normally works. Refraction normally, right, prohibits your view. It obscures your view.
No, that's not true.
It decreases visibility.
No, it doesn't.
Normally it does. Guys. Normally it does. But sometimes, right, you might have a fata morgana or looming refraction. That's the anomaly, right? That's the exceptional cases.
Normally, it makes everything in your. Normally, everything is refraction means everything's slightly higher than it actually is.
Nope, that's not the case at all. Refraction predominantly makes light bend. Yeah, bends light downwards. But on a globe, you would have to presume the globe.
If light bends down, does it appear higher or lower?
Well, this is where your paradigm. You have to.
Answer the question. When light bends down, does the object appear higher or lower than it actually is?
I believe it appears lower, and we've demonstrated this in experiments. Now you would have to. You would have horizontal.
That's just idiotic.
You would have to line. Draw an observer at one end of it. Draw something at the other end. Show a bending light ray from it. And see what you think.
Yeah, so we've done this. We've tested this.
You've never done
on a flat Earth model. On a flat Earth model, right? If the light bends downward, what happens?
You can see they appear
You're
higher.
Not gonna see. You're not gonna see. No, you're not gonna see further, bro.
If the light is bending downwards on a flat surface, right, you will see it appear higher. The fact you don't understand that is the fundamental reason why you don't understand optics.
No, you don't understand.
You're presupposing that because when light bends downwards, it hits the earth, it hits the crust. There's no way it's gonna get to your eye when the light's bending downwards. It's literally
incredible.
That's why things disappear bottom up. That's why things disappear bottom up. Not because of the geometry of the globe, but because light is refracting downwards. That's why things become obscured bottom up.
You're never going to get it, are you?
You're never going to get it. Come on, man. Come on. Mine's so right.
I have a question. So, okay, I can imagine how you would visualize that if the Earth is flat, then light bending down would make it basically end before the observer, and it wouldn't reach the observer, so you wouldn't see it. The problem I have with that is that light isn't emitted only by a single ray from an object, it goes in all directions radially. So one ray will indeed end shorter, but another ray will go slightly upward, slightly higher, will be emitted slightly higher from the source, and then, even though it will still be bending downwards, it will manage to go a little bit further. So from one specific angle of that light emitting, the observer will still be able to see it. It would just be a different ray of light than if there was no refraction.
He's not going to understand your explanation. He really isn't. It's correct, but he's not going to understand it.
Yeah, that was too much yap, I gotta be honest.
Hypothetically, but in real life, right, that light attenuation is a thing. There's only so far that light's going to travel before it becomes completely diffused and attenuated and obscured.
Yeah, there we go.
Conditions, yes.
Didn't get it.
So you can't see infinitely. You can't see infinitely.
You can't see infinitely.
No one says you
Come on,
could.
guys.
No one is saying that you would, but what we're saying is that even in the inside of those distances that you would still see, even accounting for attenuation, we still see the objects disappearing bottom up too soon. Like at the distance where we see those ships disappearing, they aren't obstructed by the atmosphere at all. They aren't blurred into the sky. We can see them very clearly, but they yet disappear below the surface. So how would you explain that?
So we've already have this. We have proof of concept of what we're talking about. I'll post some videos when I get a chance. We've already done this in warehouses where we've had sensors every foot, right, measuring the temperature, measuring the pressure, and we've simulated what would happen on a flat Earth with a planar surface, right? And you see bottom up obstruction to the point
they work.
To the point where the object is completely obscured and cannot be resolved by zooming in on a flat surface. Nothing to do with the geometric horizon. On a flat surface.
Guys, I think he actually kind of has a point. Because if refraction was enough strong, then it would be able to bend rays. Every single ray that's emitted by this source of light would be bent enough down that it would end before the observer, and the observer wouldn't be able to see the object at all. The problem is that you would actually have to model it. You would have to account for the refractive index of the atmosphere. You would have to assume the surface is flat and then run the math, basically. And nobody has done that yet.
Taylor has it. I'm sure Taylor has it. She does a lot of work on refraction, and she does a lot of good work.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that those conditions are impossible on the Earth.
Nope, we've done it. I'll show you, dude.
Yeah,
I'll make a GIF of it. I'll make a GIF of it.
Make a GIF of it.
The thing is that the thing is like
I think this is like, would you have the thing like half an inch off the ground or something?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah,
a couple inches off the ground. So you have to understand that in order to simulate this, you have to simulate the observer's height, right? His view to the object. You can't use like a freaking 50mm camera and put it on the ground and expect it to be some type of equivalent experiment. No, you have to get it all correct. The scale has to be right.
Oh, correct.
Right, and
where
then
are you measuring from and to? Just like when you say they
fairness,
measure
if you don't understand that downward bending light lifts the apparent image, I mean, we're already starting off on the wrong foot.
No, you're presupposing that. You're presupposing that, dude.
No, it's not presupposing it.
The closer, right, the object is to the ground, right? When you're talking about, let's say a ship of that's 20 feet, right, from the surface of the water to the top of the ship, to the hole, the top of the hole. That 20 feet, the first 10 feet is closer to the water surface, right? I would expect the first 10 feet of that ship to be obscured quicker than the second 10 feet of that ship. Why? Because it's closer to the ground. So any light that's being refracted is going to crash into the surface of the Earth, never get a chance to hit your eyeball, dude. That's why you're going to get bottom up obstruction, dude.
But wait a minute. Hang on a second. If so, could I see the bottom of that ship from a hot air balloon 50 feet overhead.
Yes.
Right. Because the light is going up as well as out. So no, you're I don't think your theory works.
No, it's Omni. It's a combination of perspective and refraction, right? Because
angles.
Angle. So you have the viewing angle. By increasing the viewing angle to the point where it becomes more obtuse, you're gonna see more of the object. You're gonna get a better vantage point.
That's also not how it works.
Well, I think you're just wrong on that.
I think
the viewing angle isn't the angle subtended by the object in the ground. It's subtended at the eyeball. When we're talking about like angular resolution, that's the only angle that matters. Whatever you're talking about has nothing to do with.
I'm not talking about angular resolution. I'm not talking about angular. I'm talking about the viewing angle. It's different from angular resolution.
Yeah, exactly.
How does the viewing angle, right? How does that affect how much of that thing is visible? So first of all, the viewing angle between the object and what exactly?
The hypotenuse to the object.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
The more narrow the hypotenuse is, right? The more acute the angle, the easier it is for the object to become obscured by the horizon. Because the further that you walk away from the object, the more acute the angle is going to get. The viewing angle is going to become more and more like acute to the point where it's almost parallel, where you won't be able to, you'll barely be able to see it, if at all. Especially when you consider refraction, it will be completely obscured on a flat surface.
So if I've understood you correctly, the hypotenuse is your line of sight to the object. The, let's say, opposite end of the angle we're talking about is your height, I presume, and the other edge of that right angle is the ground, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So how does that affect what we see? How does the acuteness of that angle affect its its being able to be seen?
So the viewing angle, as you increase the viewing angle, you get a better vantage point, and with a better vantage point, it allows you to see the object a lot better. It's literally perspective.
You're talking about looking over obstructions then.
No, not necessarily. So there's only two ways that you can make an object appear that's been dissolved, right? Right, to make it resolvable. It's either getting closer to the object, and by getting closer, keeping the same elevation, by getting closer to it, you're going to increase the viewing angle, making the object resolvable. Or two, you increase in elevation, which does the same thing. It increases the viewing angle to the object, making the object resolvable. It's the only way.
Okay, what you're talking about is in fact angular resolution, and that's not at all how it works. That angle that you're talking about has fuck all to do with how we see objects.
I
understand. It's supposed to be a flat earther, but the hypotenuse is also longer when you do that. If you raise in your elevation, the hypotenuse is longer, so it wouldn't be doing the same thing. You're not getting closer to the object.
Angular resolution is related, right? We're talking about how big the object looks, right? That is relevant, but I'm not.
That's not to do with the angle out there at the object. It's to do with the angle at your eyeball.
But this is why they won't draw anything. They can't draw anything. They can't draw this. They can't conceptualize this diagrammatically.
Yes, we can.
It's words.
I mean, I've drawn it.
Yes, we can. We've done it. It's literally perspective, dude. You can learn it in art class.
No, it's literally not perspective. Everybody understands perspective, completely disagrees with you.
No, because when it comes to perspective, you guys like to disregard perspective when it comes to the globe model and act like it's purely it's pure geometrical horizons, dude. No, it's not, bro.
If something is at a distance, and it has a field of view size to you at that distance, by raising yourself up, you are making yourself further away from the thing itself. If it's on the ground.
Yeah.
That means the distance. That means its resolution, its angular resolution, and its visual resolution will decrease as you go up.
Not
That's why.
necessarily.
No, listen. If I'm on a hot air balloon, the basket's on the floor, and I'm looking at my companion who lets go the rope, I can see him very clearly. He's right in fucking front of me. As the balloon goes up, he gets smaller and smaller. How can you possibly say it's any other way?
Yeah, but I understand that you're getting farther away by raising an elevation, by raising the viewing angle, right? The hypotenuse is getting further away, but there's diminishing returns to a certain extent. But you're still, even though you're increasing your distance because you're raising elevation, increasing the viewing angle, it allows you to see more of the object, even though you're increasing distance. I know it's counterintuitive, but this is the case.
It's counterintuitive. It's not counterintuitive. It's gibberish. It's gibberish.
It's not gibberish.
Not counterintuitive. It is.
It's counter reality.
You're getting further away, irrespective of how far. When you're in a basket and it's on the floor, and you look around on the world, you see the trees, the forests, the dells, and you see all the people, you see the distant buildings. All of that, as the balloon goes up, gets smaller. All of it, you can see less clearly.
That's right.
There is nothing.
Irrelevant.
There's nothing on the ground that gets clearer visually as the balloon goes up.
Unless the land is itself curving up.
All right. So there's a difference between increasing your distance, right, while keeping the same elevation, right, and increasing your distance while raising an elevation. If you don't know the difference, I don't. Dude, this conversation is over because clearly you're being intellectually dishonest.
That made a lot of sense to everybody in the room.
You're just being dishonest, dude. I'm having a good faith conversation.
I'm being logical.
So you don't know the difference between increasing your distance laterally versus diagonally.
Well, it doesn't. If you increase your irrespective of where things end up, if they're further away, you can see them less clearly. I don't know how
but
you
the
can.
angles.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. You seem
it's
to
not
think
ridiculous.
that if I move away from something on the ground, I can see it less. But if I move up, I can see it more.
That's the fact. That's a fact.
Fantastic.
Technically, in space, you're still moving in a straight line, so you can just change which perspective you're looking at, and it's still a lateral movement. We just say diagonal because it's diagonal to the horizontal. That's the ground.
You can invert it too. So, for example, things that are higher up, you can see way further than things that are closer to the ground because of the same concept.
What?
Because of the viewing angle. Things that are higher on a planar surface, things that are higher will take way longer to reach the geometric horizon.
This is why you never draw anything. It's just words.
It's not.
Wait,
this is the fact.
Lion, I know I'm supposed to be a flat earther right now, but just to be clear, you think things that are above your head, like way higher, are easier to see than things that are in front of you but less of a distance?
I'm saying if the higher that something is, right, the longer it's going to take before it hits the geometric horizon. Compared to something that's a lot smaller, a lot shorter, it's going to be obscured a lot quicker.
That's not true. What about like the sun?
What about it? The sun's extremely high up.
Yeah, and it still hits the geometric horizon compared to something like any other object that's going to... Like what?
Like Polaris.
But Polaris is further than the sun.
Exactly. So Polaris takes longer to become obscured.
Oh, okay. I get what you mean now. Okay, I wasn't sure what you meant.
Are you sure you know what he means?
I'm not sure he knows what he means.
Is that even true, though?
No.
Yeah, that's what I would ask. Is that true? Like, thinking about that?
It's true, dude.
It is?
Things that are high are going to take longer. Yeah, dude. Like, why? This is like...
I'm going to draw this out later.
Elementary stuff, guys.
I'm going to, if you allow me, I'm going to draw this out later and walk you through it. Because I feel like you get it maybe if you saw it better.
Oh, he gets it. Don't worry. He got it.
So all these concepts that Lion's explaining that works for FE in one way or another also apply to concave Earth. And concave Earth, we're able to visualize. We're able to visualize the approximate paths that the light would take, and it's the same curve system-wide. And there is at least a elementary childlike version of a visualization Why can FE not deliver this?
Oh, good point.
Well, you think Earth is like shaped like a bowl, right?
But I think they can deliver.
And I'll give the answer to this. I don't think it's because of the individuals and their lack in the FE. I think it's a geometric issue. I think it's geometry.
Wait, you think the Earth is shaped like a bowl, though, right? Concave?
Yeah, he's a concaver, dude.
I want to hear him say it, though, just so I'm not strong.
And again, as always, ladies and gentlemen, this topic is beyond most people in this server. You guys are divided. You guys enjoy your division. You guys like simple A and B options. So when I introduce a third option, always the energy dies in here. Always you've got a clown like two Akna jumping up with the joke. So I'm going to go back on mute. Go back to your miserable conversations.
What's the shape?
This guy's better
Go
than
learn
me.
math.
Look how unfair you are.
You know what would solve it? Math would solve it. Go learn math.
Hey. But to be fair, yo,
it's interesting that he
real quick. Tuakna, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, listen. Whatever you're on today, dude. If you smoke the spliffy, I don't know what you're on, dude, but you keep it up, dude, because your behavior today is outstanding.
Yeah, Omni said that he has to mod flat earthers less than he does globe earthers. So I'm gonna be a flat earther, so he mods me less.
It's not even that, dude. You're just you're waiting your turn. You're being cordial, dude. I don't know what happened to you, but
I told you. Omni said that he has to mod flat earthers less than he does globe earthers to keep the server alive. So I'm being a flat earther now, so he mods me less.
Fantastic.
Damn, that timetable is too accurate. It's funny to me, Concave had to run away when he was asked what he thinks about the shape. He went into some rant like, this topic is above you all. Well, maybe it's not above us, but maybe the question was above you. Or maybe you can't answer the question.
I legitimately was asking a question. This dude only uses like ChatGPT to have conversations. It's kind of weird. But like I was legit asking a question because I have no clue what the concave Earth is.
I don't think he wants to talk about it. Is there any other concavers in here that want to talk about their model?
Left lane, I think.
Left lane is not a concaver.
No, I think he is. Omni, do you like me being a flat earther taking this different approach to make you feel better?
I think you're. I think it's. I think it's an improvement.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. Flat Earth hasn't really been a topic much lately, huh? Been talking about everything else. Concave even less.
Yeah. Oh, he said to blender things. I think that's blender. Oh, so he thinks it's like two half bowls, and like what? I don't even understand how this is supposed to work. There's like two half bowls, and that the inner part of these half bowls are the Earth. And then there's like the galaxy in the center of it, but that doesn't make sense because then we could just look across the sky and see other continents. What? Wait, concave. Why can't we just look across the sky and see other continents?
The average intelligence of a standard glober for you, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm a flat earther, buddy. Don't disrespect me. Omni, he's being disrespectful. Come on, Omni.
Hold your breath as long as you like.
I just expressed I'm a flat earther multiple times, and he's blatantly being disrespectful. Remember, we're not allowed to disrespect.
The same guys earlier were talking about refraction for 30 minutes, 5 minutes ago before I interrupted. Now the same guy. How can we not see across? It's the topic's above you, bud.
I just asked a question.
I just asked a question and I just gave you the answer.
You didn't give
Are
me
you
the
are you just gonna ask a question again, moron?
Yes, I'll ask you the same question.
Okay, watch this. You're muted on my end. Go on, ask a question.
Okay, he's weird.
Or the beta
Comparative is a really weird guy, but he did send the video in the chat, so you guys can look at that and see how it makes zero sense. It makes less sense than a flat Earth, which is kind of impressive. But you know, I'm a flat earther now, so it just means it makes. I have to say it's less sense than a globe Earth, actually, right? Because that's what the flat earthers do. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's more deaded here when I am a flat earther than when I'm a globe earther. Did you want me to be like a flat earther to promote conversation? Now there's less conversation going on.
Honestly, flat Earth isn't even like all that. I'd rather talk about current affairs or economy, philosophy. So flat Earth, dude, to me is like dead, dude. Like I don't even like talking about it like that.
Like, do you live in the States?
Yeah.
Can I wait? Who do you think has a better economy, generally speaking, like Biden or Trump's current administration?
I don't like to choose sides, dude.
Did you vote
left
for
and
anyone?
right paradigms, but right now, dude, I definitely would rather go Republican, conservative. If I was to choose, like with a gun to my head, but I don't.
And maybe that's not soon. We'll get in there.
I don't really like politics. America, I don't take part in it.
Yeah. American politics are an interesting thing, aren't they? So what other topics do you want to talk about?
Apparently, Lion has found some evidence of curvature. I'd love to know what DMOC thinks about that.
No. I think that's the case.
No, I'm just joking.
What would evidence of curvature look like to you, Lion?
Oh, this is great. Let's do this.
I guess even as a flat earther, I just can't get my questions answered. What a shame.
Listen, I don't fault you for thinking that we're on a globe because that's what it looks like.
I'm a flat earther, Lion. I'm a flat earther.
It can look like you're on a globe, bro. You make observations of ships disappearing bottom up.
Wait, why would that make sense on a globe, though?
The stars look like they're moving around us in a circular fashion. The sun, the moon. The moon is a circle, right? The sun's a circle. Planets are circular, spherical. Oh, then the Earth must be a sphere. I see the logical sequence there, inductively, but I don't think that it's possible to actually measure the Earth, bro, to its entirety. So even if you were to measure some type of curvature with lasers or theodolites, I don't think you could actually feasibly do that with like a tape measure, right? It's not practical.
So are there any other topics we want to go over? Since we don't want to talk about flat Earth. I mean, I'll always love to go over my biology thing, but I see Montreal's here, and I'm worried that he would start crying, so.
No, but
is this guy trying to run the show again, guys? Is that what's going on here?
No, it's kind of dead right now. We're trying to get something started. He's actually being well behaved today.
I'm a flat earther, I see. Does that make you feel better?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you know how difficult it is to actually come up with an experiment that's without any errors in it. It's not prone to errors. To actually measure the surface of the Earth. I just want people to understand, even the flat earthers. If we were to verify or try to falsify the radius of the Earth with a first order measurement, I don't think it's possible. I really don't. The reason being is because we're dealing with a tolerance of 2 inches at half a mile. So whatever experiment that you do has to be so precise that it has to be so precise that you don't deviate more than 2 inches at half a mile. Now you come up with an experiment that's not going to deviate more than 2 inches at half a mile. Couple thousand, Not going to do with string.
Conversation, SE.
Somebody's sleeping. Or they're messing around.
So I'm Agent. I'm a Flat Earth demon now. It's kind of crazy. Omni convinced me. It's strange. Weird world. So, any other topics?
It's open floor. Anybody got anything on their mind?
I got a lot of things on my mind.
We set up one with Mr. Demon here. Since we don't trust fake flat earthers, are you willing to represent what flat earth means for you?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so the way it goes, I represent my flat earth position, and then you represent your flat earth position.
Yeah.
So since a shape is a three-dimensional thingy, wait, Tora, do you want?
Rude.
Tora, do you want to add something?
Yeah, let's talk about a 4D manifold. What do you know about it?
No, I think we're gonna have our
okay.
conversation because we're starting with that.
What's up, Tor? How you doing today?
Good, man. Good.
Go ahead, Agent. What were you saying?
So the question is, to Okna, do you claim a shape?
No.
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 So